Once upon a time, the world experienced a terrible invasion when the devil and his minions invaded, bringing chaos and destruction. Thanks to his incredible power, he conquered almost the whole world. His conquests brought death to many people. Hope was lost, and the earth was clothed in mourning. Blood flooded the roads and fields, preparing the world for the inevitable end. The devil made a fatal mistake that cost him his life. His head rolled off his shoulders. His biggest mistake was attacking a village where a tribe lived that he couldn't handle. The Crow tribe was famous for its indomitable power, ruling over the rest of the peoples of that period. On a sunny day, a powerful explosion suddenly sounded among the majestic mountains. A saturated red light spread between the trees. The flame greedily covered every corner of the forest. The explosion raised a flame that exceeded the height of even the mountains. Suddenly, all the trees disappeared and the fierce flames engulfed the surrounding world, leaving behind only an ocean of ash. A gigantic dragon descended from the heavens and tore through the air with a thunderous roar. His roar was interrupted by the words about rock, scissors, paper that echoed behind him. 3 people behind him enthusiastically played rock, scissors, paper, trying to reach some sort of agreement. One chose a stone, the other a paper, and whoever chose the paper wins. While playing the game, the elder son, Galahad Blade, beat his younger brother Quain by choosing the paper, and he is now preparing to fight the dragon, determined to win. The guy believed that all problems can be solved with the help of the game rock, paper, scissors, believing that this is a quick solution for any situation. The third in their team was Denberg Blade, who always kept aloof, carefully watching the events unfolding around him. The eldest son bravely stood up against the dragon, defying his fire-breathing power. Huge, he burned like fire was his second skin. The boy, focused on the upcoming attack, counted in his imagination the reward for the dragon's head that he intended to get. The dragon roared so that it became clear that defeating him would not be easy. The boy, ignoring the roar, resolutely rushed at the dragon with his fists. A powerful blow accurately hit the neck, killing it. After defeating the dragon, the boy couldn't believe how quickly he managed it. However, his team seemed to insist that only he could do it. The boys were fascinated watching the winner, who was circling near the dragon, but unexpected sounds behind their piece made them look around. When they returned, they noticed hundreds of orcs with burning red eyes and symbolic tattoos on their bodies. The orcs growled ominously, their eyes sparkling with deadly menace. The boys were not afraid. Armed with swords, they boldly rushed at the orcs with fervor, claiming that this battle would be their triumph. Dan behaved quite differently, standing motionless, immersed in silent observation. The young warrior skillfully wielded his sword, unerringly cutting off the hands of every orc in his path. He was seized with such a giddy enthusiasm for the battle that the joy of victory inspired inspiration with each victory over the enemies. Dan thought that reincarnation promises a quiet life, exactly what he dreamed of. He would never have thought that one day he would be a brave warrior, capable of tracking down even legendary dragons. The sun was shining brightly over the village, announcing the second half of the day. Dan resolutely pushed the door open and enthusiastically asked his father to go to the archipelago. His father, the head of the village of Dumpston Blade, could not understand exactly what his son meant. Dan tried to explain that there is nothing to do in this place, but his father just looked at him with surprise, asking, "What are you talking about?" Father noted that Dan is not only smart and skillful with a sword at the level of his brothers, but also the best in the village in the art of magic. However, Dan intended to work in a place where he was truly valued and respected. Father decided that he could either join the guard under his older brother or join a group of warriors under Quain. Dan doubted, because if he goes there, he will have to participate in battles every day, and he does not like it, although it seems to his father that it is a wonderful thing. After talking with his son, the father suggested another way to join forces with his sister and do business together. Dan went on long journeys between cities trading monster parts for household products. Each journey took at least 10 days. Hearing these unfavorable conditions, Dan met his father's gaze and asked him not to do this to him. The father finally realized that trade was not his son's vocation at all. Dan was stunned by his father's offer to become the head of the village. It appeared so suddenly that Dan did not even have time to list his thoughts from surprise. Their conversation was interrupted when a girl flew into the room with a knife in her hands. With a smile on her face, Raisha Blade's second daughter warmly greeted everyone present. She jokingly waved a knife at her father's face, and he just smiled while evading. After a failed attack, she focused her energy, created a burning layer of fire, and sent it towards her father, showing her determination. The attack came very close to his father but missed him. The father could not hold back a smile. admiring how skillfully his daughter acts and noted that she looks great. Dan silently watched as the little girl tried to hit her father. Playing, her father joked that she should gain muscle. She only laughed and gave a cheerful look. It seemed to Dan that every minute the situation around him was only getting more confusing and mysterious. The games went so far that they broke through a wall in the house. Afterwards, Dan stood at the mysterious cave entrance. Many exciting adventures awaited him behind this entrance. He had to enter a cave where monsters with burning red eyes craved blood and death. In this situation, he was forced to turn to a backup option. Meanwhile, in the village, in one of the houses, there was a discussion full of intrigues and hopes for a successful solution to the case. Everyone gathered at the table. Silence reigned in the room. Rays of light gently touched each face, creating an atmosphere of thoughtfulness. The elder was interested in what had happened, and why the entire council of sages had been called. The head of the village had important news for everyone. He proudly announced to everyone that he had already chosen his successor. People immediately suspected that the head was ill, and therefore chose a successor. However, he assured them of his complete health. He had to choose a successor because his own restlessness forced him to take this important step. His story was interrupted by a pause, and the elder's guesses about the choice of head between the eldest and the middle son. After a minute of silence, the chairman announced the choice in favor of the youngest son. The news shocked everyone who was present. One of the elders interestedly raised the question why the choice fell on him. The headman openly declared that the most powerful man should lead the village community. No one could understand what they heard. The elder, known for his inquisitiveness, asked if the youngest son was really the strongest among the brothers. The chairman noted that Denberg is still not equal in strength to Galahad and Quain, while the middle son is distinguished by the greatest skill and technique. After these words, the number of questions only increased. Why should Denberg be chosen? The father was convinced that Denberg should become a genius magician who would skillfully manage his power. Those present were extremely surprised by this news. Skepticism about the magician grew around, because most believed that magic was only skillfully hidden tricks. The father decided not to argue and simply emphasized that Dan himself defeated the dragon relying on magic and martial arts. He was only 12 years old then. No one could believe these words. The elders passionately argued, considering them to be nonsense. Magic allows you to control and release magical power. Magical martial arts are aimed at its circulation inside the body. The elder warned that the combination of these two forces can cause internal chaos and destroy a person. The head of the village, Dan's father, was aware of the situation and calmly reported his knowledge. His son considered fighting as easy as reading a book at lunch. The conversation process was suddenly interrupted by a young man who rushed into the room and attracted the attention of the elders with his loud shout. He believed that they definitely needed to see it. The elders left their homes and were shocked to find the ground littered with hundreds of lifeless orcs. The unknown person left these bodies on the outskirts of the village as if trying to impress someone or scare someone. About 100 monsters lay motionless, each of them dead. There was no one to hide anymore. One of the men insisted on an urgent gathering of hundreds of people to quickly deal with the bodies before they began to decompose. A girl appeared behind the head of the village with a letter in her hands. She emphasized that the letter was from Dan. Father absorbed the text of the letter, trying to catch every detail. The beginning of the letter was dedicated to the dear family. He decided to leave the village and go to new cities in search of adventure. She thought that this was not the end, but just a step towards finding a job that would suit her better. He took out documents and some money from the safe. He left them 40 defeated monsters whose body parts could bring much more than the money he took. After reading the letter, the head gestured demandingly to the guard who stood immovably behind. He instructed to immediately go in search of his son. Dan sped through the mountains, leaving the trees behind and increasing his speed with each step. Confidence shone in his eyes, and hundreds of thoughts swirled in his head, because what he did was of great importance. He wondered if they had already found the remains of those strange creatures under the village. Their poisonous blood releases toxins as they rot, making the earth more dangerous by the minute. To clean the entrance from the corpses of monsters, you need to attract a lot of people, which will significantly reduce the number of pursuers. Dan will successfully bring his idea to life. He decided to choose a career in the civil service, because security was in the first place for him. He thinks continuously, imagining how he asks for forgiveness from his father. However, this time he set himself a new goal to which he is constantly moving. In the room, the girl tells the men that Dan plans to move through densely populated cities to avoid being tracked. She confidently points to the map, believing that his location will soon become known and he will definitely end up in their hands. His older sister wondered where her younger brother might have gone. The eldest daughter of Heston Blade, Dan's sister, was convinced that she would definitely find him. Everyone from the mercenaries to the guards understood that the operation to find Dan had begun. The first group decided to move along the main roads. The second group set out to explore the trails, carefully checking every rock for traces of the lost boy. The third group was given the task of blocking all forest exits and entrances, clearly dividing the roles among the mercenaries. She deftly controlled the crow, which obeyed her every gesture. She believed in his abilities and sent him on a dangerous quest. Spreading its wings, the raven rose to the sky in search of the boy. The girl is firmly convinced that her brother will not be able to escape from her watchful gaze. He tirelessly rushed through the forest like the wind, leaving behind him a circle of trees. Eventually, he saw a sign on his way. Camp number 2 had a significant sign that steadfastly indicated that there were still 200 kilometers to the village. The place served as a stop for merchants who traveled between settlements offering their goods to travelers. Dan covered a distance that would normally take him 2 days in just 4 hours. However, his brother, who is known by everyone for his quick feet, may soon catch up with him in the village. He was faced with a challenge because he was forced to turn back to find an unknown path that was not on the map. In the meantime, events were raging in the village that captivated the attention of every resident. One of the men entered the sister's house and reported that traces of the young owner had finally been found. Traces were found near the second camp. Her joy faded when it turned out that the tracks ended in an unexpected place. She quickly looked at the map, trying to understand the location of the second camp. Near it, majestic rocks and dense forest could be seen. In order to get out of the Olympus forest, he should carefully research the way back. After sunset, visibility in the forest deteriorates significantly, turning it into a mysterious and slightly frightening place. She understood everything and turned to the minister, clarifying whether he knows exactly what was missing from the things. He noted that all valuables remained in place, and only the blanket disappeared. She understood why the Olympus forest is called the land of destruction for magicians. Residents of a village surrounded by a dormant forest created a magic circle, thanks to which they could use magic without hindrance. The Forest of Olympus is a mysterious place where the use of magic becomes a challenge due to the inexorable fluctuations of wizards' mana. She realized that after fighting 40 monsters, her brother was completely exhausted. Near the second camp, there are many places ideal for a short stop. She was convinced that he was exactly where he could regain his strength and rest. Meanwhile, it was bitterly cold outside. The boy wrapped himself in a blanket, anticipating a cold night. But he did not guess that he would need several to avoid freezing. Wrapped in a warm blanket, he enjoyed the aromatic tea, feeling the warmth spread over his body. He focused on the magic of fire, trying to create a flame to feel warmth and comfort. But each time the fire went out and his efforts were in vain. He imagined that the magic in the forest would not become his ally. Focusing, he decided to repeat his attempts until he achieved the desired result. After many attempts, he finally created a fireball in his hand. He aimed the fire at the cup, wanting to heat the contents to the perfect temperature. The drink was so hot that steam was coming out of the cup. Dan enjoyed a few sips, feeling the heat spread over his body. He was relieved when his body warmed up for the first time. His tea drinking was suddenly interrupted by 3 men who rushed into the cave with joyful shouts about the discovery of the young master. He was so frightened that he lost control of himself and spat out the tea. The men immediately decided to grab the boy to take him to his sister. Their intentions turned out to be hostile and they attacked him. Dan skillfully avoided the blow. He realized that it was time to act without delay and defiantly hit the guard on the cheek. The young man skillfully fought off enemy attacks. He did not plan to escape, but went to meet the battle with steel determination. He struck just as many times as it took to turn opponents into shapeless blobs. Dan easily dealt with the huge and muscular guards, as if they were defenseless children. He noticed the man who was on his left, immediately attracting his attention. The boy clenched his fist, noting that it would take more than 3 people to detain him. With fear in his eyes, he realized that the boy was right. The blow rang out with such force that its echo was heard far beyond the mountain where it all happened. Leaving the cave, Dan rushed to run through the forest headlong, outrunning fear. His heart beat in unison with the steps, leaving no room for slowness in this wild embrace of nature. He ran thinking how they ended up here, and guessed that it was by no means a coincidence. Dan was aware that his sister, who manages the corrals, knew well how he would move. He knew that it would happen, but still he had to hurry. From behind the bushes, he noticed 2 guards with torches who were relentlessly looking for him. He was extremely surprised by their presence, because it was clear from the expression on their faces that it was his figure that had become the object of their attention. The boy was hiding behind a tree, not suspecting that a crow was watching him from behind. A crow flew up to him and began cawing. His voice was so loud that the guards left their posts intending to understand the situation. The men with torches quickly realized that the young master was lurking behind the bushes and began to think how to catch him. Only a voice could be heard in the forest calling the young master to stop and wait. The guard informed the hostess about the successful arrest of the fugitive. With confidence in her eyes, she was glad that her calculations were accurate. She told her husband to give instructions to the soldiers to form a tight circle around the place where her brother was found. She explained that everyone without exception should take part in this operation. It seemed absolutely obvious that Dan had chosen the most secret place to hide. Crows were dispatched to search every cave, tree, and bush in order to quickly find him. The girl had one important task: not to lose her boyfriend, and to find him without fail, because it meant much more to her than it might seem at first glance. Each guard explored the caves, forests, and roads with extreme care. The number of people looking for him grew so rapidly that it was almost impossible to count them. The night was ending, and the sun was already golden behind the mountain ranges. The light illuminated the roofs of the houses, and the street was filled with an increasingly bright glow. The girl did not close an eye all night, thinking about the whereabouts of her brother. She was deep in her thoughts, her face beamed with seriousness. Her father came into the house and noticed that despite the fact that the sun was already rising, she still had not managed to find him. She assured her father that there was no need to worry, because catching her brother was only a matter of time. Her father's eyes fell on the map lying calmly on the table. He realized that the lack of soldiers at the height was a strategic failure. She noted that because of the cliff in this area, she decided not to deploy soldiers. When her father brought up the subject, she felt suspicious and asked the security guard how many people had noticed Dan for the first time. He noted that the approximate number was from 3 to 4. Getting up, she concentrated and plunged into thought, collecting all her thoughts. If she had been in his place, she would have cut down those people and remained waiting. She did not understand why he chose the escape route. Then her attention was more and more absorbed by the map. She looked at the details with undisguised interest. It seemed to her that he deliberately disclosed his whereabouts. Perhaps he wanted to gather all the soldiers together in one place. However, only an abyss opens up on the other side. Suddenly, a realization dawned on her that changed everything. Is he really planning to use magic among the trees of the forest? She quickly instructed the men to go to the soldiers and deliver an important message to them. The instructions were unambiguous. The group had to urgently go to the Cliff of Olympus without being distracted by anything. Above the Cliff of Olympus, the sun plays light on every stone, and crystal blue water with splashes hugs the rocks. At the very edge of the precipice, a boy is standing, intently looking into the infinity spread below. Many thoughts are raging in his head, which make his face take on a thoughtful look. Sudden sounds from behind unexpectedly interrupt his train of thought. 3 blades fly in his direction, forcing the boy to perform a graceful backflip, dodging danger with the ease of a master. The girl rushing forward threw her blades, and 2 men were running behind her. She spent a lot of time searching, but eventually found him. He smiled when he saw his sister, despite the fact that she came to grab him. Another girl suddenly appeared from behind and defiantly announced that she was also present. Addressing him with a gambling challenge, they bombarded him with tricks, constantly trying to grab him, forcing him to dodge. He couldn't understand why these methods were so important to them. Waving their swords, they hinted that hiding would not be without consequences for him. He was advised to return home to avoid further trouble. Their awareness that words will not help turned into decisive actions where weapons became their argument. His older sister conceived a desperate act, planned to cut off his hand to stop him and bring him home. He shuddered with fear because he could not imagine that his sister was capable of such a thing. A sudden impact on the edge of the rock strained the atmosphere, filling it with a loud echo. Time seemed to freeze and people turned into statues for a moment. Spectators anxiously watched the development of events, each waiting for the next step. Dan barely keeps his balance on the edge of the cliff after a powerful blow from a girl who misses with her sword and hits the very edge. Dan noted with a smile that she missed her target. Dan carefully stepped on a fragment of stone chipped from the rock, balancing on the water. In a moment, he was flying down and there was no time left to save him. His fall was so rapid that the audience barely had time to run up shouting his name. Excitement was felt on every face because their mission was to bring him home, despite all the worries that were building up inside. However, in a moment he disappeared into the watery abyss among the fragments of stones, completely hidden from the human eye. Suddenly, the attention of the girls was captured by Dan, who appeared behind him with a cloak that shone with bright blue chakra. When they returned, they saw him and astonishment lit up in their eyes. The sister stood at the table leaning on her hands and suddenly thought about all the events. Wondering how she could not have guessed earlier, she realized that after crossing the cliff she would go outside the forest. In this case, he effortlessly used his magic, and it brought him the desired result. The girls were surprised how he mastered magic and decided to learn more about his unexpected talent. Dan only quietly apologized in response to their question. He noted that the road to perfection is still long, because compared to others, his experience and knowledge leave much to be desired. It was not the main thing. He assured them that everything would be fine, and that they should not worry. His last request was to convey gratitude to his father for everything. The girls just stood with their mouths open, enraptured by the moment. He thanked him and rose into the air surrounded by blue chakra. The girls urged him to stop, but his magic kept him going. Dan waved goodbye and assured them that he would definitely write to them. In an instant, he soared upward like lightning, using his powerful energy. The man standing behind the sister held a bow and offered to shoot Dan. The sister was worried that a fall from a height would be fatal. Their options were limited. All that remained was to consider what their next step would be. They decided to return, and soon they were home. In a cozy house, a conference was held where they lively discussed the appointment of a 16-year-old boy as the head of the village. To the majority, it seemed absurd. The father saw a prospect in him, stressing that his son could one day take his place. One of the men interrupted the conversation by emphasizing that now it is necessary to focus on another problem. The little one has disappeared from the village, so it is not worth discussing him further. The problem is whether the father will take responsibility if the son does something bad. Everyone immediately supported the old man, noting that no one has any idea what this guy is capable of and what a threat could arise if he decides to destroy the country. The screams intensified, and it was difficult to stop this chaos. One man returned to the head of the village, insisting that it was important to catch the boy before serious consequences. The elder noted that everyone is aware that it will be very difficult, almost impossible to catch his son endowed with magical abilities. One of the men convincingly pointed out that there was nothing complicated in this and suggested that the elder himself go in search. The elder warned the residents that his departure means the beginning of surveillance of the village. He emphasized that such a situation will certainly lead to misunderstanding and problems on the part of other states. Ignoring the arguments, the men decided that it was impossible to just leave the situation like that. Concrete actions were needed, and the elder silently listened to their conversations. After a short silence, he told the men that he had one person in mind. A man who will bring his son home will not allow anything to stand in the way of his goal. The weather was wonderful outside. The sun's rays broke through the small windows on the roofs of the houses, creating an atmosphere of warmth and coziness. The narrow streets of the town seemed like a labyrinth where the houses seemed to hug each other, standing close to each other. Dan walked along these streets. He watched the world around him, wondering if it was a wise decision to leave his brother and sister for the sake of his mission. After an exhausting flight, he finally reached the bustling town. His thoughts were interrupted by the loud clatter of iron armor suddenly heard behind him. Dan smiled in surprise when he was surrounded by 3 knights with spears. A quick escape was no longer possible. 10 minutes ago, other events unfolded in this place. Screams echoed throughout the street, enthralling passers-by into a whirlwind of commotion. The man stole the bag and ran down the street trying to escape from the pursuers. He considered himself invulnerable, convinced that no one could catch up with his breakneck speed. Looking back to assess the distance to the guards, he missed the boy in front and could not avoid a collision. The man shouted, demanding to clear the way, but Dan did not have time to notice him and react. Suddenly, the air was torn by a powerful roar that changed everything around. The man found himself on the floor, losing his balance after an unexpected collision with Dan. He mercilessly insulted the victim, and Dan, keeping calm, asked if everything was okay with him. Dan apologized, explaining that unfortunately, he does not have eyes on his back. The men kept up with the bandit because he delayed and gave them a chance to catch up. Realizing the situation, the bandit quickly pushed Dan away and quickly headed forward. Dan did not understand what was happening, but still realized that in the place of the intruder, no one would have stopped either and would have continued to run away. At this moment, Dan feels something elusive but magical attract his attention. He slowly turns his head, holding an interested look at something unknown. a man notices a thief running with a bag on his shoulders. Dan saw the thief quickly disappear into the distance with his bag. Without a second's hesitation, the boy immediately jumps up to Dan, demanding his bag back. The bandit was perplexed when the little boy was nearby, forcing him to make excuses for stealing the bag. The thief takes out the blade, pretending that he was disturbed by the boy's words and pretending that he does not understand what he is talking about. The child quickly finds himself behind him and quietly advises him to give his things so that he can calmly continue his journey. Confident of his victory, the thief raises his sword, but instead his victim already disappears from the field of view, leaving behind only a breath of the breeze. Turning around, he sees only emptiness, but clearly catches the sounds coming from the boy somewhere nearby. Looking around the street again, he finds nothing but emptiness. Molly appeared behind him again, expressing the opinion that the problem could not be solved by discussion. This immediately increased the fury of the thief, causing his anger to explode even more. The boy remained completely calm and raised his hand to the opponent's head, preparing his finger for a well-hitting slap. After hitting his finger, the thief flew so far that the bags he stole ended up in the air. The impact was so strong that the wall broke into many small fragments. Dan did not expect that it was so strong, because he dreamed that the blow would be quiet and gentle. Dan, with bags in his hands, approached the thief, apologized, saying that he must be in pain. He only asked to be left alone. They were interrupted by sudden shouts demanding to stop that were heard from behind. The security guards immediately informed that any movement threatens unpleasant consequences for all those present. Dan mentioned that there was a misunderstanding, so it's worth clarifying the situation. Dan was enthusiastically talking to the guards without noticing how the thief got up and ran away with all his might. Dan stopped when he looked in his direction. He understood that the guard did not allow him to move from his place. A very interesting situation unfolded. The guy who recently stood in defense of justice now found himself in the role of the culprit. For the moment, he felt that communicating with the guards was not worth his effort. A few hours later, Dan found himself behind the bars of a prison where he was being held by guards. Through the bars, he watched intently as two men in armor searched his bags. It seemed obvious to them that the young man was carrying a weapon. One of the guards, noticing Dan for the first time in the town, approached and inquired about his origin. Dan stood thoughtfully, hesitating. Between an answer and a decision, to escape magic kept the path to freedom open, but the situation was confusing. Having decided not to run away, he carefully listened to the guard who asked for an ID. Dan, having his sister's ID, changed his name by magic and showed the document. He was released. When they read his name, everyone was worried, realizing that the certificate belonged to an important person. After leaving the prison, Dan saw how the guards bowed to him. Dan couldn't figure out what was going on. He studied the ID carefully, assuming that he might have accidentally created documents for someone from the aristocracy. The man felt pleasure, but he understood that trouble could follow. Focusing on the certificate, he tried to unravel the mysterious event that had taken place. For 3 days, he remained without bread and hunger tormented him. Behind him stood a counter with fragrant pastries that beckoned him incredibly. Dan asked the merchant about the cost of a bagel and received a rude answer that it costs 2 felka as written. Dan anxiously began searching his bag, hoping to find the lost money. He carefully pulled out a large, gray, fancy coin, trying to figure out if it was worth enough for a merchant. The merchant was so shocked by the news that he almost dropped the coin. He realized with surprise that the son of the count was standing in front of him and apologized for his rudeness. Dan tried to calm the merchant and asked for a bagel. However, the merchant apologetically indicated that he would not be able to give change for a large amount. He offered to pick up everything you need absolutely free of charge. Dan did not want to take it for free, politely refused, and went on his way. The merchant standing behind bowed low, grateful for the conversation with his guest. Dan was unaware of the true value of the coin and was scrutinizing it, wondering if it was really that valuable. He directed his gaze into the distance and was sure that somewhere they were already waiting for him with open arms. In all the restaurants he visited, he was refused, explaining that such a coin is too valuable. Dan was already feeling exhausted and begged for mercy, noting that he couldn't take it anymore. Dealers in jewelry and weapons refused the deal. The seller of the weapons store noted that even after selling his store, he did not collect the necessary amount for surrender. The sun was going to sleep, enveloping the sky in picturesque crimson colors. In the evening it rained, and Dan, tired and hungry, found shelter under the ledge of the store. He was lost in guesses why money did not solve his problems. Having it, he felt powerless in the face of circumstances. Dan had not yet familiarized himself with all the currencies of the world, but he was fascinated by how precious this coin could be. Afterwards, he reflected that if he had foreseen this, he would have studied more thoroughly and in advance. Dan's thoughts were interrupted by someone's voice saying that he had found him. Dan turned his head to the left, trying to understand who had attracted his attention. In front of him stood 3 thieves, whom he put to shame, and 2 stout, bald big men. Their appearance of inflated and bald heads made them extremely frightening. The attacker harbored a grudge and demanded damages for a recent unpleasant encounter. Dan took a coin out of his pocket, wondering if it could fully satisfy his needs. One of the bandits was amazed that this boy, who looked like a child, was able to carry out his plan. The leader of the gang, who was hiding behind the backs of his associates, emphasized that a simple guy would not defeat him. He called for caution, assuming that the guy had a hidden weapon. Dan realized that in front of him was the same pickpocket whom he met during the day. After that, Dan took a coin out of his pocket and asked if they could exchange the change for him. 2 bald thugs shouted loudly and froze in shock when they saw a coin that they recognized as platinum. Everyone held their breath and looked at their leader, who deftly took the coin from the boy. He noted that they did not have a small change, but decided to take it as moral compensation. The boy only asked to keep the remaining money, but instead heard only the lament of the intruder. There was indignation from the side about how 3 adults could cling to a child. The young man, hiding under an umbrella from the rain, confidently told them to stop. A mysterious stranger appeared on the horizon, leaving no one indifferent. This stranger became Dan's new ally. One of the bald men approached the young man and warned him against further steps, indicating that the search for adventure could turn into danger. The young man calmly and without reprimand struck thumping blows so lightning fast that it was almost impossible to watch him. When one bald man was already falling from the blows, the other froze in terror. But the young man moved even faster like the wind. His right blow to the opponent's beard knocked the bald man off his feet in a flash. A moment later, 2 thugs were already lying on the floor, and the main thief stood aside, speechless in surprise. This was not part of his plans at all. The young man calmly asked the thief to leave while he was ready to negotiate peacefully. Without further ado, the thief agreed, realizing that both of them wanted to leave this place in peace immediately. However, he doubted whether his friends would support him, because behind the boy there were already 2 big men with fury on their faces, straightening their beards. The young man turned in a flash, noticing 2 stout men behind him. Unexpected screams ripped through the streets of the town. The little one did not anticipate the attack, so the big guys took advantage of the moment and wounded him, after which he was left lying on the ground. He calmly watched Dan lying next to him. The green-haired youth turned to Dan, wondering if he was all right. After a short break, they went to the cafe full of new energy. Dan greedily devoured everything he saw on the table. There was a baked turkey, croissants, meat in sauce, and everything disappeared in his mouth incredibly quickly. The young man advised not to hurry with the food, because you can always ask for supplements. It was time to introduce myself, and the green-haired young man said that his name was Lees von Carter, but suggested that he be called simply Lees for convenience. It was difficult for Dan to answer because he was so engrossed in the food that he chewed so fast that the words got stuck with the food. Liss noticed that the name Denmark sounds like the name of the country. Smiling, he complimented the little one on the beautiful name. Wanting to help, Liss asked Dan about a place to spend the night. Dan just shook his head. Then Liss invited him to stay at his place. The forest assured Dan not to worry because he is a really good guy, and his dream of becoming a knight only pushes him to help those around him. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a charming girl. It was Lisa's sister named Alice, whose beauty resembled the image of a fairy tale. She asked her brother if he had brought someone again. One detail immediately caught her attention. She noticed that her brother's face was bruised. At her request, he admitted that he ran into bandits again while trying to help, which annoyed his sister very much. It irritated her to the point of impossibility, and she expressed her displeasure even more by asking how he planned to get to the island in such a state. During lunch, Dan ignored his brother and sister's loud conversation until the word island made his ears perk up. Dan said about the island, and this immediately confused Alice. She turned to him, watching him curiously examine everything around him. Feeling uncomfortable, he only glanced furtively at her and smiled faintly. Her face showed clear displeasure, as if every detail around her was gnawing at her soul. She left them, and turning away, emphasized to her brother that he should not say that he would not go with her. After she left, Liss explained to Dan that it was his sister. Tiredness made her angry, so he asked her to ignore him. Dan heard his interlocutor ask with interest what it is that fascinates him so much. The boy asked if they knew anything about the local currency. Dan said that he came from far away and got a little confused in the local financial system. Liz decided to explain because everything was very simple and decided to convey it as clearly as possible. 8 types of coins are used in the empire: iron, copper, bronze, cupric, silver, fine silver, gold, and platinum. He pulled out copper and iron coins but did not have all the denominations. Lees noted that ordinary people use felks. It is worth noting that an iron coin corresponds to 1 felka, a copper coin corresponds to 5, and a bronze coin is twice as valuable as a copper one and is equivalent to 10 felkas. Liz painstakingly drew everything on paper, turning the ideas into a living image, and showed this picture to the little one so that he could better understand what he intended. Dan studied the list and wondered exactly how to determine the value of a platinum coin. Liz explained that renting a small apartment for a month will cost 67 gold. Dan was quite surprised that the cost of renting a large estate is equal to only 1 platinum coin. He realized that he was trying to pay for chewing gum with a coin worth tens of millions. After several hours of communication, Lee showed the little boy a room where he could stay. Later, he went to his sister, leaving the little boy alone to rest. After a tiring day, Dan could barely bring himself to sit on the bed, feeling absolutely exhausted. Thoughts swirled in his head. The rain outside the window created the perfect atmosphere for thinking about this difficult day, as if emphasizing the seriousness of the moment. So many interesting things happened during the day. But it was time to put the backpack in order. He carefully took out all the weapons and things and spread them around him. Dan has collected a considerable arsenal, and he was interested in whether there was an opportunity to realize some of this good. He had a bag full of platinum coins, but didn't know how to use them to pay. He found himself in a situation where the only way out was to sell some of the weapons to provide himself with money for living. Suddenly, a portal appeared next to him, as if inviting to other worlds. As expected, the magic outside the village became much more effective. Dan was glad that he had prepared this place in advance. When the boy was ready to enter the portal, his attention was suddenly drawn by an unexpected knock on the door behind him. Liz opened the door, smiling at the boy. He noticed with joy that Dan was already sleeping peacefully in his own bed. He decided that the boy was very tired, so it was worth keeping quiet so as not to wake him up. After a sleepless night, the dawn gently seeped through the window, giving the room a gentle glow. A note was waiting for Liz on the nightstand by his bed. In the morning, when the sun touched his face and he woke up, he should take it and read it. In a note, Dan expressed his gratitude for the hospitality and food. The next morning, Dan was leaping from rooftop to rooftop as he approached his goal. The first task was to get the real documents. If people are misled by his appearance as an aristocrat, it will make him too visible in society. He persistently searched for a person capable of helping him, and set out with determination. At that time, 2 stout men and a cunning thief were walking down the street, preparing for another adventure. The thugs asked the thief about his plans for the platinum coin and offered to share, noting that a few gold coins would be enough for them. The thief turned out to be extremely smart, stressing that changing a coin requires a lot of patience, because it is an incredibly difficult task. He explained to them that one should be extremely careful with such a coin. However, unexpectedly, the scoundrels quickly fled, leaving the thief to find his way out on his own. The criminal watched in bewilderment as the situation changed in an instant and the stolen items seemed to dissolve in the air. Dan appeared near the thief, scaring his thugs, who immediately ran away. Dan successfully completed his first mission as a villain, with a broken face, was neutralized and called to answer for all past crimes. Eventually, the forest engulfed the thief with its harsh justice. He found himself tied to a tree, as if nature had established its own order. When Dan carried him, he was unconscious. Being able to open his eyes was a surprise for him. Waking up in the middle of the forest, he could not understand how and why he ended up here. An unexpected voice sounded nearby, which surprised him, hinting at a dream that had finally ended. This giant with terrifying sideburns and a menacing hairstyle loomed over the thief, awakening panic in him. The thief screamed in desperation and demanded freedom, although he did not realize the true scale of the events. Realizing the true state of affairs, he was even more shocked. The giant without much effort hit the tree, breaking it in half, which shocked and scared the thief. He made it clear that the same thing could happen to him if he made a noise again. It was an interesting proposal. Later, the giant mentioned ancient methods and a person who deals in fake documents and asked if he had heard of such a master. The thief noted that such information never reached his ears. The giant punched the tree to which the thief was tied with such force that it fell off, and the fist whistled over the unfortunate man's head. The giant approached and forced the thief to answer in order to avoid death. The frightened thief admitted that he was ready to tell everything. The thief admitted that he himself had never heard of counterfeiters, but he knew someone who might be knowledgeable about these matters. The giant was concentrating on the words of the interlocutor. The last question in this conversation was about finding that mysterious person. Later, the giant decided to go in search of the one whom the thief pointed to, ready for new adventures and surprises on the way. During the trip, he carefully studied the platinum coin. Fascinated by its shine, the day brought double success. He received the necessary information and returned the money, as if he hit 2 birds with 1 stone. Walking along the road, he excitedly tossed a coin, trying to guess whether it would come up heads or tails. The coin soared upward, spinning in the air in an elegant tank. Only when it flew up to the giant's hand did a whistle sound, and the coin mysteriously disappeared. Dan appeared, and the plan was successfully completed. The day came so quickly that his arrival remained almost imperceptible. A lively atmosphere reigned in the cafe where visitors enjoyed beer at every table. The loud banging of the door immediately caught the attention of everyone present. A man appeared at the institution in an elegant outfit that impressed everyone with his flawlessness. Thoughts swirled in his head. Did he make a mistake with the reincarnation? And the excitement grew because everyone present had already paid attention to him. All eyes were sure to turn in his direction as he silently made his way to the bar. The barmaid, who noted his presence, remarked that he was completely new to this establishment. She was strikingly beautiful, a perfect figure, red hair, drinks were reaching behind her, and she asked her husband if he wanted anything special. He said that he is looking for a person with whom it is very difficult to arrange a meeting. It was the same giant who was hunting for the forger of documents. In the forest, when he was beating the truth out of the scum, a real giant woke up in him. He realized that it was time to relax a little and enjoy a cold, dark beer. He mentioned fresh seafood for an appetizer, stressing it as a secret code. She offered to follow her, turned her back to him, and took the first step. As soon as she went down, she felt the coldness of the stone steps under her feet. She carefully led him behind her as they both descended the narrow ladder. He was a little worried about the long descent, but he realized that it didn't matter. He was stunned by the answer that opened before his eyes, like a door to a parallel universe. On a blue background, an unusual 6-pointed star radiated mysterious energy, closing in an elegant circle that promised secret knowledge. The magic barrier stood in an unusual place, causing surprise. She stretched out her hand in his direction, concentrating all her magical power on that point. Later, she opened a portal that allowed them to go to the other side. She asked the man to come closer, but he just looked at her in silence. He felt incredible curiosity watching what was happening around. When they crossed the threshold of the portal, they were greeted by a mysterious woman at the table. Her face was hidden by a purple veil with a bandage through which only mysterious and unknown eyes shone. Her eyes were amazingly beautiful. The barmaid decided that it was better for them to be together and quietly closed the door, leaving them alone. The man steadily approached the table, feeling how his every step added to the tension in the room. The woman felt that a meeting with him was inevitable and patiently waited for that moment. She noticed how worried the man was and drew attention to his indecision by hinting that he needed to sit down. At that moment, he could not understand who this mysterious stranger was. In this place, 6 magic spells unfolded, filling the atmosphere with magical energy. What he encountered earlier turned out to be a magical protective barrier. He learned 4 important spells, 2 for defense and 2 for attack magic. And finally, what was left behind? The magic of illusion skillfully masks what is hidden on the other side. The woman asked the man what prompted him to appear here. He struggled with words, deep in thought. How best to formulate his question, because the importance of the moment did not allow frivolity. In the end, he asked if the woman was able to produce an identity document for him. She laughed lightly, thinking that getting an identity document is a very simple matter. Elena hinted that Andrei must find all the ingredients for the magic potion himself. She also needed certain special components. Hearing about the bone of an animal or a horn, he immediately turned to magic. The man carefully took out the bone of the beast and placed it on the table in front of the girl. She was amazed and thought how wonderful he was, because he even brought the bone of an animal with him. After getting everything she needed, she asked about his class desires, commoner, or maybe a knight. However, he wondered if he could become a baron or even higher. She firmly objected and wondered if he was really asking the question, because he had no knowledge of it. Documents with magical protection are almost impossible to forge, although you can always try to create a perfect fake document. It didn't matter at all to him, and he pointed it out to her. He could handle magic on his own because it wasn't difficult. She approved his opinion and decided to act according to his wish. She informed him that the cost would be 15 million felks with the need to pay in advance. He froze for a moment in thought, ready to withdraw the money. He carefully placed a shiny platinum coin on the table, adding a mysterious aura to the room. The coin was impressively located on the table, sparkling like a small sun that casts its rays throughout the room. The girl's eyes widened in surprise at the beauty of the coin. She thought that maybe he was actually very wealthy. After that, the man wondered if she could get something more than just a document. He believed that money was not a problem. For him, the quality of the work performed was in the first place. The woman's eyes spoke louder than words, even though she was silent. The sun was shining on the street, reminding of warm, carefree days. Dan proudly held the new document, feeling free, because now the doors to all places were open to him without any obstacles. A map of the mysterious island unfolded in front of him, and along with it, he had important information about the location of the imperial troops and the nobility. Many books filled with magical spells were hidden in his library. Finally, he exchanged money, so now he can enjoy food wherever he wants and in any quantity. Sitting on the floor in the room, he realized that now he could be completely calm. Meanwhile, in the basement, the girl remained alone, absorbed in her thoughts. She sat at the table where she had just created a document for Dan, deep in thought. She looked confusedly at the mysterious young man, trying to understand how the 3 platinum coins ended up in front of her. His appearance was unusual, and she could not perceive him as an ordinary young man. Taking off her mask, she dazzled everyone with her fabulous beauty. Her delicate white hair and charming eyes seemed to be the embodiment of earthly perfection. The coins demanded decisive action. She realized the need to present them to Big Mom. Meanwhile, in the small village of Voronov, events were raging that could change the lives of its inhabitants forever. The daughter went to the father with the news. He asked if they managed to find the boy. She admitted that their team checked all the imperial villages, but there were no results. The task turned out to be more difficult than expected. The father knew that Dan was able to skillfully disappear using his magical abilities. The daughter tried with all her might to calm her father, urging him not to worry too much. She remembered that the uncle had probably already received their letter, emphasizing the importance of this moment. At this time, the uncle held the letter in his hands and carefully read every word. He looked into the lines of languages, like an explorer discovering a new world. He scrupulously studied each line, and what opened before him was simply amazing. He realized that the report about the escape threatened a number of possible complications. Meanwhile, Dan looked at the various weapons in the shop, trying to make the best choice. The master was amazed to learn about the boy's planned trip, and asked about the weapon that he was going to take. The boy confidently stated that it would suit him for an important task. At that moment, Dan heard someone asking to lower the price, saying that the product was too expensive. Liz and his sister stood near a merchant who agreed to sell them what they wanted for 5 silver coins. Alice was not going to delay in negotiations and persistently offered only 2 coins, standing her ground. Her brother tried to comfort her by offering to pay 5 coins, but she stopped him. Blaming her for all the problems, she reproached him that his excessive kindness had left them penniless. The seller could not believe how it was possible to give the goods for 2 coins, but Alice stood on her own, only 2 coins and nothing else. Dan, standing a few meters away, asked if they were willing to sell for 3 coins. Their surprise was indescribable. A man stood before them with a backpack full of things and radiating confidence, accompanied by a happy smile. After some time talking in the cafe, Liz asked why Dan left so early because he was worried about him. Dan explained that he had important business. Alice wanted to add her own remark, thinking that he must have been embarrassed, but her brother asked her not to interfere with a smile. Dan decided to surprise everyone by ordering so much food that it covered the entire table. He willingly covered the costs by assuring that everyone could eat to their heart's content. The forest noticed that Dan got the money. Dan admitted that he had taken it back in the village, but the previous day he could not exchange it, so it remained useless. This gave them the freedom to eat without shame, but Alice remained with a displeased expression on her face. The forest concluded that Dan had now found a place to live. Dan shared his desire to go to the island. The guy impulsively offered to go with them, but the sister immediately burst out screaming, signaling that the offer was inappropriate. Dan, lost in thought during the speech, thought about the distance of 2,000 kilometers to the island. With magic, you can get there in 2 or 3 days, but power is worth saving. He turned to Alice and hinted that he did not know whether he would rudely propose to them, showing his desire to join. In response, he heard that he would. Lise believed that more people on the trip meant more fun. Alice emphasized the difficult financial situation. Dan realized that buying a train ticket is a real challenge, and if this man asks for food again, the situation may become more difficult. He assured them that they should not worry, because he has enough funds not to be a burden. He was ready to help, even offering financial support in case of need. This caused the girl undisguised surprise, and she curiously inquired exactly what quantity he could offer. In response, she was offered to determine exactly how much would be needed. A new period began in the Imperial Palace, filled with intrigue and uncertainty. Every step and every decision required great caution. With warmth and joy, everyone welcomes Vlad von de Blade, whom they consider a dear friend, Draconian Orfina, and Emperor Bentil von Bahamut. Dorelian congratulated the man with a smile, noting that he did a great job protecting the Empire from evil. However, this person ignored the remarks, seriously assuring that he was simply performing his duties. He collapsed on the chair with impudence, throwing his legs on the table. This drove the Emperor into a frenzy, and he ordered to immediately remove his legs. The Emperor, in a fit of indignation, spoke about the price of the table. In response, the man raised his hand apologetically. The Emperor, engrossed in business, expressed his desire to quickly get to the bottom of the matter in order to quickly continue his important activities. He said that his younger nephew ran away. The Emperor was surprised when these words reached him. He calmed down by asking what was the matter, because there is no need to worry that the people of the ancient ravens will start looking for him and panic. The man did not care about this and expressed his hope that no person and no village would be wiped off the face of the earth. The difficulty was that his brother had chosen the boy as his heir and had already announced this decision to the Emperor. When the Emperor heard the news, he immediately wondered how old this young man was. He was told that 16. He, however, could not believe it. It seemed incredible to the man how strong this boy was. The Emperor was stunned to learn that a boy had defeated a dragon with magic when he was only 12 years old. It blew his mind. Everyone stood up. There was silence for a moment, and everyone was immersed in thinking about what was discussed. After that, the Emperor turned around and started to leave, explaining that he had a lot of work, and it was important for him to take care of his citizens. The man was surprisingly interested in the situation with his nephew. The Emperor, leaving him alone in the room, reminded that he was part of his family. He noted that such issues should be decided by relatives. The Emperor wished success in his work and had no desire to add anything at the end, which made the man think deeply. With a roar, the train lowered its iron wheels onto the rails, freezing before a grandiose journey through the lace of roads to any corner of the world. He was in a hurry, leaving the noisy station behind him. In the train compartment, Lee's 3 friends, Alice and Dan, carefully arranged their things, trying to fit comfortably on the shelves. Alice looked unhappy, and her brother Lise remarked that it was possible to choose cheaper seats because there were quite a lot of seats on the train. She noted that it takes 4 whole days to get to the island, and it is difficult to endure such a trip without the comfort of business class. Besides, everyone could have afforded these places earlier if one good man had not become an intrusive benefactor, she thought. She assured Dan that his money would be returned. He just smiled back, showing that he did not attach much importance to it. The train steadily accelerated as if trying to catch up with the horizon. The orcs hid behind the stones, carefully watching the movement of the train. Watching the train, they had a clever idea. The train relentlessly sped forward, rhythmically knocking its wheels along the railway tracks. Dan held in his hands a book called Laws of the Empire, which promised exciting adventures and mysteries of the ancient world. He diligently studied the text, delving into every word while the forest and his sister enjoyed the silence of the compartment. But they got bored, and Alice was surprised that the boy was so focused on studying for over an hour. Her brother asked her to be quiet so as not to disturb Dan. She understood that he seemed to be preparing for summer exams, and remembered that she had heard about civil service exams held twice a year in winter and summer. The boy, looking away from the book, thoughtfully agreed. He noted that the exam is scheduled for July, and there's a little more than a month left. Luss added that summer is almost here. He confidently walked, believing that their aspirations lead to success. He expressed the hope that Dan would enter the civil service and become a knight himself. However, his sister doubted this, saying that he was too selfless for knighthood. Lise explained that the willingness to fight to the last is the essence of true chivalry. They were able to talk for hours, and suddenly, unexpectedly, the train stopped. They were looking out of the window trying to figure out the reason for the sudden stop of the train. The nearest station was so far that they did not understand what had happened. Dan was about to go out to check the situation. But he didn't have time because a beam of light was already rushing behind his head. He turned his head and noticed an orc trying to get onto the train outside the window. There was no trace of fear on the boy's face. He watched the orc carefully, trying to predict the creature's next move. In less than a minute, the window of the train was blown to pieces, and the orc was fearlessly inside. Orcs are incredible creatures that can bend metal only with the strength of their hands. Alice was overcome with fear. The fragile nature of the girl was horrified by the sight of the orc. It was not a test for the faint of heart. Dan carefully approached her, leaning down to help her up after the sudden fall. Concerned about her, he asked how she was feeling. She hesitated for a moment, not having anticipated the surprise. The guy she was looking at skeptically suddenly offered her help. The moment of tranquility was interrupted by an orc that suddenly broke into their compartment, forcing the heroes to act immediately. Hand in hand with orcs walked goblins, adding chaos to this fantastic picture. The goblin suddenly settled near the window through which he entered. His presence had no logical explanation. The forest turned, catching in his ears the familiar sounds of blows. The sounds from the vestibule of the train awakened the spirit of a knight in him. The boy quickly searched his things, told his sister that this was unacceptable, and went to explore. It seemed to him that mysterious creatures had attacked the train, and he had to investigate the situation. Among his belongings, he pulled out a huge sword. The sister remained on the floor as he easily opened the door and set off to meet his adventures. It was necessary to calm her down, so he asked her not to worry and to stay put. She hastily urged him to stop, addressing him with warmth and tenderness. The brother turned around, and she praised him for his prudence, because he was always a bit of an idiot. The doors of the compartment closed, and she remained safe. Left alone in the compartment, she turned her head, hoping to see something interesting. She entered and noticed a goblin on the floor, in the corner of which a gaping hole from a broken window. The light in the windows of the train played on the surfaces of the doors, creating an atmosphere of quiet anticipation. It seemed that monsters could appear from any corner. The boy heard cries for help, which immediately drew his attention. In the carriage, passengers were desperately running away from goblins armed with axes and maces, who threatened to kill anyone who crossed their path. The goblins had only one plan. One of them shouted to the whole car to take all the valuables and kill those who dared to resist. The woman hurriedly ran away, trying to save herself. Her tears mixed with fear as the goblin mercilessly swung his spiked bat at her. The goblin sharply turned his attention to the source of the call, trying hard enough to understand what was happening. It was Lys. He expertly wielded a sword, mowing down goblins, proving his ability to become a true knight. One of the goblins was filled with a sense of revenge. He looked at the boy with hatred and began to roar, calling him a bastard. The goblin had no weapon, so he tried to punch the boy, but missed, and his blow shattered the table next to the boy. Lys expertly stepped up from the flank and struck with his sword. In a moment, the goblin's head came off his shoulders. The boy called this technique head off his shoulders. The forest is like a brave knight standing guard, protecting the girl who had just cried, but now felt herself under his protection. He wondered if she was all right, and if she was feeling well. Behind him gathered goblins of various physiques, from big fat ones to thin miniatures. All of them were armed. The forest assured the girl that the western carriages were safe, and sent her there. The hostility of the goblins grew. Their eyes burned red, and rage engulfed them from within. They sought only to kill the merciless in their aggression. The forest reminded the girl that time does not wait, and she should hurry. Suddenly, all the goblins with roars and menacing claws pounced on the boy, trying to destroy him. It was difficult for the boy. But where did Dan go? He disappeared at a crucial moment when a whole crowd of goblins rushed at his comrade. The blue chakra enveloped the space like an invisible wall, mesmerizing the monster, and stopping them as soon as they approached the boy. They look numb, unaware of the events around them. Their claws should be cutting, but now they are completely motionless. Chakra transforms into sharp blades and cuts through goblins, stripping them of their toughness as their bodies disintegrate. Their screams rise to the heavens, surpassing even those moments when they were thinking about attacking, because now they are overwhelmed by excruciating pain. In an instant, Their bodies are scattered in parts and fall to the ground in a disorderly manner. One by one, parts of different bodies fall at Lys's feet while he confidently grips his sword in his hands. He did not understand how it happened. All the monsters suddenly ended up on the floor. Dan stands outside the window of the train and looks at his feet surrounded by blue chakra that radiates mysterious energy. His hand glowed with the magic he had just defeated all the monsters with. He realizes that he should not waste time because of monsters that only stand in his way. Approaching the train, still flying high thanks to magic, he realizes that he needs to get to the island quickly to prepare for the exam. From the window of the carriage, Alice sees him using magic and realizes that he is capable of it. She looked at him admiringly, not believing how all this could happen. Flying in the sky, he is constantly considering the next steps and the best course of action. After some time, the station announced that the train was arriving and passengers who were leaving were advised to prepare in advance. The doors of the carriage opened slowly, letting in a new breath of adventure. John came out of the door with a backpack on his shoulders. Mission successfully completed, people are safe. Looking around, he realizes how magical this place is. Finally, they reach the Dream Island, where the surrounding beauty surpasses imagination. A rainbow wraps around the roofs and domes, adding to the magic of the area. Exciting adventures await them ahead. Much more dynamic and brighter than anything that happened in their lives before. Alice looked at her brother with concern and expressed to him her worries about possible victims. Her words made him think and apologize. She said that she would dare to take extreme measures if he tried such a step again. Alice persistently asked questions, trying to understand his behavior. Meanwhile, Dan turned his attention to something ahead and could not hide his admiration. He noticed a wagon with 2 white horses driven by a man. A man was lying in front of the wagon, and the driver demanded that she go away. The driver constantly reprimanded the recumbent for blocking the way, emphasizing the importance of the carriage and wondering if he even guessed to whom it belonged. The man with pain from the fall nevertheless admitted his guilt and apologized. Alice warned her brother not to interfere or she would return home alone. Finally, her brother agreed. Dan stood thoughtfully looking at the carriage with interest, trying to understand who it might belong to and what was going on. The wolf symbol on the back of the carriage caught his attention. A wolf and a golden wreath symbolized the owner of the wagon. Alice turned to Dan, asking why he stopped, because he had to go to the bank. Dan accepted her idea and turned his gaze from the carriage to the picturesque area. They continued on their way forward. Soon they found themselves in front of a magnificent multi-story bank, exquisite as if the personification of luxury and power. When the assistant noticed their excited looks at the entrance, she immediately offered her help, wanting to play a key role in solving their problems. Dan approached her with the desire to open a savings account. She asked if he was planning to open an account and asked for an ID. Did he wonder if an ID was needed? He easily removed the backpack from his shoulders and searched for an ID card from the depths of his pocket. He gently placed it in her hands, and she accepted it gratefully. She asked to wait a little, because she began to carefully check this certificate. She placed it on a device that scanned the ID with a blue light, verifying its authenticity. The scan was over, but Dan's nervousness persisted. He used magic to change his ID. He pondered the possibilities, leaning towards the idea of escaping because he understood that he should have used a real ID. The girl said with a smile that the confirmation from Mr. Den von Mark was successful. It was as if a huge stone flew from his soul. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling his heart fill with lightness and freedom. She asked him for a 6-digit password for his savings account. Having this book, he will get access to his funds, similar to a bank card. Thanks to the book, he can easily exchange platinum coins, which was his main goal. The girl came up from behind, asking if he had already finished and emphasized his dishonesty because he is not in a hurry, even though he knows that he is waiting. Alice pulled out a bag and held it out, saying that it was worth keeping. Dan took the bag in his hands and looked at it in surprise, trying to understand what was inside. However, the girl only noted that it was the return of a debt. He does not understand what is happening, although she explained that he asked to go to the bank. Accusations of pettiness surprised him because he was thinking about something else. It seemed that the decision had been made. Alice decided that it was time to finish. Lys was surprised by the speed of events and offered to have dinner together. Dan had to leave due to his busy schedule. At first, Lys felt a slight sadness at the thought of separation. Alice kept her usual expression on her face. She remembered how Dan, showing his magical abilities, rose into the air above the train. His serious face, which marked that moment, kept popping up in her memory. She remembered her surprised looks at him when she couldn't figure out what exactly he was doing there. She praised him for showing courage and not running away at the crucial moment. At the same time, she turned and left, leaving Dan and Liz with confused questions. The brother remarked that he didn't understand why, but something about Dan appealed to her. Dan smiled and curiously asked if it was true. Having moved away a little, she stopped, turned her head and turned to her brother, asking why he was standing and urging him to hurry because she was hungry. The brother assured her that she was on her way. It was time for the brother to go. He said goodbye to Dan, assuring them that they would definitely meet again. He wished success on the exam and expressed hope for a successful result. Dan responded with gratitude, believing that he would become a knight. After all their joint adventures, Lice and his sister moved on. Dan just stood looking behind, feeling a slight sadness in his heart. Still, there is nothing eternal in life that was as obvious to him as a poem in a textbook. So, first of all, he decided to find an apartment, which became his urgent task. He entered one of the houses, looking for him according to the advertisement. The old woman approached him with many questions, whether he was the owner or would rent the apartment or had come from afar. Her curiosity knew no bounds. Dina was amazed by the number of questions, whether one will live alone or with a family. How many people plan to live here? She sat at the table and did not stop annoying him with endless questions that seemed to him meaningless and unnecessary. He had barely begun to answer when she abruptly stopped him, apologizing for her excessive talkativeness. She promised to slow down, and Dan focused on getting ready for the next round of questions. He interrupted her by announcing that he had arrived from another city and would live here alone. This was all the information that mattered to her. She decided that he had come to earn money and asked if he had already found a job. He said that he planned to take the civil service exams. Her exclamation about the upcoming civil service exam stunned the boy. There is only 1 month left before the test. She noted that her son is planning to enter the service, and that is why she is knowledgeable about this issue. After passing the exam, he had to attend special classes for 6 months. If he failed, he would have to go home. His success would determine his future position. The boy realized that entering the civil service, even in the modern world, is an extremely difficult task after a conversation with a wise grandmother. She mentioned that she has a cozy apartment perfectly suited for a student. They found themselves in a spacious corridor, where a majestic staircase branched off in 2 directions. Climbing a little higher, a view of many different apartments opened up in front of them. The grandmother clarified that rental contracts are usually concluded for at least 1 year, and it's almost impossible to find a landlord for a short term. She noted that you can live in this house for a month. She pointed out that the rent is not cheap, but the apartment is perfect for him. He silently agreed, although with his wealth he could buy the whole house. The woman standing at the top of the stairs apologized for the delay and for making her wait. Asura von de Phailola, a charming and energetic hostess, greeted the guests and introduced herself as the owner of the house. She expressed the idea that she should be called Arsula for short for convenience. Dan opened his eyes wide, as if he caught the echo of a long-forgotten surname that seemed to be familiar to him from the past. Going down the stairs, she noticed that her son did not trust people without documents and asked if she could look at his ID. It was not a problem for Dan, and he agreed. In a moment, she already had his ID and was shocked to learn about his aristocratic origin as she immediately apologized for her imprudence. Dan couldn't resist remarking that her last name seemed familiar to him. She smiled mysteriously and said that it was thanks to her son. She said that her son became the youngest chancellor in the history of the empire. Dan remembered that this man was pictured in a book listing all the nobles he had recently purchased. His name was Arcanta von de Phailola Altamiaus. He is a key figure in the circle of aristocrats in intelligence and support for the emperor. However, Dan wondered why a woman lives alone in a large estate. She only smiled mysteriously and noted that she had no particular reason. She said with a smile that people just like her, and that's the whole point. That made even Dan smile. A sudden knock on the door interrupted their conversation, instantly turning their attention to an unexpected obstacle. The woman apologized, noting that it seems that guests have come to her. Dan pondered over the possible problems that might come his way. No one knows how well this chancellor gets along with Uncle. But if his identity is revealed, Uncle will definitely know that Dan is here. The estate was impressive with its neatness, and the interior was mesmerizing with beauty when Dan turned to look around it. He was suddenly distracted with a request to show one of the rooms that sounded behind him, and demanded an immediate reaction. He turned and saw the woman who was opening the door of the fox with his sister Alice. The fox, full of joy, saw the boy and joyfully shouted his name, clearly pronouncing each letter. Dan was incredibly surprised and called out the fox's name with an emotion that immediately gave him unexpected surprise. Alice was so surprised that she simply asked what the person who struck her was doing. Are they really going to settle here together under one roof? This question left an intriguing veil of mystery over their intentions. Meanwhile, the financial department of the Imperial Court was carefully studying an important document regarding the payment that could change the financial balance of the court. The man came up with a paper in his hands and said that there would be a civil service exam soon. He noted that these are personal information of students that have been preserved in the estate. There were documents on the table. The first two forms were decorated with names. One of them is a mysterious fox. The other is a charming Alice. Arcanta looked at the letters of names on which memories were awakened. He had not heard anything about them for a long time. The assistant asked Arcanta whether he was familiar with these people. Arcanta explained that these children belonged to a woman who was once his nanny. He recalled how the fox wanted to enter the School of Knights, and Alice dreamed of mastering the art of magic. Arcanta looked at the form even more carefully, doubting its correctness. But in the end, he came across another interesting document. The assistant noted that the student used the services of realtors to find an apartment. A boy with white hair thought deeply, rubbing his chin. His thoughts cast a shadow of suspicion on the student world, whispering secrets of espionage. The assistant noted that the identity of the student has already been confirmed. He intended to take the civil service exam. Although the assistant assured that the student belonged to aristocrats, suspicions arose about the possibility of forging documents. The assistant noted that the student has a close relationship with Mr. Fox and Miss Alice. This made the young man plunge even deeper into thought. Looking at the student questionnaire, Arcanta was constantly thinking about how to act in this situation. Meanwhile, Dan was resting relaxed on the bed, with his hands comfortably behind his head and a pillow under his back. He often liked this kind of rest. Deliberately, Dan decided to stay in the estate, at the same time regretting that he did not buy the entire house at the very beginning. In the semi-darkness of his room, he thought about why he chose to rent an apartment instead of buying his own house. He was looking for positives. A rented apartment attracts less attention, and the distance does not prevent him from being in the center of important events. Lise will prove his authority by reminding that he has known Ms. Ursula for a long time. Glancing out the window, Dan noticed the crowd outside and plunged even deeper into his thoughts. His gaze carefully followed every passerby moving down the street. I got the impression that the security at the estate was strengthened for some unforeseen reason. Later, darkness reigned on the street, and the light shining from the windows created an atmosphere of mystery. One man quietly turned the corner of the old house, feeling how the unknown attracts him with curiosity. He walked without thinking about the danger. His gaze fell spellbound on the shining specks that fell like rain near him. He noticed the mysterious magic that was born in his hand. A bright light suddenly surrounded his palm. He watched this with complete incomprehension, trying to grasp the essence of what was unfolding on the horizon. A sudden blow threw him into the air, and he crashed into the wall of the house with a powerful push. After the impact, he found himself among a pile of garbage bags and wooden boxes covering the ground near the wall. Looking around, he could not see anything. As if some mysterious force had taken possession of him and its origin remained a mystery. Having mastered magic, Dan spectacularly materialized in the air, impressing everyone around with his power and mystery. Mandrake Root had hypnotic properties. Dan used it to disappear from the sight of enemies and deliver a surprise blow. Dan slowly lowered himself closer to the man who was lying among the pile of garbage. Dan sat down next to him and noted that he would ask the question only once, and the answer should be clear. The man nodded in response, confirming his agreement. Dan wondered why there were security guards everywhere. The young man noted that his task was to supervise a student on the second floor. Dan wondered if the Chancellor had already learned of his existence. But if so, why hadn't he come and caught him yet? The next question was about the reason for the observation. The young man could not give a clear answer, only recalling the received order to observe for a month. Dan believed that a whole month was the same period that indicated the Chancellor's doubts. The man sharply raised his hand to his face and began to carefully wipe his eyes. He was once again engulfed by some kind of energy wave, causing him to temporarily lose the ability to see clearly. He carefully rubbed his eyes, and the pain began to recede. Lowering his hand, he realized that he was alone. He could not understand why he was here. His memory was erased while the attentive Dan from the sky examined his every move. Dan used magic to lift himself into the air, completing the task easily. Deliberately deleted the memories. Within a moment, Dan found himself in the room, where he was lost in thought, trying to assess the situation. He wondered who could be watching him so closely. Approaching the table, his eyes fell on a mysterious thing that caught his attention. The object on the table constantly pushed to make a decision. A mask lay on the table, reminding Dan that the time had come, and he needed to get down to business. The fox was all over the corridor asking if Dan had seen today's newspaper, enthusiastically showing it to him. Dan woke up not knowing anything new about the world. The fox noticed this and handed him a newspaper, encouraging him to look at the latest news. The newspaper reported the theft of jewels from the Marquis Bolton's estate last night by someone named Lufin. They remembered how they had previously watched Marquis Bolton's carriage. And that's not all. He shared his next plan. The next day at 2200, he's going to visit the estate of Count Double. Entering the room, they noticed Alice, who asked them to calm down and join the breakfast so as not to create a commotion in the morning. A piece of meat and a glass of water were waiting for Dan on the table. He sat down and greeted the girl. The fox noted that now all the knights and financial departments will be extremely busy. Dan could not understand how the knights were connected with financial management. The fox explained that the criminal had stolen the jewels and would try to sell them on the black market. Lice emphasized that the financial management, controlling cash flows, will soon undertake the disclosure of transactions on the black market. Alice persistently tried to keep the rest from talking and focus on the food, but her brother intuitively felt that now was not the time for simple meals. They argued incessantly, and Alice emphasized that this was some kind of special blessing. She urged them to eat because breakfast had already been ready for a long time. Dan ate silently and watched them. From the outside, the financial management building was impressive with its architecture, and inside there was an active work process. Dan approached the assistant, expressing his intention to apply for the exam. The assistant, engrossed in his work, did not hear him at first, so Dan again attracted attention by explaining that he wanted to submit an application. The assistant apologetically noted that a certain situation had unexpectedly arisen. First, he spread the documents on the table to be filled out. Dan concentrated on holding the documents in his hands, immersing himself in them with all his attention. Behind him, people were discussing the movement of information on the black market and the current screening. The two men discussed the criminal who had attempted to steal again, wondering why he was causing so much trouble. They planned to turn to the knights for help. Dan noticed a conversation between two men with books in their hands and focused his attention on it. The city was bathed in yellow-hot shades of the sunset. A fascinating picture from the height of the mountain awakened feelings of love. A grand event, the Knights' Gathering, took place in the town, which promised exciting adventures and a spectacle for all present. A considerable number of knights gathered together. Some formed into a column. Others stood freely, attentively listening to the orders of the leader. Dan believed that with such a busy schedule, the Chancellor would only concentrate on his duties while standing on the dome of one of the buildings. He suddenly opened a portal next to him. He held his breath for a moment, carefully dipping his hand to retrieve something extremely important. Once the thing had been resting quietly on his desk, Dan knew it was time to act. He pulled the mask from the portal and put it on his face. Deciding that it was time for adventure, he slightly pushed himself off the edge of the roof and boldly flew down. Near the building where the boy was staying, numerous guards were bustling about, creating an atmosphere of tension and danger. Through the window unfolded a picture of his mysterious silhouette that involuntarily attracted the eyes and captured the imagination of everyone who looked in that direction. He directed his gaze out the window, trying to see something beyond the horizon. The security guards on the street kept a watchful eye on him. The evening came at 2005 and everything seemed calm. Instead of him, a magical clone was sitting at the table, confusing the security. Knights marched down the street in great numbers, spears at the ready. After some time, they entered the building, and there they were already waiting for them. Organized and quickly, as they had been studying for many years, they lined up. They kept a watchful eye on the priceless artifact hidden in the flask behind them. The heavenly crystal had an indescribable value. The two knights were deep in conversation when one of them expressed concern about Lufin's arrival. The other reminded them that it was their duty to protect this place. The first knight noticed that the number of people gathered resembled preparations for war. Count Drubal approached them and asked who allowed them to talk, wondering if they had come here to have fun. He was worried about his treasures and asked the knight if they would be able to protect them. The knight assured him that all exits and entrances were blocked, so there was no need to worry. Drubal noted that it was expressed elegantly. There was an appeal to all the knights so that they realized the true value of the heavenly crystal. He warned that if they do not protect them, they will still be stripped of their titles. One of the knights turned to the commander and loudly announced that they had a big problem. It is already known that Lufan's tracks were found in Margaret County. At 2100, jewels and silver bars suddenly disappeared from the mansion, leaving everyone in awe. The same card was found in the hiding place. The chief knight restrained his emotions and asked what the informer was saying about Countess Margaret's house. And first of all, clarified what time the informer was saying now, 21:38. The commander decided to send half a squad of knights to the scene of the crime. One of the knights was worried that it wasn't 10 hours yet and didn't know what to do if a thief appeared and tried to steal the sky crystal. The chief knight returned to him, admitting that the report about the count's crime was probably false. But just in case, he decided to leave half of the people. The mustachioed knight strictly demanded silence, reminding them that they were soldiers responsible for the protection of this place. He called the chief knight a scumbag and wondered how he dared to argue with him. He frantically demanded that others follow orders. He gave orders to the knights without noticing that the flask with the heavenly crystal was already empty. One of the knights quietly and carefully left the room like a shadow dissolving in the twilight. Under the heavy armor appeared a face that was all too familiar. Dan was beaming with a smile, and his carefully thought-out actions gave off a certain plan. He relentlessly continued to move forward, exploring the corridor. A purple magical spark suddenly flashed near one of the figurines. The influence of charms turned him into a knight dressed in shining armor. But the time came to return to his own form, and he became himself again. He thought that everything turned out to be surprisingly simple when he looked at the jewel in his palm. He was sure that no army would prevent him from his city and aristocrats, and he was ready to protect it himself. Dan was lost in his thoughts when he was suddenly attracted by a slight rustling behind him. A mysterious sound came from the room near the door that was surrounded by a magical aura. A powerful protective magic was felt on the door, which indicated that something extremely valuable was hidden behind it. Dan, not being an ordinary magician, easily passed through the barrier thanks to incredibly powerful magic. A magical aura was pouring out of his hand. Having removed the barrier, he smoothly reached for the door handle. He slowly opened the door and entered a room filled with intrigue and anticipation. After looking around the room, he noticed a golden table with 2 chairs. Nearby, an office table with a globe was visible, creating an atmosphere of a working space. The room had a real library spirit thanks to the large cabinets filled with books. The sounds of magic instantly made him turn his head, causing a sense of intriguing mystery. A protective magic was placed on one of the shelves of the table. He approached, and using his magic began to remove the barrier from the magic lock. Peering into the bedside table, he carefully looked at its contents. The look under the mask shone with curiosity when something unexpected caught his attention. An ordinary-looking notebook full of bookmarks kept a secret that remained unsolved. Dan returned home soon after. The fox quickly approached and asked if he knew about the news that Lufan had stolen the heavenly crystal. Surprised Dan, with a cup in his hands, asked again, not believing what he heard. Dan feigned keen interest, questioning with disbelief. Fox assured that this was not all. Lufan also stole an ancient amethyst necklace in Margaret County. Dan thought, and was surprised that he was holding in his hands a necklace with a 1,000-year-old amethyst. Walking along the corridor with a cup of tea, they discussed the state of affairs in the Empire and came to the conclusion that everyone was going crazy. The fox explained that the necklace was a birthday present for the 3rd princess, which made Dan cringe. He cleared his throat in surprise after hearing the news. The fox, thinking that he was engrossed in the conversation, apologized, attributing the cough to his chatter. The thought of a gift for the princess caused him considerable surprise. In such a situation, events developed with incredible seriousness. Meanwhile, an atmosphere of intrigue and mystery prevailed in the imperial court, where every step and every look had a hidden meaning. The servant rushed down the corridor desperately looking for the princess. She was constantly looking for Her Highness, running rapidly along the corridor and trying to understand where she could be. It felt that she was hiding somewhere nearby. She was constantly shouting down the hall, calling someone a princess. A shield, a box, and a barrel were located under the wall. The box was large, and suddenly its lid began to rise as if someone was inside. The girl's eyes carefully peeked out from under the lid, carefully scanning the space just in case, to make sure that no one noticed her. The elegant shoe lightly stepped on the ground. and the pink dress swayed smoothly near the ground. Her green eyes and luxuriant hair had miraculously escaped staining while she sat in the crate. After she climbed out, she finally managed to breathe a sigh of relief. The third princess of the kingdom was Aurelia von Behemonte Aurelian Eltria, known for her refinement and nobility. However, the maid noticed her and wondered where she disappeared for such a long time. The princess insisted that she not follow her. The princess hastily turned and ran in the other direction, looking as if she had been hit by a real storm. She moved rapidly forward, trying to remain unnoticed. She went out onto the balcony, stopped, and looked intently into the distance. She was looking down so intently as if she hoped to see something hidden. The maid hurried along the corridor, almost catching up with the princess, trying to draw her attention with her appeals. It was necessary to act decisively, wait for the maid to appear, or take a new bold step. The princess noticed a balcony on the opposite side that looked so close that it could easily be stepped over. A cunning idea was born in her imagination. Approaching the edge of the balcony, she resolutely pushed away with her heel. The next balcony was only a few meters away. The princess mustered up the courage to jump and land precisely on the edge, and then gracefully enter inside. The high heel almost touched the edge of the balcony, which, for a moment, seemed like an extremely dramatic moment. A smile appeared on her lips. She was sure that she would make a successful jump. The foot carelessly stepped a couple of centimeters from the right place. She suddenly wondered what happened. The plan to jump to the nearby balcony had failed, and now she was flying down with a frightened expression on her face. That's right. With a scream, she falls to the ground, under which there are several floors and thick trees. The fall can bring her injuries that are incompatible with life. The maid stood on the balcony and loudly called the hostess, unable to help her. The girl's face reflected fear because she was too worried about the fate of the princess. The silhouette of the princess quickly disappeared among the thick trees, creating the illusion that she had fallen and crashed. She closed her eyes tightly, straining every muscle on her face, obviously overcoming an internal struggle. Her one eye opened a little, and she gradually realized what had happened, understanding why she no longer felt the ground under her. Dan, using his magic, managed to catch her as she fell. He flew, and immediately saved the situation. The princess was amazed by the appearance of Dan because he was unknown to her. She was immediately interested in who this stranger was. Dan expressed his hope for understanding, explaining that his intuition told him she was in danger at that moment. However, the moment when he held her in his arms during the flight seemed extremely dangerous to her. Dan reassured her, assuring her that she was safe and everything would be fine. She held her breath when Dan interrupted her to clarify one question. He inquired with interest if anyone present knew the location of the third princess's room. Her eyes shone and her face was a little pale, so that she only looked questioningly at the interlocutor. First, she asked him to carry her as far away from here as possible. He urged her to hold on tighter, and Dan, hugging her, felt the chakra around her gaining strength. She understood the power of his words in an instant. The girl suddenly stopped time, frightened by the force that was unusually concentrated around her. Their flight picked up frantic speed. The girl's tongue like a heart was sticking out of her open mouth as she screamed. Dan's mask pulled tighter against the wind. Their flight was so rapid that the buildings were left behind in an elusive, kaleidoscopic mosaic. They soared at such a height that would correspond to the 58th floor of a skyscraper. The girl's face showed shock when the boy unexpectedly pulled her closer. She was amazed by the scale of the imperial court when she first looked at it from a height. Having flown further, Dan again tried to find out where the room of the third princess was located. She noted that this information belongs to a category that is not subject to simple discussion. At first, she wanted to know why he needed this room. But he explained that he had to return one thing. Suddenly, an idea dawned on him, and he asked the girl if she could pass it on for him. They landed in a lonely corner where not a soul could be seen. He hesitantly held out a beautiful necklace to the princess that he had not yet dared to take. He hoped that it would attract her attention and help. She stopped, captivated by the moment. The gaze of her eyes, without uttering a single word, was fixed on the glittering decoration that captured her imagination. She was surprised that it was. She was told that it was a birthday present. The boy noted that the princess would soon find out everything and turned around and headed in the opposite direction. Saying goodbye, he remembered the urgent matters that forced him to leave her. She immediately plunged into thought. What is happening here, and how could it happen at all? Turning to the left, she noticed a crowd of rats near the barrel, which seemed unknown to her. After taking 10 steps forward, Dan suddenly heard a powerful scream from behind when he was ready to take off. He quickly turned around, worried about what was happening. She panicked and reported that there were rats. He carefully examined the area and noticed how the rats were scurrying around near the barrel, creating a small panic around. Focusing all of his chakra, he directed the blue energy directly at the rats. He assured the girl that everything was fine and called her to open her eyes. She was sitting on the floor in a wave of panic. Apologizing to the boy, she admitted that she had never met rats before. The guy decided to leave, but before leaving, he received an unexpected request from her to stop and listen. There was a moment of silence. She could hardly breathe and sat down on the ground deep in her own thoughts. Then, connecting her fingers, she admitted that she felt a complete lack of strength in her legs. The guy got the meaning of the hint and guessed what the girl wanted but decided to pretend to be ignorant. The gentleman took her up to the bell tower overlooking the whole city to talk about her escape plans. He asked if she was sure of success, warning of possible difficulties. He added that he could be trusted. She felt that there was no choice. If she did not run away, she would have to follow her father's instructions. The boy did not understand her and questioned her again. She held her breath. Her face took on a gentle and sad expression. Silence enveloped her for a moment. Later, she said that staying in the Empire threatens her with an unwanted marriage with a person whom she categorically does not accept. She noted that she has never met the one with whom they want to marry her. How could she agree to marry a stranger because it is wrong and she does not want it? Dan spent time trying to figure out why she couldn't tell her father that she didn't want to get married. She was surprised by how simple everything was until she got up, explaining that not everything is so obvious. The guy remarked, "Could running away be an easier way out?" He remarked that she lacked the confidence to stand up to her father. Dan set himself the task of convincing her that it was worth at least trying to implement the plan. She was stunned when he suggested going on hunger strike or cutting her hair. Dan explained that you should not be afraid. He advised to clearly express your feelings about the actions of your father, insisting that it is important to convey your dissatisfaction with the marriage. She could not figure out how to cope with this task. A person has thought about whether he really wants to live his life on his own terms or follow someone else's instructions. Dan clearly and confidently stated the need to fight for his life if there is no other way out. This event prompted her to plunge into deep thoughts, once again reviewing all the events of her life. Dan considered it his task that night to talk and carry out the mission. Although at first he did not know that it was a princess, he was pleased that he was able to explain everything to her a little. She realized that making a decision about marriage should be solely her personal choice. The confusion on her face disappeared, leaving room for confidence. Dan beamed as he caught the look in her eyes. After that, he asked if he should take her back to the palace. She immediately agreed to return home. After some time, the sun rose in the east, in the same beer bar where Dan had previously received a fake ID from an attractive girl. A woman in a purple outfit confidently stepped into the bar, opening the door with ease. She walked decisively because her mission was clear. She intended to turn to her dear mother to share with her the story of this mysterious boy. She approached the bar, where an attractive man was standing behind the counter carefully wiping the dust from each bottle. Seeing the woman, he immediately understood her without words and nodded twice. This was their symbol of harmony. In a few seconds, they found themselves on the stairs leading to the basement, ready to unravel the secrets hidden by the darkness. She carefully descended the stairs step by step, feeling each step. The door opened, filling the space with golden rays of the sun that penetrated inside. The head of an information brokerage company known as Big Mom was impatiently waiting for a girl dressed as a nun. Mom greeted Milia, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. Granvelle, the manager of the branch, intimately asked Mom about her well-being, adding notes of sincere curiosity and concern. She asked when Milphia will stop using this name and will simply call her mother. Over a cup of tea, curiosity suddenly appeared, which made her personally come to visit. She mentioned a recent visit from a man she was interested in buying information from. She handed the list to Mom, hoping for her opinion. The document reflected the boy's purchases. Mother flipped through the pages and came across impressive facts about aristocrats and the military. She immediately wanted to know where this master was. The girl explained that she saw him get on the train, but then they turned him away. Now they are only guessing whether he is in the city. Recently, the blonde learned something exciting, and now plans to share this news with Mommy. After hearing the news, Mom decided that one of the residents of Voronov may have found a way through the mysterious Olympus forest. She asked what the girl's thoughts were about this. and whether all the details fit into a single whole. The beautiful girl noted that she only partially agrees. Mother, sipping tea and taking small sips, only secretly smiled. Dan carefully led the princess to the safe balcony. She admired the beautiful jewelry in her hands, feeling delighted and calm. They landed together on the balcony, their silhouettes clearly visible in the moonlight. She is sincerely grateful, but she was brought up accordingly, so she couldn't help but express her gratitude for everything. He just smiled, reassuring her that everything was fine. She was just beginning to express her gratitude when Dan interrupted her, apologized, and explained that he could not stay here. He turned his head in her direction, and the space was filled with silence, as if eternity itself stood still. She watched him with bated breath, clutching a jewelry in her hand that testified to his warm feelings for her. On her hand, a chain with a stone twinkled with a gentle glow that seemed to be floating in a tank. Dan hoped that everything would be fine with them, although it was clear that she wanted to add something else. A woman unexpectedly breaks into a romantic moment, running to the princess and explaining that she has been looking for her everywhere. Dan felt that it was time to leave, stood on the edge of the balcony, and said goodbye. The girl was unable to let him go and begged him to say his name. He looked away, silent for a moment, as if considering something important. She looked at him with hope when she heard him say the mysterious word, Lufin. The boy asked to be called Lufin without revealing his real name. The girl's face immediately blushed, revealing hidden sympathy for him. Wrapping himself in magical energy, he pushed himself away from the balcony and flew up. He rose higher and higher, receding more and more. She watched him until he disappeared out of sight, holding his breath. She stared at the jewelry he had given her and leaned over the edge of the balcony, hoping to see him again below. This meeting left an indescribable mark in her heart that will forever remain with her as one of the most precious memories. She whispered Dan's name while staring into the void and mentally thanked Lufin for that. The new day promised many adventures and surprises, causing excitement and awe from future challenges. Everyone just talked about the mysterious criminal and his search, but none of the many discussions led to the solution of the mystery. Behind the door, a young man with white hair stressed the importance of getting all the knights involved in the search. Dan was looking curiously at the notebook with bookmarks on the table. He had just pulled it out of the box with his magical powers. The young man, surprised, checked the notebook with considerable attention. He took the book in his hands and, staring intently, quickly turned the pages, trying to understand their content. In one of the books, he came across a list of high-ranking officials tainted by corruption. Dan stood in front of the entrance to the aristocratic university, mesmerized by the grand architecture. His admiration knew no bounds as he smiled and enjoyed the grandeur of this architectural masterpiece. The guy tried without words to correct his mistakes, promising to give back what he once owed. He held a notebook in his hands as if it were the key to the solution. He announced that from now on, everyone will have more worries, but he was convinced of the rapid rise of their careers. Dan listened to these words carefully, considering his plan and realizing that it was time to act. He rushed back headlong, cherishing in his heart the hope that his gift to the Chancellor would be to his liking. A special atmosphere of adventure prevailed among the majestic ice mountains. The trees stood motionless, covered in solid ice, as if nature had decided to preserve them in eternal frozen beauty. A woman in white with an umbrella in her hands hovered over the ice expanses. She landed smoothly, and in a moment, she was standing on the ground. Her eyes and height were a light white color, just like her whole body. Alphonse ran after her, energetically shouting her name, trying to attract Yulia's attention. She did not have time to warn him not to run because of the slime, as he immediately fell. She repeatedly reminded him to be careful, but he, referring to the hurry, asked her to wait patiently every time. The girl quietly whispered that he was irreparable, directing a beam of magic in his direction. His body lit up like a blue film. In a moment, the young man carefully touched his nose, and the pain imperceptibly disappeared. Getting up on his knees, he thanked Yulia for her help. She, turning away, only noted that he was not smart. Later, she asked how he planned to become a knight. He was sure that he would be able to do it. He decided that he would definitely go to the island, become a knight, and fight evil like his role model Vladiblade. She once again doubted his ability to leave his native land, because he often stumbles even on a level road. He caught up with her, and they moved together shoulder to shoulder, exchanging thoughts about the future. Surprised, the boy asked himself what kind of sound it was, looking around for the source. A huge ice monster appeared behind Alphonse, overshadowing him in size. A huge shadow appeared in front of him from a threat that was approaching from behind. Alphonse began to call his sister loudly, but she only turned and asked what he needed. When something unexpected appeared behind him, her face suddenly changed to reflect fear. Several giant monsters were moving there, threateningly approaching. The monsters roared and their bony joints creaked, making a sound like ice cracking under weight. Horror lurked in her gaze as she held her breath, watching these monstrous creatures. In the town under the ice mountain, people were alarmed by a loud explosion that rang out. They saw as if something had broken at the foot of the mountain. The explosion was so loud that no one could ignore it. People flocked together to witness this powerful phenomenon. A man who felt confident in the snowy spaces with a snow-white mustache and hair wore a cloak with patterns of snow. He looked like the one who is in charge here. Two others were watching the explosion behind him. Various thoughts about this situation raged in his mind. The man behind prudently noted that everything is already at the start. After that, he asked the old man with a mustache if he was not worried about them at all. The answer was calm. The old man thought that it was not necessary. He explained that the boy is completely fascinated by that Vlad, or whatever his name is. Despite his doubts, the old man firmly believes that everything will work out for the boy. Molodik learned from the old man that the essence of the problem was far from what he thought. Old Dennis let his colleagues know that these were unusual children. His voice was quiet, but full of mystery. The grandchildren were speeding down the mountain. She was better at magic than Alphonse, easily gliding over the ice, and he was trying to keep up, catching up with her. She mockingly drew attention to his slowness, saying that they would not get to the island for a long time. He, covered in sweat, begged her to walk. She reminded that he is also able to fly, but his magic is still powerless. An avalanche roared from the mountain, carrying behind it pieces of ice similar to the bones of ancient monsters. The children coped well with the monsters, which left only ice pieces that slid down the mountain. The old man carefully looked at the little one and thought, because they are descendants of the glorious Janabi tribe. Multicolored ribbons fluttered on the square, and the air was saturated with flakes of candy from popcorn. Incredible adventures raged in the School of Knights. The streets were completely filled with people, each of whom was engrossed in the book or notebook he was holding in his hands. Every face reflected excitement and impatience for what was about to happen. Two boys stopped in the middle of the street, staring intently at one mysterious point. Dan and Liz noticed the large crowd of people with interest, because the entrance exam to the School of Knights became one of the 4 key holidays of the Empire. They added that the Magic Academy is located nearby, and everyone can try their hand at magic and swordsmanship exams. Alice did not join them, explaining that she needed to prepare for an important exam. The demanding conversation was suddenly interrupted by the fox's joy when he noticed the Black Buffalo Knights and immediately moved towards them. Dan enthusiastically watched as the fox ran, joyfully shouting. It seemed that he did not wait for this meeting, and therefore he was especially glad to go to the island. Today was the day of the exam, which they considered one of the most important in their lives. Of course, Dan decided to support Liz, but he had another reason of his own to be there. The guy noticed that the next day Alice is waiting for the entrance exam to the Magic Academy. They unexpectedly found out that their exams coincided in time. Therefore, he turned to Liz with a request to support his sister while he was busy with his exam. Dan was struck by 2 facts. Alice possessed magic, and the fox, realizing their cool relationship, asked to support his sister. Dan, with his kind heart, simply couldn't afford to say no at a time like this. Meanwhile, the young man enthusiastically approached the knights whom he unexpectedly met, and his heart fluttered with joy. However, Dan was constantly troubled by thoughts. Thinking about the exam, he felt that he had lost his common sense, and came to the conclusion that a day's rest could be extremely useful for him. Behind him, someone suddenly scolded that he must have lost his mind. The crowd was surprised to see a man with an umbrella under the clear sky. Their eyes were full of incomprehension. Dan stood behind the crowd trying to figure out who was interesting talking about a broken bone and blaming someone else for the situation. A man with an umbrella stood in front of the knight, apologizing for not noticing him. But the knight remained angry. The knight loudly declared that it was his time to break the enemy's bones and began to swing his hand at him. The situation on the verge of violence changed when Lee stepped forward and stopped the aggression with a sharp cry. As a sign of protest against the fight, the fox, holding on confidently, heard how he was being asked who he was. The boy approached the knight. Their eyes crossed in a moment. The boy easily admitted that the knight's hand was fine and there was no need to make a fuss over a minor scratch. The knight flared up again with rage and angrily turned to the boy, questioning his desire to live. A healthy man with a mustache, who stood 2 heads taller than everyone else, appeared behind the crowd and asked what was happening. The knight immediately recognized the inspector in the crowd. This made the knight turn back and move in the other direction, but he once again emphasized that the boys should not think that they got rid of him forever. At the end, he promised that next time he would destroy them completely. The fox was not one to be afraid, and at the most inopportune moment asked this false knight what he had just been talking about. He no longer heard the answer, only the echo of gratitude that came from behind him. It was the same figure with an umbrella who looked gratefully at the boy for his timely help. The fox cautiously approached, trying to find out if he had suffered any damage. Dan carefully watched the actions of the fox from the crowd, gradually forming his own opinion about him. Meanwhile, a special atmosphere prevailed in the huge and luxurious mansion. A woman standing in front of the crowd carefully listed the names of those present. She remembered Med Toner and Barkham, making sure that everyone was in place. Alice finally heard her name after a long wait and instantly responded to the call. The bespectacled woman kept listing the names as if revealing a mysterious list of secrets. She carefully examined the crowd, trying to recognize everyone who was present. She repeated Yulia's name a second time, but the answer never came, leaving only silence. She almost admitted that the girl would not appear, when suddenly the door creaked from the left, and the girl flew in, announcing that she had already arrived. Yulia Fendria was preparing for the exam by recalling the recent competition with ice monsters on an ice mountain. Everyone present simultaneously turned their attention to her as if enchanted. Alice could not take her eyes off the unearthly beauty of the girl, whose entire figure was in white, which only emphasized her charm. Meanwhile, the tension was growing in the arena. The stands were boiling with the crowd, and the arena was waiting for its moment to witness historic events. Dan was among the spectators in the stands, and Liz wondered why they were there. Liz noted that it was too early for them to participate. He noted that observing the examination process fascinates him immensely. An announcement on the stands announced that the entrance exam for the School of Knights begins immediately. The presenter asked the audience not to lose their composure and maintain silence, so everyone focused their attention. Dan and Lise were actually amazed at what was unfolding before their eyes. Their faces reflected pure astonishment. Below stood a young man who had recently met the knight. He did not engage in a duel with him, only deftly avoided his blows. The boy was almost in the middle of the arena when a knight whom he met on the street called his attention. He suddenly appeared behind the guy with the umbrella, wondering why he was preparing for the exam right here. He turned, and tears were already rolling down his face. Alphonse begged the knight's forgiveness, repeating his pleas with sincere desperation. A well-dressed man approached the knight and asked if he knew this young man. The knight was surprised, thinking that this was hardly possible. The knight emphasized that this man reminded him of a scoundrel whom he once vowed to kill. The man asked Alphonse how long he plans to use his umbrella, because he will soon announce the exam. Alphonse was offered to confront his old acquaintance, a mid-rank apprentice knight with whom he had a misunderstanding on the street. The man explained that only the skills of wielding a sword remain important regardless of victory. Alphonse trembled with fear, feeling sweat running down his face. The judge raised his hand, giving a sign that the process can begin. The knight approached Alphonsus, drawing his sword and impressing him with confidence in his victory. The sword was already behind his back, and with a powerful sweeping glance, he hinted to the little one that this may or may not be an exam. But today will be a decisive day. The little boy screamed with bated breath, and tears glistened in his tender eyes from fear. A loud sword strike caused the stands to hold their breath, mesmerizing everyone including Dan and Lise. Enthusiastic spectators, surprised by the unexpected development of events, wondered what might happen next in an even more incredible way in the arena. The knight lay on the floor with an expression of disbelief and horror on his face, unable to understand what had really happened. The little one quickly grabbed the sword and resolutely directed it towards the knight, leaving the latter defenseless on the ground. He was suddenly struck by the events that had unfolded. The power in him surged, fueled by fear, which forced him to act. Looking like a tender and fragile 14-year-old teenager, he was frightened by the knight and struck such a powerful blow that he split the stones in front of him with his sword. Lise asked Dan with surprise what was happening in the stands. Dan's face clearly showed his understanding, but he remained silent. In a spacious hall, the start of the exam for entrance to the Magical Academy was announced. The teacher announced that she would call 10 people according to the list she had with her. Yulia delicately apologized while in the crowd and turned her gaze to Alice. She explained that she was a little late and asked Alice to share the details of the test. Alice readily agreed. Alice wondered if the girl was preparing at all. She began to explain that the teacher would test two magical abilities. One of the possibilities is the ability to fly, and the other is a powerful attacking force. Julia quickly orientated herself in the situation, and now it was easier for her to understand what was happening around her. Alice was fascinated by the girl with white hair because she looked amazing and aroused her great curiosity. Meanwhile, the stands were tensely frozen. The spectators held their breath in anticipation. They watched as Alphonse defeated the knight, and everyone wondered who this mysterious guy was. It is interesting what Alphonse will plan next, when he has dominance over the knight in his hands. A man lies on the ground drooling, convinced that his watch has almost struck the last second. The guy casually approached him, asking if everything was okay. The knight, full of fear, stood up tightly, clutching his sword, and warned them not to come closer. Alphonse will not understand why he is afraid, because since childhood he studied good manners and had no evil intentions at all. He was getting closer to the knight when suddenly his foot fell into a ditch cut by a sword. He suddenly tripped and fell face down in front of the knight, who was on the verge of a nervous breakdown from terror, and screamed to the whole forest. The boy complained of a headache after a strong blow, and the confused knight stood there not knowing what to do next. He hit so hard that the man announcing the start of the fight worriedly came over to find out if everything was okay. Feeling how the blood began to flow after the blow, he was overcome by boundless horror and uncertainty. The boy urgently needed medical help. It remains to insist that a long stay under the sun is dangerous for him, which caused the knight's surprise. Each of the spectators wondered if the duel was really coming to an end. Dan noticed that the boy has certain skills, but does not know how to apply them at all. Dan reasoned that if this kid had mastered the art of the sword, the blow would have much more serious consequences. The organizers announced that the next stage of the exam would begin in 10 minutes and invited all applicants to gather in the square. The fox thanked Dan for the wonderful company and said goodbye, urging him to take care of Alice. There was a special atmosphere of concentration and anticipation in the room where Alice was taking the exam. Everyone, without exception, enthusiastically tried to master magic, but it turned out rather clumsily for everyone. The girls showed so much effort that they couldn't hold their own even in the air, let alone resist powerful attacks. Each time failures made them fall to the ground. The teacher looked at these applicants and quietly decided that they were not at all suitable for this task. She asked the young man next to her to gather the next group of 10 applicants to demonstrate their skills. Alice was next and felt that this moment was her destiny, towards which she had been walking all her life. Anticipation penetrated into every cell, making her nervous uncontrollably. Behind her from the stands, Dan reminded Alice that it was her time to act. She was surprised to see him there and did not understand why he came. She asked, and Dan explained that the fox had told her about it to dispel her doubts. She turned away blushing and quietly whispered that in any case it should not have been done. After that, Dan advised her not to focus on the aids, to relax her body and feel the flow of magic. Impressed by his words, she still did not understand what Dan was talking about. He explained that his knowledge was from a magic book, and he wanted to share useful advice. He wished her luck with a broad smile. She could not fathom his thoughts and what it might pretend. The assistant asked Alice to get ready. Dan raised his hand from the stands and loudly called Alice forward, expressing his faith in her strength. Pupils stood in a row listening to the teacher, who, together with his assistants, announced the beginning of the exam for the 4th group. She explained that everyone must learn to fly and then use offensive magic to hit the target. The teacher informed that students can start as soon as they are ready. Alice gathered all her concentration and strength into a fist, preparing for the decisive moment. She concentrated, completely surrendering to the magic that filled her essence. She remembered how Dan advised to relax the body to feel the real magical flow. She did it with full concentration. Chakra began to form around her, lifting dust from the floor. The staff in her hand filled it, creating a blue aura around her body. Her legs inevitably began to rise from the ground. She rose into the air, leaving the surprised students below. No one could believe in this miracle. She felt a triumph, rose into the air, and celebrated the success with her whole being. Hanging in the air, she felt that mastering magic was much easier than she imagined. Her task was to hit targets that were swinging on ropes in front of her eyes. A red ball-shaped energy charge capable of delivering a powerful blow appeared next to her hand. A powerful flow of magic turned her joyful face into a serious and concentrated possession of such a gift required immense concentration. Suddenly, the ball in her hand turned into a burning layer of fire, burning with incredible brightness and possessing a powerful firepower. It was getting harder for her, and she could barely contain the energy in her hand. She quickly took aim and fired a flaming arrow that sped straight to the target. The target was close, but it was not easy to hit it, and the bullet was inexorably approaching. A loud crack cut through the air as the fiery arrow hit the purple center of the target. Her shot was spot on and everything turned out great. Her joy was overshadowed by surprise when she felt an unusual energy nearby. Julia possessed ice energy that allowed her to fly easily. Her power seemed more powerful than the fire energy that Alice had just displayed. Julia has mastered the art of using Ice Queen crystals. She summoned ice spears, creating a powerful ice circle that froze everyone inside, striking 1,000,000 targets with incredible force. She directed all her energy at the target, creating a giant ice sheet that completely hid the object. Alice, hanging in the sky, was amazed by the unexpected pictures around her, which unfolded in front of her with real surprise. Even the teacher on Earth called to stop using this energy because there is no barrier here, and you should not waste energy in vain. The girl got distracted from her goal and turned to the teacher to find out if she had passed. The teacher assured her that everything was correct. She joyfully exclaimed that it was extremely wonderful and ran to her team. Dan was stunned watching an incredible sight that had previously existed for him only on the pages of books. She carefully applied the exact dose of magical power without making any mistakes. Speaking at the podium, he noted with admiration that there were talented guys among those present. Alphonse, standing behind, heard these words. He asked the boy if it was not bad. He said that it was his sister when he was holding Eulina's umbrella. Dan, surprised by the unexpected turn, suddenly realized that he recognized the boy behind him. Meanwhile, at the exam of the knights, the tribune is raging with passion. The fox was lying on the ground, barely conscious. Behind him stood a giant bald man with a beard holding a heavy sword. The fox lay exhausted on the ground, almost losing consciousness. His body trembled from pain and the recent blow that caused him incredible suffering. A small boy is lying on the floor and a huge bald man is standing menacingly over him, creating an atmosphere of tension. The pain is unbearable, and he only lets out a soft moan. This giant surpassed the boy several times, and his sword was as big as half of the boy's body. The bald knight known as the Black Buffalo stands silently over the boy and wants to know his name. The giant, turning and walking away, as if hinting at the boy's vain dreams, advised him to return to his home, because with such skills he would not become a knight. The bald man notices how the boy gradually rises, firmly holding the hilt of the sword that was left on the floor. This makes the bald man look around, and when he was called to wait, he was completely stunned. Having gained strength, the boy stands up, takes his sword, and confidently declares his readiness for battle. Baldy heard the sounds of the stands and looked at the boy for a long time, trying to understand what had attracted his attention. After much thought, he realized that the boy had great strength of spirit because he was able to get back on his feet. Swinging his sword, the boy resolutely jumps up to the giant and with all his courage rushes at the enemy, because knights do not give up without a fight. The bald man seems to be twice the size of the guy who tries to hit him with a sword but fails. It is difficult for the giant to dodge unexpected blows. The boy impresses him with his strength, even with scratches on his face from injuries. The giant was amazed at the boy's speed and couldn't help but express his delight. It is not easy for the boy to hold a sword. His breathing becomes heavy and intermittent. The giant accused the boy of excessive movements and angrily slapped him hard. The boy was knocked down by a powerful blow. He flew back and fell to the ground. From the blow, his left eye is closed, the right can barely be seen, and he grits his teeth patiently, coping with the pain. The giant swung his sword, hovering over the boy, covering him with the sun like a cloud. The sword, with an unstoppable force, was rapidly approaching the boy, preparing a devastating blow. Gathering his last strength, the boy opens his eyes and retreats, avoiding the giant's swift blow. The giant stepped back in surprise, not believing that the boy was able to dodge so deftly. The sword flashed next to the boy. He picked it up sharply, trying to pierce the giant, and he deftly avoided the blow. The sword whistled through the air near the giant's chest, causing him to quickly retreat to the side. The guy struck so powerfully that the giant flew away and jumped several times on the ground, resembling a frog jumping on water. Leaning back, the giant turned his attention to the boy and noticed that he was choosing attack instead of defense. He realized that in a real battle, his life would be in danger. The guy listens intently to the words, realizing that they may turn out to be true. The struggle continues, and the young man must muster all his strength to complete the exam. In the hands of the hero, the sword hits the opponent's weapon with such force that the sound of metal on metal causes a bright flash, and the blade begins to redden from heating. A blow so powerful should obey the trained body of a knight and not just a young man in the exam. However, this boy stands out for something special. The giant, watching the boy, sees all the work and effort invested in the dream of becoming a knight and understands his unwavering determination. The giant was impressive with his size, but the boy struck so quickly that it was difficult to follow. The blows rained down so often that it was difficult for the giant to defend himself, and the swords sounded right under his ears as if competing in their ring. However, having gathered all his strength, the giant delivers a blow so powerful that the boy loses control of his sword and throws it back. Although the boy is barely able to stay on his feet and is exhausted, he has no intention of giving up the fight. The giant, angry, hovered over the boy. He tried to understand where his initial self-confidence had disappeared. Thinking that he had already given up, he appeals to the boy, urging him to keep calm and believe in his own abilities. The situation does not change. It looked like the boy fell, but he finds the strength to get up despite the pain. He avoids unnecessary words, silently staring into the eyes of the giant with his green eyes. He raises his sword, ready to attack the giant again, even if it threatens the whole world. He finds the strength within himself for this brave act. The blow from the side was lightning fast, leaving a mark in the air, but the giant managed to put his sword down. Without this protection, his head would have already flown off his shoulders. He felt that it was a familiar attack, and holding his sword in defense, realized that it was exactly what he was expecting. The guy, possessing incredible speed, strikes a blow that makes the giant fly back with crazy speed. A heavy breath escapes from the giant's lungs. He can barely stand on his feet, surrounded by dust. The boy is close to achieving his goal. After a few seconds of regaining his breath, the giant was amazed at what was unfolding before his eyes. The blade almost touched the joint on the young man's neck. He is extremely limited in the ability to deflect this sudden and rapid attack. The sword cuts through the air with a roar, surprising those around. The sun's rays play on its blade, throwing splashes of blood into the air like ignited sparks. The young man went all out, using all his resources for this blow. However, what appeared before him so impressed him that he could hardly believe his eyes. The giant rose above his motionless body. His piercing gaze seemed to penetrate the depths of consciousness. The giant looks unbroken because there is not a single scratch on his neck. It makes one wonder how he was able to withstand such a powerful attack. The fury of the giant, who could not contain the boy's attack, exploded with a loud scream, forming a powerful sound barrier in front of their faces. The force of the scream knocks the boy back. The blade of the sword, sharply sharpened, hangs over the young man's face, menacingly approaching with every moment. The giant realized that the young man did not think of retreating, proving it with unwavering determination. The boy realized that his situation was hopeless due to an irrepressible gap in strength. Although the man was strong, the young man realized his weakness. The giant fell silent when the boy admitted that he could no longer fight. After an exhausting battle, the young man's face was covered in blood. He fought desperately to the end, not even guessing who his opponent was. The giant put his sword in its scabbard and asked if the boy really believed that he could defeat a professional knight. The boy could not believe that he was fighting not against a student, but against a real knight. The giant silently turned around, and, not needing any more words, moved back with a swift step. However, he only assured that talented people are always welcome, so there is no need to worry. The boy, after going through a tough battle, finally realized that his efforts and pain were worth the end result. The smile on his face proved it. Alice ran out into the arena with a loud call to her brother, for whom she was worried all the time of his match. Sitting on the floor, the boy asked his sister if she had passed the exam. After learning about her success, his joy grew, because this is exactly what he expected from her. Dan appeared with his sister beaming with joy and pride. Behind them were Alphonse and Yulia, inseparable with their umbrellas comfortably placed on their shoulders. They watched from afar as Dan and Alice picked up the boy and asked about the details of the fight. Yulia realized that those around her consider her and her brother reliable and ready to help. They noticed that Julia's kindness can be read in her eyes. A hard day and exhausting adventure came to an end as the sun slowly disappeared behind the horizon, adding a golden glow to the arena. Lights were lit in every house because the evening was coming, and the starry sky was blooming with a dark curtain on the streets. After a hard day, Alice and her boyfriend returned home and were shocked to see guests whom they did not expect at all. The figures of Alphonse and Yulia appeared right in front of them. Their conversation quickly turned to discussing the exam they had recently taken. One of the guys expressed his pleasure to meet you. A white-haired girl with kind eyes announced that they would live here from now on and called herself Yulia, and her brother introduced himself as Alphonse. From the words of the father, it became clear that from now on, this place will be their new home. The boys were very surprised by the news. The young man was glowing with joy because of his new neighbors, and Alice remained mysterious. Her face did not show any feelings. As soon as they met, Alphonse and the boy began to smile because they had recently experienced an exciting story. The boy recalled how the little boy had shown great strength by defeating a knight on the battlefield and leaving a scarred earth in his wake. Alice had completely different memories of Yulia. She mentioned the incredible power of magic that she had demonstrated by demonstrating her abilities in the air during the exam. The force struck Alice and the boy. With light smiles, they expressed the joy of meeting. A young man in a luxurious outfit entered the hall. A woman in a bright yellow dress was standing next to him. He noted that his nephews visited the capital for the first time. The guy explained his decision to settle them in a proven place and assured that other students also live here, so there is nothing to worry about. Confused, Alice tried to fathom the meaning of his words. Her surprise grew when she realized that it was William Fendria. Her brother asked if she knew him. She replied that it would be a shame not to know such a person. William Fendria comes from the Janabi tribe, where magical abilities are passed down through the generations. As a general close to the emperor, he has incredible powers.
Alphonse heard the dialogue between the brother and sister and wondered if it was about their uncle.
It was difficult for Alice to understand what exactly Alphonse had just said in relation to this person. Alphonse turned to his uncle with a charming smile on his face. In this moment of surprise, Alice and her brother were even more surprised. They felt as if they were speechless and could not find the right words. Then they burst into loud cheers, letting their emotions run wild. Meanwhile, in one of the motels of the Granville estate, there was an atmosphere of anxiety and restlessness. A platinum coin was placed on the table, sparkling with its precious luster. The man who was responsible for letting the rooms couldn't believe his eyes when he saw this coin handed to him by a mysterious woman in a red cape. The landlord is concerned about the lack of the remainder of the platinum coin she is trying to use for payment. Risha Blade slowly removes her hood, revealing her beautiful hair. She is not satisfied with the answer and just wants a room to stay. A young man appears behind her, interrupting the conversation with her husband, and asks her to focus on him for a moment. Night darkness enveloped the streets, creating a mysterious atmosphere. They walked down the street talking. The girl complained that she just wanted to rent a room and take a bath, because she never managed to wash herself during this time. A guy named Mech, with a noticeable mark on his forehead, told her that their diplomat master should first visit a certain city. The guy who was walking next to him was surprised when he heard the word master and remarked that he should not be addressed like that. Everyone could call Lancelot simply Lan. The boy who successfully combined the talent of a merchant and a diplomat lived in the village of Voronev. The older guy was surprised how you could show disrespect to a companion. The younger guy remarked that their money was useless here. The girl noted that platinum coins are given extremely high value. The girl had a question about further actions. She was interested in what to do next. They were talking while walking down the street when they suddenly noticed an invisible silhouette of an observer in the shadow of the house. From the corner of the old house, he watched the boys intently. The gigantic building becomes part of the starry sky, as if merging architecture with cosmic harmony. Inside this building, numerous samples of weapons are hanging on the walls, which impress with their antique appearance. There are also many artifacts that resemble the heads of monsters, and various magical potions are displayed in flasks. The head of the branch in Granville, Johann von Philadel, was surprised that they usually make deals at the end of the month and wondered what brought them here today. The boys showed Dan in the photo and asked a passerby if he happened to meet him today. With trepidation in his hands, he held the photo, plunging into memories, as if searching for something forgotten in the depths of his memory. Looking closely, he remembered that he had never seen this boy. It was a face that seemed completely new to him. He offered help, stressing that he could involve his people in the search, but the guy with the brand on his forehead assured that it was unnecessary. The boy carefully laid out the coins on the table, emphasizing the need for finances right now. He offered to exchange a few platinum coins lying in front of the man. Looking at them, he was quite surprised. He watched them silently for a few seconds, lost in his own thoughts. The man confusedly noted that it is impossible to exchange 5 platinum coins now. The boy noted whether it is possible to exchange at least 1. However, he expressed his apology and noted that he is powerless in this case. When all hope disappeared, the man suddenly remembered something important. The idea that suddenly dawned on him made everyone around him pay attention to his mysterious look. The sly gleam in his eyes remained almost imperceptible. He invited them to his corner, where he guarded the most valuable artifacts, and asked them to carefully examine the place full of amazing stories. He told them about the treasures and weapons collected from different parts of the country. I advised him to let me know if he likes something. And if they buy several things, this man will support them financially. The girl immediately drew attention to the cane and asked the boys about their impressions of it. The man took it as a challenge and resolutely offered to show the best example. But the boy raised his hands and refused. The girl wondered why they couldn't get the money because they needed it. The man who was trying to sell something couldn't find the words and apologized. The little boy approached the girl and quietly remarked to her that it would be worth leaving this place. Deep night enveloped the city, and millions of stars shone in the sky, creating a magical atmosphere of peace. The girl asked what the problem was. Mally said that he did not see the point in the cane because they did not need it at all. The girl had brand new bills in her hands, which she had long dreamed of seeing in her hands. Although the boy is the smallest, he is the smartest of all. He immediately understood that the man could easily exchange money, but still wanted to sell his goods to them on purpose. The man with the mark on his forehead was burning with anger and intended to take revenge. However, the boy managed to calm him down by reminding him of the value of the connection with the county of Trouble. Molly planned to bring the news of this incident to Mistress Hestia. During the trip, they reflected on how difficult it is to trust anyone in this world. Meanwhile, Sister Dina only dreamed of the moment when she could enjoy a bath. An observer who was following overtook the couple by accidentally touching the girl. They paused, trying to comprehend the events, looking at the man who was walking in front with his hand as if hidden near his stomach. The anxiety grew with each step. He sped up, clutching a bag in his hands. Now it becomes clear that this man is familiar to us. He took out a bag and poured coins into his palm, noting with surprise that there were 5 platinum coins among them. Surprise overcame him, and a smile appeared on his face as he put them back into the bag. He imagined how one day his mother would appreciate him, and he would appear before her in the role of a successful son, because now he is wealthy. He kept this hope in his heart. Behind him, he heard someone remark that no amount of stealing would make him a better son. The boys realized that they had become victims of theft and quickly caught up with the thief. Now he was looking at them in fear. He pulled out a knife that had been hidden before, and now brandishes it in front of the boys, threatening and causing tension. He swung his sword with ease, trying to demonstrate his importance. But the boy with the brand appeared behind him, reminding him that there was no time for chatter. The thief instantly found himself on the floor with a thud. The boy's leg pressed on the offender's head, asking how he dared to touch other people's money. The owner is now holding a bag of money in his hand. The guy tried to attach a bag of money to his belt, but accidentally caught a photo of Dan. It broke away and flew relentlessly to the ground. She suddenly collided with the ill-wisher, falling right in front of him. The photograph smoothly descended to the ground, and the thief immediately recognized the boy. He wonders if the boy in the picture is a thief. Taking the picture, he asks the boys if they know the quiet stranger. He told that he knows this kid from whom he took the platinum coin. The gazes of Dan's sister and the young man met in a mysterious moment. She was shocked and unable to understand what she heard. After a long night, the morning sun was already brightly illuminating the street. On one of the buildings hung a cloth with an inscription about the civil service entrance exam. Many students gathered in the classroom, immersed in testing, everyone focused on their tasks. Dan stood out among the students. In a nice shirt and a stylish vest, he concentrated on filling in every cell of the test. Behind Dan hung a bulletin board. Below were the exam results, which students checked by finding their names and evaluating their success. Among the students, emotions were raging. Some were triumphant after learning the successful results of the exams, while others were disappointed by the grades they received. Dan kept his usual stony face as he scanned the list intently in search of his last name. On the blackboard was an inscription with a heading about the results of the civil service entrance exam. Dan finally managed to find his name among the long list and see the long-awaited result next to him. His face lit up with a slight smile. He achieved what he wanted by implementing a long-standing plan. He was congratulated on successfully passing the exam. A real festive mood reigned in Dan's room. His friends happily greeted him, set off firecrackers, and had fun caps on their heads. They finally achieved what they wanted. This is an event worth noting, because such moments happen only once in a lifetime for a few, Everyone, including the landlord and the realtor, celebrated this holiday. The owner of the apartment prepared many dishes. The tenants considered her the perfect hostess. Adolf greedily ate pieces of meat, gossiping about what delicious dishes Yulia asked not to call her aunt, noting that you need to have manners. However, the aunt calmed everyone down by assuring that everything is fine and you can eat. Adolf shouted a wish for a pleasant appetite that echoed throughout the room. Everyone noted that Adolf confidently got used to the situation, and it made a positive impression. During lunch, Lise asked Dan about his plans to move to the dormitory. Dan confirmed, noting that it would be a more economical option. Alice praised him for his decision, noting that if he stayed, he would risk getting fed up with her annoying brother. The rapid rapprochement of all participants surprised and delighted Yulia and Dan, who noted this with satisfaction, rejoicing that they turned out to be the same age. Because of this, she turned to him, mentioning the decision to become friends. Alice shouted loudly at Dan, wondering why they hadn't become friends yet since they were the same age. Her irritation was understandable. Dan carefully approached Alice, expressing his desire to be friends with a slight warmth in his voice that gave his words a special meaning. The girl could not suppress her emotions, continuing to ask silly questions. She wondered why the interlocutor was so formal, and Liz quietly advised to keep her voice normal during the conversation. It became clear to Dan that this place was definitely not for him. He thought about how to organize his stay in the dormitory as soon as possible, trying to find himself in the dream place as soon as possible. When he arrived at the registration center, the woman informed him that there were no seats left. Dan spread his hands in confusion and tried to understand what was happening. She presented her proposal, calling to enroll for the next semester. Dan was surprised that not all students were accommodated in a dormitory. He thought about it, and she confirmed that in general everything is correct. But this time, unfortunately, there is no free room left. After that, she asked him to leave his contacts, promising to let me know if a place becomes available. Dan had to silently accept this situation with no other choice. At the end of the cliff stood two mysterious figures, one with the head of a bull, the other a lion, as if embodying ancient myths. Masks wondered whether all these events were too sudden. The person with the lion mask believed that there are no problems when you try your best to master everything around you. Human eyes glowed through the bull's mask, indicating complete agreement with the partner. The bull decided that it was better for them to stay away and watch what was happening without crossing the line. Surprised, the lion asked him if he was not the one who most wanted the empire to collapse. The bull expressed confidence that the empire is the most powerful force on the entire planet. After thinking about it, the lion realized that it is better to keep the bull with accomplices than with opponents. He hinted that under any circumstances his plans would be carried out if anyone tried to interfere. The bull did not take his eyes off, watching as the mysterious person in the lion's mask took a few more steps and made an incredible leap in the direction of the mountains. The bull assured in a whisper that he would not bother anymore, but would wait impatiently for a decision without seeking to become an enemy. Another adventure has begun at the university. The announcement was made and the introductory class began its inspired swimming through knowledge. The students sat down in their seats like pieces of a puzzle, waiting intently for the next instructions. Dan, who calmly took his place in the audience, stood out among the students. In the end, he could not settle in the dormitory and left trying to find a new home, completely immersed in everyday affairs. The landlady said that although it is a great pity, he is allowed to stay until a place in the dormitory becomes available. It seemed to Liz that life together was fun, but if he decided to leave the apartment provided to him for a long time, it would look strange. He was most worried about how to maintain invisibility while in the Chancellor's house. Dan was deep in his own thoughts when he suddenly heard a greeting that came from behind him. Dan saw a man approaching him with a mustache and a slightly plump face, asking if he could sit next to him. Dan assured that it was possible, and the interlocutor gratefully began to take a seat. At first glance, he seemed mature, although it seemed that joining the service was only a current decision for him. The man apologized for being rude and asked if he could find out her age. The young man noted with a smile that he is only 16 years old. Zdrovan was delighted with the meeting and noticed with pleasure that he was glad to see someone close in age. However, his words were a little unclear. A man who looked more like an uncle instead of a brother assured that informal communication with him is quite acceptable, leaving more questions. During a quiet conversation, they exchanged names. The man called himself Flamdieter, and the young man turned out to be Dan Mark. Flam was sure that their meeting was fateful and therefore invited Dan to lunch. Dan refused, noting that it was unnecessary, but persistent Flams still offered to treat him. Finally, they agreed to have lunch together after class. After the lessons, the children happily ran around the street. A gorgeous woman stood in front of the university, looking at Dan with fascination. Her long brown hair fell like a silken waterfall. The target is surrounded by a mystical glow of purple chakra created by magical powers. A moment later, the magic reaches its target, and the process is completed by loud explosions. A girl with long hair burst into the building to her right. The teacher and the committee keep a list of students, but they cannot figure out who entered the hall and who this mysterious girl is. She adjusts her glasses, trying to see better who the person in front of her is. The girl ran with all her might, which made her noticeably tired, and began to breathe hard. Aria von Holstein was in a hurry, and after breathing a little, she introduced herself. She hit the target, so the teacher announced that she had successfully passed the exam. After successfully passing the exam, she returned to her majestic castle, sparkling with happiness. The servant dressed her and the clothes seemed uncomfortable. They sat badly. Natalia was sure that this was not her style. She couldn't understand why she had to wear uncomfortable clothes. Why can't you choose comfort? The maids reminded her of the upcoming ball, in honor of the princess's birthday. The organizers note that the main character of the event should impress with his elegant outfit. A loud knock on the door was suddenly heard behind the woman's back, which made her freeze in place. A familiar voice rang out from behind the door. It was General William. He politely asked if he could enter the room. The maid tried to stop people by announcing a fitting, but the princess took a decisive breath and invited everyone to enter. He entered the hall, leaving the maids wondering how a man could be with a princess during a failed fitting. William politely smiled at the girl, calling her by name. He apologized for being a little late and congratulated her on entering the magical academy. The girl bowed, noting that only thanks to William she avoided the need to prepare for the engagement. William noted that he simply fulfilled the wishes and was sure that she passed the exam herself. But the girl added with admiration that the general taught her magic since childhood. She learned that His Majesty was extremely worried about her when she asked about the purpose of his visit. William explained that because of this she would have to attend the academy under a different name. She wondered if the status of a princess would cause discomfort among fellow students. He admitted that it could complicate her life at the academy. William had another important matter in mind that he wanted to discuss with her. Hearing this news, she felt her emotions almost spill out from inside. Soon she found herself at a magical university where she was met by an interested girl. Yulia, with snow-white hair and clothes, always looked perfect, even in the summer. The princess looked around and met Yulia with a look. She decided that from now on she would accompany the princess. Yulia Fendria confidently came closer, calling her name, conquering the atmosphere with her presence. The princess had no idea that she would have an unexpected companion on her way. There was silence for a moment and they froze, immersed in each other's eyes. Their charm was so magnetic that it immediately caused mutual sympathy. The princess asked to be called Aria von Holstein. Julia carefully followed her every word. The princess took a few steps closer and held out her hand, hoping for friendship between them. The princess addressed Julia by saying her name. Julia confirmed her address to the honorable gentleman. She was called Aria von Holstein, but after the name change, they joked about Aria von Holstein. Everyone enjoyed such a joke. At that moment, steam was brewing in the classroom. The teacher energetically drew signs on the board, trying to convey the essence of the new material to the students. Dan sat at the back desk, listening intently as the entire semester unfolded before him. The teacher explained that students should attend classes and take exams from August to October, that is, within 4 months. After the December internship, they will receive final approval to serve as trainees. Having finished the pair, the teacher quickly collected the documents from the table and said goodbye to everyone, promising to meet at the next lesson. Sadik was interested in what other subjects besides the mandatory 5 Dan decided to study. Dan had decided on adventure and exploration, and Satik was also debating whether to join the class. After that, he expressed his desire to discuss everything during a joint walk. He asked if Dan was ready for the next lesson. Dan was surprised to learn about a lesson he had never heard of before. Their conversation was interrupted by a man in knightly armor urging the audience to organize into 7 columns. The students could not react quickly because they did not yet know what was waiting for them. They were pushed and urged to line up faster. The knight, with a touch of sarcasm, asked if they had come to have fun. That was enough. Everyone rushed to run, leaving notes on the tables as if they were unnecessary. In a moment, the students lined up in 7 columns on the street. carefully watching the man who attracted their attention. He noted that from this moment, everyone in his classes should line up like today and asked for understanding. The crowd responded favorably. Dan, being among the crowd, listened intently to the explanation that everyone would increase their physical strength here. He realized that any mistake could be disastrous. He should be careful because a small mistake can lead to unpredictable consequences. Therefore, it is important for him to always control his power. His understanding of the importance of this will emerge later, but for now will remain in the shadow of uncertainty. They were given wooden swords. Fusatik immediately rushed to work, trying to give his all, exerting all his strength. Swinging with force, the wooden sword hit the pole tied with a rope, creating the melody of a forest battle. The teacher, noticing him, was surprised and praised him, noting that it was wonderful. He asked if he had experience on the battlefield, because his face hinted at many years of experience. Fusatik liked it. Dan bent his head to eavesdrop on their conversation. One of them pointed out that he had never been a mercenary and expressed his gratitude for that conclusion. Now he had to choose whether to hit with all his might trying to impress, or leave elements of mystery and not show true potential. Swinging a wooden sword, he hit the pillar, and it became a barely audible knock against the background of a light wind. When the sword touched the pillar, his hand jerked, creating a powerful impulse. The shockwave spread in all directions, plunging the pillar into the ground. This could not be ignored. Dan looked around carefully, praying not to be noticed. It's good that the teacher did not notice this, and continued the conversation with Fusatik. Even if Dan gets the worst score in swords, he should be careful. Dan let out a sigh of relief as he felt the tension leave his body. In the temple, two people, shrouded in mystery and tension, were engaged in a conversation. This temple was impressive with its beauty. Each figurine seemed to keep the secrets of many centuries. The man in the lion mask stopped, carefully examining every detail of the figurine. A gray beard peeked out from under the mask, long hair falling on shoulders covered with a red cape. His name was Mr. Fernando, and he heard him when someone addressed him from behind. After that, it was announced that everyone had gathered as ordered. The temple hall was crowded with people in gray clothes and under hoods. A slight smile bloomed under the mask. He unconsciously reached out to touch his face. He took off the mask that was on his face and now held it in his hands. Fernando noted that Paladin did a good job. Paladin is a term that means a Knight Templar. Fernando left several important points unsaid. Cardinal Fernando returned to the hall proudly addressing the assembled soldiers. Walking down the street with Dan, he thought about the availability of dormitories for all students. Dan, not without sarcasm, admitted that he once thought so too. Mustache wondered why he didn't get it. Their conversation was pleasant, and Dan admitted that he was confused when he first heard the news. Fusatik was unhappy with the situation, so he decided to offer his help to reveal the causes of the problem. Dan assured that he didn't care, because they promised to call as soon as there was a free place. Whiskers thought that living together would be great, to which Dan only laughed in response. Something to the left caught his attention, and he instantly focused his gaze in that direction. His eyes were drawn to two men in suspicious clothing who were standing by the open window with strange boxes in their hands. They looked exactly like criminals, and one was already sneaking through the window as if the door did not exist. Dan realized their plans. Whiskers noticed that Dan diverted his attention during their conversation and wondered what caused it. However, Dan did not react to this in any way. Whiskers, as usual, offered Danny to live with him, but he politely refused. Meanwhile, on the roof of a building not far from Dan, the thieves were sneaking in the same window where they had just disappeared into the shadows. One of the thieves held on tightly to the roof jamb. A moment later, both were at the top of the building, their feet touching the roof as if they had conquered the world. Their purpose remained a mystery. They approached the window on the roof, analyzing the options for opening. One of them held a magical staff in his hands. They came closer to take a closer look at the mysterious window. The frame of the window sparkled with a bright green light. A criminal in a hat armed with a magic staff masterfully used magic to silently tear the window from its frame. Communication on the roof was difficult, so they used sign language. One of them indicated that it was time to go inside. They entered and immediately noticed a long corridor, but they already had a clear idea of where to go next. They surveyed the world around them and directed their gaze to where they were to step. They hurried down the corridor in silence, trying not to attract attention. When one of them raised his hand, it became a signal for the whole group that it was time to stop. A magical barrier appeared before their eyes. It required time to overcome because they were well aware of the essence of magic. One of them grabbed the barrier and sped up, trying to finish the task in record time. In a few minutes, the way to the door became open, and behind it was hidden what everyone so passionately sought to find. The door creaked open slowly, and behind it shone the light from the very object for which they had come. They entered the room quietly and imperceptibly. A charming statuette of a girl on an elegant stand appeared before them. The golden statue of the goddess was impressive with its incredible beauty. You could look at it endlessly, and the eyes did not tire of this fascinating sight. One of them could not understand its value because he did not see beauty even in simple things. Another, a little wiser, explained that its true value is beyond imagination. He pointed out that although 120 years ago the temple did not overcome the attack of the devil, its artifacts still have a great value. Their efforts were in vain, because the statuette remained uncontrollable. As they talked, they thought about how to remove the magical barrier and how long it might take. Dan suddenly appeared behind them, asking if they were trying to steal something. They were surprised when they suddenly noticed an outsider who appeared next to them. Passing by everything around him, only the statuette attracted his attention. He was fascinated by its beauty and elegance, which hinted at a high price. He looked up and down, and it seemed that invisible magic danced around her. Dan, one of the rare guys who notice beauty in every little thing, was fascinated by her incredible beauty. He felt a powerful aura of magic emanating from this figurine. He stretched out his hand to the magical object, and with every moment, he felt the power of the magic steadily increasing. As soon as his hand approached the statue, the magic glowed red and every touch of it was felt on his skin. For the first time, he encounters such a miracle thanks to his magic, he finds himself with a statuette in his hands. The thieves only watched in amazement as the boy outstripped their plan. Someone decided not to waste time and rushed at the boy with a fist. He turned to see the attack, but Dan's speed was so impressive that his face remained as still as a marble statue. His hand instantly reacted, and the bandit found himself thrown against the wall. The blow turned out to be so powerful that the wall retained a clear trace of the bandit's presence. His friend, frightened by the girl's screams, quickly runs to the door. Dan always believed that criminals should get their due. He caught up with the boy when he was only a few meters away from the door. The boy did not manage to escape. Everything has changed in this room. Instead of silence, you can hear a scream because the freak is in pain. At the same time, Fernando discussed important issues with his subordinates, looking for effective solutions to urgent problems. They reported that following his order, they eliminated all 300 conspirators who were secretly plotting against them. He was happy and asked if they had found the headquarters of the Great Mother. He was told that they were able to determine the location of the main bases in the northeast of the country. There was tension in the small village of Granville. The masked man noted that confirmation from other branches was expected soon. He realized with joy that finally their group would reach the Imperial Rats. He only had time to think that they should act as quickly as possible when a sudden impact on the concrete sounded above his head. Fernando turned his gaze to the place of the explosion, carefully studying the source of the unusual noise. It was as if a heavenly comet suddenly hit the room and the concrete exploded in all directions. Fernando squinted his eyes, trying to see something other than the thick dust that reigned in the room. Dan came out looking at the situation as if he was saying that he could easily avoid all this. His foot stubbornly rested on the defeated criminal. A confident look gave off courage. He was not afraid to enter the room where the criminals were. Fernando stood in front, and 10 more of his colleagues were closely grouped behind him. Dan held the statuette in his hands, assuring everyone that he had no intention of stealing it. Fernando glanced at the statuette in Dan's hands, feeling not only surprised but deeply impressed. Fernando could not contain his surprise while admiring the statuette, and his exclamation, "Eden," reflected all his curiosity. The old man ordered his subordinates to capture Dan, and everyone with weapons hurried to carry out the order. However, Dan was incredibly frightened and sharply demanded to stop. The blade whistled under his feet, causing him to rise into the air, avoiding a dangerous blow. People in robes have mastered the art of using fire magic, turning flames into a kind of element. The beam passed the boy, staying behind him, and broke the silence with a loud explosion. The guy realized that a simple conversation will not work. This inspired him. He smiled, ready to give 100% in this situation. He developed such incredible speed that it seemed as if he disappeared on the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye. The characters only had time to wonder where the guy went when he was no longer visible over the horizon. It seemed incredible how he instantly disappeared as if dissolved in the air. No one knew exactly where and how he left the room. Fernando ordered to find him immediately. Near this building, a tall bell tower is slightly distant, like a watchman of time. Using the portal, Dan quickly found himself in that place. Dan sighed with relief, the thought flickering in his head that he just wanted to do a good deed without even realizing what exactly had happened. It seemed to him that he was finally out of danger, but turning around, he saw an alarming shadow catching up with him. Fernando held in his hand an exquisite staff, the secret of which hid enormous power. Looking down from the roof, he wondered if his companion really believed in the possibility of escape. Magic began to manifest itself around Fernando, sternly declared that the little scoundrel must pay with his life for what he had done. This time, Dan realized how curiosity had led him into a trap, forcing him to think about his actions. At the very top of the bell tower, an explosion rang out, illuminating the entire street with a bright red light. The man sought to punish all those who disrespected God. His faith was so strong that it left no room for any doubts. Waving his magic staff, he released a powerful charge at Dan, releasing the energy stored in the staff for centuries. Dan wondered in confusion what had caused the sudden attack. Returning, he tried to convey that it was an unfortunate mistake. But as soon as he thought to say something, a new, even more powerful attack came rushing towards him. A fire burst out at the top of the tower, bathed in red reflections of magic. The dust after the explosion gradually settled, revealing the mysterious silhouette of a man on the roof of the building. His face was frozen in seriousness, as if he had just experienced or even initiated a ruthless attack. The attack struck with such force that the roof of the building was blown to pieces and the stones scattered along the street, reaching the edge of the city. Dan appeared unexpectedly, causing him to feel considerable indignation, because this young man was absolutely not part of his plans. The man stood on the roof looking for Dan. Suddenly, a sharp pain wave swept through his whole body. Blood splattered from his mouth. His body trembled, and the pain intensified with every second. Two figures in black cloaks approached him, respectfully addressing him as a dignitary. They immediately asked if everything was okay, but he sharply ordered them to be silent, remembering that the boy had run away. They noticed that the old man turned to magic for the first time in many years and urged him to protect his precious holy mana. His face contorted with indignation, and he decided not to waste words on the servants. Dan's room was illuminated by light from the street, marking his return home. He wandered around the room thinking about the fact that he did not plan to enter the temple after the recent events. Dan took off his mask and went deep into thoughts about his actions when he remembered that the statuette was now at his disposal. He carefully examined the statuette, holding it in his hands. The magic disappeared, and now it shone as if it was made of gold, enchanting with its beauty. The next day, Dan visited the Civil Service Training Center, plunging into the boundless world of new knowledge and challenges. Dan sat at his desk completely lost in thought, searching for answers to his questions. The image of the statuette was deeply rooted in his thoughts, constantly reigning in his consciousness. Despite his best efforts, he could not shelter her in his magical world. He decided to leave the thing as a decoration in his room, hoping to return it to its place when the situation calmed down. His friend with a mustache approached the man and asked with interest if he knew about the latest news. He said that the Magic Academy will organize a ball in honor of the princess. Later, he asked if Dan had a suitable suit for the planned event. Dan said that he had no intention of going there, but the friend started talking about an announcement that Dan had no idea about. The friend said that all students of the School of Knights of the Magical Academy must be present at the ball. Dan, after a short pause, doubted whether it was really so, but that was the end of their conversation. Meanwhile, at the Magical Academy, the majestic building shines under the sun's rays. Under the light pouring through the window, walks a girl in a purple dress with beautiful hair that falls softly on her shoulders. She walks confidently down the corridor, although thoughts are raging in her head. She remembers the moment when she was asked for help. The teacher explained that the informant of the magic school would graduate next year and therefore wanted this girl to take his place. The girl believed that the work of an informant was not for her, but the mentor ignored this and asked about her age. Upon hearing the number 16, the teacher offered to simply confirm and not argue, because with such a level of skills, admission to the academy would not be a problem. The fake documents will not seem like an obstacle, and the girl, hiding her emotions, carefully listened to the words of the mentor, realizing the lack of an alternative. When she got to the magic school, she tried to understand the secrets of the strange book lying in front of her on the desk. She was deep in thought, and two girls came up and asked if they could join her. The princess and Yulia were among the students who wore the same uniform. She successfully emphasized the girls' figures, adding elegance to them The conversation began, and Yulia noted that she did not notice the new girl at the exams. But she was late, and therefore did not appear on time for the test. Alice entered the audience, amazed that Julia was already there. She noted her early arrival. The princess did not know Alice, but Julia said that she was her friend from the boarding house. The girl confirmed that her name was Alice, however. The princess clearly changed her mood, and it was noticeable by her facial expression. Despite her impeccable etiquette, she introduced herself as Arya von Holstein and expressed her pleasure at making a new acquaintance. Their acquaintance was quietly watched by a girl sitting a little behind. With charming green eyes, she thought about something extremely important, searching for answers in the depths of her own thoughts. Watching the girls, she noticed Arya's white hair and thought that she resembled a representative of the Janibi tribe. A tribe with amazing magical abilities is surprised why Aryas want to study at the academy. The watcher continued to ponder that Princess Aurelia had now entered a magical school, as Big Mom had pointed out. She was to be introduced to the companion of General William's nephew. The girl had a clear idea of what was happening, but the mystery of the situation only intensified the intrigue. She realized only one thing: the girl next to her was a real princess. At that moment, the princess became interested in her and approached her with a question. She asked how the girl spent her first day at the academy and whether she felt comfortable there, because the beginning is always a little uncomfortable. In order to build relationships, the princess invited everyone to taste a parfait after classes. An unexpected proposal caught the girl off guard, causing a wave of confusion and indecision. After a short pause, the girl raised her expressive green eyes and let the princess know that she accepted the invitation to join them after class. Darkness fell on the street, and another school day came to an end. This scoundrel was standing under a giant statue of a girl who seemed to be asking a crowd of mercenaries how this could happen. The hooded and masked mercenaries listened intently, but he wondered why this happened before an important event and how the little one managed to escape with their goods. One of the mercenaries turned to Cardinal Fernando, asking him to calm down. However, the cardinal exploded in anger, asking if he was really being offered to do this. With his mouth wide open, he tried to explain to this man whether he was aware of the true meaning of this golden statue to all of them. Fernando realized that it was a thing of the past. The young man noted that now they are jointly following the cardinal, striving to achieve a bright future. He pondered whether to hold on to the past, or whether it was better to surrender to the moment and focus on the present. Fernando was impressed by the courage of the young man who dared to address him, and their eyes crossed. Fernando only calmed down and understood the young man's rightness. He praised his courage and asked if there were already plans to start. Under the mask, the man raised his eyes, looking directly at Fernando, and announced that they would start with the Magic Academy in the capital. The ball on the occasion of Princess Aurelia's birthday turned into a real holiday, exciting and bright, capturing the attention of every guest. On the street, various representatives of schools, knights of magic in elegant blue uniforms, mysterious magicians, and civil service students gathered. The girl enthusiastically grasped the surrounding beauty, feeling the holiday in everyone who was nearby. Her dress was mesmerizing, advantageously emphasizing all the details of the figure. The guy behind dreamed of hugging her and could not find the courage to take a step. She looked into the distance as if something really significant was unfolding in front of her and was lost in thought. A week has passed since she found herself at the School of Magic as an informer. She managed to gain a lot of new knowledge in this mysterious world. Considering that Julia is the niece of General William Arya, it becomes clear that the chances of her being a princess are small. She decided to finally make sure of this during the ball. Alice had already arrived at the ball and noted that the girl had come early. The girl with a smile made it clear that her outfit speaks more than words. She admitted that she came to the ball for the first time in such a beautiful dress. The brother interrupted them, asking if it was a friend of the sister. They were dressed with elegance. Alphonse was there. After a polite introduction, they asked her name. Alice explained that the guy with the umbrella, Alphonse, is Julia's twin brother. Milphia introduced himself smiling and understood that he was also from the Janabi tribe. Alice asked her brother where Dan Lys replied that he went to the toilet. They spotted him in the crowd and were very happy. Alice was happy to announce that he had finally appeared. She widened her eyes in surprise, admiring the sophistication of his clothes, and wondered, intrigued, why he was so luxurious. Dan only hinted that a lady had borrowed him. He noted that she mentioned the tradition of dressing up in luxurious clothes for the ball. Dan paid attention to an amazing girl who had remained unknown to him before. In front of him appeared a real dream. An amazing woman with luxurious blonde hair. green eyes like emeralds, and dressed in an incredibly elegant dress. Her smile could charm any guy, and her eyes looked like a real magical echo. They looked at each other for a long time, feeling a strange recognition in those eyes. In the princess's estate, the maids constantly admired her beauty and were surprised by her flawless makeup and luxurious hair. It really struck them. They couldn't take their eyes off the mirror, mesmerized by the beauty of the girl reflected there. Wishing her a happy birthday, everyone in the room greeted Her Highness. Her attention focused on this for a moment. Friends arrived earlier than she expected, all elegantly dressed. It seemed that today is not the birthday of the princess, but the day of fashion. The princess asked to wait a little to complete the preparation, while the boy said that he should not be ignored, because he just wanted to say hello. He noted that at the moment, he is in charge of her security. Enthusiastic, Yulia came closer to take a closer look at the princess, mentally admitting that she was jealous of her beauty. The princess started to blush from the compliments, but Yulia assured her that she was only telling the truth. This made the princess feel a little calmer. The young man was determined to protect her from any danger. After all, many people gather for the holiday, and among them there may be unexpected persons. He entrusted the princess to Yulia's care, and left her because he had to solve other urgent matters. He was sure that Yulia could always be relied on. The princess hinted to Julia to try to make a stylish makeup. Julia was surprised, but the princess assured that the result would be fantastic. Julia could not believe that such a thing was possible in the princess's room, and expressed it in shock. The princess invited her to sit on a chair. A little time passed, and most of the guests gathered near the fountain, which made a quiet noise, giving comfort and a festive atmosphere. Every guest felt the joy of the holiday, eagerly waiting for the princess to appear. Several guests gathered on the balcony. Among them were old friends of the princess and those she recently met at the magic school. They carefully watched the crowd, discussing various details. The ball had not yet started, but as the fox noted, many people had already gathered. His sister emphasized that this was expected because it was Her Highness's birthday. Alphonse was a simple man who was concerned about only one aspect of life so that the bowl would not remain empty. Dan did not take his eyes off the girl, as if he was trying in vain to remember where he had met her before. She remained steadfast, her attention focused on the celebration and the variety around her. He recognized a familiar face in her, trying to remember who she was for a long time. He felt that this was not just a random meeting. Whiskers suddenly appeared behind Dan and surprised him to the point of tears with his presence. Little felt a sweat on his face when he heard a familiar voice. Dan returned and greeted Liss. Liss asked who he was. Dan said that he was their classmate from the civil service school. Everyone turned their heads in his direction. The fox was the first to greet the stranger, noting that he lived in the same boarding house as Dan. He called himself Fox von Carter. Alphonse, who also lived there, joined in, and the charming Alice greeted Flamdieter. He felt the warmth of the reception and also introduced himself. The mustache was surprised and happy. He did not expect to become richer than his friends. Only Alphonse did not share his enthusiasm and was surprised to hear this word. When asked about his age, he slyly said that he was a little older than Dan. He suddenly dropped all formalities, and his laughter instantly stunned everyone around him, leaving them in confusion. During their conversation, another acquaintance came up to them and remarked with surprise that he had been looking for them for a long time. Everyone shouted her name in surprise, amazed by the incomparable beauty that now left them speechless. The eternal beauty Yulia now looked simply incredible. Her makeup impressed everyone. Everyone admired her beauty. Even the mustached man who met her for the first time could not hide his admiration. Dan called everyone to silence and turned to Yulia, admiring her indescribable beauty and finding her incredibly attractive. He emphasized how much it suits her by showering her with compliments and admiring her unparalleled beauty. The girl laughed gently, turned to him, and thoughtfully wondered if Dan could really be sincere, because such words were a surprise to her. Another girl appeared behind Yulia and drew her attention. Yulia immediately turned her head. The girl asked Yulia to introduce her to her friends, but they were already watching her with surprise, waiting for the introduction. She greeted everyone while fixing her hair. She introduced herself as Julia's friend, Aria. She happily greeted everyone she met with words about the pleasure of meeting them. She slowly got closer to Yulia because she was the only one she could trust here. Dan was struck by her charm as if he had seen more beauties in one day than in his entire life. The wonderful day slowly blossomed with the events of the celebration. The guests gathered, and the company enthusiastically began its odyssey. Behind one of the corners of the majestic building, the princess's bodyguard, a young and charming young man, was quietly walking. His face showed a mysterious gamut of emotions, as if the spirit of the holiday had passed him by. In front of him stood a tiny building at the door of which he was staring intently as he prepared to take a step inside. The door creaked open, filling the room with bright light from outside. He entered the room where barrels and sacks were piled up everywhere and took the first steps uncertainly into its mysterious space. In one of the corners of the room, the dark silhouette of a man remained a mystery due to the dim lighting. It was difficult for him to chew his food. His eyes revealed secrets. He did not like bright light. He preferred the comfort of darkness. The boy remarked that if the man had already arrived, he should have congratulated Auraria. He wanted to know why he was here and what he was doing in this place. Vladdy enthusiastically chewed a juicy chicken thigh, immersed in his taste heaven. Vlad, with a mouth full of food, made such indistinct sounds that the other boy simply could not understand him, and suggested that he finish his meal first and then speak. Despite everything, Vladdy did not stop muttering with his mouth full. The young man patiently waited for the man to finish and asked why he chooses to eat in such an environment instead of a banquet hall. He admitted that he does not like crowds, although it is not easy to eat here either. A sudden breeze that appeared as if from nowhere brought a small piece of paper to the boy. Surprised, he took the object in his hands and asked Vlad what it was. Vlad explained that they were just a nephew and had just returned from home. He claimed that the sheet shows a portrait that he personally created, and it is extremely important for him to know what the boy looks like. After that, Vladdy went to the door, leaving the boy alone, and went to greet Auraria. He looked at the sheet of paper with surprise in his mind, calling it a portrait of his nephew. The portrait looked as if it was drawn with a foot, so the quality of execution was insufficient. Meanwhile, the boys actively communicated and happily made new friends. Dan suddenly realized that another familiar person was standing nearby. It was exactly the girl whom he recently saved when falling from the balcony. He had no idea that she was a princess, but now she is next to him. She could not recognize him because at that time he was wearing a mask hiding his face. He noticed a slight magical aura radiating from her form. He reasoned that the magic circle on the substrate creates the illusion that this magic has a life of its own. The fox noticed that Dan was deep in his thoughts and wondered what kind of thoughts were occupying his head. Dan did not forget about his voice, which he now used to communicate with those around him, and it was a wise decision. That girl listened to him when they talked for a long time in the bell tower. The girl asked if she had the honor to communicate with the same Dan. He wondered how she knew him, because the princess mentioned that she had heard about him from Yulia. This intrigued him even more. After that, the idea of joining forces and becoming friends altogether because they were destined to spend a long time training side by side. Dan, changing his voice tone and timbre, agreed because it would be real nonsense to refuse such an attractive princess with an offer to be friends. With temporary changes, new events unfolded in the temple, but not everyone who was inside had good intentions. Among the mercenaries stood out a scoundrel who dreamed of stealing a statue. He was supported by 2 henchmen dressed in the same way as the rest of the mercenaries. He asked if everyone was ready for the big event, and everyone in hoods answered in the affirmative, calling him Your Excellency. However, the scoundrel was already wearing a lion mask. Turning his head, he thoughtfully asked about their next goal. The man said that this was the 3rd princess they had to kidnap. He pondered with interest the benefits of achieving this goal, and began researching the issue. The man was convinced that soon there would be a chance to remove the emperor and become the owners of the palace. The man in the mask dreamed of exactly this, noting that the chance would not happen again. He announced to everyone in the building that it was time to leave. The moment had come when God must come down to all the unfortunate and unbelieving. The princess's birthday celebration was in full swing. The tables could barely withstand the weight of the many dishes. The guests gathered in the hall, wanting to enjoy the treats generously prepared by the princess. People animatedly discussed various everyday topics with their friends. Dan watched his company from afar, lost in his own thoughts. He was clearly aware of his next steps. He decisively changed direction and went in the opposite direction. He chose a path where the chance of being recognized was less likely. He couldn't believe that he met Arya in this very place. Due to the use of the mask during the previous visit, she had no chance of recognizing him. He felt that it was better to return home as soon as possible. He resolutely stepped onto the roof, feeling the cold slate under his feet, and hurried home, where the warmth of family comfort awaited him. Having moved several hundred meters from his native home, he felt his heart fill with anticipation of new possibilities. A portal opened behind him, ready to absorb him. Inside, a raging space was capable of effortlessly throwing him to an unfathomable distance. The mask was always at hand, and he put it on without hesitation. Whenever he transforms into Lufin, he wears a mask with a magic spell. She was able to temporarily complicate his search. When he sat down on the edge of the roof, a stranger suddenly appeared behind him. The energy that engulfed him from behind instantly made him turn back. Without a word, the man took out his weapon and threw it at the boy. Dan barely dodged the blade and fell on the slate that creaked dangerously beneath him. He asked this man in surprise because he could not have expected such a development of events. He also drew attention to the fact that the speed of this attacker is simply impressive. When the man took off his mask, he noted that Dan had done the right thing by coming here. Dan exclaimed in surprise because he recognized him as his Uncle Vladdy. The uncle emphasized that the little one should try to avoid the blow that is about to be sent to him. He swung his sword with such speed that even an experienced fighter would have a hard time dodging. But that didn't stop Dan. Vlad was surprised when the boy suddenly began skillfully dodging his attacks and avoiding blows. The little boy raised his hands and asked his uncle to wait, asking about his guilt. He decided to deal with the suspicious boy, fearing that he would harm someone. However, his fears seemed to be in vain. After that, the uncle asked the boy if he belonged to the constellation of Libra or Pisces, which surprised the little boy even more, because it seemed to him complete nonsense. He could not understand the old man's question and asked what they meant. Instead, he only got the question, "Who are you, really?" The uncle warned that it is better to answer the questions immediately, because he did not give a second chance. He couldn't stand repetition and didn't plan on doing it now. The sun woke up over the city, covering it with warm light and promising a new day. The majestic building with the clock that dominated the city, impressed with its monumental beauty, remaining unshakable on the horizon. Two masked devotees of the Lord stood under the rays of a beautiful sunset before night enveloped the earth. The man in the mask of the bull had an ominous premonition and shared it with the girl in the mask of the scorpion standing next to him. She stopped and looked at him, wondering the reasons for his decisions. But this question remained unanswered for him. However, he was sure of one aspect of his relationship with her. He had a feeling that something mysterious was bound to happen in the academy that stood ahead. The girl decided that it was a joke, so she praised his humor. However, the interlocutor was a little confused and asked what she meant. Her black lips formed into a mysterious smile when she suddenly realized that she was fascinated by the drama of life. She expressed that she would like to see a tragedy filled with hopelessness. Beek did not hide his surprise and asked what exactly she meant. She decided to avoid answering, and instead asked not to worry so much. After that, she thoughtfully began to prepare for another conversation. She noted that today they are present here precisely as spectators. He understood the hidden meaning of her words and listened carefully, immersed in silence. Meanwhile, Vlady's foot accidentally slipped on the roof slate. Against the background of a picturesque sunset, he rushes towards Dan for a surprise attack. This mysterious man seeks to find out the answer to his question from the boy. Events were moving rapidly, and the boy could not understand why his uncle was suddenly attacking him. He only instinctively put out his hands, crying for a stop. This is the second time that the uncle's sword flew past the little boy's head, almost knocking the mask off his face. In that moment, the realization came over him that his uncle really intended to destroy him. Uncle curiously asked to which zodiac sign the interlocutor belongs, to Libra or Pisces, and expected to hear it immediately. Only then did Dan understand exactly what his uncle was demanding from him, and what kind of answer was expected from him. Before the third blow with the sword began, Dan does not have time to say a word, and asks if Leo and Aquarius are related to this. Uncle confirms that he knows everything. Dan noted with a smile that his uncle probably confused him with someone. He noted that he had heard of organizations with the names of the 12 zodiac signs, but he did not belong to any of them. The aunt understood that if the uncle had been so trusting, everything would have been much easier. But in this situation, he remained skeptical and believed that it was worth checking everything himself. The guy made excuses that in reality he is just a petty thief and nothing more. Dan looked at his uniform and realized that before him stood a high-ranking knight with whom he should not do business. Anger flashed on the man's face, but he held back, and finally Dan reached the point where they were ready to listen to him. Dan said they had come to the ball to ensure security. He advised not to worry about the petty pickpocket, jokingly referring to himself. Dan pointed out that their duty is to catch people who are much more dangerous than him. In the eyes of his uncle, Dan already looked less threatening, As soon as they touched on the subject of people capable of ruining the ball, an explosion rang out behind Dan's back, raising a huge cloud of dust. A big flame broke out in the center of the city, and a huge cloud of smoke rose. It was visible even from the farthest corner of the metropolis. The uncle understood that Dan was right and turned his attention there. The boy only confirmed the truth of his words. Seizing the right opportunity, he quickly turned around, noticing that his uncle was busy with business. After a short farewell, he moved to the edge of the roof. The uncle intercepted the young man, calling him a thief, and did not allow him to escape. He wondered where he had gone because he had not yet received permission to let him go. Dan looked around and realized the surprise of the situation, and realized that escape was impossible. It was radically different from what he had hoped for. While the noisy banquet was still unfolding, the guests enjoyed the celebration carefree. There were so many delicacies on the table that Alphonse with a mustache didn't know where to start, from baked chicken and pizza to cheese filling. A huge cake with chocolate that slid down fascinated the girls and especially impressed Alice and Julia. They watched this delicious chocolate cascade with enthusiasm. The girl looked nervously at the door, feeling anxious before crossing the threshold. The princess sat comfortably on the chair. A maid was standing next to her, and next to her was an elegant man in a black tuxedo who looked pensive. The maid reminded her that it was time to meet the guests. She convinced not to worry, adding that thanks to the magic on the dress, none of her students would recognize her. After wearing the corset, she felt unbearable discomfort and shared this with the maid. She wanted to breathe in the fresh air and decided to go out on the terrace for a while. The maid informed that soon the guests will be based near her to greet. She understood that on this important day she could not afford to be carefree, so she stood thoughtfully on the terrace, immersed in her own thoughts. The wind gently touched her face, blowing her luxurious hair. She leaned on the stand, looking into the distance, enchanted with the onset of night. The crimson sunset no longer illuminated the roofs of the city, giving way to a mysterious darkness that brought peace and silence. On the terrace, she thought about how Dan had saved her from falling. It was hard to believe that just a couple of hours ago they were standing together. That evening, she only remembered his kind and large eyes that mysteriously peeked out from under the mask. Their eyes crossed, and they noticed hidden sparks of kindness in the depths of each other's eyes. She seemed to be flying in her fantasies, remembering that magical evening and plunging into the world of memories of an unforgettable night. At that moment, he called himself Master Lufin, and she became interested in his activities. On the roof of the building, she was watched by a mysterious figure in a cloak. The other two imperceptibly approached the first figure. Their gaze carefully studied her every movement, because she stood with her back turned and did not suspect anything. Under each mask lurked the face of a criminal whose intentions did not portend anything good. Uncle and Dan raced across the rooftops at incredible speed, leaving behind one building after another. Their speed was amazing, because not everyone is capable of such a run. Dan realized that it was not easy to get rid of this man. The uncle's speed was amazing, but the boy was sure that he could kill him without hesitation. His goal was to find the perfect moment to escape. Suddenly an idea occurred to him, and he decided to ask if he could learn something. Dan noted that there was silence in the banquet hall despite the explosion. It was explained to him that there is a protective barrier around the academy that absorbs sounds. Due to this, the residents of the house remained in the dark. Dan carefully analyzed the information received. The uncle expressed confidence that the local security must have quickly disappeared to the place of the explosion. The boy realized that in order to continue the ball, they needed to understand the situation. There were several explosions in front of them, and they looked ahead in confusion. The dust thickened, preventing them from understanding what was really happening. The uncle turned his head to the boy, reporting another explosion. Looking around, he didn't see Dan nearby, and confusedly wondered where he could have disappeared to. The little bird soared into the sky, covering itself with magic to avoid the watchful eye of the uncle. During the flight, he wondered if the criminals knew about the barrier and decided to use it to wreak havoc. If it was someone's cunning plan, then the explosion is just a trap and the real goal at the ball. The boy, using his intelligence, realized this. The only question was why the ball. This mystery did not give him peace. His thoughts gave rise to an idea so fantastic that it was hard to imagine what it could have a basis for. At the same time, the princess on the terrace froze in surprise when masked men drew attention to her, calling her "Your Highness." She turned and noticed two mysterious figures in hoods and wooden masks that seemed to emerge from the fog a few meters away from her. At first glance, they seemed polite, but their masks immediately raised suspicion. They politely said she should go with them. She held her breath in anxiety and just silently watched what was happening around her. Meanwhile, he tirelessly glided across the sky. He realized that if the explosions were just a distraction, their real target could be Princess Aurelia. This is just his idea. In such a situation, many different scenarios are possible. It was a great opportunity to escape, and he admitted to himself that the crown princess did not interest him. Perhaps the main goal of the criminals was a terrorist act and not herself. If he escapes alone, what will happen to his companions? Criminals will take advantage of the moment when the explosion distracts the attention of the guards and act quickly and decisively. Dan is running out of time, but he is determined to save all his friends. He will go through any difficulties to achieve his goal. Having opened a magical portal behind his back, he tries to increase his speed. He picked up a mysterious gadget that resembled the shape of a pyramid. He is sorry to waste it, but the current situation leaves no other choice. The eye on the pyramid gradually opens, emitting an ominous red light. When the creature revealed its essence, a powerful purple energy filled the space. Its power reaches unknown heights. Dan watches as everything around has turned purple. The buildings of the city shimmer with shades of this color. This device resembles a thermal imager and is able to recognize people through walls. This helped him identify criminals. Noticing their number, Dan realized the truth of his assumptions. The explosions turned out to be just a maneuver to distract attention. In order to possess magic, Dan had to close his eyes, which allowed him to see through things. He devoted himself completely to this ability, and relentlessly watched. He was speechless with fear when he saw the picture of 5 men leading the princess. His heart was beating anxiously, feeling the worst premonitions. Arya was trembling with fear, barely holding back the tears that quietly flowed down her cheek. She tried to warn them against the danger, pointing out that their efforts were futile and threatened with serious trouble. She even tried to bribe them by promising any amount. One of the criminals admitted that perhaps it would be better to leave her unconscious because her talkativeness knew no bounds. For unknown reasons, magic bypassed her, and her attempts failed. The girl heard talk around her and wondered what it was all about. The criminal ordered her to be quiet, shouting so loudly that the tiny girl was frightened. He hinted that it is better not to provoke him because she can feel the consequences of his anger. She was sure that they had no right to threaten her and considered it right to remind them of this. However, she had no idea who she was dealing with and what consequences awaited her. One of them confirmed his intentions by swinging his fist in her direction and expressing annoyance that she was already fed up. The blow almost touched her charming face, threatening to destroy its attractiveness. To avoid this, she closed her eyes with all her might, hoping that she would not feel the devastating blow of the intruder. But nothing happened. She opened one eye and saw that everything was fine with her. Opening her eyes, she saw that all the criminals who attacked and dragged her were now lying unconscious on the floor. It could be seen as a special gift for her birthday. A voice coming from behind her reminded her of how long it had been since they had seen each other. Master Lufin, the savior of Princess Aurelia, left all the scoundrels sleeping on the floor. A few criminals remained, who looked at the young man in the mask, not understanding who was in front of them. Dan stood in front of the girl, hiding her behind his cape. He silently ordered her to stay put because he was going to solve the situation. The men rushed to stop the boy and capture the princess when suddenly there were shouts. The expressions on their faces were so expressive that they could be captured in a photo and placed on the wall to cheer yourself up in the morning. Dan collided with one of the criminals, kicking him so hard that he literally flew into the air. The partner considered whether to continue the fight. Having finished with one, Dan approached the other and wondered with interest whether they really belonged to the Brotherhood of Eagles. He chose silence, hoping that the sword behind his back would come in handy in case of an attack by the little one. Challenging fate with a sword, the boy only intended to strike, but the blade flew near his head. He confidently dodged, considering the situation defeated. Apparently, the thief tried to kill the boy with a blow of the sword, without intending to show even a drop of pity. Dan, already ready to attack, deftly dodged a horizontal sword strike. He did a backflip and landed flawlessly above the exposed blade. The opponent tried in every way to strike but failed, and Dan skillfully responded by lightly hitting him on the back of the head with a goldfinch. The other criminals couldn't figure out who he was and ordered the rest of their gang to capture the mysterious guy. With a calm expression on his face, not giggling after defeating the thieves, he looked at them and wondered how annoying they could be. Finding no other way out, they again armed themselves with swords and decided to attack the young warrior. He had the ability to use magic to neutralize all criminals at once. It seemed to him that it was too prosaic, so he decided to scatter the opponents by lowering his elbows and fists on their wooden masks. Two swords appeared in the air, which, as if enchanted, began to cross in weightlessness thanks to magical powers. In a moment, Dan confidently held one of the swords in his hands, ready for new adventures and challenges. Dan decided to act quietly, allowing an unusual idea to unfold in his imagination, bringing a mysterious smile to his face. The villains were shocked to see his unexpected reaction. In less than a second, the sword plunged into the throat of each of the criminals, not even giving them a chance to say even one letter. Their legs, which were leading the princess with cunning intentions, began to weaken, and the eyes that were watching her slowly closed. She was overcome by a sense of chaos. Emotions were raging, overflowing her body and thoughts. She felt relieved after being rescued. Her green eyes still reflected fear, but the realization that the danger was behind her brought her peace. Dan explained that it was dangerous to stay, because the rest of the criminals might appear. She watched him intently, absorbing his words and nodding in approval. Dan gently held out his hand to her, inviting her on a date, offering her to meet if she was comfortable in such an unexpectedly charming atmosphere. She did not believe his words, but her cheeks betrayed her confusion. The bodies of the unfortunate were left lying motionless on the ground. The shoes froze mercilessly near the bodies. A leather shoe created an eerie contrast with the motionless head of one of the murdered mercenaries. The man in the lion mask and his mercenaries looked around, shocked at the incompatibility of the situation with their plans. One of the crippled mercenaries, who somehow miraculously survived, turned to him to convey an important message for Master Fernando. He barely reached the tree, sat down, and told that all these crimes were the work of that boy. But he took it upon himself to implement the plan. Fernando listened carefully to the description of the boy known for stealing the statuette. He reflected that he had received a chance, as if from God himself. Fernando saw in God's will the only way that would save him from the tricks of an unforgiving boy who more than once spoiled all his plans. Emotions were burning in him. The city sky was torn by fire as every roof turned into a burning torch. Soon the city was engulfed in flames. Buildings were crumbling and concrete was crumbling, leaving debris on the ground. The foot gently touched the hot concrete. The man carefully looked around, noticing every detail and all the smallest changes in the situation. He looked at the destroyed stones, feeling how a huge disaster had come because of those who had ruined all this. He was interested in the huge pit from the explosion. Fortunately, there were no casualties. The whistling of an arrow made him turn away from the pit. She was heading inexorably towards him. Thanks to his quick reaction and impeccable preparation, he deftly dodged the arrow. Chakra smoothly wrapped around his leg, forming a mysterious halo of energy. The flow of chakra he directed was so powerful that the ground beneath his feet began to shake from the force. A man appeared behind and began to attack, pulling out a sword from its sheath, preparing to attack. The man wielded his sword with the skill of a ninja, leaving opponents with almost no chance to avoid his attacks. However, for him, the situation was different. The imaginary ninja felt such a sharp pain that his whole life flashed before his eyes. The man swung, aiming for the cheek, but missed. The blow hit his chest with such force that he fell back. The blow knocked the breath out of him, and, breathing heavily, he remained sitting under a piece of concrete that broke through his back. The uncle was curious about who they were, so he decided to contact him to find out. Unexpected guests did not make themselves wait behind the uncle. Two more dark figures materialized exactly as predicted. It is obvious that they foresaw his arrival and had already gathered together. These guys refused to talk and just yell at him to go away. When a mountain of arrows fell at his uncle's feet, he took 2 steps back and barely managed to escape the danger. Great speed saves him from the arrows again. But can it save him from a large piece of concrete rushing straight at his head? From the powerful impact of the fist on the concrete, the stone flew into small pieces, filling the surrounding space. This man has such strength that he easily destroyed a huge stone, impressing everyone around with his power. The stone turned into many small blades with sharp tips bound by a magical chain of the same stone. The blades gripped the uncle's hands, restricting his movements and preventing him from freely controlling his body. Having chained him up, the armed men rapidly attack. Their only wish was for their uncle to cease to exist without leaving any chance for salvation. With a calm expression on his face, he weighs the events happening around him. Clenching his fist, he decides to gather his will into a fist and act further. He strained to break the chain, and this gave an idea of the incredible power hidden in it. Uncle scattered several thieves with one wave of his hand using a metal chain. However, one of them did not give up, and continued to fly at him with a sword. The uncle was surprised and tried to understand how many thieves surrounded him when another one appeared from the left. The ice blade cuts into the criminal's chest and he flies far back. The man felt as if a powerful magic was unfolding behind him, like a shadow that now constantly accompanies him. William appeared with him. The knights arrived to deal with the scum. They stood ready for action. William tries to understand what the authorities are doing here, but only more questions arise without answers. Uncle suddenly realizes something important and stops his thoughts trying to focus on a new idea. They both realize that the academy was left without protection, and someone had to protect it. They instantly realize that they need to act immediately and not waste time on indecision. They both felt a powerful magical flow emanating from the academy area. New criminals were sneaking up on them, and the uncle turned his head and noticed their dangerous appearance. Their number increased from a few to several dozen like mushrooms after the rain. The uncle suspects a ruse and hurries to share his guesses with William. Darkness fell on the street, and when the night covered the city, the number of criminals on the streets steadily increased. Their traces will soon be left on every street of this bustling city. Behind them rose the university, and a group of people gathered around it. Princess and Dan, hiding their faces under the crown mask, watched the criminals from the window using the power of the wind. Dan felt confused, and the princess noticed it. He was convinced that these people planned to kidnap her. The princess could not understand what secret was hidden behind her abduction. There was a loud sound of broken glass, and the window they were watching flew out with a crash. The criminals saw them in the window, and the leader immediately gave the order to kidnap them. Dan cast an invisibility spell and was dismayed that it miraculously didn't work. He tried to figure out the spell, but suddenly something caught his attention right in front of him. The girl wore a bracelet that seemed to protect her from certain types of magic. It was no ordinary accessory, but something much more important. Dan turned to the girl with the assumption that they could be found through her bracelet. Approaching her, he begged and channeled chakra into the bracelet. A purple glow enveloped their hands, and the magic around them came to life. His fingers formed a whimsical grid in which a magical ribbon flickered. The girl is fascinated to the core and cannot look away from this bracelet because its beauty causes her real surprise. While they were thinking about the bracelet, the criminals burst into the room shouting that they need to catch the girl and the boy. Dan asked the girl for forgiveness and hugged her. His foot gently touched the edge of the window with broken glass, leaving a trail of emotions of tension and intrigue. He holds the girl in his arms and they fly. She hugs him tightly, looking like a little girl in his arms. The criminals watched helplessly as Dan and the princess fled into the air, shouted trying to stop them, called to return to the ground. Dan challenged them to try to catch them. He doubted they would succeed. Fernando unexpectedly sees a familiar boy in these events and is stunned that the meeting is happening again. He immediately sets about setting up the magic, convinced that this time the boy will not disappear anywhere. Heaven's punishment was one of his main attacks that he used most often, and by pointing his staff at the boy he summoned this devastating power. A magical beam, like an electric charge, pierces the princess and Dan, who are suspended in the air. Dan did not expect that he would have the courage to use magic for the sake of the princess, because her kidnapping carries the threat of much more serious consequences. In a moment there was an explosion of such power that it is difficult to imagine that anyone could survive under its impact. Fernando smiles joyfully, feeling the power of the staff in his hands. He knows that he has succeeded. The man was sure of his success, but what opened his eyes caused indescribable surprise and confusion. Dan is surrounded by protective magic, and the princess is fascinated by the fact that she managed to survive. Pokedoc in a lion mask, unable to contain his emotions, loudly wonders how this could be. Dan realizes that he cannot escape the struggle, and this choice is obvious to him. He hinted at the inevitability of a fight as the staff glowed with magic and flew towards Dan. Only thanks to the air shield, Dan is able to protect the girl because he holds her in his arms and is responsible for her life. He knows that he is obliged to finish the case. Around 10 explosions ripped through the air near them, but none of them touched, giving them a moment of relief. The princess is breathing, but her heart freezes in alarm at what is happening around. He did not foresee that the old man would use magic and the girl with defenseless eyes should be saved immediately. He noticed her fright and decided to calm her down. A magical light lit up on his hand. He told her not to worry and advised her to rest a little. Barely having time to ask about it, her eyes began to slowly close as if the answers were in a dream. The magic worked. She was already resting in his arms with her eyes closed. Although her fears no longer bothered her, her bracelet still absorbed a lot of mana. Even putting the princess to sleep was becoming a real challenge. The archers continued their work, firing arrows at Dan without stopping at his magic tricks. The magic shield became a savior. The arrows could not pierce it, scattering fragments. The opponents did not pass and had a backup plan. One of them was instantly behind Dan, deciding to test the power of his blade. His sword bounced off Dan's magical shield with a loud clang that protected the princess in his arms. It was surprising that the blade remained intact. Using his proven tactics, he once again stood up against another criminal. It was impossible not to hold back a smile watching this success. Calling him a thief, the scoundrel was disappointed that he could not strike with a sword. Fibrio, Fernando's loyal assistant, once again took up his sword, fearlessly following his master's orders and continuing his attacks without hesitation. Dan tried to maneuver holding the girl in his arms, but it proved difficult as she was sound asleep. When Fibrio attacks behind the sword, a golden ribbon flickers like part of a sorcerer's ritual. During the attack, they combine all their power, fighting 2 against 1 enemy. Fibrio made another lunge, but the boy easily avoided the blow thanks to magic and a backflip, skillfully holding the girl in his arms. The boy's emotions shine, because behind the brilliant defense, his self-confidence only grows stronger, which gives him confidence and clarity in his actions. Fibrio, possessing powerful magic, creates around himself and others a giant blue ball of fire that shines in the dark. Dan carefully shifts the shield under the sword to protect himself from the blow, and does not notice how the magical energy approaches the girl. Dan finally decided to use his attacking magic. A powerful Rasengan began to form in his hand. The attack happened in a flash because the skills of the attacker were not to be borrowed. The fireball hit Fibrio, destroying his mask and exposing his face, and the sword fell from his hand. Eventually, his body sinks powerlessly down, depriving him of the ability to continue his attack. Fibrio's partner watches the events, unable to realize that Fibrio is gone, and now he will have to face Deku alone. Dan reminded him that it is important to take care not only of yourself, but also of others. Now his self-confidence was shaken. He couldn't even make a single attack and was already falling behind his comrade. The archers remained on the ground, ready to strike an unexpected blow. But the question remained open. Will they be able to carry out what they planned? Dan and the princess, circling in the air, noticed that the archers were preparing to shoot. He was tired of how they overwhelmed his patience barriers. He constantly raised around himself and the princess to stop enemy arrows. To answer, Dan concentrates dark blue magic in his hand, transforming the yellow energy into something mysterious and new. Under the influence of the boy's magic, all the arrows that were flying in his direction now fly back rapidly like reflected boomerangs. Magical arrows enriched with magic pierced the heads and hearts of thieves, forcing the danger to disappear forever. Even when the arrows were already embedded in the bodies, they did not stop and persistently moved on despite the pain and danger. Dan does not plan to leave everything to his own devices, and even more so Fernando. Nevertheless, he, being behind, shouted about God's punishment, and again directed the magic rays at the boy and girl, hoping for their imprudence. A bright light appeared behind Dan, illuminating his hair and refreshing his image. The attack was already closing in on him. In the boy's hands, out of anger at the situation, such a powerful ball of magic forms that even the most powerful magicians would have a hard time imagining it. God's punishment flew up, and Dan sent a magic layer into the beam, causing a powerful explosion. The colors of the chakra mixed, and he deftly jumped back as he planned. Fernando wondered again and again how he managed to achieve his goal. He stood in complete amazement, his mouth open, many questions in his head. His mask was barely holding on to his face. An incredible energy is concentrated around the boy. The legendary chakra awakens only in the most dramatic moments, when the hero is forced to go beyond the limits of the possible. Dan decided it was time for Fernando to test his skills in dodging his attacks. Fernando utters the name of the Wind Maiden and a hurricane whirlwind begins around him. He expertly crafts blades that shine with a blue glow and resemble enchanted iceworks of art. Fernando clenches his teeth tightly, enduring the pain, and gathers his last strength. He swung his staff, embodying God's iron will into a powerful attack. The boy admitted that the attack was not bad, but they did not manage to cause any damage. A smile appeared on Dan's face. He has come up with a plan and now challenges the others to try to evade his trick. In Dan's hands, the chakra layer is already pulsating, saturated with such powerful energy that red jets swirled around it. He accumulates energy so hot that even a villain lying tens of meters away is struck by it. The bloodless criminal found the last strength to raise his hands and tear himself away from the ground. Fernando considered him the most dedicated criminal in his team. Around his neck is a pendant that makes quiet sounds about ancient magic. 7 tips are capable of radically changing the future by destroying everything in its path. Will you have the strength to resist them? Dan plans to achieve one true result, considering it the most important task. He concentrated all his energy into the build of the legendary 7-pointed spear from Irish myths. The spear rushed in the direction of the thief, gaining insane speed. Over time, it grew so much that it was difficult to capture it with a glance. Fernando feels no fear. Before him unfolds the scene of death, which he is aware of. At the very heart of the fiery explosion was Fernando. His faith and all his bad deeds dissolved in him. Meanwhile, William and his uncle heard an explosion from afar, and holding their breath, looked in that direction. William wondered what legendary magic had been used and by whom. The uncle kept a calm face, and it was clear to everyone that he was in shock. The sparks that appeared from the use of this magic swirled in the air before carefully settling on the ground. An incredible explosion stunned everything around. Fernando lay on the ground, as if unconscious, and his face was hidden behind a lion mask. He moaned, his white hair flying in all directions, creating a chaotic vortex that complemented his emotional state. He took a deep breath and stood up sharply, quickly looking around first to the left and then to the right. To the left, he noticed one of his servants lying unconscious. He looked in surprise at his right hand, which sometimes found itself unruly on the floor, and wondered what really happened. His name was Mario, and blood flowed from his mouth down his cheeks. His hand lay motionless on his stomach, and his body was unconscious. Fernando could not understand how this happened, and, confused, tried to understand the situation by approaching Mario for a conversation. Mario was barely able to say the name of the hostess Fernando, gathering all his remaining strength. Even criminals have touching moments when Mario entrusts someone to take care of important matters. Fernando mentally called him an idiot, hoping that this would not alienate his friend. Fernando's eyes are filled with tears. His teeth are clenched from the pain of losing a friend, which is already visible without words. His lungs are badly burned, and every cough brings pain and blood that suggests a serious injury. He felt as if his chest was being torn to pieces, and urgently ordered the servants to use magic. He instructed to take care of the wounded, not noticing that Dan landed quietly behind him. He carefully lowered the princess to the ground, making sure that she was safe. She was the only one worth worrying about right now. Her eyes slowly opened as the magic melted, and she finally woke up. Waking up and opening her eyes, she noticed that there was silence around her, and Dan was nowhere to be seen. She looked at the deserted street in front of her, which froze in silence, as if the world stopped for a moment. Behind her, she felt the steps of an uncle and a boy who were approaching her respectfully, addressing her as a highly respected person. They immediately surrounded her, wondering if she was okay and if she was not injured. Looking around, she could not get rid of one thought: where did Mr. Lupin go? Meanwhile, the streets were filled with various people, from mysterious magicians to officials and brave knights. Among the crowd of students stood out a blonde-haired girl who mysteriously attracted the attention of everyone around her. She strode resolutely down the street. Her attention was drawn to 2 men who were briskly discussing something behind her. She carefully studied everyone present, trying to decipher their thoughts and intentions. She was getting closer to the place where she was supposed to appear, with each step faster and faster. Feeling how her goal was finally becoming a reality, she stepped into an alley that seemed deserted at first glance. Behind her appeared a mysterious stranger in a raincoat, and his mysterious sounds made the girl slowly turn her head. Her eyes fall on a mysterious cloaked figure. Suddenly, many ninjas with weapons surrounded her, and a man in a white cloak with long hair moved towards her. The man remembered that he had not seen the branch manager Milfia for a long time, and made it clear that meeting her was a surprise for him. But instead of a man, it turned out to be a woman who held the position of deputy head of the information brokerage company Velika Mamachka. The girl could not understand what exactly brought her to the palace and sought to find an answer. In response, she found out if she was really asking this out of ignorance. Suddenly, a blue postcard materializes in front of her, as if it came out from under a magic wand. The girl carefully raises her hand to her face, as if hiding behind it, gradually approaching her head, creating a mysterious atmosphere. She was holding a postcard with a photo of her standing next to Fernando, realizing how this image awakened past feelings. The woman emphasized that after entering the magical academy, the girl began to communicate with the princess and then shared information with Leo. one of the 12 members of the Zodiac. The girl tried to justify herself by assuring that she had never done such a thing. But with the evidence in her hands, her words sounded completely unconvincing. The woman explained that excuses no longer make sense because he was caught red-handed. After finishing the conversation, she quickly disappeared. The ninjas, ready for battle, mercilessly approached with their swords in their hands. She asked for some time to be heard. She desperately tried to find some arguments but could not say anything, but felt her own helplessness in front of the situation. Drops of blood hung in the air like a fantastic dance of drops. Drops of blood spread over each stone of the pavement, creating a mysterious pattern on the cold ground. The girl studied the woman in front of her with wide-open eyes, feeling the ring of ninja thickening around her. She concentrated on filling her lungs with fresh air. The deputy was losing her balance, and her legs were swaying as if prepared for an invisible breakdown. She could not understand what was happening. Why was blood flowing from her mouth? She looked back at the ninja standing behind her. A photo flashed before her that attracted her gaze like a magnet. In the photo, she was standing next to Fernando. A mysterious figure suddenly appeared behind her, who, emphasizing her skepticism, asked if she really hoped to encircle him with primitive magic. Big Mom asked her deputy about this question. She told what usually happens to traitors, and now this girl claimed some misunderstanding. Big Mom smiled and said goodbye, looking directly into her eyes. No one paid attention to the intercessor, who screamed in pain, experiencing terrible moments because of what was done to her. It felt like it crossed the line of cruelty. A whole pool of blood spread out in front of the fair-haired girl. Big Mom hinted that the position of deputy became vacant. This hint made her think about her future role in the team. She approached Mommy, listening carefully to her words. From this moment on, this responsibility rests entirely on his shoulders. The girl could not understand how it happened, but she understood that when you constantly choose the right path, amazing things become reality. However, it was not necessary to stay at that place. Big Mama decided to return and invite everyone to a joint dinner. As soon as she left, she heard someone draw attention to her presence. The girl wanted to know why, and did not warn her about it in advance. Mom avoided answers. She wanted to create a surprise, and her full face radiated hidden kindness. For several seconds, the girl stood motionless, stunned by the surprise. She only followed her with her gaze, unable to move immediately. Meanwhile, a special atmosphere prevailed in the imperial palace. Elegance was combined with mystery, and every step emphasized the grandeur of the architecture. The princess took a breath, recuperating from the recent turmoil. He entered the room and went to the bed where she was resting peacefully. A voice sounded behind him, announcing that the time had come. All outstanding personalities capable of changing the course of events gathered at the negotiating table. Their eyes followed everyone who crossed the threshold, as if they were trying to unravel all the secrets of the newcomers. They all looked at each other with stern seriousness on their faces. The most important among them, sitting in the most elegant chair, expressed his displeasure at the lateness of this boy who was late. Prince Jontez von Bahamund de Oralian Eltria had a confident look full of determination and inner strength. He immediately apologized and promised to be more careful in the future. William looked around the gathering, made eye contact with the prince, and announced his readiness to start the event. A serious discussion developed because it was said that the 12 signs of the Zodiac planned to take over the palace. To achieve their goals, they developed a cunning operation codenamed Ant Cave, in which the princess played a key role. In the first frame, a brief mention of Leo the One appears with available information. The lonely guy notes that there was another mysterious person among the criminals at the scene. It was established that there were representatives of the zodiac signs Taurus and Scorpio. The prince was interested in what they were doing and decided to find out more. William noted that it was discovered that they only watched from the side without taking any action. The head of the Adventurers Association reported that only Leo accepted the bait. Groups of people enthusiastically sought to bypass security to enter the academy. William showed that the explosion 2 kilometers from the magic school had an effect. The prince raised his hand and asked for a minute. A mysterious character flying in the air appeared on the screen. The prince wondered why he looked like that. They realized that this person resorted to magic to hide his true nature. The prince realized that no one could understand who it was about. So he asked if they had at least some guess. William assured that he did not say anything like that. Her Highness Princess Aurelie mentioned that the person called himself Lufin William, explained the situation to everyone present. The prince was surprised to remember that the name Lufin was familiar to him, and thought about it for a moment. And then he suddenly realized that in front of him was the same criminal who recently made a lot of noise. William surmised that perhaps the man was a member of the Zodiac. He noted that if there is no knowledge on a certain issue, it is better to refrain from comments. The lonely boy was listening attentively to the conversation when one of the people present asked the general to share his opinion and asked if he thought that Aurelia's life had no value. The general ordered everyone to shut up, with special emphasis on Huntessa, who said it was time to stop. Huntus found himself in a hopeless situation. It was inappropriate to argue with the general, so he just silently accepted his fate. His character turned out to be extremely interesting. He immediately stood up, leaning his hands on the table, and defiantly looked into the eyes of the general. The general heard from the boy that Aurelia is his daughter. The boy felt that his father had become very cold, turned away from him and headed away. The other participants of the conference made efforts to stop him by loudly shouting after him. Leaving the room, their eyes crossed with the general again. The general already silently agreed with his ideas. Many were worried about what His Majesty would think about such an operation. Closing his eyes, the man carefully analyzed all the pros and cons of his situation, trying to come to the best decision. It was clear to everyone in the room that personal feelings must remain unacceptable for the emperor. The prince walked along the majestic corridor, enjoying the echo of his steps, which echoed through the majestic walls like a sweet symphony. His thoughts were restless, secretly emphasizing that the general must be able to hide his feelings so as not to appear impulsive. Dark night had already fallen, and the streets were completely dark. Fernando's servants wove magic spells while he rested peacefully on the table. Their hands were filled with energy directed towards him. After a long and mysterious ritual, a miracle happened. He suddenly inhaled air. One of the mysterious figures in a mask finally turned to Fernando, informing him that he had woken up, which he had mysteriously dreamed about for quite a long time. As soon as Fernando opened his eyes, he immediately saw Malib and asked if it was him. Malib confirmed that it was indeed him, addressing him with respect. Fernando immediately noticed that Malib was behaving atypically and decided to find out the reason for her changes. He had not yet left, coughing and lying on the table. While the servants carefully persuaded him to take care of himself, Fernando's eyes spoke his feelings more vividly than any words. The man anxiously remembered Mario and turned to his subordinates to find out if he was alive. They didn't know what to say, and there was a long silence between them. Fernando was alarmed by Fibrio's condition. He was told that she was strong and unharmed, but needed treatment. Fernando often referred to Dan as a little scumbag who ruined the lives of two of his subordinates. He thought he had blamed Fibrio. Fibrio got up, beaten, and sat on the edge of the bed, clutching the pendant around his neck. He whispered to himself that he had acted foolishly. He felt how his hand gripped the pendant tighter and his lips unconsciously curled from the pain burning inside him. At the same moment, while the Empire was living its life in the granary in the south, events took place that no one knew about. From the hill there was a panorama of the night town, where every house shone with lights in the windows, like stars in the sky. A young man and a girl walked through the streets immersed in warm conversations, beaming with smiles. Near the granary stood St. Percival, a grand temple-like structure with a dome decorated with crosses. In the temple, the priest prayed in front of a huge window that decorated the wall. He crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and concentrated on the prayer, absorbing every word. The Holy Father suddenly felt someone's presence behind him, which instantly distracted his attention. He stopped praying, turned slightly, and sincerely greeted the guest who entered the room. This was his usual behavior. The Holy Virgin Hillis was impressive with her beauty, and the sunlight playfully shone on her earrings. She noted their friendliness, appreciating hospitality especially at a late hour. The priest thought that everything was fine, and wondered how he could not accept the Holy Virgin who had just returned from a pilgrimage. He decided to treat her to fragrant tea. They sat down comfortably at the table, and while enjoying the tea, plunged into a conversation. They discussed the difficulties of the current pilgrimage. The girl, distinguished by her wisdom, noted that easy things in the world should not be sought. She expected that this time events would capture her attention. The priest hopes that her sixth sense is not betraying him because everything promises to be exciting. He wonders what really happened. She quickly began to explain the essence of the question. There was silence, her eyes opened wide. The priest stood stunned, refusing to believe what was unfolding before his eyes. He thought this to himself, closed his eyes, hoping that when he opened them, he would understand if all this was really happening. The girl opened her eyes and tears flowed in a hail. The priest tried to find out what happened, but she could not find the words. Through pain, she announced that something had happened to her sister. Without holding back her emotions, she explained everything about the paladin Fibrio. This story turned out to be so touching and sad that her emotions were such that a river of tears flowed. The priest quietly said a prayer. The priest asked if she had given her sister the miracle she had been working on for a whole year. She explained that the sister used it, but the priest only got more confused in the situation. She actively shared her experiences, but had to leave the room in a hurry. After interrupting the conversation, she stood up and said that it was time for her to go. The priest stood up and asked for permission to accompany her to her destination. She decided to refuse the offer of an escort, wanting to go on her own, and only added that she should not be escorted. In conclusion, she noted that during the pilgrimage she had to meet extremely kind and pleasant people. She did not add anything else to the priest, leaving only these words in his memory. At the entrance to the temple, they talked about the lateness of the Holy Virgin. Some thought of entering, but others were sure that without permission it could cause problems. He agreed that nothing could be done because the situation was hopeless. And now came the realization that it was time to wait patiently. A month and a half remained until the ball in the Zahram Desert to celebrate Aurelia's birthday. Two people walked exhausted and almost out of breath due to the scorching heat. Contemplating the endless dunes, they wondered when the city would finally appear on the horizon and waited with trepidation for this moment. Molly apologized, saying that he should have been more careful. The girl understood the situation and reassured the little one, believing that he was not to blame. Although she did not rule out that her fault was also possible. She later found out that the situation happened because someone mistook the stick for the floor just by looking at it. Then, with a sly hint, she turned to the boy behind, asking if the right Vice Captain Nari. The Vice Captain coughed twice and admitted his guilt and took responsibility. The girl was dissatisfied and asked to find a place sooner. The little one remembered how recently they were walking along Granville, and now the boundless desert of Zaram became their new route. After 10 days of searching, they finally learned from the bandit that Dan had left for the capital. This discovery restored their hope. 2 days ago, they decided to hire a guide for an inconspicuous walk into the city, avoiding the use of transport. However, there was one detail that changed everything. It was a platinum coin that was very important in this story. When she put down a platinum coin, all the men cried out not wanting to take it because they had no change. There was a problem with large sums. Having reached the middle of the desert, they realized with horror that their guides were hiding the true face of the bandits. Vice Captain Nari clearly overdid it, but in the end the bandits got their deserved punishment. Meanwhile, they continued on their way. The girl believed that he should leave at least one of them alive. She accused him of thoughtlessness, destroying all their efforts, but he, smiling, saw it as a compliment and fully agreed. The little one wondered if the search for the city would be easier if they went on a journey through the sky. The idea seemed promising, and the girl pointed out 2 important drawbacks. First of all, she had never had experience in using such magic. She admitted to her friend that she has a fear of heights, which caused slight surprise among the listeners. The little one smirked slightly, adding with a smile that this is exactly so. Then the boy assured everyone that the magic of water, despite its somewhat strange character for the desert, could become their salvation. He assured her that the mysterious device would help to detect water sources and find the nearest settlement, and suggested that she check it immediately. A slight breeze raised the sand in the desert, creating the impression that sand waves were dancing above the ground. It gets cold in the desert at night, but the starry sky, like jewels on a velvet canvas, fascinates with its beauty and grandeur. Bedouins majestically sat on camels watching as people with torches approached the temporary camp in the middle of the endless desert. The torches illuminated the 2 men who were lying motionless just on the desert sand, giving them a mysterious shade of mystery. People looked at them and understood that they were in a state of unconsciousness. During a detailed examination, they realized that it was the work of a murderer because no traces of poisoning were found. Suddenly, they felt as if their hearts stopped. It seemed that this was the work of a real master. On the camel sat a muscular man with a scar on his face. His appearance made an extraordinary impression. He carefully opened an eye without a scar, assessed the situation, and quickly reached the necessary conclusions. In the center of the oasis, in a small house, a conversation raged about the life of a town among the sands. They thought about how to receive new guests, because all the rooms in the hotel were occupied. The person responsible for accommodation could not find a single free room. The young man was wondering if there was another place nearby to spend the night. The old man explained that, unfortunately, There is only one hotel in the whole city. The old man noted that even the stables are completely filled with camels, which emphasizes the scale of the situation. Suddenly, another man came up, interested in their discussion, and tried to find out what was going on. He understood that these persons were looking for shelter for the night. The man apologized to the guests by announcing the arrival of an important guest at the hotel. The young man admitted that not all rooms were occupied and called for understanding. The man turned his head away, offering to look for another place. Molodik stretched out his hand, trying to stop him. He wondered how difficult it really is to find an opportunity to allocate at least one room. The man watched the three young people, fascinated by the young man's persistence, and began to think more deeply. A young man with an impressive icon element on his forehead attracted special attention. The man felt an impressive power in his gaze. He was interested in who they were, and when he found out, the little one only slyly answered with a counter-question, trying to understand who the interlocutor was. The man wondered why people always answer questions to questions as if there is never a direct answer. The young man resolutely made it clear that he would not allow himself to be forced to answer. The bearded man found this extremely amusing and expressed his amusement. Suddenly, two serious men appeared behind the boys and stood right behind them. They seemed completely immovable, as if a mask of absolute concentration had frozen over their faces. The man got off the camel and advised the young man to choose his words more carefully when communicating. He hinted that tricks must be stopped, otherwise their meeting may have a sad end. Neither the girl nor the boy had cheerful faces and looked intently at the man with all seriousness. An impeccably trimmed beard emphasized the seriousness and confidence of this man. The young man decided to squeeze his hands, sure that fists can sometimes say more than words. The man reached for his sword hanging from his belt, as if sensing that it would soon come in handy. As it seemed, the man decided that his opponent was tired of life and began to prepare his sword for battle. The young man expressed his desire to find out if he could defeat the knight in combat when their eyes met in intense rivalry. The tone of the conversation became much more serious, and they raised their voices. The knight challenged, calling for a fight, and the boys instantly took up fighting positions. A woman's voice suddenly ordered everyone to stop immediately, drawing attention to the girl who was standing on the second floor watching the audience. Everyone present suddenly fell silent, slowly turning their heads in her direction. The Holy Virgin is recognized as a silent law for all believers. Her words introduced new guidelines into their souls. Apologies were heard from all sides. The atmosphere became calmer. Everyone agreed that everything was just a misunderstanding. The girl understood that it was she who should apologize. With a pleasant smile that always seemed to shine on her face, she introduced herself as Hylas, rejoicing at the new acquaintance. Dan's sister watched her with a seriousness that Hylas didn't have. Meanwhile, the theft of the ruby crystal was discussed in the temple. A strong man on a camel was discussing something with a young man standing at the top of the stairs. A young man with a long beard believed in the great value of the ruby crystal. The interlocutor assured him that there was no reason to worry, because he promised to return the crystal. According to the latest report, it turned out that the criminals acted deliberately and stole the ruby crystal along with other jewelry. He wanted to know if it was possible to find out who those mysterious persons really were. A moment of silence reigned in the room. The left eye under the scar remained closed, and the right eye did not take its eyes off the man, collecting his thoughts. A few minutes later, after a long silence, he finally gave an affirmative answer. He said that he met a mysterious group with red eyes and had no doubt that these were the mysterious people about whom there were rumors. At the same time, the girl noted that she considers herself guilty and should apologize for the circumstances that have developed. She noted that meeting everyone was a real pleasure for her. The dispute continued, and Diva noted that because of it, they were at a dead end. She admitted her guilt by apologizing because she should have foreseen the potential difficulties. The boy said that everything is fine with them, and that at least one room is enough for them to stay the night. The girl noted that they were involved in the clergy, which caused considerable surprise in the bearded man and his subordinates, leaving them in a state of shock. She remembered how God's teachings call for showing mercy. She continued to demand submission with great enthusiasm. The boys were amazed at such a sudden change in her mood in just 5 minutes. At that moment, everyone fell to the floor bowing and asking for forgiveness for their insolence and disobedience to God's will. Even the little one admitted his guilt, claiming that it was a bit too much. He considered it unnecessary to be so harsh with them for their benefit. The girl believed that they should have been punished for their misdeed. Trying to fix the situation, the Virgin decided to cover the cost of their stay. She advised them to choose any room to have a good rest. The boys were delighted with wonder so much that their mouths opened like the doors of an old castle. The light from the candles flickered in the corridor, enveloping the space with a mysterious aura. A muscular man was studying the text on a piece of paper, holding it in his hands. Concentrating deeply, plunging into every word. The scar on his face gave him a stern look. He carefully tried to understand the meaning of what was written. In the end, the criminals consisted of 3 people, 2 men and a woman. The sheet testified to their conspiratorial appearance. Their red eyes betrayed them. It was known that while looking for a guide, they settled with a platinum coin. Later, the people who accompanied the group were found dead. The criminals apparently deliberately showed the platinum coins to provoke the attack, and also stole all the jewelry. Faced with a scar, came to conclusions that were the only hints that enabled him to act. He wondered whether there was a threat to his organization from these people. His evening thoughts ended by yielding to the brightness of the morning. The palm trees quietly whispered, creating a magical symphony of nature around the boys. The little hero opened his eyes and felt how well he slept, enjoying the morning awakening. The bed impressed with its comfort, so he woke up with a feeling of complete satisfaction and renewed energy. He glanced at the 2 beds where his friends the Knight and Dan's sister usually slept. They were empty. He wondered why they woke up so early. The little man stretched himself and confidently began to go down the stairs. Lancelot awoke to the sound of the clinking music of goblets heralding a new day. Not ordinary glasses, but large beer mugs glistened on the table. Having gathered for breakfast, the cheerful company cordially invited the little one to join. He was surprised and tried to understand what had happened. The knight told him about an interesting meeting with pleasant people who turned out to be extraordinary. The bearded man was relieved when he finally apologized to the little guy. Everyone else had forgiven each other a long time ago, and now he too had peace of mind. The big man regretted not telling them right away that they were from the Ravens. Then he would have allocated a room without delay. He said that all is well. That ends well. The boy carefully approached the girl and asked in a whisper why she revealed where they were from. She replied with a smile that it was not bad. Their vice captain in the corner enthusiastically recounted how they had been tricked and lost in the desert, holding a mug of beer. The girl shared with the boy that yesterday they had a conversation with the Holy Virgin of Percival. The little boy was surprised to hear about the Holy Virgin because 80 years have already passed since her election. Their conversation was interrupted by an unexpected question that filled the room. Everyone looked around, and smiles seemed to dissolve in the air. The mistress appeared suddenly. Her appearance was a real surprise for everyone. She noted that there was a long road ahead, so it is better to skip the beer. They answered that it was time to finish the feast. Yesterday, she radiated kindness, but today she demands composure. Her presence filled everyone with seriousness. The little boy apologized for his impudence, explaining that he did not know that she was the Holy Virgin. She admitted that she accidentally caught some details. They were tricked into the desert and got lost. She decided to help the boy and his friends by offering her solution. She invited them to join her and, following the invitation with a pleasant smile, put her hand on her chest in a gesture of deep respect. The guy was shocked to the core after hearing an unexpected proposal from the girl. He turned to her again, clarifying exactly what she meant. Their conversation was cut short. Soon in the desert, the sun burned so mercilessly that water became an irreplaceable need every moment. People who traveled through the desert on camels were better prepared. They were called Bedouins. A man sat on a camel holding a saber. He approached another traveler in the desert, pressed the saber to his neck, and asked if he had met 3 people with red eyes. The traveler denied in fear. Behind the scene, another guy watched after learning that passers-by asked another guy about the rumors, which he denied, claiming that he knew nothing. Behind stood a man with a scar, carefully watching his men who were questioning everyone in search of the group. The door suddenly opened into the room from which the boys had left just a moment ago. The same people went inside again. They were met by a friendly grandfather who was in charge of allocating rooms. The saber whined at his head, driving the walls into the stone. Although the sandstone is very hard, these strong men still cut through it. This scared the grandfather a lot. There was a menacing picture in front of him of a pumped-up man and his subordinates with sabers in their hands. The grandfather was informed that time was short and it was necessary to answer without delay. He was so confused that he could not even breathe. What to say? The man with the scar wondered if anyone had noticed the 2 men and the woman with red eyes. Grandfather raised his hand and asked whether he was talking about red eyes. There was a question in the room. Did you see it or not? It was necessary to respond quickly. Grandfather said that they recently left this place together with the Holy Virgin. The old man could not hide the secret, and the man with the scar found out everything. Now he has even more clues, including the Holy Virgin. The carriage moved relentlessly through the sand dunes of the desert, and 10 majestic camels trotted proudly beside it. People on camels smiled friendly, embodying kindness and heroism. A mysterious blue glow began to flicker in the middle of the carriage. The glow turned out to be a trick of Dan's sister, who used cold magic to freshen the air, turning the trip into a less hot adventure. The maiden felt how the heat caused her irritation and, thanking her, learned from the girl that it was quite simple magic. She wondered if it was actually magic they possessed. The Virgin emphasized that the saints were forbidden to use magic for personal gain, especially when they were on their way to the capital. Malloy was interested in how busy she was and apologized and asked about it. She assured that everything is fine with her, but admitted that she is lonely on this long journey. After that, she informed that soon they will reach the Holy Land to the temple. The carriage suddenly shook, and the passengers were seized with a real fright from the unexpected. The girl immediately figured out the situation and focused her attention on the knight. Their eyes met, and a silent dialogue began between them that did not need words for understanding. The knight raised his fist to signal a halt. They got off the camels and gathered around ready for the next action. He was staring intently into the endless horizon of the desert when something unknown caught his attention 300 meters ahead. Who were these mysterious people? There were so many of them that it was difficult to imagine their exact number. They seemed to dissolve in the distance of the horizon. Each of them had a shiny saber aimed at the boys. They were enemies. The men ordered everyone to get ready and protect the mistress. The man with the scar raised his hand to show his power, and his eyes showed that now nothing matters but himself. However, he noted that there was an exception, 3 people with red eyes. Pointing his finger at his servants, he made it clear that they should be detained. The commander's order led them into battle, and they rushed with swords to capture the young men. Their number made counting impossible. Their roar raised clouds of dust in the desert. The team found themselves in a critical situation when the criminals were approaching and time was running out. A bearded man concentrates and shows a hard determination in his gaze as he looks at the thieves. A thief suddenly walked out from behind, holding a sword in his hands, ready to strike. The man turned around and quickly repelled the attack with a sword, showing who really owns the situation. He instructed the guards to protect the lady so that not a single hair from her head was harmed. The fight is gaining momentum and resisting the crowd is becoming more and more difficult. The senior members of the enemy team demand from the juniors constant activity. No stopping, only running and attacking. The distance between them and the boys is steadily closing. Hundreds of brave warriors are standing by, always ready to come to the rescue in case of need. Mysterious figures appear in purple cloaks with staffs, like magicians from legends. Their appearance is mesmerizing and arouses genuine interest. The staffs softly lit up with a bright magical blue glow. Raising their staffs, magicians say spells, and 3 fireballs appear on the horizon that smoothly cut through the air. A fire attack rushes towards the fray, almost reaching the crowd. Many people did not have time to see the beginning of the attack, but when their eyes were raised, the fiery bullets caused them deep horror. A loud explosion rang out, blinding many soldiers. The 3 layers merged into one point, creating a powerful flash. Criminals do not realize who they are dealing with and what consequences await them. Next to her suddenly appear 3 glowing magic circles that appeared thanks to her talent. She was going to use magic, but before attacking, she had to find out at least something about her opponent. The power of her magic is so powerful that opponents flock to her, and the magic circles become more and more powerful. She noted that before suddenly acting, it is necessary to think carefully. She emphasizes her power by throwing criminals up 3 meters, forcing them to fly away behind the backs of their comrades. The knight felt his body tired after a long journey. He was happy to meet enemies and flex his muscles in battle. To diffuse the atmosphere, the opponents began to flaunt their numerical superiority over those they attacked. This gave them confidence and raised morale. They believe in victory when they attack together, so they surround the boy from all sides. The boy takes an axe in his hand, preparing for new exciting adventures. He hits the ground with all his might, and even in the heart of the desert, there is a feeling that the ground split from the force of the blow. The girl skillfully controlled her magic, directing each attack with ruthless precision at the enemy. She ignores the fear of heights, easily circles the sky, and overcomes every opponent with incredible courage. The carnage is so serious that the boys who accompanied the crazy trio only watched the battle from the side. They were stunned by how harshly these guys dealt with the enemy, and actively discussed it. Their boss, a bearded man, interrupted their dreamy gazes and emphasized that they would have mercy on another time and now they had to follow him. He expressed confidence that it is time to get rid of magicians. Mages, showing mastery in their arts, relentlessly attack in an attempt to achieve their goals. Layers of fire constantly fly one after another, heading straight into the thick of the fight, adding heat to the fierce confrontation. Fast spheres of fire flew through the air, but the girls skillfully created barriers that stopped their rapid flight, striking everyone around. Because of this, magicians feel furious anger and turn into the embodiment of evil power. They wondered how it could happen that among the noble knights there were those who hid such skills. The commander of the magicians demanded an explanation from his subordinates as to why they do not attack. Because the enemies are already on the edge due to constant attacks. He ordered everyone present to shoot immediately, stressing that the speed of action is critical. The mage standing on the right gets an arrow straight in the head. From the left side, 2 arrows hit the target exactly. The chief mage remains with his staff, having lost soldiers on both sides. Turning around, he notices with horror that they are lying motionless, lifeless. The magician did not cease to be surprised, constantly repeating in his head the question of what the hell is going on around. Feeling the thrill of adventure, the boys gradually approach the top of the sand mountain. Their hearts beat to the rhythm of the unknown discoveries that await ahead. A bearded man accuses them of using dark magic and emphasizes the inevitability of the punishment that awaits them. The master magician, known for his loyalty and self-respect, was struck by the blinding words of a stranger that changed everything forever. Suddenly, 5 fireballs appear in front of him and fly straight to the boys. A bearded, concentrated man watches the fireballs intently, while the boy behind him anxiously realizes that the threat is too serious. A rumbling roar fills the air as the mage's fire hits its target, causing a massive explosion. He twirls his staff with hope, confident that he was able to overcome this trio. His joy suddenly disappears when a whistle fills the space and he looks fearfully into the unknown before him. From the mountain of smoke that he himself generated, an arrow flew out with a whistle. He deftly dodged the arrow, but the mage behind him was less fortunate and got hit. The mage grew even more angry, his face twisted as he looked at the boys. The dust began to settle, and the man turned to the magician and asked if he considered a possible future for those who betrayed God. The man gave the command to advance, and the troops quickly moved forward as sparks of fire and magic flew around them. The mage was stunned as the 5 magic bullets did not cause any damage to the victims. How did they manage to survive in this hell? The girl stood with her arms crossed on her chest, forming a kind of protective barrier. She was on her knees, radiating incredible magical power. Behind her, chakra was raging, creating a powerful crackle in the air. They believe that God is always near. This God is always by their side, supporting and giving strength to fight back when the attackers dare to take the first step. He always defends the rights of good, opposes evil, and relentlessly fights for justice. Even the fiery blows of magicians are not scary to them, thanks to the power of their faith. Even the camels under them rush, as if supported by the same invisible power. The sword swinging with lightning speed creates a powerful flow of wind that becomes an insurmountable obstacle for fire. A man rides confidently on a camel, tightly clutching a sword in his hands. He is ready for adventure, looking into the distant horizon. He and the boys had already gotten so close to the mages that retreat was not an option for them. The plan to leave someone alive was not even considered. The battle begins, and the sharp sword makes the music of blows. The team skillfully and confidently fights the magicians. The head mage carefully examined the situation, thinking about how to safely leave this place. He planned to escape because his team would suffer losses under the onslaught of swords. The bearded man watches as the mage rushes to run away in the opposite direction, trying to avoid danger. As he watched the mage flee, something unexpected happened. He looked into the distance, admiring the tops of the sand dunes that rose in the middle of the boundless desert. Drops of blood touched the hot sand for the first time. The saber suddenly pierces his stomach, forcing him to freeze in surprise, looking at her. A face with a scar appears in front of him. This is the same enemy who dared to throw a saber at him. He looked at her filled with surprise and seemed unable to understand what she was doing here. When the saber is pulled from his stomach, the blood begins to flow even more. A man devoted to his faith kneels before a scarred man who swings a saber over his head. He mercilessly looked directly into the eyes of the man demanding his death. Raising his head, he met his gaze. The man with the scar decided that it was time to end the life of his enemy and raised his saber and prepared for a decisive blow. A sudden burst of energy crashed into the saber, preventing its movement. This caused the man to lose his balance and find himself on one leg. The energy builds up, turning into an unstoppable force that pushes him back. Focusing with one eye, a man with a scar tries to understand what caused the blow, staring intently into the distance. An unknown person approached the boy and stopped the thief before he could strike. He simply asked if he was the boss, and it was obvious. Rubbing his hands, the boy enthusiastically expresses the idea of an interesting game full of intrigue and surprises. He is not distinguished by excessive self-confidence. The proposal turned out to be so interesting that a slight, satisfied smile appeared on his face. The scarred face barely audibly proudly remarked to himself that he had finally found a person with red eyes. The sabers rang, merging into a continuous battle melody and expressing the power and strength that reigned on the battlefield. In the carriage in which they traveled, light suddenly shone brightly from the windows, adding to the atmosphere of mystery and charm. The Virgin did not stop offering prayers, as if she was trying to touch the distant heavens with her sincere faith. A powerful aura formed around her, which was so impressive that her dress rose into the air as if alive. She surrendered completely to the magic, allowing it to consume every thought and part of her body. A glow appeared around the man, and the place where the saber hit gradually filled with chakra. The wound miraculously began to heal, and the pain imperceptibly disappeared, giving a feeling of long-awaited relief. 5 seconds passed, and the mark from the wound almost disappeared, leaving only a faint shadow on the skin. He approached the boy, and a mutual understanding was established between them without words. He pointed to the wound, but the man remarked that he possessed divine power, and there was nothing strange about it. In front of them stood a man with a scar on his face, holding a giant sword. Probably the lady also enchanted another young man with a mark on his head. The opponent turned out to be very difficult, and it was necessary to make maximum efforts to overcome him. The man warned his friend about the danger, saying that this enemy was too strong to be easily defeated. In response, the friend asked if he knew this person. The man said that this is the Dark Knight of Malaysia. He is often called the King of Mercenaries, because under his rule is a powerful force that can impress with its huge army. When the boy learned about the strength of his opponent, his interest grew even more. He was madly eager to fight, so he sought to break his opponent morally with his gaze. But in a moment, the man was the first to rush forward with a sword, trying to attack, and swung the weapon in the air. The sword and the axe met in a fierce duel, unfolding a fierce battle. Their skill and strength amazed even the most experienced knights. With a slight smile and an axe in his hands, he deftly deflected each blow, confirming his superiority. The first blow was deflected successfully, and the axe landed at the feet of the enemy. The scarred knight jumped back, deftly dodging the attack. After the decision was made, the need to act became urgent, and he did not hesitate. His most powerful blow is when he sticks his sword into the ground. This creates a powerful wave that rapidly carries danger to the boy across the sand. The beam rushed with lightning, and only thanks to skill managed to put the axe in its path. It was difficult to withstand this onslaught, because the pressure was steadily increasing. The boy took a step to the side and energetically swung the axe, skillfully changing the direction of the beam. Constantly maneuvering in the air, the character skillfully dodged the lightning sword attacks of his opponent. The enemy demonstrated lightning speed, delivering up to 5 blows in 2 seconds. Using skillful maneuvers, it was possible to avoid his attacks. Their views crossed, but the emotions they expressed were radically different. A groan pierced the air, accompanied by a resounding iron echo. The scarred man looked at his sword and found that the blade was gone. He understood that he was now under the power of impotence. Without using an axe, the boy decided to rely on the strength of his own fist. The blow struck him with such force that the man flew back. He raced behind a mound of sand, lightly touching the ground with his heels like a frog jumping through water. He continued to fly until he suddenly collided with a large stone that pulled him out of flight and stopped him. The blow to the back was so powerful that he began to cough up blood. The boy, wielding an axe, quickly approached, preparing to strike. The guy, full of confidence, rushed forward with a challenge to the King of Mercenaries, ready to show that now his blows are not so easy to block. He could not come to his senses from what he saw and felt deep fear. His heart still lacked strength and his body the ability to rise. He rested on the sand, clutching it in his hand, feeling a living connection with the earth. He picked up a lump of sand and launched it upwards, blinding the boy. Rising with a fragment of a sword in his hand, he resolutely rushed into the attack. The attempt to cause damage failed when the boy dodged. The threat waved in front of his face in time because his eyes were no longer filled with sand. A small cut was visible on his cheek because the blade of the knife barely slid across the skin. His opponent is extremely exhausted, almost not breathing, because he spent all the rest of his strength on this last attack. It seemed that he realized his hopelessness when the young man in front of him quickly blinked from the sand in his eyes and looked resolutely in the direction of his prospects. He came closer and firmly grabbed the thief's hand. He watches as the opponent's head rapidly approaches him. He hit his opponent in the head with such force that it was as if an iron plate was hidden in his forehead. The attack caused a smile with its strangeness, but it turned out to be extremely effective. This attack has the disadvantage that it quickly and sharply returns to reality. They stood with their hands on their heads as if trying to protect them from the chaos around them. The opponent noted that the red eyes endow the boy with vulnerable strength and insane potency. Wiping the blood from his face, he curiously asked if he really belonged to the famous village of Voronezh. A group of new faces appeared in front of him. Each of them held a sword in their hands, and the scarred one stood on his knees, seemingly losing his last strength. Borodan decided that it was time to say goodbye to this matter and offered it to all present. Scar was hinted that his chances of survival would increase significantly if he decided to surrender. His attention was suddenly caught by a shadow that quietly flashed behind him. Looking back, he saw on the sand many dead people who had set out with him on this dangerous journey. They lay motionless. The magic staffs were broken and the swords were just lying on the sand. He caught a sound from afar and noticed that something mysterious was happening there. There were blows. The girl masterfully coped with the rest of the criminals using magic as a secret weapon. The boy actively helped her. The magical power around them grew and only a few opponents remained. Scar realized that the next step must be flawless, because there was no chance left for him to make a mistake. He warned the man that this was by no means the end. He slammed his fist on the ground and a bright light flashed around him. The smoke bomb filled the air with acrid smoke, making it difficult to breathe, and everyone rushed to catch the naughty prankster. The man tried to look through the dust, trying to understand where he was. His figure quickly disappeared on the horizon. The criminals listened intently because the sound brought important news that could influence their actions. Those who gave the orders demanded an immediate retreat. After the battle was over, they immediately rushed back without losing a second. The boys stopped in amazement, not realizing what had happened. Suddenly leaving the battle, they ran away. The man approached the boys, hinting that it seems their leader decided it was time for them to leave here. One of the young men approached the commander with a question. He instructed them to join the others and warned them if it became dangerous to return. For he was responsible for the boys and wanted their safety. Considering the fact that they had already suffered losses, everyone agreed with the boys' decision to act more carefully. The camels slowly moved away carrying those boys. The boys sat on the animals and looked ahead, ready for new adventures. The man examined those present and asked about possible injuries. After learning that everyone was unharmed, he felt relieved. It all ended and everyone got out unscathed. Mistress remained unharmed without a single scratch. Events forced her to reach the depths of her magic, but most importantly, she was okay. Outwardly, she seemed completely calm, but she suddenly became indignant and called everyone scumbags. She reminded them to be careful, emphasizing the complexity of the magic that protects them. She told how she could die of exhaustion and everyone listened with excitement. Dusk covered the horizon and enemy troops began to retreat. Mages and warriors moved together with camels, united by a common goal. Each of them mentally returned to the difficult battle they had just experienced. Recalling its pressure and decisive moments, the boys stood on the hill carefully watching where their path was going. Their guesses were not far off. I wonder what fascinates them on this journey. What power of the unknown attracts them and leads them on? What awaits them there? They set off on a journey to the Holy Land, to the temple that rose before them, urging them to get closer to this sacred goal. In the very heart of this place rose a majestic golden tree. This tree was impressive with its size. Each branch was burning as if on fire, filling everything around with golden light. The man walked the streets of the city with a confident gait. This hero's life hung in the balance, but an unknown force and an apron saved him from all magical threats. Now he walked the streets, enjoying a new chance. He was lucky that the scar decorated only one eye, and the other remained intact. A gigantic building appeared before his eyes, towards which he tirelessly walked. Its large dimensions were impressive, and a huge tree was visible in the background. In a moment, the doors of the building opened and the streetlight began to penetrate inside, illuminating the darkness. Entering, he saw a mage who had once escaped from the battlefield, framing his comrades and leaving them to fend for themselves. This mage was the first to return to him, and, as it turned out, was waiting for him in this very place. Suddenly his face took on a different expression. Blood poured from his throat, a sign that life had left his body. The man with the scar struck a fatal blow with his sword. The sun's rays breaking through the large windows illuminated the motionless body of the first magician, who now rested in eternity. No one could understand what prompted the boy to take such a step. Everyone was amazed and asked what exactly prompted him to this act. When everyone heard that this man left the battlefield to save himself, the atmosphere became electrified. The young man believed that the treasonous act certainly deserved the harshest punishment. The man listened intently to the excuse and expected the boy to surprise him. He asked if it was possible to find the ruby crystal. The man with the scar clarified that it would take some more time. Expectations were completely different, so insulting words quickly flew around him, calling him a scumbag and emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. He learned about the importance of the matter from a man of lower rank. The man with the scar advised to be more careful in his statements. He looked at the interlocutor, emphasizing that if the crystal is so valuable, then next time he should go get it himself. No one wants to hear that he can't play with his life that easily. He constantly hears insults directed at him, and no one realizes what trials he has overcome and what dangers he has faced on the desert battlefield. The sword he was holding mercilessly plunged into the motionless body of the dead mage, as if full of hidden power. The man pondered whether he really intended to kill him. He replied that if he wanted to, he should act immediately. He confidently said that he would wait for them, feeling armed, and began to open the door, ready to leave the premises. The door slammed loudly, and everyone unanimously decided that he behaves like a real beast. The boy asked the old man if he would really just let the man go. He believed that there must be some law that would hold him back. The ceremony still could not understand what exactly the old man wanted to say. Without finishing the conversation, the old man abruptly turned around and moved in the other direction, moving away from them. He approached the body with a stuck sword, carefully examining it. There was no sign of life. Looking at the lifeless body, he reflected that greed remains one of the human vices. Magic began to form around one of the wizards, swirling blue chakra into a hurricane that surrounded him. The mages who were watching him were puzzled by his actions. The energy gradually approached the body, showing its invisible power. His face became like a skeleton, as if all the skin had disappeared without a trace. The old man explained that there is great darkness in this place. He emphasized that everyone should unite with the dark forces. All the magicians, filled with fear, urged the master to stop. They begged for mercy, but the unrelenting energy continued to attack, leaving them no chance of escape. Their faces transformed into skeletal masks, the skin slowly melting under the onslaught of approaching energy. Even at a great distance from the walls, their voices echoed, like an echo that spread through endless spaces. The two men with the spears froze, catching the elusive sound that almost broke the silence. One of the comrades expressed his doubts by asking if he had heard something. Another believed that it could just be their imagination. A boy suddenly fell nearby. This sudden movement caught their attention, forcing them to look away and focus on the stranger. When the second turned around, his comrade was already lying lifeless. A masterful blow of the blade cut his throat, sticking straight into the neck. The blade came close to the neck, demonstrating the companion's high skill with the weapon. This blade had recently cut the throat of another guard, and now it was threatening a new victim. Two boys froze in alarming silence, armed over motionless bodies. Their looks indicated the gravity of the situation. They looked around and came across something unexpected. A group of people approached them, in the center of which stood out a bearded man. His faithful servants, two young men, stood by his side. This night continued, beckoning with exciting adventures that promised unexpected turns and unforgettable emotions. Her wealth was marked not by money but by the number of deaths, which was eloquently testified by the body lying motionless by the wall. Looking down from the terrace, he saw something that he did not expect at all, and it caused genuine surprise in him. A large number of magicians gathered in the temple. Some of them held torches that dispelled the darkness around them. The guy standing behind intuitively felt the situation was more threatening than they could have thought. He expressed an opinion about the need to provide support from the outside. A shout rang out from below, indicating that they already knew the whereabouts of the others. A fierce battle broke out among the mages. They were joined by warriors with swords who attacked fiercely, but the mages, with their skill, wielded staffs, turning the battle in their direction. These events only added to the mystery, leaving the man in the dark about what was happening there. Something unexpected suddenly captures all his attention. He pays attention to a boy with blue hair who looks extremely familiar to him. The boy looks up and sees Paladin Mario in the sky. The battle continues. Staffs compete with swords and knights against mages. Swords dominate, fearlessly cutting throats, demonstrating that the skill of these guys is growing to an unprecedented level. Fighting mages required a lot of effort and preparation, which fortunately this young man possessed. Someone called out to Mario in the crowd. One of them joyfully shouted the word albatross and immediately rushed to meet the other. The boy asked Mario why they were here. It turned out that Mario also had no answer to this question. Talking during the fight was not the best idea. A mage suddenly appears behind them trying to use magic with a staff to destroy them. Sword meets sword and staff meets staff again. Their weapons collide in a duel. A bearded man confidently holds a sword in one hand, while a mage desperately tries to parry a blow with his staff with both hands. After the mage's throat is cut, it remains to finish this fierce battle. The young man offered to fight off these scoundrels first and then discuss the situation. The man thought it was a great idea and fully agreed with it. Soon the order to destroy everyone and start the attack was heard. The team quickly gathered, prepared their swords, and resolutely rushed at the opponents. The battle unfolded successfully for the boy team, but things went worse for the magicians. Everything went according to plan without significant surprises. The blue glow emanating from the windows of the building created a magical atmosphere and stood out brightly against the background of the night city. Later it gained such strength that it became visible even from the place of a fierce battle. Everyone had to look away when a mercilessly bright light caught their attention, forcing heads to turn in its direction. The man looked in that direction in surprise, trying to understand what kind of grandfather caused him such attention. The figure of a man came out of the darkness. His eyes were like the light of evil itself. A dark force with huge fangs turned my grandfather into a real demon. He let out a powerful roar. Behind him, the fire was raging as if they were in hell itself. He was walking from there, shouting at everyone who was near. His intentions could easily be guessed. The situation inside the building is almost impossible to describe as the dark forces have taken over this space. A mage from the darkness turned everyone around into demons with his spells. Their skin dried up, and those whose skin remained were considered lucky, even though it looked wrinkled and tight. Later, the demons came to life, raising their heads and revealing their creepy faces. The scene became more and more terrifying, causing trembling in the hearts of the witnesses. Their incredibly sharp calls served to neutralize any threat that came their way. The red glow in their eyes was the personification of the magic stored in them, giving them the power to kill and become even more powerful. In the very heart of the city, a powerful explosion is suddenly heard from inside the building. It was easier for the boys during the fight with the magicians, but when the dark force appeared in the form of a devil with clicks, they realized that it would be more difficult to resist it. It is difficult for the boys, and now they need to carefully consider the next steps in such a situation. It is hopeless to fight this devil. His one blow knocks back mortals, and in the worst cases, it is simply unspeakable. The man looks at the demon with relief, realizing that this time, he managed to avoid being the first in the attack path. He tries with horror to understand what kind of creature it is in front of him. These are not all the secrets of the magical monster. When he opens his mouth, a mysterious force appears that creates magic. As soon as the scream comes out of his mouth, the magical energy rushes outward, scattering everyone in its path like a storm blowing leaves. It takes a lot of strength to stand, but even this does not guarantee success, and sometimes one foot pushes off the ground towards the unknown. The guy appeared behind the monster, and luckily he had a sword in his hands. He was already swinging to hit the monster in the back. The blade of the sword flies like lightning, but the monster shows its incredible speed, only managing to get a small scratch on its arm instead of a fatal blow. After the wound on the monster's hand, tentacles similar to worms begin to appear. This creates the most terrifying impression among the possible options of events. It is difficult to realize that this is not fiction, but part of reality. A huge tentacle attacks the boy, and suddenly a man appears who manages to cut it before it hits the young fighter. The man asked the boy to back off as new tentacles erupted from the monster's chest, forming an even larger and more menacing mass. In the place where the wound decorated his hand, dozens of terrible tentacles suddenly opened. The man loudly orders everyone to retreat. The tentacles grow to such a size that they attack everyone nearby. The tentacles were so sharp that they could easily cut through the human body. Unfortunately, some boys became their victims. It was a disaster. Spectators of the attack screamed in horror, and for many it became the last moment of their lives. The monster mercilessly destroyed everyone. The tentacles grew to gigantic sizes, resembling buildings, and avoiding them became a real challenge. On the battlefield, Fragments of concrete from the destruction of buildings flew in different directions, falling to the ground with a rumble and an echo of chaos. Next to the concrete debris were the bodies of those who could not escape from this misfortune. Getting down on one knee and leaning on his sword, the man rises in the middle of the ruins of destroyed buildings. Blood runs down the man's face, merging with his beard. His gaze is iron because you can only survive here with an icy heart and the absence of fear. They found themselves alone with a monster whose fleshy form and glowing red eyes were frightening, and from every scratch grew huge tentacles. The monster transformed its hand into a tentacle and aggressively directed it at the man. The man realizes that it is necessary to carefully consider the strategy and take into account all possible consequences after the attack of the monster. He realizes that this is like a real curse. He sees in front of him a magnificent golden tree sparkling in the sun. The man felt that he was standing on the threshold of death, calmly closed his eyes, ready to accept the inevitable end of his life's journey. However, an unknown impulse awakens him from his slumber. Suddenly, a protective barrier appears, mercilessly stopping the monster in its tracks. The Virgin appeared next to him, reminding him of the need to be much more careful. She turns into his heavenly gift. The magic that she skillfully created in the carriage radiates from her hands. The guy on the left expressed his apologies for the forced delay. The man was amazed when he saw a familiar sweet face. His heart filled with joy at the mention of Lancelot's name. The monster does not pay attention to their conversations because it is busy with its own affairs. His tentacles are sharpened and located behind his back for more effective attacks without interfering with punches. Mech successfully pushed off the ground, ready to conquer new horizons. Appearing from the darkness, he resolutely swings his sword, cutting off the end of the tentacle with extraordinary skill. Despite his fear, he continues to run with an axe in his hands, and even the flames do not scare him. Mech is deeply troubled by the fact that such a monster has appeared in the real world. Returning, the man asks if they were in the same trap again. Beaten and barely breathing with a wound on his forehead, the man finally admits and agrees, turning to Mech. The girl interrupted the conversation with a request to discuss everything after the battle. She wants to settle everything as soon as possible and finally take a shower. In her hand, magic comes to life, which she skillfully directs. The fireball created by her rapidly flies straight into the monster's heart, exposing it to danger. Even the monster could not contain his surprise. His mouth opened wide, and the sound that escaped resembled a thin squeal. The flame engulfs him, forming a fiery funnel that echoes with shrill screams. However, fire cannot overcome the devil. And this insidious monster continues to live even after the most difficult attack. His body is covered with more and more wounds. And along with this, the tentacles that he directs towards the team are multiplying. Mech finds himself closest to the dangerous tentacles and skillfully fends off with an axe. On the ground, the tentacles were the most dangerous, which made Mech jump up to avoid danger in time. Mech desperately flew into the air, readying his axe to strike with determination. His well-aimed blow caused the monster's arm to snap away from its neck. The boy laughed happily, watching how the monster's hand suddenly fell off, and thought that the monster looked like a weakling. He had no idea that even bigger tentacles appeared from the monster's wounds. Small cuts gave birth to new creatures, and large wounds gave birth to true giants. The boy's laughter subsided, leaving in the air the echoes of the recent fun moment. The monster directed one of its tentacles at the boy, and he did not manage to raise the axe in time. The tentacle jerked the boy, throwing him back so that his back met the rubble behind which the tentacles were moving. Preparing for the next attack, he was saved only by the barrier field created by the girl in time. The mistress unexpectedly jumped out and saved him. Standing behind her, she called out to speed up the escape. The boy heartily expressed his gratitude to her. The staff in her hands glowed, radiating chakra around her that personified the power of the wind. The girl used an attack called Cutting Wind, releasing waves of wind that rushed towards the target, causing a powerful blow. The wind, like a merciless warrior, pierces the monster's body, merging with it. Blue energy rages around, making the monster even fiercer. The tentacles accelerate so fast that fiery trails appear from friction with the air. This time, the young man heroically frees the girl by bravely cutting the tentacle of the monster that almost killed her. He wished the monster a happy journey to hell, radiating courage and determination that flashed in his determined gaze. Only part of the monster remained, the rest of its tentacles scattered around. The girl launches a wave of fire, one of the most powerful attacks. The flame envelops everything around, coloring the space in red shades. The screech of the monster is so loud that its power can even break windows in buildings, creating a sense of unrelenting chaos. A powerful wave explosion occurs which exceeds the height of all buildings around. At the edge of one of the buildings, a mysterious figure watched everything like a shadow in the twilight. A person with a scar on his face who witnessed all the events from the beginning to the end was amazing with his mystery. One eye became a sufficient tool for him to unerringly track all the events unfolding around him. The golden tree appeared red because of the flames that engulfed almost half of the city, creating an impressive light show. The body of the monster that destroyed the building with his actions now lies among the ruins, having paid for it with his life. During his last moments, screams echoed around, and when life left him on the ground, a speechless figure remained with his mouth open. The team looks at the defeated monster, realizing what a great job they have done and what a powerful opponent they have defeated. Their silence shows true strength and courage. They wondered who this mysterious stranger was, and how he could appear in this unexpected place. The boy wondered who these mysterious people really were. The lady put her hand on her heart, expressing her gratitude, because it was thanks to the help of those around her that she managed to get to the temple. The guy, realizing that she had already paid for their stay at the hotel, thought that there was no need to thank them. On the contrary, they should thank her. After that, the guy decided to get permission to express his congratulations to her. Hearing this news, she was extremely surprised. She looked at Mr. Mario with surprise, trying to understand how he appeared here, and asked him about the reasons for his unexpected visit. He said that he had received news about terrible events in this city. The number of bodies clearly testified to the terrible truth. She inquired about Fibrio's fortune, and Mario assured her that everything was fine and there was no reason to worry. She was very worried, but was relieved to learn that Fibrio went to the capital without an escort. She asked if he also needed to go to the same place since they were both looking for someone in the capital. He nodded, confirming her guess. The lady emphasized that the scale of the capital makes searching for someone extremely difficult. She was ready to help them if there were no objections. The boy was puzzled by the unexpected offer and tried to understand what exactly she meant. Here, another young man came up, firmly stating that there was no need to delay. The girl expressed indifference to everything, because at the moment, the only thing that interests her is the opportunity to finally take a shower. The young man was lost in thought, listening to the conversations around him. The flames mercilessly destroyed almost all the buildings around. In one of the castles, lights flickered in several rooms. The door creaked open, revealing access to a mysterious room. A man with a scar entered the room, carefully closing the door. His face, as always, was marked by seriousness. He approached the man at the table, apologized, and said that he could not complete the assigned task. Adjusting his mask, he carefully looked directly into his eyes, as if trying to penetrate his thoughts. It was extremely difficult for him to listen to this bitter truth, but he could not avoid it. In front of him was a table covered with many caskets, of which he carefully began to open one. The man is 48 years old. His beard seemed silver with gray hair, and the mystery was revealed in a mask that hid half of his face. He opened the casket and came across a letter. It was a new experiment with a seal depicting the silhouette of an Aries. Within the sprawling urban network, with a chill in the air and a breathtaking view of distant icy peaks where snow and frost reign, a boy was walking down the street, thoughtfully looking down at the ground, as if trying to find answers to all his questions under his feet. Meet Dan when it's cool outside. His breath resembles gentle puffs of steam, as if he were a magician in the ordinary world. He carefully inspects the building that rises in front of him. The internship starts today and will last a whole week, opening new doors to professional development. Usually, the place of practice is determined by the class, but it is not necessary for outstanding students. Dan took advantage of the privilege of choosing on his own. A man appears nearby, noting that he arrived too early. The man with a mustache, inquiring on the first day, expressed his surprise that Dan was among the excellent students. They discussed division by department. Standing in the doorway, Dan decided to go to the third, and his companion to the fourth. It was time to part ways, and they said goodbye. Dan is walking alone down the corridor again when his eyes fall on the room number he was looking for. A mixture of curiosity and wariness grips him as he opens the door, trying to figure out what's going on there. He notices a group of people preoccupied with work. 3 men are immersed in papers, carefully filling out lines, and a woman is organizing papers at her desk. Dan walks around the room, but no one notices his presence. He sought to attract attention at any cost, looking for ways to finally be noticed. He decides to introduce himself, approaches one of the men, and announces that his name is Dan von Mark, and that he has arrived for an internship. One of the men turned to him, asking if he knew what time it was. The director of the third group, Fell, expressed doubt about the intern's lateness on the first day of work. Dan wondered why he was getting complaints because he still had 30 minutes to work. But Fell warned him not to even think about arguments. He once again strongly advised not to do this in the future. Dan wondered what kind of strangeness was going on around him. They still had 30 minutes left. The boy immediately took a seat at the table and began to fill out the documents. The headmaster carefully followed each student without taking his eyes off them for a moment. Dan glanced at the headmaster every 15 seconds, thinking about how strange the man was. The director was focused on the documents and did not notice the students. At that moment, the director raised his head and looked at Dan for the first time, then burst out asking if he had finished the work that decided to examine him. Dan noted that he completed all the tasks assigned to him. The principal asked to hand over the documents to him. Dan picked up the sheet and handed it to the teacher. The director carefully followed each line on the sheet written by the boy, checking every detail. At one unexpected moment, he felt a great surprise. He didn't notice any mistakes and wondered how Dan managed to do everything so quickly. Other students who were there were afraid of the director. He returned to them and indignantly asked about their inactivity, demanding that they immediately take care of business. With every minute, the boys looked more and more at the picture, which seemed to them more and more mysterious. The director, without praising Dan for his speed of work, only asked him to do the cleaning, leaving the boy without a choice. Dan, with drops of sweat on his forehead, quickly started a new task. The director, watching Dan during the task, thought that this intern was of great interest. The young man did not intend to enter into disputes, but only acted according to the instructions of the manager. The headmaster mused that this boy was either the epitome of discipline or just extremely eccentric. It was already night on the street. 10 o'clock in the evening was approaching. Despite the hour, the streets were bustling with life, full of the energy of the city bustle. Among the passers-by walking down the street stood out the director who was returning home after a busy day at work. After a tiring working day, he walked, feeling every moment of the walk as a breath of fresh air. When he reached his destination, he opened the door of his house. Those around him emphasized that he was always noted for his punctuality. A guy was sitting at the table who turned to the director, waiting for him to come. The young man greeted Fell Grant, noting that it had been a long time since their last meeting. In the pub, they discussed the news that newcomer Dan was entrusted with all the duties of the accounting department. Dan complained to the mustache that all the receipts and documents were in a mess, and he was left alone. The mustache realized that Dan was suffering. After all that, trying to get into things was futile. He thought Dan was special, even though it seemed silly. Dan didn't even hear a single compliment from them. The guy remarked that on the first day you shouldn't scold yourself so much. He encouraged Dan not to despair, hinting that eventually the head of the department would recognize his talent. Dan tried to drown the difficult day in a glass of beer in thoughtful silence. After emptying the glass, he slammed it down on the table. Gathering all his courage, he decided to find out who would be the winner in the situation. At that time, interesting events unfolded in one of the homes that interrupted the usual flow of everyday life and added intrigue to the fascinating mosaic of life. The director was indignant why they sent him again interns, whom he did not order. The guy replied that all department heads received interns and it was impossible to miss him. He suggested that it is possible that it is still not easy for her to forget the events of the past. 5 years have passed since then. The boy believed that the main thing was to repent and let go of the past. The director listened carefully to his words. In the end, he couldn't stand it, because that incident was still so fresh in his memory, as if it happened only yesterday. The boy listened carefully to the director, understanding that such situations have a significant impact on life. After that, the director carefully placed an envelope with unknown contents on the table. The director noted that there is information about Scorpio that should be reviewed. The boy delved into reading the letter, and realized that the author was too weak to join the Scorpion. The director noted that this person could serve as bait, considering it as one of the possible options for their plan. The young man thought, holding his chin with his hand, and considered various possibilities when he heard about the bait. The young man thought about it. He was warned that there was a risk of death. He asked the director if this step was worth it. After his words, silence reigned. The director was aware that the risk of being present was significant, but still decided to join. He urged not to worry, saying that he would catch him at any cost. At that moment, it was day on the horizon and the snow was white on the mountaintops. The frost made every building wrapped in a blanket of ice and turned the roofs into icy surfaces. A boy appeared at Dan's doorstep, persistently knocking on the door. It was Lies who informed Dan that breakfast was ready. There was only silence behind the door. No one spoke. The fox waited patiently for 5 minutes. He couldn't stand it and decisively opened the door. But when he looked inside, he saw nothing but emptiness, which caused him sincere surprise. Not a soul was found in the room. The room was empty, the chair stood alone, the bag on the table attracted attention, and the neatly made bed did not leave a hint of Dan's presence. Meanwhile, at the school where Dan was practicing, life was full of events and intrigues. Every day brought new challenges and moments of inspiration for the young teacher. He entered the classroom and noticed that only a pile of papers was piled up in the principal's place. Dan was angry, because despite the fact that he came early to file an appeal, the office was empty. While he was seething with anger, the head of the department imperceptibly appeared behind him, suspecting that he probably had nothing to do since he was at work so early. Dan greeted, and the boss, calling him a friend, wished him good morning and went to the chair to sit comfortably. He put a huge pile of documents on the table that demanded attention. Dan looked at them and became worried, feeling that the task was not an easy one. The head noted that this list covers all residents of their district. Dan was asked to organize the papers by age. Looking at the pile of documents, he got a little lost. Dan passionately replied, "Yes, sir," and his enthusiasm took over the entire audience. This day promised to be extremely productive and full of tasks. Dan, along with the other punctual students, studied the papers intently, as was his duty. The head of the department carefully analyzed each document, taking a responsible approach to his work. Although his thoughts were directed in a completely different direction, suddenly he heard a thump from a pile of papers falling onto the table at his left hand. He looked up at the tall pile of documents in front of him. Dan carefully sorted through the huge pile of documents, classifying them by age. The boss ordered that he immediately notify if additional work arises. The director obviously thought that Dan would refuse, but the boy unexpectedly asked to issue the documents at the address. The director understood that Dan himself decides what to do. However, Dan decided to do the paperwork right away. He painstakingly placed people by address on paper while imagining how ridiculous this director looks in glasses. Time flew by and the middle of the day was already approaching. In a few hours, Dan reappeared on the horizon, carrying with him a whole mountain of carefully prepared documents. Dan announced that he was done and asked to check the documents with an internal call to the boss. Does he really think that Dan will lose this game? The director took the paper and noted that it was a list of the dead for the year that should be deleted. Dan, repeating the name of the list, wondered in surprise whether he was ready for this step. The chief pointed out that Dan was not obliged to do this. However, he was deep in his thoughts, deciding not to give up. The calmness disappeared from his face, leaving only anger. The student asked the teacher's permission to go to the toilet during the lesson. A lonely bird that knows how to survive in the cold season proudly soars in the sky. Something fast flew by her. She wondered why it was flying using magic and decided that it must be a person. Dan, overcome with rage, rushes forward, barely restraining the flow of bright emotions. Anger whispers a lot in his thoughts, swearing words in the direction of the teacher. However, no matter what mentally challenges, let's see who will win in the end. Dan's day ends when the evening comes. But one more important nuance must be taken into account. The work undertaken is not yet finished, so he is forced to stay in the classroom to finish everything. He was so angry that he already broke 3 pencils, hitting them on the table. Behind him, through the window, the director is carefully watching him. The director plunges into deep thoughts about yesterday's conversation, which left a mark in his thoughts and forces him to look for answers to questions. Again, after a busy day, he travels down a familiar street, leaving behind a trail of fatigue. He entered the pub, asking for the cheapest drink on their range. The bartender started talking about the cheapest alcohol, but heard the code word sunset and immediately understood everything. He turned confidently and invited the director to enter the room hidden behind him. The door slowly opened as if inviting to open a new chapter of this mysterious room. In front of him was a girl in purple. Behind her in a sideboard, a row of flasks with drinks that seemed to be covered with charms could be seen. The girl had not seen Mr. Fell for a long time, and decided to express this during their meeting. He decided to come closer. Carefully placing his backpack on the table next to her, he immediately got down to business, without saying hello, and asked if the information about Scorpio that he was so expecting was already ready. She felt his determination and understood that he was determined to learn all the details about Scorpio. Someone in this room said that he definitely agreed. Another character ended the day by immersing himself in the silence and calm of the evening. Dan, exhausted and with his head down, could barely drag his feet down the same street. Dan was quietly seething, promising himself that the head of the department would find out what he was capable of. He was surprised when he came across the head of the department at the exit of the pub, with a backpack in his hands. The satisfaction of a successful case on his face and glasses on his nose gave him a certain confidence. Dan watched with disbelief what was happening, reading on his face the emotions from the event, which turned out to be completely unexpected for him. Looking to the right, he saw a sign with an inscription about a beer bar where a glass of beer was depicted. Dan finally solved the mystery and understood the real reason for this man's presence. The sun's rays illuminated the majestic structure, whose columns had stood undisturbed for thousands of years. Dan stood in the room, drenched in sweat, thinking about the important task that was waiting for him. In front of him stood two massive piles of documents that needed to be solved. Every day they only seemed to multiply, adding new troubles. He glanced at the man who had put a heavy task on him, like an unbearable burden, while the collegiates were keeping a close eye on him. The boss began the morning with orders for Dan, not leaving him a single moment to rest. Dan had already asked himself more than once if he was really ready to stay put. These thoughts lit up his face with a mysterious smile that hinted at new adventures. He asked another student if he would like a cup of tea. The student happily agreed, adding that he did not mind. Dan went into the kitchen to make tea, carefully pouring hot water into the kettle. 5 warm cups of tea trembled on the table, over which fragrant steam shimmered. He opened a portal to his left and boldly lowered his hand into it. He pulled from the portal a leaf of hergamorphine, which causes abdominal pain after consumption. He assumed that it would feel like an urgent need to go to the toilet. Dan entered the room announcing that he had prepared tea and offered to taste it. Everyone agreed, recognizing his idea as worthy of attention. He carefully brought the last cup of tea to his boss, carefully placing it on the table in front of him. With a friendly smile, Dan asked permission to return to his business. The chief took the cup and began to look into it as if feeling suspicious. Dan sat back in his seat, impatiently turning his head, waiting for the boss to finally try the first sip. The cup moved slowly and inexorably towards his mouth. Finally, he experienced the unsurpassed taste of the first sip. A sudden cough swept through the audience as the chief coughed, and blood suddenly flowed from his mouth. Everyone rushed to him when he fainted, and fell face down on the table. One of the students urged to urgently contact the temple, confused by the events. The headmaster's glasses flew off from hitting the table, and his blood was still flowing out. Dan was stunned by the surprise that changed the course of events. The tea that he brought him had a completely unexpected effect, leaving an atmosphere of mystery around. Meanwhile, events took place in the hospital that kept everyone in suspense. Above the director's bed, his graduate students and acquaintances gathered, full of expectation and sadness because of his misfortune. The doctor assured that, fortunately, there is no threat to his life. The person present, full of curiosity, asked what actually happened. The students asked if everyone among them knew how to control magic. Dan felt his breath catch. Mr. Dan created a real miracle by using his magic to detoxify the poison. It was a lifesaver in a time of need. The boy felt someone behind his back perceive him in a new light. The man asked in surprise if Dan von Mark was actually standing in front of him. The man approached Dan with the aim of finding a moment to discuss an important matter and express gratitude for the help provided. Dan was overcome by curiosity about the stranger's intentions. He turned around, looking intently at the interlocutor, trying to understand his motives. The Knights of the White Stag had an incredibly beautiful residence. Majestic columns supported a sculpture of a white stag's head that dominated the entrance. Leaving a sample of gastric juice on the table, they claimed to have found poison in Mr. Fell's stomach with the substance horin. All suspicions fell on Dan, and therefore they decided to interrogate him, accusing him of poisoning. Dan carefully studied the piece of glass covered in gastric juice, trying to understand its chemical reactions. However, there was an obstacle. Dan was not using a component called horin. Dan heard witnesses say Mr. Fell coughed up blood after the tea he made. The boy rejected the idea of poison, indignantly asking about its meaning. People were trying to find out the whole truth from him, pushing him to confess. Dan desperately asked them to stop bluffing and finally show sincerity. Suddenly, the door to the room began to open. The person who came in turned to the man, reminding him to be careful with quick accusations. This man led the knights and taught them the art of investigation. He approached the young man, wanting him to apologize for the mistake of his subordinate. He informed Danny that he could leave after promising to take care of the matter himself. It was only a moment before the door slammed behind Dan, prompting him to rush out of the room at lightning speed. First of all, the man expressed his gratitude to Dan after learning that it was thanks to him that he remained alive. He said that they have been friends since childhood, but still need to test him for reliability. This indicated the need for patience as part of the process. During the cleaning of the director's stomach, another mysterious substance was discovered. The man studied it with interest, noticing the remains on a small mirror. The man explained that after research, they determined that it was hergomorphine. He must have realized that exactly such a substance was in the tea that Dan brewed. After that, he was interested in how everything happened and turned to the boy for an explanation. Dan thought carefully about his words, looking for the perfect answer that would help him get out of a difficult situation. However, nothing is stronger than the truth, and he admitted that he had injected hergomorphine. He said that for the past 4 days he experienced daily stress from boring tasks. Despite the fact that he was aware of his mistakes, he decided to put the substance in the tea in order to take revenge. The boy shared his thoughts with the man who listened with special attention. The adult wanted to know how Dan obtained hergomorphine. The young man shared that he brought it from a small, rural town where he came from. Dan explained that he was looking for herbs for alchemical experiments, emphasizing that this substance was not subject to the ban. The interrogator mentally uttered alchemy, realizing the reason why the boy managed to free the director. He felt that the conversation was coming to an end, and wondered if the moment had really come when he could just leave. The man sadly pointed out that, due to the rules, he would have to stay here for a while. The official of the first rank was on the verge of death due to poisoning. The little one expressed his only request to this man, hoping that he would understand him. Dan asked for just a day and assured that this time would be enough for him to identify the criminal. The man asked what methods he plans to use to catch the criminal. Dan explained that the churine found in Mr. Fall's stomach is fast-acting, but there is a way to slow it down. The man listened intently to every word spoken by the interlocutor. He didn't know how to stop the poisoning, but Dan didn't give up and kept talking, looking for a solution. After that, the boy turned his attention to the substance in front of him and began to talk about it. Dan explained that specially processed korin coated with a thin layer can reach the stomach much more slowly. Dan noted that with a thorough search among all those who were able to apply this method, it will be possible to identify the culprit. The man's question was about determining the number of people capable of this task. Dan urged not to worry, he already had a plan of action. An unspoken question remained between them. The day came to an end to give way to a new one. Dan was not at the scene of the interrogation, as if he had disappeared without a trace, but in fact he was acting according to his cunning plan. Dan now had an extremely responsible mission on his shoulders. He remembered his plan while standing at the entrance to the bar. It was here that evening on the street that he unexpectedly encountered the director. He was given a map of the city and a list of important contacts for communication at the Great Mother Information Agency. Fall visited this very place yesterday to solve the riddle of the scorpion. From behind Dan's shoulders came a sudden question as to why he was just standing still. A guy in a high position approached Dan and inquired about certain details with interest. The young man who held the post of vice captain of the Knights of the White Deer had an impressively serious look. His behavior sometimes annoyed Dan, but he had to put up with it. A few steps in Dan's direction, and he is already nearby. Together, they directed their eyes to one point. They turned their eyes to the sign of the beer bar hanging above the front door and decided to leave together. Together with Dan, they entered the bar, carefully examining each patron at the tables. The room was filled with people who, after a tiring day, were looking for comfort in beer, shrimps, and rest. Looking around, they finally noticed who they were looking for, and confidently moved in the right direction. They asked the bartender for a glass. When he approached them, he asked what exactly they needed. Dan suddenly brought up the topic of the metal blessing. The bartender noted that the fried moist back meat can be quite smelly, and asked about additional appetizers. Amidst the chaos of the Doberman's incomprehensible words, the boy finally understood their intentions. He turned and walked towards the door behind him, striding decisively forward. The boy who was with Dan could not understand his words because they were full of incomprehensible terms. He tried to learn more, but Dan only advised him to follow him. The boy thought that many secrets were hidden behind those doors. The bartender invited them in, remarking that she would appear soon if they waited a little. The door at the other end of the room suddenly opened, and a woman came out who was having a conversation with the director. She saw the boy, and immediately it became clear that they had already met somewhere. Dan didn't look away because he had already made a fake ID for her. Everyone greeted each other and took their places at the table. In the very center, a magical ball sparkling with a mysterious light attracted attention. Dan felt an unusual excitement as he watched the girl, as if his gaze sought to penetrate deep into her being. He realized that this woman was Granwell's informant, and her eyes gave him a feeling of déjà vu, as if he had met her before. Not only during the issuing of the ID, the girl asked the boys what information they wanted to know. Dan wanted information on everyone who had worked with Horan in the imperial capital over the past month, including the tracks of Feligrante von Boloneo. In addition, Dan inquired about all the details that Fall bought from her. There was silence. The girl looked thoughtfully into the magic layer. Her gaze moved from the boys to him as if she was weighing all the options. The girl was surprised that Dan raised a successor. Her thoughts were that this was unexpected, which surprised Dan himself. The girl agreed to provide all the necessary information, noting that the cost of the service is 2 gold coins. The guy who was with Dan wondered why it was said to him. He heard how 2 gold coins announced the sum. Dan mockingly offered to put it on the Knights of the White Stag. His friend was indignant and jumped up, asking incredulously why they were doing this. The girl admitted that she does not deal with accounts and loans. The guys distrustfully checked the sincerity of her words, trying to expose inconsistencies. The boy confidently threw 2 gold coins on the table, which fell with a loud thud. The guy opened his wallet and couldn't believe his eyes. Where did Dan get so much money? But John was busy asking the girl about the expected time. She leaned on the table smiling confidently because she already had all the necessary information. Dan suddenly heard a girl turn to him asking if he could answer a question in advance. At that moment, a very unexpected question was raised as to how exactly he managed to find out the password from their informant business. A moment passed, and Dan was still silent only to meet her gaze. The girl mentally repeated about the 2 gold coins, remaining completely surprised because she did not understand what exactly it was about. Dan made it clear that he was ready to share information if he received 2 gold coins, symbolically indicating their number with his fingers. This question made her think about whether it is really worth giving these funds. She wondered if she was being checked, especially when Dan seemed very suspicious to her. She was confident in her abilities as an informer, so she decided to find out on her own and not give 2 gold coins. There was a sudden thunderous knock on the door behind them. The girl sat at the table, mulling over every word of their recent conversation. After the knock, the girl noticed someone's footsteps in the room. Someone entered without waiting for her reaction at the door. The majestic woman noted the boy's strange resemblance to someone familiar to the girl, so she decided to discreetly ask if they were acquaintances. Taking off the hood, the girl recognized him. They once studied at the Magic Academy. She understood that he had come to investigate the murder of Fola, which she informed the woman, who smiled mysteriously while preparing questions. Fowl, a well-known elite spy of the imperial capital, immediately identified who the young man who had recently joined their company was. One day, the girl realized that if Dan knew something, then his knowledge had a special value and meaning that remained unattainable for many. Fowl may have been the heir as the girls thought, because last night he acquired important information from them. However, the Great Mother could not get rid of deep doubts because of the word adopter. The girl was deeply disturbed by the fact that he chose the usual method of secret meetings, and not the one approved by royalty. The girl wondered how exactly he managed to open the door with the help of that mysterious password. Big Mommy dissuaded her from any connection with him, which surprised the girl very much. The girl respectfully turned to her mother, inquiring about the reasons for a certain decision. Big Mom confidently turned to her, emphasizing that it would be better if she just followed her instructions. The girl almost opened her mouth, but her facial expression reflected confusion from the determination of the Big Mother, who firmly made it clear that it was an order. The girl fell to her knees, expressing her sincerity and devotion to her mother, promising to always follow her orders. On the street, Dan was sitting on the stones that outlined the sidewalk. He had some papers in his hands, and a boy was standing next to him, watching intently. The informant handed him these documents, and he concentrated on analyzing each line. Dan hesitated, but all of Fall's actions were carefully documented for the entire month in the papers. He realized that Fall was the kind of person that even emperors feared. After that, he asked the boy if he had a map of the capital of the empire. The boy was surprised to hear such a question. After that, he took the card out of his pocket and handed it to Dan. Dan immediately snatched the card from the boy's hand, which confused him. He warned Dan to be careful because the card belongs to the manager. Dan held the map as carefully as if it was his only hope, and knew that punishment was inevitable if he lost or damaged it. Dan almost fainted from terror when the map touched the brick and mentally screamed. Fearing that the loss was inevitable, the boy exclaimed excitedly, standing behind Dan, but Dan asked him to keep his voice down. Dan explained to the boy that their priority was to find the criminal and not worry about some unlucky card, fascinated by the mysterious findings on the map. The boy could not tear himself away from studying it. It hid something really significant. 36 people work in the imperial capital together with Horan. Dan circled several symbols on the map that had been placed there earlier. Corin realized that the poisonous herb Corin is so powerful that it requires special magical protection. Even the strongest magical protection cannot withstand the long-term effects of poison, which is why you can only keep it with you for a limited time. Considering the persons who are moving along the path of Minister Krook, there are only 3 suspects left. Only 3 people make Dan suspicious: Karpov, Dwen, and Byrne. He believes that only their powerful magic could have caused this mysterious incident. The boy's patience was rewarded when Dan finally finished things and announced that it was time to leave. Without further hesitation, Dan quickly turned around and left the boy in thought, waiting for him to understand what to do next. The boy, full of curiosity, asked about the direction, but Dan confidently explained that their main mission was to catch the criminal. At the same time, tension was bubbling in the building itself, as if electricity was floating in the air. Each room was full of mysterious objects, arranged so chaotically as if they pointed to hidden secrets. There was a noise of voices outside the door, and Dan's clear and confident voice stood out among them. He directed his magic at the door, and the wood cracked into splinters. The person who watched became more and more immersed in the mystery of Dan, not understanding his persistence in trying to break down this door. One person stood in the middle of the building, fascinated, watching as the door suddenly opened, and her eyes widened in surprise. A man with a comical appearance thanks to a French mustache and a white jacket asked the boys why they broke down the door. Clearly surprised by such an act, the young man behind Dan was apologizing, but Dan ignored him. He showed off a deer badge, explaining that they were the Knights of the White Stag. The man could not hide his curiosity about where they got the token from. Dan was seriously interested in his identity, asking about his name. Karpol. The man agreed with the information, but was intrigued as to what brought the boys here. Dan told them that they had received a report about the production of drugs in this place. The frightened man could not believe what was happening. He began to assure them of the cleanliness and innocence of their workshop, emphasizing that it was some kind of nonsense. Dan decided to personally investigate everything. He went to the flasks with colorful liquids and carefully examined each of them in the mysterious room. He looked around intently while his frightened companion worried if Dan was a threat to anyone. Dan was aware of the risks of drug crimes. He was knowledgeable in imperial law for which he was recognized and understood the severity of punishments, such as long imprisonment or even the death sentence. Dan's answer struck the interlocutor so much that he froze like a statue, captured in silence. Dan suggested not to stop, but to search all the shelves in the room, because there were a lot of them, focusing on the search for evidence. They searched the premises thoroughly, analyzing the inscriptions on each bottle in an effort to find any drug-related clues. The boy approached the shelf intently, examining 2 miniature bottles with caps. Their unusual appearance fascinated him. A rare combination of giant Nepenthes acid and ice troll blood was necessary to seal away the toxins. It would not be possible to hide the smell of these ingredients even with magic. In the center of the room stood a mysterious tool designed for special purposes. The boy hesitated, grasping at every detail, beginning to doubt his conclusions. Does this place really meet his expectations? He turned his head to the left and fixed his gaze on the suspicious man who was whistling nervously, as if trying to appear relaxed. Dan felt suspicious of the man because he was behaving suspiciously. Dan offered him to step aside for a minute. The man nervously asked what exactly Dan meant. Dan noted the man's suspicious behavior, feeling that he was hiding something. The man, trying to remain calm, said that Dan was wrong. Dan asked his friend to check the place behind the man, which made the suspect even more excited. The boy approached the small casket and began to carefully open it. The man urged him to stop, assuring him that there was nothing there. When his hand only touched the casket, the man shouted even louder, urging him to stop immediately. The casket flashed when it opened, and both of them gazed enthusiastically at its mysterious contents. Changes in facial expressions indicated that there were photos inside that were definitely not related to drugs. This discovery caused them real surprise. In the casket were kept extraordinary images of photos from hentai where naked girls struck the imagination and caused surprise in those who saw them. The man became so angry that his body trembled, felt uncomfortable and humiliated, and did not know how to react. They heard the command to immediately leave the premises. But soon a powerful explosion sounded on the first floor. The boy, supporting his right eye, moved slowly because of the injury. Dan turned around, urging his friend to quicken his pace because he was 10 paces behind. The guy explained that he was hurt by that scoundrel. He shouted indignantly that he would be behind bars for life. Dan remained indifferent to these words. The guy on Dan's right was not saying anything. Trying to annoy Dan, however, ignoring the commotion, he focused his eyes on something more important. Dan carefully studied the map, trying to find this place that stood in front of him, believing that the next suspect's workshop could be hiding here. This time, Dan gently touched the door instead of using his magic to break it down again. The door opened a little and a man in glasses looked out through the gap with interest, trying to recognize who was standing outside. The boys clarified whether this was really Davina's workshop, to which he curiously asked about the purpose of their visit. Dan suddenly noticed the glasses that popped out in front of his eyes. As he tried helplessly to grab the doorknob, it caused him embarrassment. The man was surprised when the door suddenly opened. Dan pulled them unceremoniously without waiting for an invitation. With his appearance, the man seemed suspicious. He inquired about the purpose of the visit. Dan explained that they had become aware of information about drugs here. The man was surprised to hear about the drugs, but that didn't stop Dan. He confidently moved forward, ignoring his reaction. Annoyed, the man called it delusional and demanded an immediate exit. His appearance further fueled the curiosity of those around him. A magical barrier protected the door, adding security. Dan thoughtfully guessed what was hidden behind this door, continuing his mission. Dan, raising his hand, decided to cast a spell on the door and make it open like in a fairy tale. His voice was powerful and decisive. The man was surprised to discover that the young man had mastered the art of magic. It was a surprise for him. He froze, barely hearing the creak of the door, tightly closing his eyes. Under the cape, white bandages were visible, wrapping his body like a caterpillar in a cocoon. Bursting into the room, Dan decided to act without magic by breaking the door with his hand. What he saw inside caused a storm of questions in his thoughts, the first of which was, what kind of strange thing is this? They noticed wooden barrels located at the end of the room. Together with the boy, they came closer and closer. Their eyes carefully slid over the empty walls where there was nothing but mysterious barrels. What is hidden inside? Lifting the lid, they found a purple liquid with bubbles, a clear sign of the presence of drugs. The man realized that they had been caught and mentally expressed his disappointment about this failure. Suddenly it became clear who he was addressing because people started appearing from all corners of the building. He saw how they sat at the tables and hid wherever they could. The man, thinking that there were much more of them, asked Dan in surprise why only 2 of them came. The order to destroy was given instantly. One of the people was already holding a knife in his hands. The boy took a knife out of his pocket in disbelief, not even suspecting that enemies could be hiding so close. The young man turned to Dan, asking him to stay closer so that he could protect him. With a knife in his hand, he began to protect him. Dan reassured those present that there was no need to worry about it. Dan already wore a gas mask that saved him from dangerous poisonous fumes. The boy could not understand with horror why his friend decided to wear this creepy mask. In Dan's hands was a mysterious smoke bomb, its lever ready to release powerful smoke at the flick of a thumb. The iron checker fell on the tile with a clatter and rolled towards the criminals, while his comrade with a weapon in his hands kept his eyes on the scene. All criminals and drug dealers held their breath as the checker rolled like a magnet to their feet. One question echoed in their heads. What is it? It seemed that they lost the thread of events and did not understand what was happening. Smoke suddenly erupted from the checker hole, quickly filling the space and creating an atmosphere of tension. There was so much smoke that it burst through the door, enveloping the building with a huge cloud that hid half of it from view. Through the thick fog, the door was barely visible. It was almost impossible to see. This smoke turned out to be difficult. The men had to study the chemical composition hidden inside to understand its nature. Everyone around fainted and lay on the floor spellbound by her magical presence. Only by some miracle this time, no one was able to escape, not even the main thief. Usually, such tricksters always find a way to disappear. The deputy chief was also on the floor drooling, and Dan had him firmly in his sights. Dan intended for this boy to get some rest. His story will continue when he wakes up from his short sleep. Later, people began to appear near the same premises that had just become the scene of the event. 3 men confidently entered the building, intrigued by a thick cloud of smoke outside. They discovered unconscious people inside. This caused them to suspect gas. However, one of the men claimed that the investigation revealed an accident during an alchemical experiment. Their faces resembled workshop workers, but it needed to be confirmed. One of the men suddenly stopped looking at the person lying on the floor and, to his surprise, recognized a familiar face. Approaching the vice captain, he noticed that he had his eyes closed, but his breathing was audible. Stretching his hand to him, he tried to bring his friend to consciousness, urging him to wake up. One of the crew members noticed that the vice captain had a note on his chest and quickly conveyed this information to the captain. The vice captain noticed a note on his chest and a flower in front of him. Leaning closer, he tried to take a closer look at what he found. The note stated that someone had died fighting a drug dealer, and a red rose was lying next to her. Dan found a note carefully written on the very map he had accepted from the vice captain. The vice captain woke up and barely understood that someone had written on the map, knowing that he would be punished. The man bent down, trying to catch every word of the vice captain. They eagerly waited for new words, eager to learn more. One of the men asked in a half-silent manner if he really died, and everyone was curious to understand what was going on. At the same time, on the roof of one of the buildings in the deep silence of the night, Dan, in his raincoat, walked confidently and calmly along the edge of the roof, skillfully maintaining his balance, although he threatened to fall. He reached for his mask, the Mark II. Mask gave him new horizons of possibilities, thanks to the magic of enhanced perception. He had already come to the window, ready to open it and get inside. In a moment, he found himself in a room where books were lying on a beautiful table. On the right side of him rose a giant bookshelf. He carefully studied the room. His eyes stopped at a fascinating find that lay inconspicuously on the table. The Nepenthes flower impressed with its mysterious beauty, charming everyone who fell under its magical gaze. Dan entered the room not expecting to see anyone there, but he heard a conversation. One of the men exclaimed in amazement how he could have survived, because he must have been adding poison. The second man expressed confidence that after detaining an intern, they always have a backup plan in case of failure. Their main goal is to avoid any responsibility. One of them assured that there is no reason to worry, because if something goes wrong, the owner will definitely organize new identities for them. His friend fervently believed that events would unfold as promised. The man, sure of his safety, suddenly heard sounds behind him, and Dan jumped off the roof. He appeared from the side, and the man was stunned by what he saw. Because of this sneaky conversation, Dan delivered a blow that forced the opponent off the ground. The friend noticed how his friend suddenly flew back and hit the cabinet with force. His friend was very scared, imagining how his friend would become a genius if he memorized the entire contents of the library into which he was hit. He did not need to worry. They had already managed to quickly tie him up with a rope. Everything happened with amazing speed, leaving him in complete confusion. Dan stopped in front of him, ready to hear what he had to say, though he didn't dare ask any questions. Their silence dragged on. Dan's face showed seriousness. Putting on the Mark II mask, he finally announced that the Black Reaper had come for him. The stranger fearfully asked who this unknown person was, at the same time imploringly hinting at the desire to be freed from the shackles. In his pocket lay an alluring gold badge that attracted attention with its mystery. Dan, overcome with curiosity, reached into his pocket to get a mysterious icon, dreaming of finding out what this symbol represents. Dan stared at the badge in amazement, his eyes widening in astonishment. The icon with the coat of arms of a howling wolf inside a wreath suddenly clarified a lot. The matter became obvious and who they were dealing with. A man stood by a window with purple curtains, looking into the boundless space of the surrounding world. He watched intently, remaining motionless as if under a spell. It seemed that nothing could break this mysterious steadfastness. A woman in purple with a scorpion mask on her head looked at him carefully and inquired about the reasons for his great excitement. Later, she asked what was happening. She was one of the representatives of the 12 signs of the zodiac, the mysterious Scorpio. The man loudly declared that it was better not to joke with him while they tried to cope with the angry hunting dogs that were chasing her. She hinted to him that he got confused, and it happened when he was caught off guard. Standing up, she noted that their conversation was over and it was time to say goodbye. The husband tried to persuade her to stay. He tried to get her attention, but she left, ignoring him. He wanted to understand how to help in the situation with the dogs. She turned back at the door and reminded him that he knows the answers himself and that his changes are happening now. After that, he finally realized that what she was pointing out was the blessing of the goddess. The thief Lupin stole the thing and started shouting at her, waving his arms. She couldn't believe that he hadn't been caught yet. Her brightly painted red lips spoke an implacable acceptance that nothing could be done. She said that she would take care of the debt repayment herself, which embarrassed him even more. His nerves were on edge as he watched her leave something he didn't want at all, and therefore urged her to stay. He understood that if he was caught, she could be in danger, and his excitement did not leave him on this magical day. Right next to the structure, on one of the roofs, Dan's feet could be seen. Dan quickly dealt with the two scoundrels, leaving them a mountain of books to study, and showed up as promised. It was here that he first heard the mysterious name of Marquis Balten, which enchanted his imagination. The man, carefully tied with ropes, confessed that the Marquis taught him the secrets of alchemy and ordered to poison Foley. Tied with ropes, he panicked, claiming that he was just following orders and knew nothing more. Until the last moment, he believed that Dan would show mercy, release him, and allow him to return to his work. However, Dan had a different opinion. He once again pulled out a gas mask from his pocket. Wearing a mask, Dan emphasized that every mistake should have its own correction through punishment. He trembled in fear of Dan's gaze, and the unknown of the future oppressed him. Suddenly, a knight appeared in the corridor, guarding the room, shining with iron armor and clutching a sword in his hands. The knight calmly indulged in the pleasure of the sunbeam that gently penetrated through the window. Unaware of the future, the sun's rays gently touched him, illuminating the illusory crystals that suddenly appeared nearby, capturing their mysterious shine. His eyes began to spin, and his consciousness began to recede. Suddenly, with a loud crash, he was on the floor under the weight of his armor. He was swallowed up in the depths of sleep. He was suddenly drawn into the mysterious room behind him, as if the room had power over him. Dan pulled the knight into the room and stood by his side steadfastly. After completing the task, he shook the dirt from his gloves, thoughtfully contemplating the man who lay motionless at his feet. Before sunset, Dan was required to find evidence that indicated the involvement of the Marquis of Balten in this case. He remembered the safe located in the room in front of him. First, he had to find the safe because there could be something important. He was sure that the contents would be useful. Dan entered the room and was suddenly struck by the surprise that awaited him inside. Scorpion was standing right next to the safe, looking intently at the picture with the mountains. Realizing that this place is hard to reach for most, Dan thought he would only find a safe. But the find exceeded his expectations, causing a wave of joy and surprise. She turned to the boy and asked what brought him here, politely calling him a dear guest. The first look was silent and piercing, looking into her face. A scorpion mask towered over her head, striking his imagination. Meeting in this empty room was incredibly impossible. He mentioned how he unexpectedly met someone in such a place, and she was amazed and said that she felt the same. Since she had come first, this area seemed to be her own. Feeling confident, she touched the safe of her silent guard. Dan maintained the doubt by carefully noting that their views had not yet converged. She calmly made it clear that she was not a simple person, noticing his surprise. They met their eyes under the exquisite chandelier as if they were two rivals. She thought that maybe she would regret this moment one day. She stared into his gaze, considering the possibility of a sudden leap forward. She reasoned that starting a fight without a reason could lead to defeat. He decided to give in, but wondered who would win. She suspected the comparison, and he praised her for her cleverness. She offered a new idea, interestedly asking about her impressions. She reiterated their common goal by touching the safe. She offered to exchange if they find something extra. In her opinion, this will significantly increase efficiency. She heard only silence in response as he stared intently at her. His voice finally broke the silence of the room, noting that caution is always in the first place for him, and this causes him sincere joy. He decided to give himself a single chance. Each safe will go to the one who manages to get hold of it. After everything, they decided to meet again exactly where everything will be clear and transparent. The look he gave her clearly indicated his distrust. The same determination shone in her eyes. Even if the mask hid her face, everything became obvious from her persistent gaze. It was necessary to react instantly and make a decision. He quickly started in the right direction, and the cloak on his back developed from the speed, giving the movement even more dynamism. However, they did not think about the situation when both would strive to achieve the same goal, which could provoke a clash of their interests. Dan had to collect as many things as possible to start his adventure off right. Meanwhile, The deputy was in the house, exhausted due to smoke poisoning. His condition caused alarm. He slowly came to his senses as consciousness became clearer, capturing every moment of reality. The captain noticed that the boy had already woken up with his eyes open. The boy started to rise, and this surprised the captain. They discussed whether the boy felt better and how he was feeling now. Waking up and sitting in bed, the boy found a rose and a note on his chest, which surprised him very much. The captain said that he found out that the note was fixed by magic. The note explained that the magic uses the flower as a catalyst to block half of the hypnotic effect. The captain decided to change the topic of conversation and asked with interest where von Mark Dan was. The young man mumbled something uncertainly, but was unable to express a clear thought. Having recovered, they moved along the corridor, having a conversation. The captain was surprised that the little one decided on a hypnotic bomb without understanding their thoughts at that time. The deputy was at a loss, not knowing how to proceed. He understood that if people found out about contacts with suspicious persons, the situation would worsen. The captain offered to continue the investigation of the drug case, but now it remained to find the person using the sedation bombs. The captain, confident in today's exposure of the culprit, offered to wait. The young man concentratedly absorbed every word of the captain like a sponge, memorizing all his instructions and observations. Meanwhile, a special atmosphere prevailed in the luxurious mansion of Marquis Batlan. The girl carefully studied the safe, impatiently waiting for the guy who was about to come. But he still wasn't there. Behind her, she felt a presence similar to the arrival of someone. Looking around, she tried to recognize Dan's figure in the shadows. So it was him. Entering the room in a mask, he stood silently. She noticed the delay and wondered what he was looking for. Fortunately, he was the first to learn about the cure from the Marquis of Butlin, but he felt an urgent need to personally check everything. He approached her, breaking the silence with an offer to carry out the planned deal. She agreed. There was a snap of a finger in the air, and an invisible stream of energy tore through space, opening a portal into the unknown. Next to her, a portal opened from which you could get anything. It was called space. Dan was stunned as he witnessed her unfold a new dimension. Amazing objects emerged from space. Golden rings, caskets, magic carpets, and blue necklaces. All of this, including diamond rings, had enormous value. All the objects flew into the air, circling around her. She asked the boy what exactly he wanted and assured her that she would be able to give him everything he needed. Dan was delighted to discover that it contained everything from war fairies to rare magical ingredients. Most of these things were almost impossible to obtain even with great desire. She clearly hinted to him to show off his things. On the right side, a space suddenly opened like an alluring portal. In the blink of an eye, Dan stretched out his hand, which disappeared without a trace into the mysterious void. Immediately around Dan, a variety of documents filled the space, chaotically circling, creating a paper vortex. She was amazed to find that he kept mostly only documents. She was captivated by the documents, the summons to the northern continent, the end of the Magic Clan, and the breath of the Holy Clan. He claimed to have everything but the end. They stood facing each other, holding their treasures in the magical air, and the contrast of their value was astounding. Documents had a special weight, surpassing any material values. She carefully examined one of the certificates, noting aloud that it was impressive. The moment has come when Dan must decide what he really needs. His hand almost unconsciously reached for the void, and his fingers steadily approached the goal. Dan confidently placed his foot on the windowsill and prepared to leave through the window. He was sure that everything was finally resolved. She described the guy as a businessman, and behind the veil of her gaze there was a secret, and she had her own plan. Every moment in this room, Dan felt the growing tension. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a question from her and froze, turning his head to listen carefully. She put her fingers to her lips, painted with black lipstick, which suited her very well, and noted that he was the first one who really pleased her. After saying goodbye, she wished him a good day, and mysteriously hinted at a future meeting. Dan looked back and felt only the figure of the wind that left the room with an invisible energy. Her disappearance was so impressive that even Dan, experienced in the field of magic, could not hide his surprise. Evening covered the city, ending another busy day. In one of the many rooms of the city, a man carefully examined his documents by candlelight. A sound coming from the left made him turn his head sharply in that direction. He watched as the bodies of two men tied with a rope flew into his room after knocking down the door. The man wondered who these strangers were who were lying on the floor silently looking at each other, not daring to say a single word. Dan appeared behind the man, reminding that he had promised to find the real culprits. In Dan's hands shone a piece of paper that confirmed the truth, and he brought the captain the joyful news of his discovery. At Dongjendo Station, a man impatiently watched the train, hoping that it would arrive any minute. The sound of iron wheels echoed as the locomotive approached, honking loudly throughout the station. The boys who recently fought heroically in the desert, rescuing their mistress and defeating one of the most terrifying monsters they had ever encountered, got off the train. Dina's sister's girlfriend traveled the world in search of her younger brother. Finally, their paths crossed exactly where they were supposed to meet. This is exactly the place where the long search for clues about the location of the brother led them to where they needed to be. That night, the captain got a real criminal accomplice and proof all the gifts were provided by Dan. The Knights of the White Stag were entrusted with all other tasks. Dan pondered the principles of an unusual person, while in a place he had never imagined himself to be before. The hero had to spend several days in the cold cage of the detention center, where, trying to do a good deed, he ended up behind bars on straw. When his friends from the boarding house visited him, it distracted him a little. But he decided not to receive any more guests. They just stood there and asked what he was doing. Alice joked that this place suited him. Chief Felgrad soon awoke in a huge building. Dan faced his boss again, and although he didn't say anything, his calm smile spoke louder than words. Dan only later realized the meaning of that enigmatic smile when he looked at the results in the evaluation table. He carefully analyzed each row of the table. Next to each rating were the highest scores. Dan always considered the boss unfair, believing that he only threw him with work. But in fact, the boss recognized Dan's achievements and rated him highly. Dan visited the training center, once again feeling the desire for new knowledge and unforgettable experiences. He opened the door and entered the auditorium, which was almost full of people absorbed in their own affairs. He approached the table with determination and sat down ready for a long work session. Papers were spread out on the table in front of him. He carefully studied the documents, looking for not only the text, but also hidden important information. On the leaves, among the photos, there was an invitation to the Green Tower of the Mage. The stone on this tower is always waiting for visitors. After completing an internship in the Guardians Department, an exciting phase of training begins for cautious magicians. There was another good reason for the trainees to gather at the training center. They were waiting for the drawing of lots regarding the schedule of meetings with the magicians. The Tower of Magicians in the Empire was impressive with its grandeur and beauty. This huge building was a kind of state corporation where gifted magicians worked. This is a place where magical research is closely monitored by the state. They carefully monitor that research that poses a threat to the country is not carried out. Because magic can turn out to be immensely powerful and dangerous, officials are assigned to oversee the Tower of Magic to control the situation. Dan saw the mustache again, who remarked that the last few days had been difficult and inquired about the outcome of the events. Dan turned and greeted him warmly. After the events, Dan expressed his thanks for the visit, and the mustache was satisfied, realizing that the danger crept closer than it seemed. Their conversation was interrupted as soon as the door slammed, and she entered the audience. The woman announced that this season 23 towers are competing to win the contest. The students listened enthusiastically about the famous magical towers and also learned that new towers that are still unknown to them are waiting ahead. Carefully holding a dark casket with an ornate pattern, she spoke about the importance of fair selection for the Mage Tower Union. It was decided that the criteria for selection would be determined by lot and not by grades. Therefore, she brought this mysterious box. Mustache thought that the situation was not entirely fair because Dan had the highest grades, and this disappointed him. Dan interrupted him, assuring him that everything is fine because he is always lucky and considers himself a real lucky person. He understood that luck is of no use here, in contrast to the expressive eyes that captured the attention of those around him. He uses clairvoyance magic to see what the box hides. It was the turn of the draw, and Dan approached the teacher. He chose the Tower of the Red Mages, which is located in the center of the system and is famous for its magical variety. As expected, the Tower of the Red Mages fell to him. He moved towards the city but turned back because something important for him was happening there. He took part in the draw and got the same Tower of Red Magicians as Dan. He aptly mentioned to the teacher how he had a wonderful dream the day before. Dan felt that he was talented. The weather in this place was traditionally cold, People who got off the train were moving through the streets in search of a young man. The trio confidently set off down the street with one goal of finding Dan. They were not interested in anything else. Only one moment remained clear. Her uncle lived in this place. Seeing the building, the girl could only ask if he really lived there. She could not believe that she lives in such a huge building. The boy approached the gate insistently, pointing out that the time had long come, and there was no point in delaying any longer. His hand reached for the doorknob, but unexpectedly, the little one intervened with a request to stop for a moment. Suddenly, the boy was afraid to enter, especially when he noticed that the door was closed. No obstacles could stop this boy. Without thinking, he overcame them as usual. The vice captain acted decisively, avoiding unnecessary complications. They held their breath, fully concentrating on the mystery that hid behind the gate. They were watching the building when they were engulfed by mysterious sounds that had a magical tinge, and their origin remained a mystery. On the left side of them, ice began to appear from the ground, as if woven from magic. They watched with amazement as the ice quickly grew, realizing the reasons for this unusual phenomenon. Every minute their attention intensified. What they saw changed the expression of the girl's face, and the boy behind her also did not remain indifferent. A whole army of knights in shining armor gathered around with weapons in their hands and with bad intentions protecting the house they were guarding. The head knight, helmetless and with a light stubble, asked their identity. Anger seethed in him through the broken gate. He asked the boys if they were aware of where they were in order to afford such a thing. The boy knew the capabilities of the vice captain, so he was the first to start talking to him. He asked to calm down, explaining that they were crows who wanted to meet with the authorities. Hearing the name, he calmed down a little, but still wanted to know the reason for their haste. Little apologized for accidentally breaking the door. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a shout from behind which ordered them to stop, causing them to look around for the source. They noticed a man speeding through the yard, hotly urging everyone to lay down their weapons, actively gesticulating. The head guard asked the man about his presence. He breathed heavily and tried to explain about the terrible mistake that had happened. It had been over 3 months since they had received the news of their arrival, and it had once again slipped from their memory. The boys were invited to go inside, where Master Vlad was already impatiently waiting for them. This instilled a sense of calm in them. The evening slowly gave way, and in each house, one by one, the lights began to light up, creating a cozy look. The streets were buzzing with life, filled with people, each of whom was immersed in his own everyday worries. At the very edge of the street, a cloaked figure mysteriously loomed, adding to the atmosphere of mystery and intrigue. Under the hood, which barely perceptibly vibrated, it was quietly heard that they had already arrived. The shadow masked his face, creating the illusion of absolute loneliness around him. Another figure in a brown cloak with a hood appeared from the roof, adding to the mysterious atmosphere like a character in a mystery novel. Descending from the roof, he agreed with that man, recognizing his rightness. He noted that even attempts to hide one's presence will not protect one from being known. Once he remembered how he himself came to the Institute. A naked torso was visible from under the cloak. This mysterious stranger had only a cloak, and unexpectedly took something out from under it. He held the scroll in his hand as he prepared to hand it to the young man. The light, reflected at the right angle, revealed a scar on the face of the boy who was waiting for the scroll. He hinted that the experiment would end with a grandiose tombstone. The one holding the scroll dismissed these thoughts as nonsense. Their conversation was shrouded in mystery. The man with the scroll noted that if his experiment was successful, he would feel renewed. One of the men decided to take off his hood. Scar stood out among the crowd, and turning his attention to the boy, sincerely wished him success. The Red Tower of Magicians never knew peace because every day brought new adventures and secrets. Time flew here imperceptibly, leaving only memories. There was a group of students in the room who were listening with interest to the principal who welcomed them to the Red Tower. His speech captured all their attention. He assured that in a week they will master many exciting skills that they did not even know about before. He advised not to touch things to avoid problems. Suddenly they were interrupted by Dan, who was late and joined from behind. The teacher, who always diligently explains the material, noticed the student at the end of the group. He reminded him that the assembly was supposed to start at 9. Dan, pretending to be stupid, asked about the time. He was told that it was already 9:10. The teacher, in anger, reduced the boy's score. Mustache, who was already there, turned to Dan and asked why he was late for the first day of training. Dan replied that there were urgent matters. When the teacher heard the quiet conversation, he raised his voice and asked who allowed them to talk, pronounced -point. Mustache was just surprised. Dan was listening to the teacher in silence when the mustachioed man realized the reason for his nightmare. Dan was sure that his endeavors would be crowned with success. He believed that he would definitely be called to serve at the imperial court. This means that there is a high probability of running into Uncle Vlad, which Dan would like to avoid. He wondered how he could earn the lowest score in the internship to avoid being transferred to the imperial palace. The teacher explained that this is where all the magical tools are stored, carefully pointing to each item of the institution. After that, he noted that the appointment to the Red Tower of the Magician means frequent visits to this place where very valuable things are stored. The teacher angrily explained to the boy that it is forbidden to touch things, again emphasizing this rule, which had already been announced more than once. The teacher announced the withdrawal of the score and warned that a repeated mistake would lead to immediate punishment. Dan watched the teacher closely and couldn't help but compare his stern appearance and ridiculous beard to a squid. But it didn't bother him. An inventive student invented the nickname Strict Squid for the teacher, hoping that he would continue to remain steadfast. The teacher talked about the Chimera research equipment that their tower is proud of. The flasks contained creatures very similar to monsters. A lion with angelic wings stood in the arena, a real miracle. It seemed that he was sleeping, but maybe he was just unconscious. The young man was amazed when he saw this creature. A real chimera. Hanging from the ceiling were many cages with various creatures. The place reminded Dan of a zoo from his past life. After inspecting the premises, the teacher summarized the meeting and emphasized openness to questions if anyone has them. After that, Stern Squid continued down the corridor. After classes, the boy completed all the tasks planned for the day. But that's not all. He approached the huge door that towered majestically at the end of the corridor. After that, his hand hesitantly knocked on the door. The voice of the Lord of the Tower was heard from inside. He informed Edward that he could enter. He entered apologizing for a possible distraction. But the Lord assured that he now had time and was free from important matters. The Lord of the Red Tower wanted to know if it was Edward who ran the laboratory where the Chimera was created. Edward confirmed everything, slightly nervous, which was noticeable by his appearance. The Lord immediately noticed this and asked him to calm down. Lord inquired about awareness of subject 46A103 Third House 46. Edward confirmed knowledge by showing respect by standing near sofas. Lord noticed that the subject was growing unexpectedly fast and asked if any additional measures were being used. Edward was clearly surprised by the unexpected question, but admitted without a hint of uncertainty that nothing was happening. The man stroked his beard thoughtfully, carefully analyzing the situation and coming to certain conclusions regarding this issue. However, the Lord called him not only for this reason. He had a personal request, and Edward listened attentively, ready to help. The Lord turned to him for a favor. On the left, there were numerous books on the shelves, and a mysterious scroll was kept under them. The scroll was so tightly wound that unrolling it seemed like a difficult task. Unexpectedly, there was a furious crash on the floor, and the debris exploded, flying in all directions. The man asked with a shout that Dan broke it again, adding that this is not the first time Dan apologized, explaining that his hands were very slippery. Mustache watched him and felt strange. He approached his friend and asked if everything was okay because Dan was making unusual mistakes. Dan explained that he just made a mistake, but it looked suspicious. Mustache offered his help, emphasizing that he was ready to help at any moment. Dan gladly accepted this support. Soon, Dan found himself near a house surrounded by lush green bushes. Spring filled the air with the aroma of fresh buds. His gaze accidentally lingered on an object on the left. This card had a string attached to it on which a badge dangled. Seeing the owner of the badge, the boy beamed with a smile and happily noted this fact. The badge featured a photo of a man with glasses that emphasized his intelligence. The night sky enveloped the Red Mage Tower, making it even grander. Built of red stone, it withstood the test of 1,000,000 years. Inside, all valuables were left unattended for the night. A mysterious figure in a cloak suddenly appeared on the floor in the center of the room. Her movements were unexpected and elusive. Masked under the mask of Mark II and wearing gloves, Dan set out to explore the mysterious tower in an effort to uncover its secrets. He expertly used the badge by applying it to the sensor, and the door opened as if by magic. He managed to get into a mysterious room that had been kept a secret from him until now. There were objects on the shelves, among which lay the dried skull of an animal. Dan realized that this was no joke. On another shelf was the mysterious filigroup stone, its greatness shown here and only here. He went to the shelf and took an unfamiliar thing that intrigued him for the first time. He immediately decided that a copy would be useful to him. He didn't even plan to steal, but suddenly he heard an unexpected sound behind him that made him flinch. Noticing someone, he quickly hid behind the table. Sitting there, he held his breath to avoid detection. No one was expecting the harsh squid at a late hour, and his appearance caused a sea of surprises. What brought him here at this mysterious time? Dan secretly peeked from behind the edge of the table behind which he hid, and what he saw struck him incredibly hard. The squid was carrying a cage with a lion with angel wings, this time not asleep but conscious. Where should he go with this chimera in the middle of the night? The door slowly began to open from this room, mysteriously inviting into a new world. The man began maneuvering the cart on which the cage was fixed. Squid wondered why the Lord of Mage Tower was absent as he glanced into the room. In the center of the room, a magical circle shone mysteriously in front of the table where the Lord of the Towers sat. The hieroglyphs outlined by magic added to the mystical atmosphere. Squid immersed himself in thinking about the pentagram, trying to understand what it is and how it appeared there. He was intently examining her when he caught with the edge of his ear that someone entered the room from the left. The Lord of the Tower entered the room where the silence of the night already reigned, joining his companion, who was already there. The man said that according to the request, he received the number. Squid couldn't ignore the fact that the man was concentrating on reading a piece of paper, and questions about what was happening were running through his head. Squid wondered what kind of parchment it was, but the Lord was engrossed in reading without taking his eyes off the text. The light around Squid began to gradually brighten, reflecting on his body. The magic circle was rapidly expanding, and Squid remained at its epicenter. Mysterious events began around him, and the Lord was unwaveringly immersed in reading. The squid begged for help because his body had lost the ability to move. When these words came to life on the pages, a loud piercing scream filled the room. The Lord carefully read the writing while the man screamed in pain across the circle. The great sheep thought he had allowed the weakling to take a share of her knowledge. The lion growled menacingly as the Lord reflected on how his training had helped him get closer to his goal. Plunging into the book, he suddenly heard a voice that addressed him with an extremely respectful address, forcing him to break away from the pages for a moment. He looked around. There was no one except the enchanted man. A mysterious voice was coming from an unknown place, and it worried him. Dan delivered a hectopascal punch, after which the man's body flew away from the center of the circle. Lord was shocked because he did not expect to see Dan in this place. 10 minutes ago, a man brought some kind of chimera to the Lord's room. It sparkled mysteriously, leaving a trail of mystery in the air. He resolutely strode along the corridor, carrying a cage with a chimera, full of hope for the success of the plan. Bright light poured from the open door, illuminating him in the cage, inviting him to enter. In a moment, his trail was already lost in the corridor. He found himself in the room, and the door closed tightly behind him. From around the corner, Dan was carefully watching the situation when he noticed how a man resolutely entered the room. The boy immediately noticed something mysterious unfolding around him, and it caused him incredible interest and curiosity. The Tower of Magicians revealed many secrets to him, and the unfolding events only increased his interest. The man was already in the room, and the boy could not just sit and look at him. Having climbed onto the roof, he slyly looked through the window, remaining invisible. He was filled with curiosity, especially when he saw what was happening inside. The mysterious circle shone, causing awe and admiration in those around, reminding of the power and mystery of the Lord of the Mage Tower. He thought thoughtfully about the nature of this mysterious stream. He felt that this situation resembled black magic with which he was already familiar. The little boy noticed how the man, entering the center of the ring, shouted loudly, drawing everyone's attention to himself. His gaze caught how an invisible force was holding the man in a circle, while the Lord was concentrating on reading the text on a piece of paper. The Lord turned to the great deity, seeking an answer in the heavens. The Lord assured that thanks to the training he became one step closer, while the man felt the growing pain. After that, the events known to all began. Lord heard the strange sounds and quickly turned around. Dan, being in a state of shock, used a hectopascal blow, and his opponent flew out of the magic circle. The fall left a dark bruise on his cheek, evidence of a heavy blow. The Lord continued to stand firmly, holding the paper tensely, waiting for the next move. His curiosity grew, as did the anticipation of change. He looked around in surprise to see the boy in the room and inquired about his identity. He received an unexpected question about what he was doing here. The old lord remained silent in confusion, unable to find anything to answer. Dan realized that the old man was planning something bad, and with a smile inquired about his intentions. The lord was silently watching the paper in his hands, when suddenly a red glow burst out of it and sharply hit his face. He masterfully directed the energy that rapidly swirled around the cage with the chimera, as if dancing in a vortex of magic. Chimera decided to show all her fury. Her fury roared. Her eyes lit up red, and the wings on her back seemed to take on a life of their own. Her roar was so powerful that it seemed she was about to bite through the cage. At the top of the magic tower, a powerful explosion suddenly went off, scattering stones around with a crash. Dust began to fly rapidly in all corners of the room. Dan barely survived without understanding what was happening. He closed one eye because it was getting harder to breathe. Behind Dan appeared an indeterminate silhouette hidden by thick fog and dust. Only 2 red dots seemed to be his eyes. Dan looked back and realized that the time to act was the threat of an imminent attack. A powerful magical glow of red chakra began to appear behind him, confirming his hunch. Dan used all his strength to push off the ground and avoid the attack. His maneuver turned out to be timely. The beam flew by, and then he recognized the figure that appeared again, the same one he saw a minute ago in the room. However, there was no skin left on her, only a skull with a staff in her hands proclaiming that it was time to combine God's punishment. Dan couldn't remember exactly, but this face seemed painfully familiar to him. However, on his way, he encountered a difficult battle with a monster. Energy began to gather in his palm, ready for a decisive blow. Dan had to cleverly dodge the attacks that flew in his direction. But it turned out to be more difficult than he expected. Constant escape from the monster was hopeless. He created a portal nearby, taking out a stick that had extraordinary properties. The magic staff allowed him to summon a powerful fire attack aimed directly at the skeleton. He watched with his red eyes as the ball of fire approached him. The Lord of the Mage Tower did not hesitate to deflect the beam with his staff, demonstrating perfect mastery of all magic. His skill made it possible to level this attack so masterfully that he directed all the energy to the side, where it exploded without causing him any damage. The fire suddenly flared up from the side. Dan was surprised by such a turn, because he expected that his attack would be able to knock this monster off his feet. The Lord laughed, emphasizing the power of the experiment despite its failure, and drew Dan's attention to this important aspect. He shouted in praise of the Great One, pointing his staff at the boy. Unintelligible words increased the energy at the tip of the staff. Dan knew that the explosion would not make him wait, and soon a powerful detonation destroyed part of the building, destroying one of the walls. Dan used the magic that once gave him the ability to fly, and it was thanks to it that he miraculously avoided death. Now hovering near the Tower of Mages, leaving a little distance from the Lord, Dan tried to understand the hidden secret. Something about the Lord's behavior made him suspicious. As if a storm had appeared, the Lord approached Dan holding a Rasengan and asked what happened to his courage. The attack instantly landed on Dan, causing a powerful explosion. Dan, as if he was born in a shirt, received only a few scratches, demonstrating his dexterity and evasion. After the attack, Dan carefully looked for the Lord, but he disappeared as if through the ground. Dan heard someone nearby order the hellfire to be destroyed and quickly turned his head in that direction. Like rain from the sky, drops of fire flew at him, and above his head hung the skeleton of the Lord. Jets of fire rushed at Dan with the speed of bullets. Dan was able to quickly create a barrier that delayed the enemy's attack for a few seconds. The Lord did not stop releasing fireballs one after another in the direction of the boy, trying to hit him with the power of his magic. The barrier barely held up under the onslaught of attacks, and Dan realized that he needed to act urgently. Gathering all his strength, he boldly rushed to the side of the skeleton, showing irresistible bravery. The skeleton stared with red eyes as Dan rushed towards him. Surprise and mockery could be read on the face of the skeleton. He did not expect such a turn and internally could not stop laughing. Dan managed to bring his staff down on the skeleton, delivering a powerful blow that sent the wretched creature's bones flying in all directions. After that, Dan gathered energy into his fist and, like a young Naruto at the limit of speed, hit the skeleton with amazing skill. A powerful blow landed on the skeleton as Dan kissed it right in the chest. The force of the impact was so great that part of the skeleton's jaw flew off and the teeth cracked. Dan showed bravery, but the monster was in for unexpected surprises. The boy concentrated, creating a magic bullet that flew towards the skeleton, piercing his cold bones as if nothing could stop it. However, the skeleton surprisingly quickly found a solution by erecting a time barrier in front of itself to prevent all failures. He was lucky that the attack was of medium intensity because his barrier coped and held the defense. Every bit of this energy hit the barrier and gradually disappeared. Whether the skeleton would have enough energy to repel the attack to the end was still an unknown question. The explosion was too strong for the skeleton, and his body was thrown back. He didn't have enough energy to hold on. He dreams of Narnia, but his journey takes him back to the Tower of the Magicians, where all the adventures began. The accident seemed inevitable. He flew through the window and suddenly found himself inside, where his back collided with the wall. His body looked solid. Even after hitting his back against the concrete, he remained unharmed and just sat under the wall. He always finds an opportunity to smile. But how much energy does this lord have? Where does he get his infinite strength? However, this day prepared even more surprises than he could have predicted. The day that was supposed to be triumphant turned into a kaleidoscope of great surprise. He looks away and suddenly notices a piece of mirror nearby. It reflects his skull, returning to thinking about the essence of life. His bones were touching his skinless face, and he couldn't understand what had happened to him, saying it subconsciously. Dan just appears in front of him and wonders if he only found out now. The skeleton extends its hand, signaling the boy to stop and wait. He gets the last word from Dan as the magic staff begins to emit a bright blue light as it approaches the skeleton's face. Suddenly, a powerful explosion will be heard in the tower, flooding the surroundings with a blue glow. In the room where the events took place, slime began to flow from the ceiling, licking the floor, and causing disgust in all who witnessed this amazing moment. From his powerful impact, everything around fell apart and the windows exploded with small fragments. Suddenly, a mage's voice rang out in the air, emphasizing the importance of diligence and knowledge to improve life. He longed for something real and not this soulless shell lying on the ground, feeling the inner emptiness. Eventually, his skull began to dissolve into the air, leaving only half-destroyed bones that a moment ago were full of life. As Dan stood still, the assassin's bones crumbled into dust and disappeared into the air without a trace. This boy managed to overcome a formidable enemy that threatened his life and caused a lot of trouble. The Tower of the Magi has suffered such significant damage that the ancient walls are now in urgent need of reconstruction and restoration. Half of the building has turned into ruins, and the remaining part is covered with cracks that spread along the entire facade. The students were sleeping when the terrible events began. They were evacuated, and now they are sadly watching the ruins from the outside. Later, the tower trembled, and under the warning cries of the magicians, began to collapse, falling right before their eyes. Dan skillfully blended into the crowd of students, pretending that he had always been a part of their world. He was relieved, sure that no one would find out about his secret mission in the name of good. Even the remains of the tower began to fall, bringing additional chaos to the environment. Having moved to a mysterious kingdom, a former civil servant pondered the path to the restoration of the destroyed land. Their entire company went down to the basement where the smell of damp prevailed. Only the candles on the walls gave a weak light, adding to the atmosphere of mystery. The girl was interested in whether they were still on the road and decided to ask her uncle where they were going, hoping for clarity. He explained that uninvited guests should get to the secret meeting room by this route because it can be quickly blocked. The boy inquired about the progress in the search for Dan, and Uncle said that there are no results yet. He did not give clear answers, maneuvering between words and avoiding directness. To calm them down, he advised them not to worry and assured them that together they would quickly find Dan. Then he gave them his sincere smile. When they approached, they were politely asked to lower their voices. The vampire explained that even a barely audible sound can penetrate the conference room. They joked about how they were making a lot of noise. Uncle carefully examined the vampire, noticing his exhausted appearance, and asked what had happened to him. The vampire reported that someone destroyed the Red Tower of Magicians, which was a real surprise for the uncle. The deputy resolutely headed for the door, mentioning that things needed to be completed quickly because his schedule was extremely busy. The bright sun flooded the streets, starting a new day full of promises and adventures. The emperor noticed that the journey seemed difficult for them, so he urged them to enter quickly. The boy was extremely surprised when he saw the emperor and involuntarily shouted, calling him His Highness. Emotions overwhelmed the little boy so much that he could not restrain himself, and sublimely asserted that everyone was moved by the fact that their ruler was worried about his subjects. Uncle Vlad sat down comfortably with his legs on the table. He felt free. The place is unofficial. No etiquette is required. The boy could not believe his eyes, but the uncle, leaving his feet on the table, assured him that everything was fine and advised him to calm down. Taking the documents, the deputy initiated a discussion about Dan Blade's escape. The first question concerned the portrait given to the expert. The emperor asked about it, and the uncle handed him the paper, noting that he had brought it. The emperor took the document, smiled, and began to study it carefully, admiring every written line. A portrait of Dan was visible on the paper. The emperor learned with interest that this was a nephew, and noted that the boy seemed very young. The uncle approached the emperor with a smile, noting that a young master was standing before them. The emperor remarked that he had never seen such a portrait before, causing laughter from everyone present. A real furore was caused by the moment when the uncle interrupted the ovation by holding up the portrait and calling to see, "It's similar." Although there were only scribbles on the paper, he showed the portrait to the boys, and they immediately recognized him as Dan because they had known him since childhood. The emperor sat and listened in admiration as everyone around discussed how skillfully this portrait was executed. The emperor, holding the portrait in his hands, decided that they should postpone the meeting. After the incident, the Tower of Magicians turned into ruins, which are now covered with snow. A rope was stretched around the Tower of Magicians, allowing only the night guards to approach. However, one boy overcame the restrictions and stood behind it. A scar on his face, a black cape, and a hood gave him genuine mystery. His heart clenched in pain as he watched what unfolded before his eyes. Closing his eyes, he quietly began to walk away, leaving behind him the scene of the incident. Turning and starting to walk away, he internally called someone in particular a jerk, allowing himself a brief moment of disdain. Meanwhile, mysterious events began to happen in the mountains where it seemed that peace reigned. In the mountain greenery, an explosion suddenly broke the silence, rolling loudly around the environment and raising a cloud of dust that rose high into the sky. A giant rhinoceros, 100 times heavier than a man, rushed at an unprecedented speed, straight at a young man with a sword in his hands. A lot of dust and loud noises indicated his ability to dodge the rhinoceros with a serious expression on his face while the rhinoceros beat its horn on the rocks. He held a sword with a razor-sharp blade. Long hair fell to his shoulders, and a red mark adorned his beard. He delivered a precise blow near the rhino's neck, severing the flesh and causing pain. His skill with the sword was the result of extensive training. This guy mastered the sword and was a parkour master at the same time. His sword blows were so strong that they managed to cut off the horn of the terrible monster. During his attacks, he noticed a detail that instantly caught his attention. In front of him stood another giant full of power and menace. This special monster was distinguished by dazzling white fur that attracted attention. He skillfully made a transverse blow with the sword, inflicting a deep wound on the monster. The wild boar, having lost its life, seemed smaller, as if dying. It lost its inner strength and remained motionless on the ground. The boy had just defeated 2 monsters, hid his sword in a sheath, and was intently examining the results of his struggle. It was not just a game of entertainment with monsters. He not only defended himself, but also boldly went on the offensive. The woman asked if he had finished hunting. Elder Murpha was of advanced age, but her wisdom and experience remained unsurpassed. The old woman, famous for her wisdom, carefully examined the battlefield where the young man left a trail of defeated monsters. She noticed that a giant raven, lion, rhinoceros, wild boar, and several other strange creatures rose among the torn jewels. He apologized to the elder, noting that he still lacked experience. She assured that he would soon master everything he needed. She informed that the New Year festival of the system will soon be held, and it is worth preparing. This festival is much different from the usual celebration in their village. Grandmother noted that he is possible and excellent, but in some ways he resembles others a little. She knew almost everything, and, walking next to the boy, shared exciting details about the festival with him. She noted that at both festivals, people have fun and engage in fights with equal fervor. Walking down the corridor, Dan suddenly felt an itch in his nose and sneezed with such force that an accidental splash of saliva flew into space. Whiskers worriedly asked if everything was okay. Small, wiping his mouth, reassured him that everything was fine. Probably someone just remembered him. Whiskers checked one side of the corridor, while Dan focused on the opposite. His gaze carefully followed every movement of the mustache, as if under a microscope. Currently, Dan is immersed in the work of the Central Protocol Office at the heart of the Imperial Agency. The training of careful magicians ended with an unexpected incident that made them think about the mysterious forces they manipulate. Fortunately for him, thanks to the proportional use of points, he succeeded, although the risk remained. The Central Protocol Department, in which he is now located, is the final stage of his preparation. This department focuses on supporting and organizing national events and interaction with key foreign specialists. Currently, he is actively improving his skills in preparation for martial arts competitions held in honor of the New Year celebrations. He was busy stacking a large pile of boxes when he accidentally touched it and caused chaos. The assistant was annoyed and felt unfair when Dan accidentally destroyed the carefully stacked boxes. Dan wasn't aiming for that at all. His focus on rank was distracting, leading to low scores. Carriages pulled by horses majestically pass through the streets of the city. Important and influential persons travel in them, giving the street scene a sense of mystery. The wooden wheels of the carriage clatter loudly on the stone road, announcing their approach. A young man was sitting in the carriage, looking tiredly into the distance, thinking about the complexity of his life. The man opposite asked the prince why he was sighing so much. The heir to the throne only asked him not to pay attention to it. The servant assured that at any moment it is possible to ask for help if something bothers you. The prince sat in silence, and the carriage went on without stopping. Finally, after some time, she reached her destination, and the door opened welcomingly in front of her. A man came out of the carriage, whose white clothes shone with spotless purity, and whose appearance met all the requirements of impeccable style. During the trip, he enthusiastically imagined the grandeur and architectural features of the building to which he was heading. Before his eyes, a magnificent temple rose up with huge columns and domes rising to the roof. He pointed to the majestic temple, and behind him the servant, bowing respectfully, offered him a stick, calling him "Your Highness." The prince carefully took the thing in his hands and wondered if it was really necessary to wear it. It was explained to him that the staff symbolized a gentleman, and on a day like today, the lack of a cane would indicate disrespect for an opponent. The prince carefully followed all the instructions when entering the majestic temple. They were greeted by a man with long hair and a beard, addressing the crown prince respectfully. Cardo Fernando expressed his gratitude, to which the crown prince responded with sincere thanks for the hospitality shown. Fernando gestured to the passage, inviting him to visit the premises. The crown prince watched Cardo Fernando with admiration, never taking his eyes off his deep blue eyes. Cardo Fernando actively supported the right wing of politics in the temple. Many right-wing supporters feel hatred towards the imperial family for the loss of their former greatness. Fernando felt no animosity at all. This man had a snake-like nature. Today he appeared to invite St. Hillis to join the New Year's festival. The blessing of the saints will be an important event and a bright political step for the imperial family. Will people listen to him, or will his blue eyes be the key that opens the door to their hearts? Fernando carefully shifted his gaze to the prince, although he stood with his back to him. Dan could not stand still when suddenly everything around lit up with the crimson flame of the sunset. The boys trained hard without parting with the wooden swords. Their zeal grew with each blow. The fox dreamed of knighthood all his life and was ready to train hard, no matter how long it lasted. Alphonse supported him in these games, and they enthusiastically fought with imaginary swords that seemed real. Alphonse admitted that Lys became even much stronger than him. The fox had been waiting for this moment for a long time. When he finally heard the right words from Alphonse, his face lit up with a joyful smile, filling his heart with warmth. The fox deftly wielded a sword, while Alphonse no less skillfully avoided every blow. He sought recognition from Alphonse, dreaming of telling how important it was to him. Sometimes when their wooden swords met in a duel, it seemed as if they were holding real weapons in their hands, so serious were their faces. Events unfolded with such tension that the participants were forced to use chakra to gain an advantage in battle. This was necessary to make the battle as realistic as possible. They trained with all seriousness to be ready for a real fight, and not just to have fun. The power of the blue energy was so powerful that Alphonse managed to cut off part of the fox's sword with his wooden blade. The wooden blade swung in the air and made a whistle that broke the silence. He was thrown several tens of meters and ended up stuck in the ground. The fox assured Alphonse that it was impossible to defeat him. Mutual respect and strong friendship bound their hearts. Dan appeared in front of them, carefully observing how they exchanged compliments, noting the majesty of the situation. He stepped closer and asked with interest about the match the boys had been discussing so happily. Their eyes lit up at his appearance. They mentioned that they were planning to perform at the New Year's martial arts competition. Dan was amazed and tried to find out if it was really so. Alphonse was overflowing with joy, could not hold back his emotions, was determined to win, preparing to participate in the competition with unwavering confidence. At the end, Alphonse mentioned that he had heard about Dan, as if he was learning fencing. Dan confirmed only at the level of self-defense. Alphonse challenged Dan to a competition. Dan was completely confused and almost turned blue with excitement, not knowing how to react. Afterwards, the boys learned from Dan that he was feeling extremely tired today. Tired, he decided to leave the company, choosing to rest to recover his strength. Watching him, the boys for the first time felt an understanding of his fatigue. They accepted his departure with regret, wishing that he would stay a little longer. The guys dared to have another fight despite the fact that the evening was already covering the street with its shadows. They fought until dark when a conversation between two young men took place in a beautiful building. They asked if there was another way out besides mentioning the holy day. Another pointed out that there really is another way. The deputy said that during his recent stay in the system, Saint was accompanied by a man and a woman with red eyes. He smiled, feeling that now he was much closer to the Saint. Then came an offer to meet with these people. The prince decided to ask if he could receive an invitation. In response, he heard that it was definitely possible. He repeated his, of course, without taking his eyes off the hot tea. Meanwhile, the three friends were enjoying dinner and the deputy was planning to arrange a meeting as soon as possible. A girl in a wheelchair contemplates through a large window. In front of her is a table with a lamp where she finds comfort in books in the evenings. Sometimes boundless sadness rolls over her, and right now is such a moment. She stares intently at the horizon outside the window when suddenly the presence of the girl fills the room. When her younger sister appeared, she had an important message for her older sister. He sinks into his thoughts, indifferently looking out the window, ignoring all attempts to attract his attention. The younger sister watches the struggle of the older one and understands her pain. She approaches quietly. Her hands gently hug her sister's shoulders, touching her blue hair, which impresses with its beauty. With hugs and tears in her eyes, she wonders if she's too late. The sister sobs even harder, apologizing for the long absence from her side. Her eyes are filled with moisture. She is trying hard to hold back the wave of emotions. Gathering her strength, she claims that everything is fine. An unusual, flaming fire is burning on a wooden table, beckoning with its magical power and mysterious beauty. That fire was generated by magic that gathered around the table, a motley group of clans from the 12 signs of the zodiac. One of them draws attention to a person in an owl mask, pondering whether it makes sense to gather, since only 5 people came. Each of them thought it strange, although their strange masks looked even more unusual and mysterious. Looking for the culprit, they joked. The owl turned around and asked one of them if he was the organizer. He sarcastically suggested that it might be true. Another humorously emphasized that the comrade forgets more and more with age, and this caused general laughter. He asked if the interlocutor knew about the leaders of the ravens who are currently working in the Devil's Kingdom. The interlocutor noted that this is a second-level force that exceeds expectations. Suddenly, the owl heard a call that it was time to stop. A person in the ugliest mask informed everyone that their life limit was exhausted. Everyone turned their eyes to him, silently waiting for the continuation of his words. He turned around and warned that if he was disturbed once again over trifles, it would have serious consequences. He turned his head and assured that in this case, he would certainly take her life. He turned and walked away while the others remained seated at the table enjoying the warmth of the fire. They looked at him, laughing in their hearts. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms, they were actively discussing the upcoming meeting, trying to predict every aspect of it. The prince was keenly interested in whether they could arrange a meeting with the saint for him. He had already discussed the matter with the boy who had the red mark of the village of crows on his head. The prince wanted this boy to organize the meeting, and he assured that it would be easy. It seemed so easy for him that he did not even perceive it as help. The conversation came to an end. An agreement was reached. The boy, leaving the prince, promised to contact him as soon as possible. It seemed to the prince that he agreed too quickly and effortlessly. The man standing behind asked the crown prince if he needed to prepare a carriage. He was finally enjoying himself in this wonderful place, breathing in the fresh air and sipping tea. The prince offered to drink tea before the road, and the man willingly agreed to this idea. The man waited patiently behind the prince, watching him leisurely finish his tea. With each sip, the drink was coming to an end, and the man was getting closer to the expected moment. Servants of princes always wait patiently for them to enjoy their tea. The prince was sometimes annoyed by the excessive vigilance of the servants. He noticed that they interfered in his personal space, attracting the attention of others. He decided to stay outside, ready to wait patiently. The prince thanked and, left alone with a cup of tea, enjoyed the last sips. Suddenly, he heard a lively conversation outside the window. He was watching Dan, who was discussing the New Year's festival, which was almost starting, and the impossibility of changing the place. The guy next to him remarked that it was a one-sided decision. The man told the boy about the importance of connecting with a mercenary association or similar union. The boy just nodded in agreement. During the conversation, he noticed that an important person was sitting outside the window. It became obvious to him that this must be some high-ranking official. Civil servants today are going through a no less busy period than the rest. On the streets of the city, there were shouts calling for the elder sister. A girl in the middle of the crowd called her older sister awkwardly, trying to be heard. The man suggested that it would be better for the saint to return, and they would find the Vibrio on their own. She was indignant, stressing that more people would speed up the search. Not listening to him, she decided to go there and ordered him to look elsewhere. Her nervousness was obvious. Holding her breath, she raced in search of her older sister without stopping for a moment. She constantly looked around, wondering where she could have disappeared to and did anything bad happen. She rushed down the road, boldly rejecting any obstacles, even men, ignoring them. She felt someone's attention suddenly focus on her as an ominous scream came from behind her. Two guys were standing, one was bald, and the other was sitting on the floor holding his shoulder. The first scolded the girl for pushing him and not apologizing. Laisu felt angry because the girl only apologized, while the other guy assured that he might have a broken leg. Bald brazenly announced that the bone was broken, but the girl froze, unable to realize it. She was overcome with shame when her imagination told her that it was because of her that he ended up with a broken leg. The bald man impudently came closer, leaning over her, and asked if his friend was capable of lying. He immediately understood that she was from an aristocratic family, and decided to settle the situation with the help of monetary offers. She had no money, and the interlocutor assured her that she should not worry about it. He hinted that instead of money, he could accept something else. Smiling with suspicious cunning, she was overcome with fear because she did not understand what this strange-looking man wanted. A voice was heard announcing the lack of necessity, and the bald man suddenly turned at his sound. Dan supported the boy, who was crying, and raised his hand and realized that nothing was broken. The boy took a knife out of his pocket, and with an aggressive look hinted to Dan that he must be looking for trouble. His interest was aroused by a pleasant feeling in his hand. He noticed how a gold coin played on his hand that sparkled brightly. Dan, with a smile on his face, made a sly remark about the condition of the leg, while the other studied the coin with rapt attention, impatiently examining its every detail. After that, Dan stood up and approached his bald friend, who confirmed that the thing was indeed not broken. Baldy heard how his friend, who was already safe and sound, called him to come quickly. They confidently left without limping, feeling relieved. Baldy tried to clarify once more, but he was rudely stopped, insisting on moving forward. After that, the girl heard questions about her safety, wondering if she was not hurt. Dan, as a true hero, intervened in time and destroyed the insidious plans of the villains, saving the situation. Dan seemed like a real hero fighting evil and rescuing those in need. She was incredibly beautiful, and their eyes met, lingering longer than usual. That silent moment said more than any possible words could. After a long pause, she assured that she was not injured. At a time when the city was chained by the cold and the buildings were hidden under the snow, somewhere in the world the sun is shining, and green grass covers the ground. In the mountains, a giant tree rises. Next to it stands a girl, gazing in love at the majesty of nature. A light breeze spins around her, playing with her hair. She felt lonely standing by this tree, in the embrace of the comfort of nature. Her enjoyment of solitude under the tree, and enjoyment of the beautiful whistling of the wind, was suddenly interrupted when she was addressed with a short. She was most surprised when a stranger suddenly approached. She didn't immediately understand who it was who hinted to him about the need to introduce himself. In an owl mask with an original drawing that symbolized one of the 12 zodiac signs, he called himself Libra. She turned to him, feeling curious about the mysterious masked stranger. His name was full of mystery. He doubted whether the interlocutor was correct. Her eyes clearly showed that the understanding of the situation had eluded her. She asked about the purpose of the visit, assuming that her advice might be useful to him. Surprised, the girl asked if she needed advice. He couldn't seem to take his eyes off her. even through the dark glasses of his mask. Then he announced that she should have left the great temple. He pondered without completing the thought, but deep longing for lost opportunities could be read in his eyes. The world ahead seemed infinitely distant and unattainable to him. After 3 minutes of silence as their eyes met, he concluded that she wouldn't be able to do it anyway. Interesting events took place on another continent where an unexpected turn changed the course of history. Everyone was waiting for a new chapter of the future. Dan asked the girl if she was okay and found out that she was fine. Her gaze was captivated by the boy's bizarre package. The golden crown on the badge made her think that the owner might be a civil servant. He noticed her look and indicated that he was currently only in practice. She felt grateful, because thanks to his help, everything complicated was resolved. Not wanting to leave Sviatya alone, the man began a search and finally found her talking to a stranger. He quickly ran up to her, bringing the wonderful news that the joy was not long in coming. The lost Vibrio was finally found. Dan listened carefully to the conversation. He learned that the one they were looking for had recently entered the great temple. Dan suddenly realized that he was standing in front of none other than Saint. She asked her husband if everything was okay with the Vibrio. The husband reassured her by saying that he had just returned from a walk. This was a relief for her. She turned her head to Dan and her beautiful yellow eyes looked apologetic before she explained that she urgently needed to go. She said the words so quickly that she didn't even have time to understand how the crowd in front of her disappeared. The man told her that the young man who had recently visited quietly left the place. She was amazed and wondered how this could happen. She also decided that it was worth knowing his name first. Meanwhile, Dan walked through the city streets with his hand carefully pressing the box that kept something unusual in it. He realized that the connection with influential persons does not promise anything good. The man decided to remain an ordinary civil servant and avoid the attention of influential people. Meanwhile, an atmosphere of luxury and mystery prevailed in the grand house of Uncle Vladi. Every corner sparkled like a pearl in the light, adding magic to this impressive place. The little boy was amazed when he found out that he was called the Crown Prince of the holiday. The young man reminded that the request was his, and the little one asked in response whether he had forgotten how Lady Hestia asked not to interfere in imperial affairs. He just smiled, claiming that he didn't know anything. That's why he found himself in difficult circumstances. But it looked like he was well informed and just playing his part. The boy hoped to the last that he had not yet had time to inform the saint. However, the boy continued to smile, hinting that the letter had been on its way for a long time. Sometimes it seemed to him that the boy might not be his. When he heard the information from the little boy, he was very surprised. He continued to receive more and more exciting news from the boy. The boy was convinced that if she had read the message, she must already be here. It was at this moment that their attention was drawn by an unexpected figure that appeared from behind. Saint suddenly appeared behind them with a bodyguard and apologetically asked if she was too late. The boys were suddenly dumbfounded as if all words had left them. They stood motionless with stupid expressions on their faces and looked at her. Their giggles and cheers echoed through the building, drawing attention to her. Snow constantly enveloped every mountain peak without retreating for a moment. The streets were teeming with crowds of students. Everyone was engrossed in their own affairs. Some were walking with their children. Among the passers-by were not only students, but also ordinary townspeople who walked this way. Everyone was busy preparing for the event that they had been waiting for all year. It was the long-awaited New Year's festival. 2 young men with elaborate hairstyles froze at the door, holding the handles, waiting for the moment when it would be possible to open them. Having barely pulled them, he let in the light from the street and opened the entrance to the room. People who gathered on the street were anxiously waiting to see who would appear from behind the door. The saint appeared on the stage, attracting everyone's attention with her luxurious outfit and the crown shining on her head. People looked at her enthusiastically. Behind her was another extremely significant figure. The prince was full of confidence, smiling as he prepared to boldly approach the girl. Everyone who saw her was overwhelmed by the wonderful sight. Her dress fluttered in the wind, as did the capes of the 12 zodiac people standing in the belfry next to the great bell. There was a discussion among them, whether one of them would stand in the way of Libra's plans. One of them asked a comrade if their goal was as grand and noble as Saint. The New Year festival was a great opportunity for everyone. Another confirmed this opinion, seeing it as a great chance for new discoveries. Another noted that it should not be blocked, because in his plan the holiday has a special place. The second noted that although he knows the time for action has not yet come, he realized that with the death of the saint, everything else would lose its meaning. They carefully observed the festival, carefully marking each person, paying special attention to the saint. There is a possibility that their actions may lead to numerous human losses. A special concern reigned around the woman who held a sheet of important words for the protection of the saint, choosing each line extremely carefully. The festival was held in an arena that was impressive with its grandeur. The stands were full of spectators, and each of them was full of emotions. Enraptured by the majesty of the holiday, spectators enthusiastically watched the two gladiators on the majestic battlefield, expecting a fierce fight. The fighters felt a storm of emotions holding their swords. One of them rushed forward, swinging his weapon, ready for a decisive attack. His sword skillfully pierces the defense of the fox's opponent. This is the first serious battle in the arena for which he is carefully prepared. Every night he strived for perfection with Alphonse, and now his skill allows him to parry his opponent's fierce blows. His opponent, several years older than him, looks much bigger, stronger, and has a menacing gaze. He had considerable experience and many battles behind him, but it is not known whether his skills will be decisive in a confrontation with a cunning fox. He was amazed when he saw how his blades flew past the fox without harming him. It was quite difficult to hit such an agile opponent. Despite his age, his eyes shone with the wisdom and determination of a true knight. His attacks are characterized by exceptional confidence. With one blow, he easily knocks an enemy off their feet, sending them flying with loud screams. The bald man is solemnly declared the winner. He sighs with relief after the first responsible battle, rejoicing since childhood with the dream achievement. His sister Alice was sitting in the stands, delighted with her brother's victory. She could not contain her excitement when he became the winner. Julia was next to her, discussing Lisa and the upcoming 16th round, which meant the start of the competition for prizes. The girl raised her hands to her cheeks so that her voice could be heard directly in the arena and announced her fast birthday, hinting at a gift for Lisa for his winnings. Alphonse appeared next to Julia and hinted to Alice that if she had guessed who his next opponent would be, she would have behaved differently. The fox carefully went down to the room filled with warriors who were carefully preparing for the decisive battle. On the walls hung various weapons with brilliance. He went downstairs and heard a woman's voice commenting on his swordsmanship, calling him good. He noticed the girl next to him and felt grateful for the compliment. She was strikingly beautiful. Her red hair gave her a unique mystery. The meeting took place, and both parties were happy to meet again. Alphonse told the girls that his next opponent will be an applicant who wants to win this match. The fox will have to compete with the opponent standing in front of him, and this meeting promises to be interesting for both. Bloody Rosalie, with her unrealistically large weapon, mesmerizes men's hearts not only with a platinum plate, but also with charming, big eyes. The guy remarked that this girl has every chance to win the match. Their next opponent was the formidable Bloody Rosalie, known for her severity and platinum plate, which gives her strength and mystery. The girls suddenly stopped, the joy disappeared, and seriousness appeared on their faces. Surprised, the girl asked if he was not going to participate in the fight and why he was still here. He said something, and after that there was a long pause. He noted that he was caught for magic and disgraced in front of the previous court. His sister could not understand and had no faith in his words. He came up, hugged both of them, looked into their eyes, and said that he was not worried because his friend Lise had already made it to the 16th round. Their eyes focused on the arena filled with surprise and anticipation of the outcome of events. The fox and the crazy girl met in the arena. The heated round of the 16th battle began. Announcing his name, a young man nicknamed Reborn entered the arena. He resolutely drew his sword from its sheath, preparing for the first fight in the tournament. The commentator loudly announced that his opponent is last year's winner. Meanwhile, the girl elegantly demonstrated her skill in wielding an axe. She was called Bloody Platinum Rosalie, and she smiled mysteriously, skillfully hiding her emotions and feelings for her opponent. He should seriously concentrate on the battle, because on the opposite side was not a simple girl, but last year's champion. He took a fighting stance with his sword hooked. She tried to calm him down because she could easily see his excitement. She promised that they would have a good time and then he would go home. He smiled as he wondered if everything would really go as planned. The girl decided to have fun alone. She jumped up swinging an axe. Her eyes glowed red, energy changed. Her strokes were mesmerizing with their beauty and could be admired forever. Their power was so great that the concrete flew in all directions, like fine dust under the blows of the axe. She was sure that this fight would be easy, expecting to win literally from the first or second blow. But after the first blow, she could not understand where the opponent disappeared to. Piluka settled and his silhouette appeared in front of her. He carefully retreated a few steps, avoiding the attack in time. He and she liked it, but his anxiety was clearly visible on his face, and unmistakably in the air. There were so many people that the arena could not accommodate everyone, and the stands were cracking from the crowd. The lucky ones in the stands enthusiastically watched the dramatic course of the battle. The sister, holding her breath, worried uncontrollably, but believed to the end that victory would be on his side. She watched as he barely coped with each attack of her formidable axe while trying to defend himself with his sword. The pressure from the axe was noticeably stronger than from the sword. Despite the fact that she was a girl, her strength was equal to that of an adult knight. Each blow sent off sparks, and the mighty sound of clashing iron echoed over the arena. She admired his resilience, noting how skillfully he took blows. The girl asked about a new idea, forcing the boy to freeze in anticipation of further developments. She uses one of her most powerful attacks, which she barely manages to parry with her sword. A normal guy would have already given up by putting down his weapon. Lysev almost failed to do this, so he flew back and awkwardly landed on the 5th point. He cannot be held in place. He slides down the arena from the force of the impact. A powerful attack catches the boy by surprise, creating a real test for him. She continued to move forward, feeling the adrenaline rush through her veins, jumping over the boy ready to swing the axe again. She felt the axe cut through the space around her. To avoid the attack, the boy gathered all his strength and jumped back. In battles, the technique of psychological pressure is often used. She looked confidently into the eyes of the opponent, breaking him morally. This is what the girl uses. Despite all the circumstances, she continues to attack and blows pierce the air next to the boy. It becomes more and more difficult for him to withstand such loads, and he feels that immediate changes have already become a necessity. His eyes, not long ago full of childlike naivety, now acquire the maturity and wisdom of a mature man. Her endurance seems limitless. She is constantly preparing to strike another blow with extraordinary energy. She struck, but only the axe met the void. The boy moved behind her in a flash. Now she has no one to put psychological pressure on because she doesn't see anyone in front of her. He feels energy behind him and sees a scratch from the boy's sword under his eye. Behind her, he stands in a fighting stance, courageously holding a sword and challenging her to a duel. Against the background of strong excitement, he developed shortness of breath, which could play an evil joke with his fate. The fight took an unexpected turn, and she suddenly became interested in his name, thinking that it was worth asking about him. The boy kept his composure. Only a slight hint of the name Ripson flashed on his lips. The girl barely audibly spoke the boy's name, as if she had summoned the roar of a storm. After that, she turned to him and admitted that she was impressed. The energy around her began to concentrate, and her strength grew. She understood that the name of this man was worth remembering. He notices how energy flares up on her body and realizes that even more surprises await her. Her gaze is so sharp that it seems as if it could cut him in half. If he does not start acting decisively now, defeat is inevitable. However, knowing the risk, he boldly rushes forward, not paying attention to the changes in her body. During the attack, the boy made such a noise that it woke up everyone around. His voice was so loud that she smiled involuntarily. It sounded more like a child's cry. That day, under the brightly shining sun, a heavy battle continued unceasingly. After the attack failed, his panting became even more intense. The girl, unlike the guy, boldly meets his gaze without showing signs of fatigue. The stands freeze with excitement in anticipation of the denouement of this fierce battle in the arena. The bell announced as half of the sword stuck into the concrete behind the young man during the attack. Her axe cut the sword into pieces, one of which flew far away. At first he did not notice anything, but suddenly he paid attention to the sword in his hands, which turned out to be broken in half. The boy heard how the girl offered to continue. She was convinced of her victory because she already knew the outcome of the match. Will the guy who has been preparing for this fight all his life give up on his dream, leaving the story unfinished? The guy approached her and admitted his defeat. Her laughter rang out and confidence lit up in her eyes. She easily slung her giant axe over her shoulder, and even her pigtails remained untouched as usual. She turned to the boy, noting that the match impressed her with its beauty. A joyful smile lit up his face. They exchanged a friendly handshake. Most importantly, he gained invaluable lessons thanks to which he felt grateful to the girl even standing in the very center of the arena. The stands were amazed by the unexpected turn of events, as well as the relatives of both participants who did not foresee such a result. The boy's sister is not at all disappointed. She smiles, rejoicing at her brother's wise decision. Announcing the winner of the Smart and Brave Rosalie in the 16th round, a mysterious figure in a purple cloak appears from behind the stands. Aries was one of the 12 signs of the zodiac. The second half of the day had just begun, and it was crowded around. Some had already left the arena, while others froze in anticipation of the next matches. Everything is coming to an end, and the moment of honoring the winner is coming. Saint Helis is already preparing to present the long-awaited award. The winner is invited to go up to the rostrum, adding chords of triumph to the ears of those present. The girl congratulates on the victory, noting the importance of this event. She managed to demonstrate her skills so masterfully that the boy watched in awe as her sword easily cut through his own. She broke off the well-deserved applause while standing on the podium, mesmerized by the looks of the audience who today saw her as a real hero. However, the purple-cloaked figure, along with the rest, is keeping a close eye on Helis's every move. A long beard falls on a purple cape that clings to the body, hiding it from the eyes. Only an owl mask peeks out from under a mysterious hood. He is so enthralled that his eyes never take their eyes off her. He carefully watches how she hands the award to the winner. However, unknown horrors begin to gradually capture the surrounding reality. The girl and Saint pay attention to the swarm of magic arrows flying in their direction, full of determination and ready for new challenges after the victory. The girl warns at the top of her voice about the danger, urging everyone to be careful. Everything around is suddenly covered with a bright glow. Is this the end for them? Panic grips everyone and screams fill the space. The guards of the sanctuary are constantly looking around, unable to comprehend what is unfolding before their eyes. Panic grips the crowd, people run screaming. Only Vessi remains calm, holding a magic staff ready for action. His plan can cause a large number of casualties, especially considering that he implements it in a crowded arena. In the center of the attack, only clouds of smoke rose from the explosion of arrows. Sviatya remained alive thanks to the lightning reaction of the girl, who with an axe deflected the arrows flying at them so that they got stuck in the floor. Sviatya is all in fear, hiding behind the rescuer's back, confused, trying to understand what is happening. Although the girl tried hard, the meaning eluded her. A purple cloak shimmers in the distance of the stands, and his mask raises suspicions. The girl, feigning sarcasm, remarks that it is scary, and the boy realizes that he has been noticed. At the same time, a crowd gathered outside the arena. No one had any idea what was happening inside. The man asked Dan if he checked the documents for today's events. Dan assured that everything was checked and sent to the temple. The man noted with satisfaction that everything went according to plan. Their interest was aroused by loud sounds coming from the depths of the arena. At first, the man could not understand what kind of sounds were heard during the Battle of the Knights. But in the end, he decided that it was probably the end of the battle. The man was sure that even without watching the competition, it was clear that Rosalis would win. Meanwhile, Dan kept a close eye on Arena. The man speculated, but his theories did not at all reflect the real situation that was developing behind closed doors. From the arena came the screams of people who were trying to escape from the dangerous events unfolding inside. Over time, the fear only gained momentum, but there were few people around. The man held a staff in his hand. A powerful energy arose around him as if giving him life force. The energy first appeared on the floor as a spot, and then like a purple mist slowly spread throughout the space. Her power grew, and she gradually turned into a flame that burned bright blue. A dark figure wrapped in an eerie cloak appeared through magic. Her face was hidden by a deep hood behind which it was impossible to see if anyone was there. Some managed to notice this threat, but immediately rushed to run away from the terrible monster that suddenly appeared in their path. The girl was frightened by the thought of looking back, but curiosity overcame fear, and she cautiously looked back. What she saw stunned her. An endless rush of monsters without heads, but with giant claws instead of hands, appeared again and again. All of them sought to capture people. The man struck one of the monsters with a sword, but instead of a wound, the man simply disappeared like a shadow. The man who was the commander-in-chief of the knights ordered everyone to protect the saint. Taking up swords, the knights bravely rushed into the battle against the spirits, showing courage and determination on the battlefield. The first knight flew away, knocked down by a powerful blow of the spirit. Hylas, standing behind the knights, watches as the spirits approach her. The man decides that it is necessary to act wisely in order to save her from this danger, and gives instructions to stay away. She agrees to any actions for self-defense, since the attackers directed their forces at her. They didn't have time to move away when dark magic flared up with blue flames at her feet. The words that testified to their long-awaited meeting sounded near her. Vesey waited for this day for a long time. In his hand was a staff and his body was burning with dark magic. Purple fire covered his cloak. Desperately protecting the girl, the man rushed at Vesey, trying to stop him with a masterful blow of the sword. Vesey simply raised his staff and mysteriously whispered a few words while uttering a spell. Magic gathered near his chest, forcing the knight to fly back. This attack was fatal. His body burned in this flame like a match. This happened to a woman who was not yet ready to witness the death of her defender. Vesey approached her quietly and froze, conveying his long-awaited meeting. He made her understand that joining their company would be the best decision. He said that if she didn't want to die, she should go with them. She listened carefully and tried to keep a brave face. Fez heard a voice behind her that hinted at something interesting, just what she herself wanted to say. It was a moment of tension. The girl with her axe jerked forward, trying to try a new signature blow that no one had seen before. Her attempt failed. Vesey raised his shield in time, and the axe just clattered against it. The sound was so powerful that it seemed as if the ears could not withstand this onslaught. Vesey was angry and turned to her with a staff in his hands, ready for a duel. His blows rained down one after the other, causing her to hastily place her axe in hopes of parrying his relentless attack. At that moment, she notices how the blue color begins to emit a bright glow that becomes even more intense with every moment. Suddenly, an explosion breaks the silence, provoked by one of the daredevils in the crowd. This battle was one of the most important in her life, and action was needed immediately. She decided on this blow, and a wave appeared in front of her that cut through the concrete and crashed into the mage. The attack comes in relentlessly, forcing him to move and dodge expertly. After finishing destroying the concrete, she focused on a direct attack. Her eyes flashed bright red, and she swung her axe with incredible speed. I got the impression that this elderly man has the art of anticipating a fight, because he dodged a blow with the skill of a professional. Although it is not known for sure, but undoubtedly his skill in wielding a magic staff causes the appearance of magical lights around. The girl looked at him with wide-open eyes, and the wind played with her hair, scattering it in different directions. She realizes that what is unfolding before her eyes is a real extravaganza of chaos. A powerful blue ray rushes to the heavens, as if connecting the earth and the sky. The staff was the reason for the attack, and Vesa was sure that the girl was finally defeated. When the smoke settles, an unexpected sight appears in front of him that amazes his imagination. The girl's axe flies straight at him, but he skillfully dodges the blow again. He only turned his head for a moment to assess the axe that crashed into the ground behind. Dust covered him, surreptitiously reducing his vigilance. The girl's stone-like fist rushes straight into his mask with unprecedented force. Her blow is so powerful that the mask cracks, creating intrigue, or will his eccentric mustache become visible? But this scum complained because his ancient million-year-old mask was cracked. His anger poured into creating a magical layer in his hand, a threatening sign for a new, more powerful attack. He made a decision that could change the girl's life forever. Her heart jumped in her chest from what she heard, and despair filled her mind. It is not the words that captivate, but the fact that she contemplates the energy so powerful that it stops breathing. However, he is unable to understand what's happening around him because his ears catch unusual sounds. He hears a light sound of wings and a fiery aura spread around the burned bird, giving it unusual power and mystery. Raising his head, he noticed a whole flock of pigeons circling in the sky. They choose a common path, and he wonders where their road leads. The pigeons rush towards the clones, which destroy all people in their path. Pigeons caw about energy capable of instantly sweeping any monstrosity out of the way, leaving only a moment to live. Spreading their wings, they accurately rush through the clones, leaving holes in their bodies. After making 2 circles, they doubled the number of holes, depriving the clones of the opportunity to attack. Leaning on his staff, Vesey watched as the clones he created, on which almost all of his magical energy went, scattered in the air like pieces of paper. And his famous mask, hidden from the world for so long, suddenly cracked, revealing new facets of his true personality. Dan suddenly appeared nearby and threw a quick glance at the mage, letting it be known that they had handled the situation. Dan could not understand what was happening around him, and wondered who could explain this mysterious situation to him. He noted that a short time ago he called to speed up the story. Everyone was silent, and to relieve the awkward silence, he remarked that the conversation was really serious. Dan approached cautiously, as if every step promised them a new and exciting adventure. The self-confident wizard smiled at the boy, noting that he seemed to have no fear of death. He replied that he was most afraid of spoiled vacations, and that his own started tomorrow. The The mage felt anger because of the boy's audacity, instantly deciding to use much more powerful magic. Annoyed by the antics of the little magician, he decided to end him quickly and launched magic balls. A blue barrier appeared around the young man, capable of repelling any wizard's attack. The fiery expression on Dan's face was amazing. His attentive gaze did not let go of the bullets that crashed into his barrier and froze on him. In one moment, everything lit up red, and the magician was convinced that the boy would not be able to use it as a curtain. The magician rose into the air and created a hurricane of fire, overcoming the elements with his incredible skill. This time, the attack turned out to be more powerful, and the boy barely held the barrier, his face contorted with tension. The roar of the explosion broke the silence, and the world around plunged into a red glow. The barrier remained steadfast, and the young man stood behind it invulnerable and unharmed. The smoldering remains of the fire slowly fell, turning everything around to ashes. Dan looked around without seeing the mage and thought for a moment that he had disappeared. Behind the boy appeared a spirit with a huge sword charged with dark power, ready to deliver a devastating blow. The reaction speed should be lightning fast. The boy came to a decision, came to his senses, and deftly used his staff to repel the attack. The spirit lost its integrity, splitting in half. But suddenly another appeared, attacking the boy by surprise. The guy suddenly fell from the blow, unable to stay on his feet. The dark forces perfectly mastered the weapon. The attack was brutal, but the boy managed to defend himself and survive. The boy heard an order from the right side that sounded like a terrible demand to destroy all living things. The mage gathered all his power and created numerous clones, ordering them to destroy all living creatures, spilling all his accumulated hatred. The boy had to defend himself against the attack of the puppets, who mercilessly pounced on him. Following the order of their master, their number was threatening. Dan seethed with anger and decided to activate the next-level barrier that glowed bright red. The barrier could turn into a portal from which pigeons appeared with a magical glow. The pigeons took off at the same time, striking with their numbers and reminding the boy of his anger at the magician who mercilessly killed people in the arena. They created a key rising to the sky. An order flashed through the air, and the pigeons rushed to attack the clones. The clones flew apart under the onslaught of the boy's magic, which unexpectedly exceeded the strength of an experienced magician. The pigeons rushed forward like the wind, leaving the clones with mysterious holes in their silhouettes. They became even more angry and turned on super speed, piercing the clones like bullets, so that even the shadow of the head disappeared from some. How suddenly these figures appeared so soon, and melted away like a ghostly memory, leaving behind only a shadow on the floor. The young man carefully looked around, carefully analyzing every detail. The situation pleased him, because all the horrors seemed to have disappeared. The mage looked at his summoned shadows and critically considered whether primitive magic could really affect these creatures. Their number grew, and the magician firmly believed in his invincibility, even in the face of the most powerful magic. When the creatures approached, the boy felt their overwhelming power and fell to the ground. Something incredible happened to the boy, which was difficult to comprehend. Everything around was filled with a golden glow that seemed to dress the world in a fairy tale cloak. The boy stood up and confidently moved forward, enchanted by the sight. The question raged in his head. What really happened, and where did all these monsters disappear? Not only the monsters, but also the mage, disappeared without a trace. The territory became impeccably clean, as if the arena was completely deserted. He felt that it was a divine miracle considering the powerful energy that was emanating from it. Turning his head back, he noticed an unexpected silhouette. The saint unleashed her power by destroying the insidious villain. Another spirit suddenly appeared behind her, which remained alive and invisible. Dan suddenly noticed how it was rapidly approaching the saint. The guy shouted loudly, drawing the girl's attention to something special. However, the powerful axe of the girl who helped her win the competition mercilessly cut the monster in half without leaving a single chance. The girl tried to find out from the saint whether everything was fine with her. Very worried if the holiday was not hurt, she could hardly breathe after running fast, weighing a blow to stop the monster. Sviatia was shocked by herself, realizing how close she was to a fatal mistake and a blow to the back. She raised the cross, and around her, Dan and the girl, a light flashed. The evil clones began to die because the saint knew that God wanted this land to become his territory. Their bodies began to dissolve, the energy flew up, and so they turned into victims of God's power. Their dark existence ended with the last sounds that came out of their mouths. God's energy turned the arena into a brilliant sea of golden lightning, destroying any dark power. Vesey stood back a little and watched with interest as his creations gradually dissolved in the air. He dreamed of conquering the girl, but she destroyed his monster with her bold onslaught. Dan appeared behind Vesa and wondered if everything was over. Vesey shifted all the blame for what happened to Dan, considering him treacherous. However, in his position, it was better for him to avoid unpleasant words towards the boy. Dan uses an impressive handcuffing technique where the mage is enveloped in an ominous magical chain. The force turned out to be so powerful that it was simply impossible to break the chain. Vesey, like the girl, asks to let him go and doubts that there is a young man in front of him. But Dan only laughs and wonders if Vesey would do the same in a similar situation. Dan asked why exactly he should let someone go. Two people appeared behind Dan, and their intentions did not bode well. The boy glanced back and noticed the noble knights. Knights with swords in their hands aimed their weapons at him, turning the situation into a mysterious and tense one, leaving him wondering what was happening around him. Dan could not understand what was happening around him. His mind was filled with questions, forcing him to search for an answer. He tried to make sense of the chaos around him as he looked at the knights who kept a confident stance, pointing their weapons at him. One ordered Lupin to shut up. Another added fuel to the fire by stating that he did not even know that he was suspected of sectarianism. Dan did not understand the meaning of the word sectarianism and inquired about it from those present. One of the men misinterpreted his question as bullying and called him rude names. One of the knights accused him of not only injuring Carta Fernando, but now also killing Paladin Mario. He wondered why someone could pretend not to know the famous Mario, and wondered who such an interesting character could be. The knight noticed the boy's feigned stupidity and insisted that he stop this game. Dan ignored the last one, but at some point, he began to think about what was really going on. He plunged into the memories of the moment when he held the princess in his arms, and the bearded mage suddenly launched a magical attack on him. Dan had barely begun to realize the situation when the command to let him go immediately sounded. The saint admitted that this young man became their savior and apologized for the way they treated him. The armed man addressed the situation by calling it a holiday, and Dan remarked with a smile that he should not be treated like that. The saint watched as Dan spoke to the audience, recalling her words about his significance. This dynamic scene lasted several minutes. The saint emphasized that only this time her words aroused the interest of all participants in the dispute. She assured that the situation will not repeat itself in the future. Dan felt slightly uncomfortable, but couldn't help but smile as he subtly agreed with her words. Dan made the final decision that there was no point in staying here. He announced his intention to leave, turned around and confidently headed in the opposite direction. His attention was drawn by a voice that made him look around, and he came across a new fascinating object. A chain could be seen on the floor, radiating light heat as if it had just been activated. Dan recognized the chain with which he previously tied the criminal. They were in trouble. The criminal escaped, and it seemed a terrible case. Under the bright rays of the sun, the girl stood admiring the grandeur of the old tree. She clearly realized that someone was imperceptibly sneaking up behind her. A figure in a purple cloak inevitably approached with intent. It was Vesey. He managed to disappear, but the mark of the girl's bold blow still remained on the mask. He approached her, saying that it was time to revise the plan. Events gained momentum, immersing the heroes in new adventures. A new day has begun, promising many surprises and exciting moments. The morning had just begun, and the sunlight gently penetrated through the window into Dan's room, illuminating his bed with its warmth. He should have woken up by now, but this time he allowed himself the luxury of staying in bed because he hadn't felt such pleasure from waking up late for a long time. He made incredible efforts to reach his current status, and even memories of this path bring tears to the eyes. The first day of vacation in his life as a civil servant after all the suffering. He felt it only lying in bed, not planning to get up today. The morning began quickly. Dan quickly flew out of the room, and Alice and Yulia hurriedly ran to him, trying to get him out of bed, slamming the door loudly. Alice sarcastically asked if he had the day off today and hinted that he should have some fun. There was a fire in her eyes, and Dan couldn't help but wonder why she had decided to come in. The feeling that he was becoming a victim of someone else's bullying was growing in his mind. The bazaar has a lively atmosphere, where you can find everything from trendy clothes to sweet fruits. The girls were delighted with each purchase, while Dan carried all the packages with a sad and tired look. The girls plunged into a whirlpool of shopping, trying to buy everything that caught their attention. Bag after bag filled Dan's hands, and he began to get lost in where to put them. His hands could hardly contain all the burden. Julia expressed her apology, explaining that her day is full of things. At this, Dan just smiled, confirming that everything is in perfect order. It was clear to him that it was not her fault. His decision to join them was the cause of everything. Alice tried to encourage him to walk faster by whistling and calling. Dan was asked if it was him. A mustachioed man unexpectedly bumped into Dan at the market and was surprised. A girl was standing next to him, and he wondered why Dan was here. Dan said that certain urgent matters suddenly arose in his life. A girl who was incredibly charming caught his eye. Dan asked with interest if this was their daughter, but the mustached man laughingly noted that she looked more like a younger sister. Her name is Arwen. She is like a half-sister and has a special bond with the family. Mustache explained that she also came from his shelter. Now she is all right because a caring teacher is watching over her. Dan finally realized who this mysterious girl was. He kindly bowed to her, said hello, explained that his name was Dan, and emphasized how nice it was to meet him. It seemed that the girl felt uncomfortable because she just kept silent without giving any answer. Vusati noted that even though the child does not say anything, he understands everything, so he can speak confidently. With all her might, Natalia felt a touching spark of kindness in Dan's heart. Joining hands with him, she gently ran her finger over his palm. She smoothly guided her finger along each line of his palm, carefully studying their pattern. Her talent was not to be laughed at. At first, Dan smiled a little, but later he realized that he should apologize. Mustache remembered that they met again and thought that it would be worth drinking tea. Dan, with his hands full of packets, pondered the proposal. Someone behind their backs reminded them that they should look for clothes. The girl, the recent winner of the festival, felt that it would be so. She appeared with a mustachioed companion. He told her that he accidentally ran into a colleague he knew, and she was surprised. Dan met her gaze, immediately realizing that he knew this woman. Dan finally recognized her. It was Rosalis who won the match. She turned to the man with the mustache, noting that if he was friends with such a fool, he deserved her gratitude. Her name was Rosalis, and she was glad to meet him. Dan was at a loss for words and stuttered in confusion. Gathering all his courage, he finally announced that his name was Dan. Now the most important discussion remains directly in this building. At the end of the agenda is the selection of interns for the civil service. All influential figures gathered at a round table to discuss this task. One of them asked the neighbor on the right if he has a pet. In response, he heard that the rules are unchanged. The choice is based on the best grades. He was surprised when he was allowed to choose first without expecting that such a thing was even possible, and then another man intervened, inviting the choice to be made first this time from the headquarters of their Adventurers Guild. He was distinguished by the fact that he had a special person in his sights. This was the charismatic leader of the Guild of Adventurers, Glant. Everyone was interested in who this mysterious person was, and one of them could not resist boldly trying to find out under the mysterious cover of intrigue. Glant carefully spread the papers on the tabletop, methodically moving them to the center. He gently motioned them, making them flip in the air until they were in the center of the table with the side with the names and the photo on top. The man noted that Dan and the mustache were depicted on the two forms, and that they were chosen. Inside this building, there was a conversation. He was asked if he really wants this. If he says yes, then it will happen. One of the men thought about the choice and wondered if there were other similar individuals with the same characteristics. Others agreed, but he remained steadfast, listening only to his heart and mind. He noted that he had no desire to share his thoughts with everyone. Despite his demand to explain the reason, the boy was interrupted and the mysterious word Arcant was blurted out in the conversation. The man admitted that he had never demanded anything until that moment. He offered to turn to another path and fulfill the present request. It seemed as if he swallowed his tongue, but still agreed. He watched him intently, sitting clearly opposite. The day passed, and the sun became brighter and brighter, flooding every corner of the neighborhood with light. At this time in the Imperial Palace, which has always fascinated with its incomparable beauty and luxury, one of the rooms gradually opened its door, creating a sense of mystery. An attractive girl with unusual features entered the room. Her hair and clothes were red, and horns were visible on her head. After returning from her mission to protect the demon territory, she headed to Chief General Orphan to inform him of the successful completion of the mission. The captain expressed the opinion that it was probably difficult because the demons behaved as if they had lost their minds. She noted that thanks to the coordination of the soldiers, everything happened easily. He remarked that it was probably easy only for them. This infuriated her quite a bit, so she turned around and sharply advised him to be silent. Uncle Vladi claimed that he had the right to express himself as he wanted, which annoyed her even more. The captain decided to stop the argument and get down to business. When everyone gathered, the little prince decided it was time to start the meeting, and clearly directed the attention of those present. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, Dan was on a busy street. This time, Dan had a smile on his face because it seemed like a great day. After a 2-week break, new locations for employees were determined in the city. The headquarters of his Adventurers Guild is located at the eastern end of the Imperial City. Today, he finally begins a new chapter in his life as a public official, to which he has been working for so long and persistently. He entered the headquarters and there was an immediate sense of surprise at his early arrival. Mustache explained that he had been waiting for him for a long time to enter together. Flamma got the same position as Dan, so he realized how now their paths and assumed responsibilities were closely intertwined. They strode down the hall discussing pressing matters, Flam apologizing for the delay, while Dan lightly remarked that he didn't mean to burden him with problems. Finally, they reached the right door and a sense of triumph overwhelmed them. They carefully opened the door with undisguised interest, looking inside, trying to unravel the secrets hidden there. There was silence in the huge audience. The chairs of silent witnesses stood empty without a single visitor. It was Dan's first office, and he stood there fascinated, examining every detail of it. He was carefully watching everything when a man appeared behind him and asked if they were newbies. The man noted that the visitor had arrived early. It became obvious that he was holding a toothbrush and wearing a towel on his head. It was Daimur, one of the bosses. After his introduction, the boys also gave their names, feeling the satisfaction of new acquaintances. The chief noted with interest that he was meeting Dan, about whom he had heard many positive things for a long time. Dan asked what exactly it was about. Daimur explained that it was about Dan's mother, who was preparing him to become a state official. Hearing this, Dan was very surprised. The man reminded that the realtor on Velicon Street is his mother, as if it is a natural part of his life. Dan mentioned a woman whose son was also preparing to work in this field, and she informed him well. By that time, all the mysteries had already been solved, and there was no more room for anxiety. The Guild of Adventurers became a real oasis of peace and confidence. The teacher at the table looked intently at the newcomers assigned to him. In front of him lay 2 sheets of paper and a pen. Their teacher came closer, calling himself Archon von Fabian and saying that it was nice to meet him. He announced his decision to teach them their duties. He announced to the entire office that everyone is free to choose a place to their liking. He noted that everyone here is getting ready for a wave of adventures. Over time, everyone adapts to the process. On the 2nd and 3rd floors, you can also meet branch directors and brave travelers who want to spend the night. Usually these people exceed the silver level, so special care should be taken. On the 4th floor shine senior officers and knights who have reached the status above the 4th order, bringing greatness and professionalism. The man explained that they often deal with work trips, so they require special attention. The guys agreed amicably, emphasizing it with a short, "Yes, sir." On the 5th floor, the office of the owner of the Reception Guild and luxury apartments with services for platinum customers spread out. The guys said that first of all they should say hello to the owner of the guild. After that, they were overcome with excitement, waiting for an answer. At that moment, Dan's gaze focused on something extremely unusual that appeared before his eyes. He noticed that magic was applied to the door in front of him, which wrapped the entire 5th floor in a mysterious covering. The teacher informed the owner of the guild about the arrival of the newcomers. The owner of the guild was not there, only Rosalis was sitting. She explained that he was absent because he had gone to bake cookies for beginners. The mustache immediately recognized her and was happy to realize that it was his sister. He rushed to his sister, wondering about her appearance. She was confused and advised to stay behind, emphasizing her lack of understanding of the situation. She touched what lives here. Dan had no idea that the mysterious magic on the door belonged to Rosalis. The teacher and the boy were standing next to each other, and the teacher asked Dennis if they knew each other. Dan thought that it might be Flam's sister. The teacher noted that he believed Mr. should be an only child and considered it impossible. After that, he went to the door, saying that he was going in search of the owner of the guild, and asked the boys to wait in the audience. The girl wondered if Arvin was at home, but the teacher explained that he would not be able to bring her to work after everything that had happened. Dan's curiosity got the better of him. He finally couldn't take it anymore and asked if they were related. The girl denied the relationship, calling it friendship. Mustachio noted that they are just like a family, even though they are just friends. He explained that his sister's father and his teacher knew each other, so their relationship was very close since childhood. She remarked that no one else would be friends with this old-looking idiot. She is 7 years older, although she looks much younger, as Dan assured her. She asked with curiosity and beamed because it was so nice to hear. Mustachio stood shaking his head disapprovingly as the sword crashed into the wall next to him. The reason for the situation was the boy's careless comments about the age he thought she looked. He was just expressing his thoughts, but she told him to shut up. The door opened, and a man full of energy entered the room with a joyful laugh, showing how pleased he was to see everyone so active. When he appeared in the room, he noted with satisfaction that the newcomers had promised him exactly this reaction. In his hands, he had a tray with freshly baked cookies in the shape of teddy bears. Dan turned his head, and his eyes immediately fell on the mouth-watering cookie. However, his thoughts were completely absorbed by magic, not cookies. He guessed that the source of the magic might be connected with the owner of the guild, because he was noticeably suspicious. Rosalis indignantly told her father that the mustachioed guild member had remarked that she looked old. He turned to her and remarked that he wasn't trying to say she looked old. He only meant that she doesn't look so young anymore. The girl, exclaiming that it was one and the same, performed such a spin that her foot ended up right in his beard. Her dad always radiated joy to see everyone around him in good health, and his laugh was contagious with optimism. He hinted that it is worth taking a break for cookies. Otherwise, he himself will quickly deplete his supply. After all this, Danov wonders if he will be able to work effectively here. Dan wondered if there were any other fascinating details related to the demon realm. Beyond the report, the negotiating parties had no additional information to discuss. The girl explained that in the current demon kingdom, there's a leader of the Crow tribe named Damston Blade. Uncle Vladik was surprised and asked what Henin meant. They explained to him that this is a formal address to an older friend or brother. He asked how many people knew about it. The girl clarified that in addition to the locals, 2 of her subordinates and the Knights of the Red Dragon knew William. The next question concerned the intention to ensure secrecy, to which she confidently assured that everyone would maintain secrecy. He wondered if they knew why General Domstan left the forests of Olympus. However, no answer to her question ever came. Uncle decided that Hestia is now the leader of the Crow tribe. He was asked to ask Dempston why he decided to leave the forest. The prince heard a warning from his uncle that it is not difficult to show interest, but it is better not to get your hopes up. He said that he had left Olympus and the limit had already been set. Silence filled the room. Everyone focused their eyes on him, listening to every word. Meanwhile, Dan and the mustachioed man stood facing each other like 2 heroes in the arena, ready for such an exciting duel. The air vibrated with tension. The teacher once again made sure that they had passed the personnel check and asked if the head showed all the interesting people. Dan confirmed this with a smile. The teacher called to be careful with words, because for him, the head of the guild was a serious figure. And here a dispute arose because you need to be careful with your words in front of newcomers. After several heated discussions, the group gathered around Dan and the mustached teacher, who the teacher introduced to the rest. These were senior colleagues with whom they would have to work. One of them pointed to himself and clarified that they already know each other. He usually deals with accounting and other issues. Fiona was the one who managed the budget and dealt with foreign affairs. Dana specializes in working with claims and adventurers, bringing creativity to every business. She knows how to turn routines into exciting success stories. A man named Rodlin approached Dan, putting his hand on his shoulder, letting him know that he was pleased to meet you. Then he explained that he is the oldest in the team, acting as a manager and coordinator for everyone. She takes responsibility for all events and their consequences, so she insists that information about them should be sent directly to her. The teacher adjusted his glasses, noting that his main duty is the distribution of tasks. For adventure seekers, he carefully selects tasks by level of difficulty so that everyone can test their capabilities. In this room, they decided to exchange greetings, creating an atmosphere of friendly warmth. Dan welcomed their first meeting by introducing himself as Dan the Mustache Man, introduced himself as Flam. At that moment, everyone already knew each other. The oldest asked the mustachioed one about his age. When he heard that he was only 17, he was extremely surprised. The answer indicated distrust. The interlocutor looked like a peer, and this caused doubt. It seemed to him that it did not matter, and they were invited to take their seats. Everyone agreed and took their seats ready to start the action. Some have dedicated half their lives to get to this point and finally occupy these coveted spots. This map shows how the range of demonic beasts has changed over the past 6 months. Providing an in-depth analysis of their territories, it seems that the demonic beast area has started to move towards the archipelago. A check of injury and death statistics shows that the realm of demonic beasts is growing. It is not known if this is natural or if something is causing them to change territory. There were rumors that Damstone Blade was now in the demon realm. The girl carefully laid out the report in front of the Big Mother, hoping for her approving look. She unfolded the papers and saw a headline about Imperial Army Confidential. Based on this information, the powerful mage Mirfa Ismal joined forces with a man named Blade. The appearance of Damstone has forced many countries to find themselves in a state of quasi-war. The Empire is forced to hide information about it. Big Mom emphasized that all information will remain completely confidential, without exception, even for her own. She insisted on learning more about the demon realm. The girl listened carefully, fully agreeing with her. She thought about what exactly to start their joint business with. At this time, Dan was delving deeper into his new profession. Together with Flam, he had to be responsible for documentation and control of materials, as the girl next to him explained. She noted that one of the employees has the opportunity to learn cashier duties. She noted that Rosalind's promotion is near, and hinted that a new employee will soon take his place. Dan shared that he had heard about overtime and asked how often it happens. She explained that it usually happens once or twice a month. She noted that their branch employs adventurers who have already retired. After 2300, protective magic is activated, which makes it impossible for ordinary people to penetrate. She hesitated, wondering if Lupin was capable of robbing Count D'Urbil. Dan wondered curiously if Lupin was capable of robbing adventurers. The girl laughed merrily, agreeing that she was really very cute and beautiful. She was sure that even if he dared to come, Mrs. Rosalis would not spare him and would severely punish him. She noted that Rosalis's father was the head of the guild, which surprised Dan. Dan surprised her with his awareness when he unexpectedly confirmed that he knew about it. She thought that he must be guessing about everything. Behind them, two figures suddenly appeared and were quickly approaching. They moved carefully, observing the chaos around them. The day was gradually coming to an end. In the toy store, the sun's rays shone through the glass, making each toy look fabulous and magical, as if they came to life under this magical play of light. Behind the toys, the figure of Uncle Vladi was fixed, sitting alone at the table. Tired from the day, he could not help himself and fell asleep on the spot. The man's voice behind him woke him up. As always, the man chuckled and asked if he had come early. Vladi urged him to move faster, feeling that his shame could kill him. He wondered how it was possible to answer the former boss like that. The other, as if speaking with a smile, put a box with a yellow ribbon on the table, noting that it was a gift from Arkent. Although time passed, my uncle noticed that this was an award for keeping order during the New Year's festival. He thought that it was impolite to rely on intermediaries, and that if a person was grateful, he should express it personally without pitiful characterlessness. The uncle did not want to talk, turned around and started to leave, said that it was time for him to go. The other waved his hands and asked to stay a little longer, but he heard that they would meet at the inn. In any case, the man left, leaving his uncle with the uneasy feeling that he was dealing with a mad rascal. The waiter soon brought them the ordered coffee, welcoming them as welcome guests. He was left alone enjoying tea in a cozy establishment. Tea impressed him so much with its taste and aroma that he simply could not forget this amazing drink. He was so fascinated by the place that he decided to definitely return here again. The man asked how much longer the person in the purple cloak would remain in his place, pondering the answer as he sipped his tea. It was one of the 12 symbolic signs of the zodiac. Getting up, he began to approach the man. He admitted that he also does not feel excited about such places. Being right behind him, he offered to change places. He turned and stopped before his eyes. They stood absorbed in the depth of each other's gaze. They came to an agreement and set off to explore new horizons. The discussion of the books did not subside, and everyone recalled how unexpected their surprise was. Mrs. Rosalis proudly shared how she brilliantly defeated the bandits and returned to the archipelago in triumph. She assured the girl that her abilities should not be a cause for surprise. The girl was not surprised because she knew that Rosalis had fulfilled all the conditions for promotion. Dan listened with interest when she was promoted from silver to gold. He learned that she had achieved historic success. Everyone around admired her, so the girl enthusiastically shared her achievements and wanted to remember how she passed the exam for promotion. The man noted that when Fiona starts talking about Rosalis, it becomes extremely difficult for her to stop. A boy busy watering flowers suddenly realized that sometimes listening brings more benefits than it seems at first glance. The girl tirelessly explained that if all the criteria for the promotion of an adventurer were met, this could be achieved. Her enthusiasm knew no bounds. Dan felt like his ears were going to bleed. The girl passionately admired Rosalis's work. Dan thought that Flan and Rosalis were probably childhood friends. The girl shouted her thanks to the newcomer and then rushed in the other direction, intending to discuss something important with Flan. Dan watched her and mentally apologized to the mustached boy. The boy praised Dan, recognizing his cleverness, because he himself often became a victim of girls' stories. Dan thought that Fiona could be Mrs. Rosalis, but he was interrupted by a colleague who warned that the surname Rosalis is prohibited in their department. Ivan jokingly noted that no one knows exactly when he will stop talking, maybe until the end of the day. The young man confidently adjusted his glasses and noted that there was only one way. He asked if it was necessary to teach them this. All eyes turned to him, intently catching his every move as if the fate of the whole world depended on it. On the door of the office, the Rosalis plaque proudly displays, testifying to who is the hostess here. Dan stopped in front of the door, staring intently at the name engraved on the plaque. He concentrated himself to take a decisive step and cross the border of the unknown, ready to enter inside. He pondered the boy's advice on the method, recalling the details and trying to make sense of them. Mistress Rosalis must appear before Mistress Fiona without delay. The boys remained confused, not understanding the essence of what was happening. Ms. Rosalis hates her personality being discussed. As soon as she appears, Ms. Fiona is speechless, unable to find anything to say. Dan stood on the threshold, feeling determined. He knew he had to save Flam, whom he considered a true friend. He firmly gripped the door handle, convinced that his salvation was waiting behind this door. Opening the door, he entered the room and found that it was deserted. Looking around, he called a name but heard nothing in response. He noticed that the bed was neatly made and the room was empty without her presence. However, his interest was directed in another direction. He almost closed the door, but unbridled curiosity outweighed caution. He only closed the door without entering, feeling the invisible presence of the guild head nearby. Something incomprehensible reigned in this room, but it was by no means magic. Dan had no doubt that it was the enemy. He returned and opened the door once more, realizing that a check was necessary for full confidence. There was a soft laugh like hee-hee in the room. Angelica felt her heart beat faster. Someone had something important to say to her. The girl sat on her bed surrounded by stuffed animals and shared with them the news that she received praise that day. Angelica, turning to her teddy bear, noted that she had not heard such praise for a long time, and it caused her a feeling of envy. And suddenly she noticed a mysterious figure that caught her attention in the passage of the room. When she looked up, she noticed Dan, who, having opened the door without knocking, was standing on the threshold as if he was ready for new adventures. Dan was overcome with an awkward feeling, as if he had accidentally entered a forbidden zone. He apologized, turned around, and quickly headed for the exit. But the girl felt awkward and urged him not to rush to leave. However, Dan still decided to leave the premises. She hurriedly followed him, assuring that she had not noticed anything and was going to continue working. She suspected him of lying, but Dan insisted on his. She was annoyed by his constant denial because he only emphasized that he believed her, calling it a misunderstanding. Dan suddenly felt something rapidly approaching him from behind and instantly turned his head. He watched with surprise as the girl's hand quickly flew in his direction like lightning and hit the nearby wall, scattering stones in all directions. The girl with a frightened expression offered to talk a little. Dan watched her intently, unable to resist his feelings. Meanwhile, in the same house, illuminated by the same sun, a completely different story was unfolding, full of surprises and secrets. She told Dan that her father, the head of the guild, single-handedly entered the forbidden Mephisto Gorge, uniting with the dragons and the Empire. She noted that it was thanks to him that the system of 3 races was introduced. Dan noted that he knows by listening to her. She told how he, leading a cavalry column, destroyed the management of the regiments of the Red Army, often winning even when he was in the minority. Dan was impressed. She added that after developing battle tactics, he created the Black Buffalo Knighthood. The head of the guild, becoming the leader of the order, saved Orenta by stopping the influx of monsters. Therefore, he became the owner of world-famous dolls. Dan tried to understand why he found himself in a difficult situation again. Feelings of discomfort and confusion enveloped him like a cloud. The bottom line was that she excelled at martial arts competitions. The goal accomplished and the holiday preserved. She succeeded on all fronts. She asked the boy if he understood her, but Dan was silent. Therefore, she decided to explain everything again, hoping that this time he would understand. Dan heard the request to explain again and was scared because the prospect of plunging into this verbal avalanche again did not appeal to him at all. He briefly explained what he heard, and her interest grew, forcing her to listen more carefully. Dan noted that the head of the guild celebrated her success at the martial arts competition, and this lifted her spirits. And Dan himself witnessed this event. Minutes passed and she remained motionless, lost in thought. But later, she decided that she should get rid of the word emotional. The conversation took on a new dimension. Dan thought that this event deserved to be called a scene because it was here that he noticed her in a great mood. The girl agreed with the boy without wanting to argue, and confirmed that he was right. He thought it best to keep it a secret. Dan, avoiding a long discussion, just nodded to the girl, feeling that her words reflected what he was thinking. He said that he had a scheduled meeting. She could not have predicted what she would hear from him. Night was approaching, and the sky was taking on such a hue that you could look at it enchanted, as if it could make you fall in love at first sight. Dan and Rosalis entered the room where they were greeted by a man with a mustache. They exchanged greetings and shared a problem. Fiona keeps mentioning Rosalis. Mustache expressed his gratitude, noting that it was thanks to this person that the girl no longer caused him trouble. He turned to her with surprise that he did not expect her to join. She explained that today she decided to go to the same place with them. Here is the reason. A guy appeared behind them, wondering if they were being taken to the same place again. She turned to him, wondering why he was so against it. It was the ceremony of accepting newcomers. However, he denied it was more a bad habit than a ceremony. They started an argument by touching on the topic of bad habits. One of them hinted about the robbery, but the other denied that he was misunderstood. Dan and the mustached man listened calmly. Dan was deep in thought when he heard something unexpected in their conversation. Their conversation ended when the city plunged into the mysterious darkness of the night. They reached the place she was so eager to show them. 3 people were staring intently into the distance, as if trying to find answers to their secret questions. The 2 boys were amazed at what opened before their eyes. The girl began her explanation by explaining what an amazing place they were in. Then she asked if they were ready to go on because they were standing right in front of the La Bosa Casino, which was shining with bright colors like a Christmas garland. Each table was covered with a huge assortment of mouth-watering dishes. The casino was impressive with its grandeur. Live music created an atmosphere of luxury and taste. Every player, enchanted by dreams of a big win, threw money at roulette. It was for this reason that this casino was created. A place full of hopes and excitement. Dan and the man with the mustache felt extremely awkward in the new environment, which was unfamiliar to them, and even a little mysterious. The girl picked up the bag, and with surprise drew attention to the indecision of those around her. Her question flickered in the air, prompting action. She decided to cheer up the company by dancing and taking out 2 colored bags, adding intrigue to the evening. She handed out a bag to each of them, and money was shining inside each one. Dan asked if this money would allow him to have fun everywhere without limits. She understood his question and nodded in confirmation. She took Dan aside, clarifying that from now on she's going to have fun with the mustache and Dan will be left to solve his own affairs. The guy doubted his ability to stay alone, but the girl convinced him that he was strong enough to handle it on his own. She and Dan approached the table where people were gambling. She noticed that they were playing cards there, and enthusiastically offered to hurry there because she missed playing card games. She approached the dealer and inquired about the possibility of joining the game. He confirmed that she could sit at the table. The participants focused on analyzing the 2 newcomers who had recently joined. Among those present stood out a figure with a face hidden under black gauze through which nothing could be seen, creating an atmosphere of mystery. Suspicion disappeared when this person raised his handkerchief, noting that he did not expect to meet in this place at all. The company was impressed by her appearance. She, in turn, immediately offered to play 1 game. The girl was incredibly surprised to see the Holy Lady. She couldn't hold back a shout of joy, but the Holy Lady gestured for her to keep calm. She admitted that she had not touched the instrument for a long time, and asked to keep it a secret. Rosalis quickly confirmed the agreement, assuring that no one would find out about it. They simultaneously turned their heads to the left, as if they had found a long-forgotten memory in their memory. The saint instantly remembered the face of the guy who saved her from 2 impudent men who were trying to take money on the street. She asked if it was he who saved her, then the guy was surprised. Was it really his merit? Rosalis did not understand how their dialogue began and wondered if they knew each other. The guy said that they were just passing by. It was not friendship or acquaintance. The man was ready to play and asked if he could start dealing chips. When everyone received a stack of chips, everyone agreed to test their luck in roulette. The general mood was set by pleasant conversations between the participants. The man artistically unfolded the cards on the table, adding mystery to them. He masterfully shuffled the cards, demonstrating fascinating tricks that fascinated the audience. Dan watched with bated breath for the first time as the man skillfully worked with the cards. He studied the table intently, recording every slightest movement in his memory. The chips were already laid out in front of each player, and all that remained was to start the game to feel the excitement and catch the luck. Grabbing a card, Rosalys carefully watched the table, not missing even the slightest detail of the behavior of the other players. Dan carefully picked up the cards because he was familiar with the rules. He already had an idea about this exciting game. He was not surprised when the ace of spades was the first card in his hand. In this situation, he perfectly understood what actions should be taken. The short-haired girl was holding the red and the 10 of spades along with the 9, Dan could tell from her penetrating gaze. He effortlessly solved the saint's cards and realized that she was lucky this time. Rosalys had the worst cards in her hands. The 6 of spades, the 3 of diamonds, the 4 of clubs, and the 2 of clubs. Dan was aware that his vision was so sharp that it allowed him to distinguish every detail without any magic. He understood that in order to avoid suspicion, he should act carefully. First, he won a small victory with 1 stack of chips, then with another. Capturing victory after victory, he quickly attracted the attention of all those present at the tables, whose interest grew with each of his successes. Around him grew mountains of chips that were impressive in their scale. Saint was surprised how many chips were on his side, and he only smiled, assuring that today was a real luck for him. Rosalys felt a certain sadness due to the bad luck of the cards. Knowing that it is good to have a little luck in life, today it seemed that luck had completely turned away from her. Suddenly, 3 stacks of chips appeared in front of her, 2 bright yellow and 1 fiery red, beckoning with mysterious possibilities. She asked Dan what it was. He explained that it was a set bet at the very beginning. She was surprised that it was more than she expected. He noted that you can think at your own discretion, and a smile played on his lips. She was indignant, calling him a scumbag, but suddenly realized that he was a good guy. Tears of joy appeared in her eyes, because now she could continue playing. The girl excitedly threw the chips on the table, ready for a new round. She felt that the real game had just begun. There was an atmosphere of excitement in the casino. Some placed bets on the house, others risked the car, and some came just to enjoy the atmosphere. Dan was at a table where you could have a drink and buy chips. After a long game, hunger reminded him of himself, and he decided to have a snack at the same time. Sviata quietly came up behind him, wondering if he was Dan. The girl told the boy that she had to go because being late would cause problems. Dan, showing concern, asked if she would come by herself, but found out that she lives nearby. She remarked that today had been surprisingly fun, no matter what. She expressed her desire to have a good time again when the opportunity arose, and he happily agreed. Turning around, she confidently headed for the exit. He had no idea that he would accidentally come across the saint, but all his worries were in vain. Rosalys, sneaking up from behind, noticed that the boy was standing motionless, and was surprised by this. He assured her that everything was fine, but his behavior was so suspicious that she asked again what was wrong with him. Dan curiously asked about Flam, and she admitted that she was also looking for his tracks, but it seems that he has already left the place. Pointing her hand forward, she guessed that the boy had gone there. She noted that she was still going to go there, regardless of the circumstances. A door appeared in front of them, and 2 boys stood next to them, like guardians of mysterious secrets. Their appearance clearly indicated that it was they who stood guard over this door. One of the boys greeted him by saying that he had not seen the girl for a long time and addressed her with respect. They briefly discussed their affairs. He quietly confided in her that an impressive newcomer visited them today. Their conversation was ending, and he remained a silent listener with wishes for a good time. The place no longer resembled a casino, so the guy asked where they were. She mysteriously answered that he would find out when they arrived. The girl explained that she decided to tell about her goal for today. The boy thought about what his real goal could be. She quickly moved forward, rushing into the passage next to her. They broke free and saw in front of them giant tribunes where the crowd was in a vortex of mad passion. They closely watched the events around them, carefully monitoring every detail. Dan focused on what was happening in front of him, but his heart remained indifferent. In front of him rose a huge cage in which a battle was raging. People in the stands went crazy with delight watching the spectacle. The girl told him in detail that this place is a real battle arena where only the bravest win. You root for a fighter and risk money. If he manages to win, you get twice as much winnings. This is a vivid example of gambling. The boy was surprised and asked if it was not illegal by any chance. She confirmed that it was, although no one reported it. Then he asked if anyone knew who these fighters were. This is the final resting place of those who once lived on the edge of risk and adventure. Adventurers who have retired or suffered serious injuries often turn here to find new sources of income and realize themselves. The stranger explained that this amazing place is always shown to newcomers. She enthusiastically told him the secrets of this world. He wanted to show that adventurers can have a tragic end. He considered whether the long and difficult journey of life justifies its end. No one knew where Flam had disappeared. The girl expected him to play, but he was nowhere to be seen. Her attention was drawn to the announcement of the next fight, where the rookie Crusher will compete with the Undertaker in an underground arena. Undertaker rose from the dungeon, and all the spectators focused their attention on the ring. Their surprise was so strong that they could not even believe what they saw. The girl was surprised and thought that this was nonsense. She saw a giant in a mask with a cross on his forehead and a crazy smile flickering under it. He was in funny shorts and with a bright yellow hot cloak on his back. The atmosphere at the gaming table was tense and full of excitement. The players were desperate to win and neglected everything else. Among those present, a young man we knew stood out. The neighbor in the game could not understand how this mustachioed young man plays so blindly, ignoring all logical clues. The situation turned into a real competition, where he took the lead in the category of the least successful stream. His every step captivated the audience with his failure. The unknown came from behind to remind that finances can not only be lost, but also multiplied. This interested the young man, and he noticed that a stranger had already appeared nearby. The conversation was gaining momentum. The stranger put forward an interesting proposal with a financial emphasis, and offered to discuss its details in more depth. Did the guy wonder if this loan was worth his time and effort? Time had passed since that conversation, and now he was in the center of the battle arena, microphone in hand, ready to announce the start of the spectacular match. The hall froze when it was announced that the rookie Crusher would meet in a battle in the underground arena with the legendary Undertaker. The presenter pointed his hand to the side and announced the approach of a cowardly fighter from the dungeon who appeared as a mystical shadow. Everyone waited with bated breath when he would appear. On the opposite side stood a young man brought here from the casino. His friend called for caution, but the young man was convinced of his ability. The stranger persistently talked about his savings, emphasizing their considerable amount and importance. He warned that the boy should earn money immediately to avoid debts for the rest of his life. However, the boy's thoughts were absorbed by the upcoming battle. The curtain opened, and a ray of light illuminated the boy, forming a bright circle among the surrounding shadows. In front of him was a ring where his opponent was already waiting for him. The moment when he had to enter the battle was approaching. The opponent seemed powerful with scars on his body. According to legends, a lion left. The boy realized that his opponent was not easy, and his gaze remained focused on the ring. When he entered the ring, the presenter announced that there are no rules here, and if you don't want to die, it's better to shout. The fight has begun. The opponents are preparing in their corners, and the stands are bursting with emotions. The opponent flies with a fist forward and an unyielding face directly at the mustachioed young man. A powerful right jab attacks mercilessly like the paw of a grizzly bear. The guy was so immersed in the feeling that for a moment he was completely lost in space. The enemy gains such amazing speed that it becomes almost impossible to notice the moment of his preparation for another attack. The second blow hits the mustached man again. His cloak is blown away and he flies back. There was a cage behind and an enemy in front who was already preparing for another blow. The guy demonstrated virtuosity in the possession of the legs acquired in fights where kicking was considered a difficult art. Dan watched what happened when his friend was hit and felt indescribable anger and powerlessness. The loud shouts around annoyed him even more, piercing the silence and disturbing his thoughts. Under the cage, the mustachioed sponsor stood with displeasure, indignant that his fighter only receives blows. Considering him a scoundrel, the sponsor loudly reminded of the debt that the boy could not repay, causing panic in the one who had already suffered many blows to the face. The opponent found the courage to start a conversation by asking about circumstances unknown to him. He emphasized that the situation took the form of a duel. The smiling opponent reminded the mustachioed one that an insincere fight is contempt for the opponent, and the latter only remained silent, feeling the pain of the blows. The opponent's words hinted at the inevitable defeat of the mustachioed man. With another vigorous wave of his hand, the opponent offered to surrender in order to avoid a beating. A quick fist approached the mustachioed man's face, but he just watched impassively. The blow accurately found its target. The battle continued in a one-sided manner where the opponent mercilessly inflicted powerful blows. Mustachio finally recovered, admitted his guilt, and asked for forgiveness for his rudeness. The blow aimed at the opponent's beard was so powerful that he involuntarily looked up at the light bulb above him. Mustache's whole life flashed in his head when he was hit so hard that he felt connected to all his ancestors in one moment. Then he was cut down as if the lights were turned off. He fell into a deep knockout. The opponent, who was knocked down after the attack, felt great. A man approached him and asked if he could continue the fight. Mustache got a warning, won't get up now, is defeated. Mustache approached imperceptibly, carefully listening to the conversation and at the same time examining the opponent who had recently beaten him brutally. The stands explode with joy. Undertaker has won. He stands over the defeated opponent. The sponsor tries to revive the unconscious fighter. Spectators enthusiastically pay tribute to the boy because he has already become a winner more than once. Dan sat and heard the kids loudly express their love for Undertaker. Friends were confused by what was happening and could not understand how it turned out that they did not know anything about him. Noden will ask his friend first if she heard the news. It turns out that this fool took a debt, and the friend immediately informed Dan about it. Dan was amazed when the girl told him that 2 gold coins were worth a lot of money. The girl noted that this amount is equal to Dan's 20-year salary if everything is converted into his income. The girl is convinced that she should not worry because she knows that she will be able to find these funds under any circumstances. Dan's decision to let the girl go or solve the situation himself was at a crossroads. He decided to help her by offering a part of his earnings. The girl instantly remembered Flam's friend. Dan only smiled slightly. In fact, he has a lot of money in a parallel reality. Constant learning and self-improvement helped him achieve this financial success. After all the adventures, they finally reached their goal. Her task was to pick up Flam after the battle. She held his ear tightly while he screamed that he was in pain. She didn't like to joke with him. Flam begged to be released, complaining of pain, while she scolded him for turning his quiet fun into a fight. She only imagined how she would spank him by calling him an idiot, and adding a colorful damn mustache just flew away from her imaginary slap. The punishment she inflicted on him had a stronger effect than any blow. She turned to Dan, who was standing nearby, and asked him to come closer to give him a blow. The girl indicated the need to hurry, so Dan took his first steps without hesitation. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and gave a decisive slap on the back of the head, leaving an imprint of determination and strength. The friends decided to teach him a few humorous slaps and a little laughter. Meanwhile, an outsider who financed the fight watched the events. He turned to Dan and Rosalys with interest, trying to understand who he was dealing with. 2 new members suddenly appeared behind him. One had just been knocked out, and the other, even bigger with a shiny bald head, asked why they were beating his friend. The girl guesses that in front of her is the trickster who left her penniless before. The imposter was enraged at her words and ordered his soldiers to seize them at once. They rushed forward as if freed from a chain. He gave the command ordering to immediately get rid of obstacles. Suddenly, a large fighter suddenly flies past him, hitting the wall behind him with his back. The man could not understand how it happened that his huge fighter weighing 150 kilo managed to be hit so powerfully and thrown back. Now, they focused their attention on this young man trying to learn more. The girl asked if he was a swindler, and at the same time, her foot stood on the thug, who was knocked out by the mustachioed thug. The thug was lying on the ground thinking about his behavior. The mustache looked majestic because his blow could knock out 4 fighters at the same time. After that, she hesitated, wondering if she should ask him again if he was the same swindler. After that, he started talking about his significance and importance, emphasizing his uniqueness and outstanding role. She just shrugged her shoulders, making it clear that she was not at all interested in who he was. She asked him to give her a hand, and he heard her offer. He held out his hand, trying to understand what her intentions were and why she was interested in such behavior in the first place. She cunningly directed his finger to the side, because of which the man suddenly found himself in a difficult situation, embarrassed and confused. He turned around, cried, and rushed in the opposite direction, giving out screams. He constantly showed emotionality and wondered how she could do such a thing. He did not stop at words, threatening her with death. Friends did not hesitate to understand the time to put an end to his actions. Dan was the first to come up and try to find out if he was aware of the difficult situation he was in. A bag rested on the ground, immediately attracting the watchful and curious gaze of the man. He guessed that there were about 2 gold coins hidden in the wallet. Dan explained to him that even though fraud was committed, he would have to pay for everything, because the rules are on the side of the contract and they must be followed. The boy expressed confidence that the Guild of Adventurers will apply the most severe punishment to them. At first, he didn't realize. But when Dan came closer and grabbed his jacket, it became clear that touching public servants was a mistake. A contract suddenly appeared in the boy's hands. He asked the young man. Stressing that there was already enough evidence, he turned around and resolutely left, assuring them that their meetings were yet to come. The young man thought deeply, appraised the situation worriedly. Dan, saying goodbye, called him master a crook, which embarrassed him even more. The boy could no longer hold back and shouted, asking them not to go and to wait, promising to fulfill all their demands if only the evidence remained in place. Dan and his friends found themselves in a room where they were having a lively conversation with men. The one sitting in the chair was listening attentively, and the other 3 were leaning behind his back. The person in the chair begged for leniency, was ready to take responsibility so that others could decide his fate. The girl interestedly asked why he spoke so vehemently and expressed doubt whether his request would not harm the casino. He only silently nodded in response. They were worried. If there were rumors about a riot with civil servants in the casino, no one imagined what consequences this would have. They tried to win the girl's mercy and forgiveness. The man recalled a time when he had carefully prepared a symbol of his devotion. Meanwhile, the street was shrouded in twilight, and outside the window there was an increasingly deeper darkness. A figure resembling a human body appeared on the roof of the house, but 2 large ears were visible on its head. She disappeared as if she had never been on that roof at all. Meanwhile, Dan Rosales and the mustached man were carrying heavy boxes. They wondered why they took these things, because only the girl, without evidence, said that it was a gift that could not be refused. No one could understand why that young man read the whole casino. Dan was also lost in guesses, and the girl had her own version and wanted to voice it. She noted that he faithfully serves the Empire, carrying out the Emperor's orders with all his diligence and dedication. If the rumor that they have become victims of the casino owner reaches the Emperor, it will be serious. But for Dan, it is nonsense here as before. In one of the boxes was hidden an elegant cashmere coat along with a fountain pen. Among the contents of the boxes were products of famous brands and luxury shirts. Mustache carefully held the plush rabbit in his hands, looking at it. He thought that this toy would undoubtedly find a response in Arwen's heart. The girl hurried to the hare, explaining that although she liked the hare's bracelet more, it also looked extremely expensive. Dan cautiously opened the box and for a moment paused to look at its contents, curiously examining what was hidden inside. Contemplating the unexpected find, he focused on it, feeling a growing interest. The magic wand attracted children with its magical shine, and the alchemical set opened the way for them to the world of amazing experiments. As soon as all the gifts were unwrapped, the intrigue of the celebration disappeared into the air. The festive mood grew jealous of the monotony. Dan hurried down the street, weaving his way through the crowd like a swift stream. He had a watch shining in his hand, and his face reflected a mixture of thoughtfulness and restrained emotions. He carefully watched the clock when the hands showed 0:30. He had to be on duty tomorrow, and it was a real dilemma. Even a quick return home did not guarantee proper rest. An observation from the side caught his attention, and he thought about it. Seeing a man in a rabbit mask who disappeared around the corner of the house, he thought about the urgency of the matter and decided to act promptly. The girl caught his hint that he knew about the surveillance from the moment he left the casino. After that, she suddenly appeared in front of him, popping out from around the corner. The boy was amazed when he saw the rabbit mask. Looking closely at it, a voice rang out from behind Dan, and an unexpected figure appeared who probably wasn't expecting this meeting. She remained in the shadows, revealing only her silhouette, and was interested in how Dan has been lately, filling the space with an unknown. Then she resolutely stepped into the light, and again repeated inside herself his name, Denberg Blade, saturating these sounds with a special meaning. The unexpected appearance of the Great Mother in this place caused real surprise. Her name was Aunt Talalia, and this mysterious atmosphere only increased the intrigue, igniting the curiosity of those around. Dan was surprised when he saw her and asked why she was here. She confidently replied that she should be the one asking about his presence. After that, She expressed the idea of changing the situation for them. Later, silence and peace reigned in the sky high above the roofs of the houses, as if the whole world froze, leaving behind cares and commotion. However, the magic took its toll. Dan Big Mom and the girl in the rabbit mask were floating in the sky, creating a fascinating sight. The boy watched them carefully, knowing that trouble was on the way. He felt that danger emanated from this woman and was waiting for her unpredictable actions. Therefore, he was constantly spinning, always ready if something suddenly happened. Dan thought about her constantly and could not breathe freely thinking about the meeting. 10 years ago, Aunt Talalia unexpectedly left home, taking her grandfather with her. Otherwise, according to her, she had urgent business. Dan remembers his aunt as a person who always put the interests of society first and had an undeniable authority among those around her. Dan was convinced that the aunt was the perfect candidate to be elected head of the Raven tribe. The aunt had no ambitions to be the leader, but if Dan had shied away from this role, she would have fought fearlessly against her father, who 10 years ago had defined the leader. Despite the similarity of the results, each path to them is unique and unlike the other. The problem now is how long he will be able to follow his aunt, the civil servant. Maybe running away would be a better solution. If he dares to escape, the risk of his arrest is too high. Once she measured strength with her father, walking with him forever. Her goal was to surpass Uncle Vlad in dexterity and strength. His thoughts were interrupted by a question that made him come back to reality and think about what had fascinated him so much. Even behind her, it was felt that the boy was intensely considering something, as if his thoughts were boiling. She felt that his escape plan was becoming a reality and decided to find out the truth. This drove him to think about how to find an approach to the answer. At first, it occurred to him that today might be the last day of his life. The girl walked behind, trying not to lose sight of them. The mask on her face was so closely intertwined with her that it seemed that it became her only expression. She looked ahead, not noticing these two that she didn't like. They were moving fast, forcing her to slow down. She took off her mask to better understand the reality, and was surprised to learn that this boy turned out to be her mother's nephew. This caused her to abandon a future shipping attempt. The girl flew closer and felt as if she could hear her mother begging her to wait a little. Although they understood that it was better not to go in that direction, curiosity won and they went into the unknown. What was waiting for them there? It seemed to the girl that these words were echoing somewhere between the houses right in front of her. A distant explosion in the mountains brightly illuminated everything around, and impressed with its power. The girl looked at the explosion from the building. It was far away, but at the same time it seemed very close. Her heart gave a crack with excitement, imagining that her mother could be near. Meanwhile, a complex and dramatic situation unfolded at the scene. Dan and Mom stand facing each other as if a duel is about to begin. Mom decided to start everything with silence. Dan looked intently into her eyes, waiting for her to finally break her silence. Unable to avoid the initiative, he asked her about the mysterious knowledge of his presence. She reassured him by assuring him that she was the only bearer of this secret. He doubted and she did not explain. She declared that the truth does not depend on faith. The next question required the definition of desires, but the answer left a feeling of uncertainty. The girl wanted to know what the guy dreams about. He thought for a moment, although the answer had already matured in his mind. After 30 seconds of silence, he finally remembered the peaceful life. At first it made the woman smile, adding a spark to her look. It seemed to her that this too childish peaceful life caused her only an ironic smile, and Dan silently admired her cheerful laugh. He tried to convince her that he was speaking sincerely, but she had no reason to trust his words. She assured him that if she wished, she would keep it a secret from Vlad and Brother Dumpston, and asked him not to worry. He gave her faith, and she noted that his support would be useful to her. He tried to find out what would happen if he refused, but he heard only that everything would be according to the rules of the village. Suddenly, a portal opened to her right, and she curiously began to put her hand in there. 2 beautiful swords flashed in her hands, which became a symbol of her power, because for her power meant the law. The boy could not get out of the web of thoughts about her intentions while watching her formidable weapon. He realizes that his only way to defeat his aunt is by force. He takes out his staff, which has helped him defeat enemies more than once. The aunt with interest offers to evaluate how her nephew's skills have improved after so many years. The boy looked lost in his thoughts with a clearly defined determination in his eyes, ready to accept the challenge and endure to the end. In an instant, the ant's magical powers release a blow, but he, faster than the wind, has already erected a protective barrier in front of him. After he withstood the attack, he had to take the initiative in his own hands, so he moved closer to her. He stood alone with the storm, hoping that his words could awaken the elements and turn the wind into something unusual. A storm is unfolding above it, capable of causing significant destruction. She looked up and felt only the rapid flow of whistling wind and the magical aura of the boy standing next to her. With a force that repels from the ground, she leaves the hole in the concrete and rushes towards him. The guy tries hard to summon magic bullets, believing that these amazing projectiles will save him from a dangerous situation. Explosions resound in the air, testifying to powerful magic. Aunt is forced to save herself and fly away, avoiding dangerous bullets. After a successful maneuver, she rapidly approaches the boy, confidently looking into his eyes. He realizes that it will not be easy to overcome his aunt because her magical power is growing. She rushes at him with a powerful sword strike. She stood on the edge, ready to deliver the death blow with cold determination. She was sure of success until the boy's illusion began to melt in the air. Because of this, she looks around and discovers that Dan did not come alone but with a company. He invented so many doppelgangers that she couldn't count them all. Each holds a staff that gives them the ability to use magic. All of them activated their magic staffs at the same time, directing them in her direction, making it feel as if the attack was steadily approaching. It is necessary to act immediately, because they rush forward, relentlessly approaching with every moment. The reaction did not have time to work. The explosion rang out, and the wave spread around. Ant only miraculously escaped this massive attack. She flies up to a huge rock, runs into it, and stops for a moment, realizing that it is not easy to get around the obstacle. The sudden explosion made her freeze in place, making a sound in front of her face. After the explosions, the rock took the shape of a circle, as its edges were constantly chipped off by strong impacts. A woman rises from the very top of a rock with a springy movement, turning the moment into a spectacular sight. It is extremely difficult for her in battle, because the guy constantly changes the tactics of his attacks. He decided to use the Hellstorm that suddenly appears right in front of her. It was so unexpected that she could hardly believe her eyes. The night turned into day from a powerful explosion that lit up everything around. The guy impresses with his energy, skillfully using every moment to attack. The force of the explosion is so powerful that stones fly in all directions. Among the thick fog, a mysterious silhouette is gradually emerging, around which a light aura of magic seems to be floating. The magic is very weak because it barely held on after the boy's attacks, leaving almost no energy for defense. He appears in front of her, emerging from the shadows, and tells her that he rarely demonstrates his magical power at such a level. He considered whether it was worth continuing and asked how they would proceed. She smiled, noticing that her nephew felt real pleasure. This moment brought pleasure to her as well. She admitted that she no longer had the strength to disappoint her nephew. This was only the beginning of her true power. She decided to show him a real masterclass. The stars frozen in the sky gave comfort and peace to the events raging below. Magical sounds danced in the air near this rock, creating an atmosphere of mystical enchantment. With every moment, the magical energy grew, and everything around flashed with bright light from its power. The attack began again, and the magic barriers collided viciously, creating a firework of sparks. The young man concentrated all his attention to withstand the powerful attack and strengthen the barrier. A woman with wide-open eyes energetically rushed to the barrier, completely unaware of what she was doing. The guy, despite the threat of her words, again called the wooden wind that powerfully attacked. The young man's blow blocked the girl's charm, creating explosions that threatened to damage her. The woman deftly avoided the attack and decisively swung the axe at the attacker. She acted with such lightning speed that the air around her seemed to thicken from her dynamic movements. The guy managed to put up a barrier, protecting himself from her dangerous attack. It looked exciting and risky. It seemed that he was on the verge of defeat under the pressure of her continuous blows. Her face radiated menace, and two swords flashed dangerously in her hands. Dancing with swords, she dodged everything in her path with such speed that the blade almost caught the boy. The boy's eyes turned into white spheres, and his body seemed to have lost contact with consciousness. In her gaze, he sees the realization of how much she has just impressed him. She realized that this was a real challenge, and that guy was just an illusion. It far exceeded her expectations. She realizes her mistake and hears someone approaching from behind. Thunder splits the sky, and Dan realizes that he is not joking when he realizes that the woman has planned against him. His attack is so powerful that it feels like an entire ocean is crashing down on the ground. Danger on the horizon. A woman with a sword faces the threat of serious injury under the onslaught of an enemy attack. She turns her head to better see what is happening behind her. Aware of the danger, she quickly dodges the beam that flew past her. Another blast. This attack was the most brutal and powerful the boy had ever done. It is unlikely that Mom will be able to regain strength and use magic after such events. From her appearance, it is easy to understand how exhausted and tired she is. The impact of the beam caused significant damage to the rock, which was already damaged in previous battles, forming a deep cut in it. In the darkness enveloping the sky, the attack spells are heard. The woman stares intently into the distance, knowing who is casting them. The new moon reasoned, the land where the light disappears is shrouded in evil gospel. Approaching his mother, he was immersed in his magic. He stood opposite, casting invisible charms, whispering something like protection level charm balance. New clones appear again in her world, seeking to capture her attention. They are rapidly approaching on their staffs, ready to deliver powerful blows. She feels how each of them prepares their attack, whispering unusual formulas. Clones relentlessly attack her from the sky, while he watches motionless from the ground, carefully watching the developments. He raised his staff in preparation for another attack and shouted with force. The attack is known as the Upside-Down World, and he prepares to activate it with a determined look on his face. Busy having fun with the clones, she does not suspect that he is secretly preparing a blow from an invisible side. She felt the beginning of the attack and carefully focused her gaze in that direction. It seemed to her that something flickered on the periphery, but when she focused, it turned out that there was only emptiness. The void is suddenly torn by a powerful explosion, bathing everything in a blue glow. The rocks seem to burst into a bright glow from the powerful energy of the attacks. Rocks fly in all directions as the power of the explosion amazes the imagination. The explosion is so powerful that it can be seen even from another mountain located 10 kilometers away. At the very top of the mountain, like a part of the landscape, the girl is waiting for the end of his battle. She sincerely worries about her mother and hopes for her recovery. The night continues and incredible events unfold on the roofs of buildings. Uncle Vladi is on the nearby roof, surveying the surrounding world in surprise, trying to understand what is happening around. It was too much for him, and he wondered if it could be the appearance of a legendary demon. A red-haired girl with horns appeared. She explained that the appearance of 4 demonic beasts would cause an uproar in the demon realm. The man is interested in the purpose of her visit, and she notes that it is simply impossible to relax with such noise. She pointed out that if it is not a monster, then it is possible that it is a person with magical abilities similar to the powers of a monster. She noted that there are actually few such people. His thoughts turned into a mysterious mystery that demanded an immediate investigation. Who is this mysterious person? The girl decided to check what was happening, emphasizing the importance of this step. When she turned to leave, she wondered if he would follow. He asked with a smile whether this surprise did not frighten her. She told him that he could not go if he didn't want to, but he knew that joking was enough and stopped arguing. Meanwhile, in the mountains, the battlefield is shrouded in high dust, the result of fierce attacks and destruction caused by their tenacity. Big Mom stands with swords in her hands, confused because the young man has created many clones and uses impressive magical attacks. Under the onslaught of strong attacks, she has suffered significant damage and is barely breathing from exhaustion. The boy approached her, surprised by his own magic used for the first time. He understood that now he had to seal her. Dan, remaining completely intact and without a single scratch, wonders if she's okay. She did not understand how he got such powerful magic and where he got this power from. She thinks that Aunt Mirfa might have taught him, but he flatly denies it. He declares that he achieved all his achievements by himself, thanks to hard training and unceasing study. She wondered how it was possible to achieve such strength without receiving support from others. After the fight, the boy thought about how much all this had fascinated her. He was just beginning to feel the excitement of the process and was not worried about any obstacles. The woman just coughs, unable to say a word. She feels exhausted, barely holding the weapon in her hands. An echo of respect for him is visible in her gaze. Finally, she decided to admit that every attack of the guy led her to defeat. Uncle Vladi and his wife were heading to the epicenter of the events where the battle was raging. As they approached, they cheerfully continued to exchange lively jokes. However, Uncle Vladi realized that the situation was much more complicated than he had anticipated. Noticing the footprints on the stone, he tried to imagine what happened here. When they arrived, the space was empty. Neither Aunt nor Dan. The sun's rays illuminated the street, announcing the beginning of a new day. Everyone took their workplace, and Dan, immersed in documents, rummaged through papers in the office. This struck him as thoughts raced through his head because his aunt was the first to admit defeat. In the end, she assured him that the secret would remain safe. He trusted her because he knew that the aunt always kept her word. However, she understood that he could not stay away when they talked in that environment. Dan was curious to know what she had in mind when she planned to make a certain request to him. He promised to think about it if everything goes well, and she jokingly called him a trickster. Is it possible to tease your beloved nephew like that? Among the crowd appeared a girl who was burning with impatience to wait for the end of the fight. She had a mask on her face and asked her mother if everything was okay. The next time, the mother asked him to contact her through her daughter. He looked at the hair mask, trying to guess who was hiding behind it, and puzzled over how to find contact with a person he had never seen. Mom reassured him by saying that he knew her. As soon as the mother spoke, the girl took off her mask, which stunned Dan. He was stunned to see an unexpected guest standing in front of him. Mom reminded me to say hello properly, and the girl explained that she manages the information department of Big Mom. Her name is Milfiam, and apologized for her secrecy. Dan got confused in the mystery of the events, thinking about who the Big Mommy is and what this girl has to do with everything that is happening around. Then he wondered why he was so surprised, and how many more surprises await him in the future. Big Mom noticed his surprise and decided that it was time to ask the boy for a small favor. She called him her favorite nephew. Memories of this conversation broke when he was asked why he was standing as if petrified with a pen in his hands. The other guy thought yesterday was fun. Dan expressed the opposite opinion, arguing enthusiastically against that view. In any case, Dan found out that the boss called him. This was reported by the same guy, confusing Dan and making him wonder about the reason for the call. He also noted that there is a certain matter that deserves special attention. The city has always fascinated with its unique aesthetics. The city has always impressed with its antiquity, because every building seemed to keep centuries of history within itself. In a cozy cafe, among the aromas of coffee and pastries, a young man enjoys a foamy beer, absorbing the atmosphere that prevails around. He slowly sips his drink, and the scar on his face confirms that it is undoubtedly him. A voice behind him wondered why he had been drinking since morning as if it was his usual thing. He was surprised to meet someone there, especially this particular person. The host appeared before him in a red cloak and with a mask on his face, creating an atmosphere of mystery and intrigue. Scar couldn't understand why he was in this place. With anxiety, he jumped away from the table and leaned on it, trying to understand the purpose of his stay here. The owner noted that there was an important matter and casually placed a giant envelope on the table. Scar took the envelope, and the owner informed him that the ruins of the empire that he had been looking for so long had finally been found. He asked Scar whether he had the opportunity to personally go there. Scar unhurriedly opened the envelope and carefully began to remove the documents from it. He carefully reviewed the documents, absorbing information from each line. A minute's pause in thought, and he quickly volunteered, declaring that he was ready to leave without delay. Each dawn brings a fresh dose of surprises and exciting challenges. Dan and Vusatic stood in amazement because they were unexpectedly assigned a business trip. Management explains that newcomers traditionally undergo field training to gain practical skills and prepare for real-world challenges. When they master the art of seeing with their eyes, it will benefit them immensely. Dan arrived on the field a long time ago, so the boys can turn to him for explanations if they have questions, explained the chief. The boys had many questions, but none of them received answers. They were simply advised not to worry and to carry on as usual, adding a smile at the end. The train finally reached Tanjiro Station after covering thousands of miles on the way. People started getting out of the cars at the same time as others got in, creating a dynamic movement on the platform. Dan and Vusatic gave the conductor tickets. After checking, he allowed them to enter. There were not many passengers on the train. The boys went to their carriage to find seats by tickets. It was difficult for the mustache to understand exactly where the mysterious 192 is. Dan stood with a suitcase in his hands, dressed in a serious tuxedo. His gaze focused on a place that was on the left. He was constantly worried about the safety of his luggage because what was in his suitcase was extremely important. Before leaving, he was given a pistol that became his constant companion. The man noted that there are many thugs wandering near the ruins. The teacher also emphasized that this poses a serious danger. The teacher emphasized that there was no reason to worry because one adventurer agreed to accompany them. He believed that the adventurer was an extremely interesting man, promising that the trip would be exciting. The boys immediately wanted to know more about this mysterious person. After a long search, Vusatic did find his place and without wasting time went to get something tasty for a snack. Dan held his breath as he watched the boy's figure disappear from view, dissolving into the distance. Left alone with his thoughts, he reflected on how his life had changed dramatically yesterday. The casino, and today, suddenly, a business trip. This is not at all how he imagined. Dan saw a woman's hand mysteriously tap on the opposite window. He turned his head trying to see who was there. Milphia stood outside the window, steadfastly meeting the boy's gaze. Her unexpected appearance in that place caused surprise. When they arrived at the station, she gave Dan something special, noting that it was a surprise from his big mom. That is, his aunt. He was interested in whether the bracelet suppresses magic. The girl explained that this bracelet was created by the witch Vane, the leader of the group who defeated the Demon King 120 years ago. Dan was over the moon with happiness because this magical item ensured survival in any conditions and also had the ability to suppress magic which he desperately needed. However, that was not all. Following the bracelet, she presented a keyring with a mysterious inscription. She said that this is a special VIP pass for clients of the information department of Big Mom. The girl noted that with the help of this, you can get information of any class without any restrictions. Dan stood scrutinizing the pass, both amazed and puzzled. He wondered how she knew he was here. She remarked that the Great Mother always knows everything that is happening. She wished the boy success in his business trip, hoping that everything would go exactly as he planned. She said his name, and he smiled and expressed gratitude for the wish. The train was already on the threshold of departure when the boy managed to jump into the car. Mustache patiently waited for Dan when he returned from the store. Both stared intently at one point, focusing on one person, trying to understand if it was really him. A man in a hat sat on a seat and told the boys about their youth, emphasizing that you should not judge people by their appearance. He called himself Licorice, a member of the Adventurers Guild. He assured that he considers himself the most stylish adventurer. A sphere of blue chakra was raging in his palm, pulsating with unparalleled energy. He had long white hair, a black coat, and a hat hiding his face. Each glove gently held this hat, creating the image of a mysterious figure. He looked intently at the boys and announced that he was the magical swordsman, Dane Walker, hoping for respect as dear rookie civil servants. One of the guides was amazed to see the magic and quickly ran up trying to understand what was happening. The boys stood still, attentively watching the lively discussion between Dane and the guide. Dan understood what was waiting for him in the future and what challenges this business trip had prepared. Meanwhile, in the northwestern part of the archipelago, the wind played out in a dance with the sea, raising the waves to the sky and enveloping the horizon in a haze of adventure. The place known as Rotna is located among the endless sands of the desert. In the town, residents take a leisurely walk, harmoniously choosing clothes that match the capricious mood of nature. Many people wear scarves around their necks for ease of breathing and protection from sand. Scar stepped forward, and behind him his men followed in faithful formation. He was desperately looking for an answer. After asking those around him, he found out that the boy's name was Zeren. He was told about a guy who skillfully deals with weakening curses, if of course we are talking about the same person. They realized that today fate is not on their side. Meanwhile, the train on which Dan and Flam were traveling raced through the desert, almost reaching their destination. The wheels of the train energetically scattered the sand resting on the rails. The loudspeaker announced the approach to the Bijin stop. Dan quickly approached Walker and began to wake him up, reminding him that he should leave soon. He noticed that the boy was immersed in a deep sleep and could not wake up. Dan could not stand it, and raising his voice, gave vent to his emotions, directing them at the interlocutor. With the help of magic, Dan touched his heart, and the whole world around him came to life, filling the space with surrounding charms. Walker showed cleverness by protecting himself with a magical shield. Dan was already annoyed by this. He decided that if it was difficult to wake up, he should first set a reliable alarm clock, and then calmly go to sleep. He did not give up and tried again to make him stand up. A miracle seemed to happen when Walker slowly opened his eyes. He woke up on the seat, leaned on his elbow, and began to revive. Dan announced that they were already at the station. Walker raised his hand to his face and began to yawn. Having collected his things, Mustache was the first to leave because they really had to hurry to make it. The carriage moved slowly along the sandy coast, pulled by a horse. In the carriage, Walker reflected on how the world has changed for the better. Now Rotana can be reached in a day, while in his time the journey took 34 days. Whiskers was surprised to think that in his youth there were no such trains. Walker explained that there were, but there was only one line between the Duchy of Asteria and the archipelago. Mustache was interested to know the man's age, and it seemed that it was not so long ago. He said that he was 47 years old. Dan, with a hint of irony in his eyes, constantly looked out the window, eavesdropping on the discussion of the age of those present, and amused himself. He watched the scenery through the window, suddenly realizing that their journey was almost over. He hinted at it with calm confidence. They finally arrived at the city that became the goal of their journey. Every city then captivated with its unusual beauty and exquisite architecture. The buildings were impressive with their beauty, and the streets were brightly colored thanks to the multicolored ribbons flying into the sky. They got out of the carriage and walked through the narrow streets of the city, immersing themselves in the atmosphere that enveloped them like a mysterious haze. It is interesting that the evening was just beginning, but the streets were empty. Walker knew why and could easily explain the reasons for the absence of people. The ruins attract mercenary adventurers and black traders, making the city a less safe place. Dan realized that under such circumstances, the Imperial Guard or Knights could also be sent here like them. They thought that despite the danger of the ruins, the rubies found there have the potential to become a tourist attraction. Mustache had no idea what tourist value meant. They wondered if the inhabitants would leave Rotten after exploring the ruins. Probably so, but the historical importance of these places would remain forever. Attracting tourist resources can turn the city into an attractive place for visitors, significantly increasing its economic potential. Vusatik realized that the ruins would be useful in the future. The key question on the agenda was whether there is a chance to find a roof over your head today. Only a sleepless night on the street emerged as options. Dan and Flam heard a voice behind them calling their names and telling them to stop. A tall man in a state uniform similar to theirs appeared in front of them. He understood that the boys were already exhausted. Dane Walker arrived as an escort. The man noted their old meeting, exchanged a few words and smiles, recalling the good old days. The man decided that it is better to leave now while there is still time. He noted that if they do not leave immediately, they risk spending the night in the open air. It was not pleasant to wander the night streets, so they did not stop. They saw the crowd falling asleep right on the sand, as if they were more comfortable there than any bed. Some used shirts and sweaters as pillows and fell into a deep sleep. Dan was surprised that he had to sleep in such a place. The man explained that due to the influx of employees from various regions, there is a catastrophic lack of sleeping places. Mustachioed, tall and handsome, he constantly felt that the world around him was too small to find a place to rest. The man who accompanied them left them, explaining that he was on duty and needed to go. So he quickly turned around and left. Dan watched him move away with interest. He brought them to this place, but then left on his own. He wondered how to find a place to sleep when every centimeter was filled with people. Walker dreamed of falling asleep and not waking up in the dirt, so he decided to lie down next to people on the ground. He said they would meet tomorrow and Dan had to find a place to sleep. He looked at it and couldn't believe his eyes. Dan thought about running away as if it was the answer to all his questions. Time marched relentlessly forward, and the night unfolded its mysterious wings. With the first rays of the sun in one of the houses, there was an atmosphere full of surprises and excitement. Chaos reigned on the first floor. Chairs were upside down. Documents were scattered on the floor. Everything around was destroyed. The legs belonging to one of the men moved leisurely up the stairs. Scar and his companions were relentlessly searching for something important. In order to achieve what he wanted, Shram was ready to take any steps. The 5 of them, armed with only one torch, explored the interior of the mysterious house. In the end, their path ended in front of the dream door. They carefully opened the door step by step, as if opening a world of bright possibilities. Scar walked into the room with his men. They lined up under the door, waiting for further instructions. Scar walked confidently towards the table in front of him. He was intently watching everyone sitting at the table. Magicians in magnificent costumes and funny hats gathered at the table, and at the end sat the most respected person who attracted the attention of all present. She looked like an old talisman of time, with dry skin and glasses that seemed to be held on her nose by the last thread. A document delicately tied with a thread lays carefully on the table. Scar points out that this is his order and invites him to review it. The man looked from the document to Scar again and again, trying to find answers between them. He was very angry, considering it dishonorable, and thought about whether the matter should be resolved in another way. Scar demanded that they avoid nonsense and get acquainted with the document as soon as possible. The old man jumped up, stunned, not believing that some mediocre knight dared to address him with such audacity. It would seem like a mediocre knight, but his front kick accurately finds its target, striking directly at the old man, showing hidden talents. Scar thought about whether it was worth separating general and personal affairs and asked the old man about it. The old man felt how his face suddenly gained another 15 years. He was reminded that in order to kill a knight, one should appear after completing all tasks. The knight was preparing to meet the enemy at any moment. The document mercilessly remained lying in front of him on the table while the old man writhed in pain, holding his stomach from the unexpected blow. This moment made him rethink his communication with the boy. There was a sharp sound of a hand hitting the table in the room. The old man intended to finish off the thief with his own hands in the near future. Meanwhile, the bedroom in which they stayed was cramped and filled with the unmistakable smell of feet. Dan never closed his eyes, suffering from restlessness in that oppressive atmosphere. If he had guessed the consequences, he would have run immediately without looking. Walker came up behind him and asked how he was sleeping. He noticed that Dan hadn't slept at all, and wondered how Dan planned to stay in a good mood all day. Dan said confidently that he could get over it. For Sam Walker, this night was heavenly because he was used to sleeping in much worse conditions. Someone in the crowd expressed their admiration for what had caught their attention, so they looked around to see who it was. Mustache dreamed of new skills, but the fatigue was so great that he could barely stay on his feet. A hard and busy day lay ahead. They noted that perhaps local officials should stand guard at this place. The man noted that this is usually the case, but in the event that ruins are discovered, when many local people gather, they are replaced by officials on a business trip. Dan saw this as a huge challenge, and Walker supported him because it was a chance for fortune for adventurers. The man noted that the boys had already found a job. After a pause, he explained what exactly the city patrol considered the ideal option for them. The boys were delighted because it sounded extremely exciting. They first set foot on the streets of this city feeling mysterious and thirsty for adventure. The rich variety of people added even more intrigue and brightness to the event. In a world where boy magicians and big men with axes live together, there is a unique atmosphere. Everyone wants to impress and show off their talents. Walker and Dan stopped in the middle of the noisy street, watching the crowd run in different directions, each immersed in his own worries. They saw numerous knights of the Orders of the White Stag, Black Bison, and others. You should not worry, because these scoundrels are quite calm and take care of maintaining order. Dan became interested and began to think about how the management of the ruins actually works. Walker said that after the ruins were found, security was provided by soldiers and knights, and access was closed to outsiders. Dan decided to find out who does the excavations. He found out that archaeologists and court magicians usually do it to assess the value of finds. They are surrounded by knights, while experienced guards, together with treasure hunters, explore the hidden corners of mysterious spaces. After Walker's monologue, Dan thought that these parts were no place for mercenaries and adventurers, but Walker convinced him otherwise. The territory of the ruins is large, but there is not enough for visitors, which complicates a thorough study. Discussing this issue, Dan realized that only adventurers and mercenaries go on additional searches. This confirmed why they were gathering here. It is the employees' duty to find a capable candidate. They were walking down the street when suddenly they witnessed a loud quarrel. Someone was throwing words at the opponent. The two men clung to each other and the crowd eagerly awaited the start of the fight. Walker noted that in any city, there will always be some unpleasant people. He asked Dan to wait while he handled the situation. Walker boldly moved into the thick of events where the battle was boiling. After Walker left, Dan found himself alone and the unknown approached him, wanting to know if he could ask a question. The stranger assumed that Dan could be mistaken for an experienced prospector, and asked when the prospectors would be chosen to explore the ruins. Dan said he did not know, because he had recently arrived. The stranger confidently declared his intention to get this place. He asked Dan to keep him informed if serious excavation began. Dan apologized, finding the situation a little strange. Walker suddenly appeared behind them, interested in who Dan was talking to and what was actually going on here. The stranger, without waiting for Walker, turned sharply and remarked that it was time to leave. Dan was troubled by numerous unsolved questions. Walker was interested in the identity of the visitor. Dan explained that he just wanted to clarify certain information. It seemed strange to Walker why the stranger's face caused a persistent feeling as if he had met him somewhere before. Dan and Walker followed the stranger, pondering the situation. The sun was dipping toward the horizon, bringing an eventful day to a close. Dan and Walker approached the point where each mysterious person gathered the listeners around him and charmed them with his words. The cloaked men wondered if Walker could be the same magical swordsman Thunder, aware of the potential threat. They wondered if the guild master would come if they made a mistake. Shram announced that in this case, the schedule will definitely have to be adapted to the new requirements. He broke the news to his subordinates and colleagues, carefully watching their reactions. Before him stood a goal from which he could not give up. After that, he informed everyone about the upcoming events planned for that night. People believed that this place is the last resting place of the Holy Family. Scar reread the text on the postcard in his hands and could not deny the truth of the words. His men assumed the presence of a hidden secret, but even Scar did not know it. However, he had information that His Majesty emphasized the importance of the burial. They believed that the grave was actually empty. Their ultimate goal remained the magical artifact of the Holy Family legacy known as the Crystal of Miracles. The situation turned out to be difficult, but His Majesty's order left no choice. They studied the map, carefully planning each step. Scar insisted that he must be found by any method and means, regardless of the circumstances. His listeners were captivated by his words and were so devoted to the cause that they would not hesitate to sacrifice their lives for the implementation of the plan. Their determination was not weak. They were willing to do anything for the sake of possessing this stone. Their Highnesses demanded careful execution of their instructions. After hearing Scar's plan, everyone prepared to act with determination and intrigue. Stars like gems still decorated the sky. Mustache thought that with such a busy schedule, they would become the first victims of physical and moral exhaustion. He didn't even expect that his body would be able to withstand the overtime until he returned to the office. It's amazing that an eternity in 15 days flew by as one. After that, he came back and decided it was time to start training. The boys were only worried about the question of where to find a cozy corner for a night's rest and recuperation. Dan felt so tired that he was ready to just fall asleep on the desk if he couldn't find another place to rest. The place was not ideal for sleeping, but the man assured them that here at least you can rest in silence without the constant smell of feet. This place looked like a real paradise for them, promising a sea of peace and exciting adventures. When the man went for the blanket, Whiskers explored every corner and closely watched everything around. He was lost in speculation about Walker's disappearance until Dan informed him that he had decided to spend the night on the way to the ruins. He remembered how he accidentally ran into a colleague from the past with whom he once served together in a respected department of court magicians. Whiskers decided that today nothing will be able to disturb his peaceful sleep. The night continued its endless flow and no one could stop it. The mustache was sleeping sweetly, emitting a real symphony of snoring. The curtains were shaking in the room from the powerful snoring, but Dan slept without noticing anything. It seemed that it did not bother him at all, because his sleep was as deep as the clouds outside the window. An unknown figure towered over Dan, watching him sleep peacefully. It was none other than Dan himself. His clone was sleeping peacefully in the room. He used illusion magic to create a clone so that his absence would not arouse suspicion. Having found himself in this place, he decided to explore the ruins that kept many secrets. He left his room and rushed down the street, directing his steps towards the ruins. His insatiable curiosity about the ruins was so captivating that he hurried there almost at a run. The ruins were located in the city exactly where he cast his gaze. He knew the road perfectly, and this gave him confidence. The city is huge, and orientation in it can be a real test. A group of people gathered in a certain corner of the world. Dan approached, wondering why they were here so late. Kamen, the leader of the group of court magicians, told about an important artifact hidden among these ruins. Dan assumed that everyone was aware of this, but wondered why they were gathered here now. The old man pointed to his friend, whom Dan knew very well. Among the friends who gathered together, Walker stood out, standing next to everyone. Walker apologized for the unexpected appearance, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. He got a document that turned out to be a request from His Majesty to the Adventurers Guild. He noted that the request contains information about one of the artifacts that is probably located here and should be secretly found and preserved. The mage wondered why a high-ranking person in the guild issued a special order specifically for a certain guild of adventurers. Walker then turned his attention to the next important point. In his palm, he tightly clutched an order from General Vladdy sealed with a majestic seal. He made the document available for review, expecting people to understand its content and support the operation under the terms of confidentiality. Walker noted that the court magician had been instructed to remain silent on the matter. The old man held in his hand a paper with a seal that gave the documents special importance. The Emperor's seal was flaunted on the paper and everyone present could see its greatness. People remembered the Emperor's words in horror, their eyes anxiously focused on the old one. Realizing the importance of the documents, The operation had a high level of secrecy because Walker was preparing for something resembling a theft by revealing his plans. In the case of successful completion of the work, everyone's safety will be guaranteed. Walker assured that the promised reward will remain with them forever. When everyone heard this, the feeling of tension grew. Everyone was determined to carry out any instructions full of determination and expectation. The ruins are ornate labyrinths that draw you into their depths, reminiscent of endless mines where time seems to stand still. They have such a huge depth that it seems as if you are looking into a boundless void. To illuminate the space, you need to use a torch or magic, as Dina did. He used magic to illuminate the corridor while carefully examining the surroundings. On the walls hung ancient drawings similar to Egyptian ones, each of which hid encrypted symbols with a special meaning. This caused associations with legends about giants. Dan studied the inscriptions on the walls with enthusiasm, plunging into the mysterious world of symbols. His interest knew no bounds. First of all, he wanted to thoroughly explore the area, which seemed more important than anything else. He released his magic as he touched the ground under his feet, and blue lights instantly engulfed everything around him. Everything around reminded him of the Matrix, showing him the way his magic independently chose the right direction using the skill known as Arachne's threads. Desperately, they hurried on in search of what Dan needed. They plunged deeper and deeper into the dark depths of the cave, feeling its secrets. Dan looked around the endless mine that opened before him like an endless tunnel into the unknown. Thanks to the magic threads, he easily explored the terrain unfolding in front of him. He chose the path of slow immersion into the depths of the unknown. The morning was approaching, and the night was quietly surrendering its positions, yielding to the first rays of the sun. Time seemed to have stopped in anticipation of a new day. The night in the desert impresses with colors that cannot be described without personal observation. Scar with his group bravely stepped on the edge of the cliff and moved forward, full of hope for what he found. Scar wondered about Siren's whereabouts with interest. His people remembered that Siren had decided to go first on his own accord. Scar glanced down at the place below him. Standing on the rock, he looked around and pulled the balaclava over his head. After that, he set out the goal of obtaining the miracle crystal, hidden in the depths of the ruins, and announced the start of the operation. And so he takes the first step, plunging into the maelstrom of the unknown and new opportunities. He confidently moves forward among the ruins, intently looking into the distance, waiting for unexpected discoveries. With each step, his surprise only increases. He doubts that the tomb of the Holy Family is really hidden here. He closes his eyes, remembering a familiar image that appears from the depths of memory. This area awakens a feeling of déjà vu in him. A huge, three-dimensional magic circle appeared in his memories. He moved forward without pausing, confidently overcoming the depths of the cave. He found himself near one of the fascinating places where time stops and every corner hides stories. In front of him rose a majestic door that impressed with its majesty. Is it behind them the mysterious tomb of the last of the Holy Family hidden in the ruins? He was not alone in this cave. A whole group of people followed him. The first traveler navigated the ruins and explained that they once reached a depth of 9-10 floors. Now the depth level is only the 4th floor. In a short time they covered a considerable distance because there was no monster around. There were no monsters because the magical energy dissipated with every step into the depths of the ruins. The old man carefully watched the mage from Rotten join their group, pondering his abilities with some disbelief. It was explained to him that this magician is famous for his achievements. That is why he was invited to work. The man remarked that Kamen was still the same. But Kamen did not agree, because he had already become a manager a long time ago, although everyone still called him his deputy. After a long separation, the old man remembered how long they had not seen each other, and shared rumors that Wahlberg had become a magician, which is why he was sent to Kront. During the journey, their voices intertwined incessantly, like the sounds of chirping birds in a spring meadow. The conversation turned to the reasons for Wahlberg's visit to the ruins. The old man believed that he was looking for clues that would open the way to a new level. He would deny that it was interesting for him, although the real purpose was somewhat different. He lingered with the story about her, as if creating an intrigue around her mysterious presence. Then the old man understood everything without further explanation. Dan stood in front of the door, thoughtfully trying to figure out how to solve this mystery. He thought about how to open this door. It was only his hypothesis, but everything indicated that these ruins served as a magic circle with the purpose of not just a tomb. This explains why in the ruins, magic weakens. The magic circle absorbs energy, supporting itself. There is no other explanation for this phenomenon. He definitely needs to go through this door, and the unknown about the Holy Family's magic activity is worrying. Finally, his hand gently touched the door. He put both hands on the door and started pushing it, hoping that it would open. It was extremely difficult. His hands were trembling, and it became impossible to open them easily. He dared to use his mighty power. He used magical powers to ease the effort of pushing the heavy door. Gathering all his energy into thrusts, he slowly moved his hands away from the door. They opened several centimeters, creating a narrow lumen. Behind the door, the light grew brighter and brighter, and it opened smoothly, as if inviting you to enter something unexpected. The task was difficult, but he found the strength to overcome obstacles and continue his way forward. Thanks to his slender body, he easily slipped into the narrow gap and looked inside, revealing the secrets behind the door. What appeared before his eyes caused him considerable surprise. Knights in strong armor lined up majestically on both sides, and the corridor stretched through a dark and mysterious labyrinth, as if calling for unknown adventures. 12 stone statues of magical golem knights stood guarding the room. It seemed that the device could be activated if it was not through the front entrance. Dan absorbed every detail, and his eyes widened in astonishment. His gaze stopped at the mysterious blue reflections that suddenly appeared in front of him in the light. The giant magic circle that absorbed his powers had impressive dimensions. Above it hung a stone that Scar sought to find. The boy was delighted when he saw a stone that seemed magical to him. Shocked to the core, he noticed something special on the left side that piqued his interest. The cracks on the wall became wider, the stone crackled menacingly, which immediately attracted his attention. He watched as the crack slowly grew, as if something unknown was breaking through to the surface from within. A powerful explosion blew the wall into small particles illuminated by a bright red flame. Everything flew so quickly that it was difficult to notice anything. Suddenly, through the thick fog, the outlines of people appeared. The group punched a hole in the wall, entered, examined and pondered whether this was the burial place of the Holy Family. They felt like they were the only winners, because the others couldn't resist the magic Dan hid behind the column, preparing for the next step. He couldn't figure out how Dane Walker ended up here. They carefully entered the room, considering where exactly the mysterious tomb might be hidden. Behind them, mysterious footsteps were heard, confidently approaching Walker and his companions. Like daggers, they penetrated their backs. But Walker was lucky no steel touched him. It gave him a chance for a new beginning. Turning around, he saw people nearby. Scar's people were deeply grateful that it was because of him that they had found their way to this place. They found the place thanks to key clues, and Scar followed them with his men. His order was merciless. The fighters were to destroy everyone, leaving neither Walker nor the old man alive. Walker decided to create a portal by placing it to his left. He drew his sword and called upon the heavenly spirit. He gathered the lightning in his palm and directed it at the enemies. The mercenaries quickly disappeared from the battlefield, but among them was Scar, whose strength was impressive. With him, I had to engage in a brutal confrontation. Walker carefully watched Scar, realizing that this opponent possessed an incredible power that did not bode well. Walker rushed at the opponent, sword flashing, ready for an exciting battle. Scar wondered if he had swordsmanship skills. Walker believed that every magical thunder swordsman should have these skills. Walker and Scar decided to test their strength in an effort to find out which of them is the real hero. Their spirit of rivalry promised an exciting battle. They don't tire of going into battle, giving their all as if their strength will never run out. The old man took the staff and is shown, revealing the powerful magic hidden in it. The mercenaries scattered one by one like a flock of birds scattered in the air when their path suddenly changed. It always happened in situations like this. The old man urged archaeologists and searchers to leave this place as soon as possible. One of the attackers, raising his sword, resolutely rushed forward with a powerful swing at the old man. His instant reaction formed a barrier that stopped the enemy's attack. The warriors attacked the barrier with their swords, but all their efforts were in vain. The old man fires a layer of fire, knocking enemies back. They turn around and fireballs explode around them, one directly in the chest and the other in the face. It's futile to try to survive. And suddenly another enemy appears behind him and raises his sword, intending to strike at the old one. The blow deals a powerful blow and paralyzes his body. An old magician who was always nearby suddenly appeared and saved the old man. Both were in complete confusion, not understanding where the attackers came from and how the events unfolded. There were more and more opponents. They appeared from everywhere like shadows with the sole purpose of destroying the enemy. It was urgent to get rid of them. The old man hit the ground with all his might, trying to summon magic. He just tried to speak when he suddenly felt his head begin to shake. Blood painted red patterns on his chest. He looked down to find that a stone had cut its way through his body. The old magician considered him a naive fool and reached for his hood to hide his cunning face. His cunning plan consisted of betrayal. He supported Scar and warned the old man to choose his dungeon mates more carefully. The old man was stunned that he had become a victim of fraud. The mage did not hesitate and decided to end the old man. Gathering the magic into a staff, he rushed to the enemy with a determined intention to finish what he had started. A loud explosion filled the space, and the all-powerful magic formed an energetic, powerful layer. Walker realized that the deputy was in danger and turned and rushed to him. The magician was not afraid of the chimney because he killed him meanly from the back. Later, becoming his friend, he showed all his treachery. He began to look around, trying to find someone who could cheer him up. Dan burst out of the dust, interrupting the mage, pointing out that attacking an old wounded man was an undignified act. After that, Dan described the mage as a brute and resolutely stood up for the old man, standing in front of him to protect. The elixir slowly dripped onto the old man's body, penetrating directly into the deep wound on his chest. After that, the wound began to seethe, creating an impressive bubbling effect on the chest. Dan noticed that now the old man had enough strength to hold on for a while longer, and suggested that he rest a little in this place. The old man felt that he had questions about who this boy was and how he ended up here. The boy had a hard time finding answers. Dan noted that the essence of everything lies in the awareness of one fact. Lupin is here. The old man again remembered the name he had heard from Dan Lupin. Behind their backs, a mage suddenly appeared and began to carefully monitor the dialogue. He inquired about the events unfolding again, turning to the young man and the elderly man. The deputy dashed out, gun in hand, and quickly headed toward Dan. His run was interrupted. Someone reminded him that maybe it was time to think about something else. Scar stabbed with a sword, conveying a message: no hurry. His gaze palpable, like the hissing of a snake, defied. He noted that in the end they were destined to meet their end right here. The opponent showed resilience and was ready to demonstrate his superiority without succumbing to provocations. A rivalry erupted between them when their swords clashed in a duel. Shining swords crossed in a fierce battle, straining the atmosphere and showering sparks all around. The blows whizzed past Scar's head, wrapped in the clang of swords. The man struck with his sword at such a speed that Scar barely managed to dodge the attacks. He met his opponent's gaze, realizing that an exciting and intense battle was ahead. In order to defend himself, he struck with a sword deliberately placed by his opponent. The opponent deftly blocked the blows, filling the sword with magic that pulsed along the blade. Being a skilled mage, he is skilled with weapons and used a thunderstorm to strike Scar. Everything around fell under the influence of this attack, revealing his hidden power. He was sure that this attack would be the end for Scar, but what actually happened exceeded all his expectations. He noted how Scar got out of the dust with only light scratches. This emphasized Scar's power and his ability to withstand magical attacks while still maintaining his life. Standing opposite each other, they felt the walls around them begin to vibrate with something unusual and mysterious. Dan clearly felt the tremors and noticed how small fragments of stones began to fall from the ceiling in front of his eyes. No one could have predicted such an unexpected turn of events while remaining in a complete misunderstanding of what was happening. Contemplating the majesty of the stone statues of the knights, Dan suddenly realized what his next step would be. Noticing that the statues vibrated more than the walls, he realized that the sounds were coming from them. The voices of the ancestors echoed around, and the holes in their helmets emitted an ominous red light. They wondered how it was possible to appear on holy land with dirty feet. After that, the knights came to life, and one leg of the first knight began to move. They noticed people, and considered them reckless creatures, deciding to approach with the intention of punishing them. The golden glints and clear eyes of the knights became almost unbearable for the mercenaries, because with every step they took, the fear of the Scar loomed. Opponents mercilessly destroyed every mercenary who stood in their way. The mercenaries tried desperately to block the sword strikes, but their efforts were futile. The knights, like a storm, swept away everyone in their path, showing unbridled fury. Scar and his men stood behind the mercenaries with a worried look and weapons in hand, watching the knights regain their strength. They watched the events with amazement, trying to understand what was happening and who these people were. The mystery was solved thanks to the courage of the knights who suddenly appeared and decisively entered the battle, forcing everyone to understand the true state of affairs. They had to engage in battle due to their experience and incredible strength. The two heroes successfully resisted the blows of the knights' swords. Scar decided that he should first destroy the knights and then return to their personal fight. After that, he swung his sword sharply, aiming a blow directly at the head of one of the knights. A loud clang echoed through the space, accompanying the crack that suddenly appeared on the helmet. This did not destroy the knight, but only ignited even more rage in him. He rushed with his sword at Scar, determined to destroy his enemy. Repelling the attack required an incredible effort from Scar, forcing him to call on all his reserves. Behind him there was a sudden loud explosion, making his heart beat faster and filling the air with a wave of tension and fear. The explosion went off during a battle with one of the knights when all his attention was focused on repelling the ancient warrior's attacks. The knight rushed forward where his fists were to become formidable weapons. Every blow revealed his strength and determination. Scar was on the edge of danger when a knight's fist flew at him, but he was saved by skill. His sword and magic proved to be the best defense. He summoned a thunderstorm to attack the knight, channeling a powerful element that was nearing a decisive end. The stone absorbed the power of the thunderstorm and glowed red, burning to an unprecedented temperature. Later, he flew into the sky, shouted even louder, and that was his end. After the lightning attack ended, the knight fell to the ground exhausted. Scar looked at him, not knowing who this mysterious stranger was, and who was lucky enough to remain alive in the midst of danger. All those who remained alive in the ruins fought a grueling battle with the knight, without rest or a chance to recover. One bespectacled and unarmed man was attacked by two knights at the same time. He saw no other way out than to shout and wave his hands away from these powerful opponents. Dan, suddenly appearing out of nowhere, destroys the head of one of the knights with a powerful blow that resembles the elements. Dan quickly dealt with one attacker, but already on the horizon another appeared with no less sinister intentions, aiming his blow directly at him. The knight swung his heavy sword in a twisting fashion, missing Dan's head by a hair's breadth. Flexibility and foot speed are key to effectively avoiding attacks. The boy leapt 10 meters in a flash, maneuvering so that he was behind the knight. In the destroyer gear attack, he deftly destroys the knight's stone body by jumping on his head. The stone body of the knight froze behind Dan and he finally breathed in the freshness of freedom with relief. He heard a bell behind him and immediately paid attention. Mithril was the name of the stone that suddenly appeared from the middle of the night. Dan dared to try to pick up the stone. Crouching down, he took it in his hand with concentration and began to carefully examine every curve and texture. Only stones remained from the ruins of the night, but they continued to remind the boy that this was not the end. He expressed his gratitude and respect for the Holy Kingdom, recalling its greatness and contribution to the eternity of glorious history. Dan could not find the right words and was left in silence to consider his next course of action. He was extremely intrigued. Was this knight not just a golem? It felt as if he had his own emotions. Perhaps this golem has emotions. His actions cannot be programmed. He seems to have a real soul. Dan reflected that maintaining a high level of magic over the centuries was an extremely difficult task. He wondered if there was even a single soul in the entire world who could actually do this. Some consider it an elusive phantasmagoria, and others know that the Merlin archipelago really exists. Dan said these words thoughtfully when his thoughts were interrupted by the golem hearing and wondering how Dan knew that name. The knight came closer and explained that this was the name of the one who brought them here. Dan hesitated, not knowing whether to start a conversation with the knight or remain silent. Only a tiny wave of uncertainty rippled through him. The knight again asked Dan how he got the knowledge of the name associated with their mission. He was required to be concise and clear in his answers. Is it possible that this is a spell created by Merlin himself? If so, complex magic capable of preserving the soul has protected this place for 1,000 years. While Dan was immersed in his thoughts, he was unexpectedly interrupted by a knight. He noticed the boy's fascination with magic and decided to ask directly about his skills. Dan was on the verge of foreboding, waiting for the question that was about to be asked. He wonders if there is anything Dan can do for their bodies. The boy was extremely surprised and confused. He could not understand what was happening and why the bodies were mentioned. Dan was interested in what this all means. The knight informed him that they had an important mission that they had to fulfill. Dan failed to reveal the secret of the mission because the knight could not reveal its essence so easily. Suddenly, 10 similar, but much larger, appeared behind the knight. They significantly exceeded his size and were armed to the teeth. The knight decided that if the boy overcomes them, he will reveal all the secrets to him. The giant struck the first blow. His sword, the size of a 2-story house, stood out in its majesty. Dan was lucky to miss the blow. Only skill saved him. He managed to retreat just when the threat was momentarily away from him. Dan chose the strongest magic and created a portal nearby. He pulled out the bracelets of excess witches because he couldn't let the ruins collapse. Need to use the blocking magic of the bracelet he recently acquired. The giants hate him so much that they wish for his death and complete destruction. Dan prepares to test all his skills by persistently picking up each step. The young man strikes what is known as a meteor, expertly directing it into the hand holding the weapon, creating a flawless maneuver. The giant stone sword splits in half from the powerful blow. Dan catches part of the sword in the air like a feather and expertly takes it in his hands, ready for the next action. Normal strength was not enough to lift the giant piece, so he used magic to strike the enemy and skillfully cut off the head of his opponent. He swings and the stone blade inexorably approaches him. The young man strained quite a lot trying to cope with the heavy weapon, which showed his exhaustion and concentration. It performed several rotations around its own axis in an effort to give the blow greater force and power. He threw a blade that flew straight towards the giant. A powerful blow made the giant lose his leg. After that, the enemy's stone body crumbled into pieces. Dan managed the first of his enemies. However, this is not the end, as he uses his magic to continue the fight. Magic bullets are flying towards the giants. They need to act urgently or deftly deflect the bullets with swords or be destroyed. Their attempts to dodge proved futile as each shot hit its target. Unheard of speed of flight allows them to penetrate through the bodies of giants. The blow was powerful, and although they were seriously injured, the attack failed to kill them. They are still able to move and strike with their swords, showing incredible skill and agility. One of them caught the boy and Dan fell. The weight prevented him from getting up. The giant's leg crushed him and stepped directly on his body. The giant suddenly raises his leg, although he could easily step on it. This caused quite a surprise among everyone around. Dan looks calm on the outside, but a completely different story unfolds in his imagination. He watched as the giant's foot seemed to flow towards him with incredible speed. The giant was preparing for an even more powerful blow. Monsters have acquired dangerous aggression, lost control over their power, and this makes them extremely dangerous. It was this careless movement of the foot that left behind the broken stones that witnessed the unexpected scale of chaos. The knight looks forward intently, hoping not to see the terrible picture that struck his suspicions. However, when he lifts his leg, only fragments of stones are revealed under it. The young man had already appeared behind him, wondering why they were playing without rules. Dan no longer plans to hold back his magic, indifferent to the fate of the ruins. After removing the bracelet, his body ignited with magic. Dan noted that now his attention will be sharpened to the maximum. He's never been seen so angry as he was, nearly crushed by a giant's foot, and now he's charging at the stone monsters with all his fury. He deftly defeats the giants by turning them into piles of stones. They scatter, turning into a chaotic pile of stones. Everyone is forced to leave the place of the attack because it has become impossible to live there. Dan is overcome with anger. The man faced difficult challenges trying to escape from the line of fire, but straining his strength, he was able to escape. He looks intently in front of him, because there are two knights standing there, whom he now has to defeat in a duel. He has never run away from the battlefield, and now he is not going to. He keeps his hat neatly so that it does not blow away in the wind. His willingness to fight knows no bounds even in his hat, and with an enchanted sword he is ready to meet them all. Thunderous Tatrov is able to summon a bird that, like a fiery flash, rushes at the enemy, flying straight from the sword. Its red shade radiates tremendous power. She was heading towards the knight, who was amazed and looked at what was happening in disbelief. Her power is felt in the hollow cry that spreads through the cave. It is difficult for the knights to defeat her even by striking. The knight flashes his weapon as he stands in front of Dan as he prepares for battle. He managed to dodge the bird and immediately rushed forward, preparing to strike a decisive blow. A sword strike on the ground next to Dan creates a powerful wave that knocks him back. Dan immediately retreats, realizing the grave danger that hangs over his life. He must find a way to face these four knights who come with swords. Just don't give up. The place where he was recently is now enveloped by loud explosions. Four knights gathered at the place of the attack, lowered their swords to one point, and watched carefully. They saw how the man was knocked off his feet and his hat rolled to the side. He lay motionless, as if dead. The knights thought that he was no longer among the living. Everyone decided to change direction and went in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, a mysterious light suddenly began to appear behind them. The man stood up without his hat, his body glowing with chakra, enveloping him in a mystical glow. He masterfully merged with the sword, demonstrating impressive control over the power that flowed through him, as if it were an integral part of his being. His eyes glowed with a red light, and his mouth spat out orders of thunderous storms that called for an attack. The knights are puzzled because they feel that their era has come to an end and do not know where to direct their courage and skills. Their bodies heat up to temperatures over 1,000,000 degrees, and a bright light is emitted from the slits in the masks. Their bodies are engulfed in fire, pierced by terrible screams coming from inside. The probability of survival is close to 0. The blow gained insane power, and the man, having completed the attack, mercilessly left the knights burning in the flames. Tirelessly stepping forward, he knew that the last challenge was still ahead. Scar was waiting for him, hiding behind the knights as if behind a shield. Scar stood stunned, as if an unknown theater unfolded in front of him, where his opponent suddenly turned into something unrecognizable. Scar looked at the man who had changed beyond recognition, and thought about how he overcame the magic wall and became stronger. The knights steadily disappeared, leaving the field one after the other like shadows. They had no chance of survival, except to remain a soulless pile of stone. Dan demonstrated his skill by jumping from place to place and mercilessly destroying the enemy. The giants could not keep up with his lightning speed and fell like dominoes. In addition to speed, he finally used his ancient, carefully honed magic. The magic of Dragon Breath is 100 times stronger than the previous one, capable of killing 1,000 giants at once. But he chose one enemy for her. A single attack was so powerful that each giant's head was blown to pieces, leaving only piles of stone as a reminder of their existence. He deftly deflected the attacks, unceasingly delivering blow after blow to the enemies. Dan did not even imagine that he could become a victim of an attack. There was no reason for doubt because he felt invulnerable, especially when using his most powerful attacks. He heard the knight with whom he spoke earlier express his worries about the possible resolution of the situation. Dan stopped abruptly, realizing that he would not be able to complete his mission after losing part of his stone body. The guy was quite intrigued by the essence of the mission, so he decided to learn more from the knight. The knight shared the secret of their mission to prevent the resurrection of the Demon King. Dan said that the Demon King had already returned and won. The knight expressed his disbelief and said that it was impossible. Dan decided to stop the conversation and created magic in his hand. He believed that with this he could free the knight's soul. The knight asked to give him a little more time to complete the last mission, begged to save his life. He realized that the attack was inevitable, and his words could not change the course of events. The stone clattered to the ground, leaving behind a distinct trail for several meters. The boy felt restless, so he carefully examined everything around him, trying to understand what exactly was disturbing his inner peace. Suddenly, a loud cackle was heard behind him, and the unknown man happily hit his trap, claiming that he was holding him in his hands. The old magician waited patiently, clutching a stone in his hands. He mocked everyone around him, considering the mercenaries to be pitiful and stupid. Dan rushed at full speed to the old man, begging to avoid contact with the mysterious stone. This fool ignored the words of the young man, persistently believed in his own rightness, and only added fuel to the fire with his uninvited presence. His hands slowly approached the stone. He managed to grab it. The energy emanating from the stone was so powerful that the old man lost his balance. His body was pulled into an uncontrolled dance, and a scream escaped from his mouth. Dan leaned against the wall with incredible speed, trying to avoid the dangerous energy. The stones on the ceiling decided to start their own symphony of COD. With every moment, the cracks widened and deepened. They were getting closer and closer to the boy, ready to grab his leg. He looked around, realizing that the threat of imminent disaster was looming. Dan urged everyone around to leave the place immediately, warning of the imminent collapse of the ruins. In a moment, giant stones began to fall from the ceiling with a roar, clattering to the floor next to Scar. The curse gripped them tightly, and escaping from this captivity seemed an almost impossible task. The man was running, carefully dodging the stones that were falling from above. One wrong step, and his journey could end forever. Lost among the ruins after a fierce battle, they felt how difficult it was to run away after exhausting their last strength. The deputy was sitting under the wall, breathing hard, but there were no wounds left on his chest. Dan healed him. Stones showered him, and getting to him seemed an almost impossible task. A huge pile of stones covered his body, leaving him under the rubble. Another man tried to help him, trying to get through the stone barrier, Behind him, the stones continued to fall, creating a continuous noise. As he was leaving, he couldn't help but keep turning back, hoping to catch the deputy's last glance. The stones fell with increasing force and intensity. The boys hurried with all their might to save their lives, trying to avoid the huge fragments of stones. Falling stones hit each other and flew in all directions, turning into dangerous traps. Later, the whole house began to shake and its walls slowly collapsed, falling inward. Under the clear night sky, only ruins remain, which have been silently watching the stars twinkling above them for many years. Some people barely had time to run out into the street to save their lives. Many could not escape even when they were in the open because they were pelted with stones. All present were found unconscious. Dust was rising from the stones that were flying in the air. The substitute ended up on the surface not by the will of nature, but by the intervention of external forces. Dan showed heroism by rescuing the old man and pulling him out from under the rubble. Dan even thought that he could find his end in such an atmosphere. He quickly glanced to the right and immediately came across 2 dead mercenaries lying motionless on the ground. He noticed the bodies of people who were barely breathing after experiencing this horror. One can only imagine what incredible events and adventures unfolded in this place. He decided to pretend that nothing had happened, and with the help of magic went away from the place of recent events. Here he was already in the very center of the city. Sitting on the roof under the moonlight, he thought about recent events, staring intently at the object in his hands. It was the same stone that he managed to take, and fortunately it did not fall into the wrong hands. The dark magician remained dead. The symbol of the Zerka family, which Dan once learned from the wise elder Mirfa, is visible on the stone. All the circumstances were such that luck found this precious treasure for him. Walking down the street in a nightgown, a man noticed a glow from a stone on the roof and wondered who could be there. He dreamed of a mysterious ray of light. Dan suddenly appears behind me in a nightgown and asks why Katya is still awake. The man said that he only wanted to go to the toilet for a short time. Dan wished him luck and emphasized caution due to the large number of insects. Mustache showed clear dissatisfaction with his business trip. The place that surrounded him annoyed him to the limit. He could not stand this place. It caused him immense irritation. Meanwhile, on the dark side, the master talked about the importance of being careful in every step. Scar, standing behind, listened carefully to everything, admitting that he had to report, but the head did not appear for that. The Scar did reveal the secret of who stole the magic stone. The man was filled with interest and wanted to know more details about it. He noted that when the ruins collapsed, he was just on his way to the place to pick up a stone. At that moment, another appeared capable of mastering the art of sealing magic. The masked boy grabbed the stone and sealed it in a magic box. Scar watched it speechless, mesmerized by the actions of the stranger. The 2 weeks before the collapse of Rotten's ancient ruins in the demon realm approached with ominous foreboding. In the middle of the red surroundings bathed in bloody light, a powerful explosion suddenly thundered. Monster crawlers with huge clicks with red eyes and pumped-up paws exploded in anger. He destroyed enemies with enviable skill, striking one after another. The incredible pressure from numerous monsters covered him with a wave of adrenaline. As soon as he turned back, he noticed that one of the rabbits was rapidly approaching him. Their signature moves include a paw swing and an overhead kick. Once when trying to overhead kick a guy, he narrowly avoided contact with a nimble bounce. Their annoying screams often drove opponents crazy. In order to avoid blows, the boy expertly used a backflip to deftly evade danger. The battle was becoming more difficult, and he realized the need to act decisively against these monsters. He decided to move on in order to use the sword to prove to the 2 monsters who is the real master in these parts. Soon they fell to the ground and lay motionless, having stopped flapping their ears. A bunch of people gathered, and among them was a grandmother, who remarked that everything is completely different now than when she first arrived here. The guy firmly believed in the presence of great goals, which he told her about. She thought that he was pretending to be modest. No matter what, the number of demonic beasts grew rapidly. Once upon a time, when grandmother came here, there were many times less of them. We can only assume what happened and whether there is some tragedy behind it. They were focused on the place where the Doomstone was undoubtedly hiding, determined to find it. On the horizon, they could see the coming clash. Behind the young man, numerous red eyes appeared in the darkness, looking out from behind a pile of burnt branches, like mysterious watchmen of the night. Their approach was accompanied by a powerful growl that was already sounding closer and closer. At that moment, it did not occur to her that they would seek help in the archipelago. Meanwhile, not in conditions of fire but under the soft glow of the sun in a cozy house, On the projector, many angry creatures were shown, each of them roaring, creating an atmosphere of chaos and tension. Their huge calls stood out against the general view, attracting attention with their power and significance. All the highest officials gathered at the table and closely watched the projection that displayed the image of these monsters. They couldn't understand what was happening. They had never seen so many demonic beasts in the demon realm before. One of the attendees intervened in the conversation and noted that ancient manuscripts already mentioned similar raids in the past. During the reign of the first demon king, the world first faced the invasion of demonic beasts. It was only 10 years after his defeat that the threat returned again. He noted that this already happened 70 years ago, and the last time it happened 10 years ago. Uncle Vladi was surprised how the situation could change so much because even 10 years ago, everything seemed much less serious. He was interested in the cause of the current commotion. The other, curled up over the documents, asked to wait, showing that he was looking for answers. He finally found the same piece of paper he had been looking for so persistently and confidently reached for it with his hand. He offered to take a closer look at the recording, carefully placing it under the projector that occupied an honorable place on the table. The document has been scanned, and the image is about to appear on the screen. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. They came across an image of a giant stone monster, resembling a turtle with a mountain instead of its shell. The sun shone on the horizon, and the event smoothly moved to another corner of the country, promising new adventures and surprises. The deep ruins stood as eyewitnesses to the events, and people actively participated in digging through the wreckage trying to find something valuable or memorable. The builders energetically moved with the materials, joining forces because the volume of tasks was huge, and time did not wait. For a long time, Vusach could not understand why this place is called ruins. However, from now on, the past appeared before him in all its obviousness and the greatness of decay. In the end, this turned out to be an advantage, because the collapse of the ruins allowed them to return home faster. They dreamed of returning today, discussing it with enthusiasm, when suddenly an unknown man appeared in front of them. Observing the dismantling of the ruins, he looked carefully, hoping to see the return of lost times. Dan approached him with regret that this happened, noting how much he hoped to feel the magic of the Holy Family. Dan could see the sorrow tearing through his companion, marking every shade of emotion on his face. Yesterday, he overcame the magic barrier, but his magic is still not under control as it is still leaking. Suddenly, they were asked if this servant had arrived accompanied by a man. After yesterday's battle, Komen ended up in a wheelchair. They started the conversation with greetings and discussing health. Kamin noted that although he is already old, his health is stable at the moment. They were satisfied with the meeting, because the excavation was led by a well-known chimney. Dan had never seen him before and didn't know who he was, but he noticed a man who was sick under the rubble. He suspected that the chimney was accompanying them to the Kront Guild under the guise of a waiver, while in fact he had come to investigate. Dan found himself in a vortex of thoughts, trying to understand what he really wanted. He looked intently at everyone, trying to solve the numerous riddles that arose nearby. It seemed to him that this chimney could be the mysterious person who asked him for cooperation. So let's delve into the events that lie ahead. The man noted that the case concerning the historical monument has now been successfully completed. Their business trip was coming to an end, and with the prospect of returning home again, Dan looked forward to starting the meeting. The man with a heavy heart left the letter on the table. The office sent a new order that left him no choice. He made it clear with gestures that they should first pay attention to him, after which he handed the object to the boys with one hand. Dan began by carefully removing the letter from the envelope, curious about the contents. The man explained that from now on, they became reserve officers of a special unit of the Guild of Adventurers who will go to the demon realm. Dan wondered about the mysterious reserve forces, and Mustache was left in complete misunderstanding of what he heard. They were confused, not knowing where to go. The man only pointed out that their path lies in the realm of demons. Silence engulfed them, absorbing them into a whirlpool of thoughts. He thought about what was happening around him. It looks as if they are carried as easily as if they are just walking. The demon realm impresses with a fiery atmosphere that reigns here forever. The world is full of monsters and dangerous creatures where danger can be waiting for you at every step. A variety of creatures from creepy demonic monsters to demons themselves, whose appearance and power strike fear into hearts. A moment later, one daredevil is already in the center of events. He scatters his opponents in all directions like a storm, leaving them no chance. The leader of the village of Crows, Dumpston Blade, is the one who fights the monsters. He knows that a meeting with Dan is possible, but not at all desirable. He masterfully dealt with each creature as if he did not notice them, effortlessly splitting them in half with his sword. It sends magical energy straight into the hearts of monsters, creating explosive attacks. All that remains of the demonic beasts are their heads resting on the burning ground. The man looked intently to the side and caught a glimpse of something alive. Creepy sounds that belonged to another demon came from there. 4 giant monsters grew up behind him. The leader had to immediately face them and find a solution. No matter how much you destroy them, there is no end to them. But the man can only try again because he has no other choice. He challenges which of them will be seen alive at the end and resolutely rushes into battle with a sword. Meanwhile, in Beraheim, the street is quiet at night. The station is empty of not a single living soul, and you can't even hear the sound of a nearby train. The hand offers a glass of warm water, expecting a reaction. The man felt disappointed. The boys could have gone home, but now they were off to the demon realm. Dan realized it was part of their job, too. Dan asked Walker if he was planning to return because now there is such an opportunity. Walker replied that he had been ordered to go to the demon realm. He said that this time the participants will be exclusively adventurers from the demon lands and the archipelago. The head of the guild personally leads the army, and the platinum adventurers become his closest advisors. The train was approaching, echoing, with the loud clatter of iron wheels that thundered along the rails. Their team was already waiting on the platform. The man reminded them to prepare because it was their last chance to board the last train. The military order allowed the use of trains at any time, which created a pleasant freedom of action and movement. The place of Veranda fascinates with its location, surrounded by majestic mountains. Uncle Vladi, standing the highest of all, recognized everyone's efforts. He called for immediate rest in order to prepare for new tasks. The girl asked her uncle if there were any tasks to complete. Their task was only to stay on the archipelago. However, the uncle found an excuse, noting that additional help would always come in handy. One of the guards congratulated Vladi, but his interest was focused on the location of General William, who was found in the control room. A shield symbolizing belonging to the clan proudly hung on each tent. A young man with a white suit and hair was holding a notebook with documents when his uncle noticed that his face had turned pale since the last meeting. He assured that there was no need to worry because the changes would soon affect the uncle as well. He noted that it would be difficult for him, without Uncle Vladi's support, because this world is not an easy space. At that time, Mrs. Murpha and the boy's older brother fought off the demons heroically, and Dumpston went into the depths of the demon realm to destroy the threat. The guy openly dreamed of how General Dumpston would deal with a giant turtle, although he had no idea how complicated things would become. Dumpston is a person guided by intuition, Uncle Vladi assured, and it is better to just trust him. His brother's intuition had long been a prophecy. The boy thought about Uncle Vladi's hints, and the uncle noted that no one knows for sure whether the demon realm is more dangerous than a giant turtle. At first, they decided to wait for the one in the heart of the demonic realm to contact himself. Meanwhile, the boys continued forward and finally reached the Asterium. The streets were bustling with traffic, workers scurrying around with boards, busily engaged in various activities. The population of the city was huge, and the streets were full of crowds that rushed like a living stream. On one of the streets, their team Dan and 3 of his friends appeared. It was an exciting adventure that awaited them ahead. They noticed a huge crowd, but the man noted that it was natural for such a densely populated city. Asterium is a border city that serves as a kind of shield for Verant. A guy and a girl from the civil service department suddenly appeared and said that there was a lot of work ahead. Dan was surprised to recognize a guy named Dimuo. He took out a chocolate bar and noted that they must have become hungry after the journey from Rotten. Therefore, he offered to refresh himself with this sweet treat. The woman's hands firmly grabbed his ear, forcing the boy to scream to the whole district. The girl made him understand that in case of repeated theft of supplies, he would not escape punishment. The guy often gave the children chocolates, which annoyed the girl a lot. Dan stood stunned, watching the incredible scene in front of him. The man announced an important meeting with the head of the guild, deciding to go forward. Dan offered to join them, but the man adjusted his hat, apologized, and said that the head was waiting for him as soon as possible. Magic began to envelop him. His last thought was that they would definitely meet again. Everything shone even more powerfully, and instantly, he disappeared without a trace. Dan just had time to notice how he was speeding along the roof of the building. The guy was surprised to find out with whom and where he went and what was the purpose of this trip, because everything seemed mysterious to him. In the Asterium's Adventurers Division, Everyone was hotly discussing Walker, trying to figure out the exact time of his arrival. A bald man and Rosalys's father, gathered at the table. And the third guest remarked that under favorable conditions he should already be at the station. The bold owner of the Platinum Ruins believed that a true adventurer should be friendly and well-mannered. He often addressed Miss Pittison with this opinion. She noticed that the apostate monk looked disappointed. He quietly lowered his head and expressed his desire to be called by his name. They ignited a dispute over the name because she thought that the nickname Peterson Rosalys sounded rude. Outraged, she asked not to be called that way again. The girl's father inquired about the state of affairs and received an explanation that the Raven is surrounded by an iron wall, and knights-in-waiting and demonic beasts are fighting on the front lines. The man heard that everyone was doing well and continued to enjoy the tea. In this room where they were talking, a powerful chakra suddenly appeared. At first it seemed to her as if a hurricane was approaching, but in a moment the explosion shook everything and a bright light blinded all around. Walker came out from under the light. He believed that he appeared like a glorious hero, creating a real extravaganza around him. Everyone urged him to take his place, alluding to his respectable age, and indicated to him the place of the elder. He was greeted joyfully, and he was pleased to see everyone. Everyone has already gathered, so it's time to start the meeting. The temporary barracks served as housing for the employees of their department, creating an atmosphere of shared existence and unique experiences. The room was a real delight. Even Vusak was pleasantly surprised and happy that she made an impression. The woman handed over the key to Dan, noting that his room was number 305. The military used to stay there, so it is necessary to check everything carefully. She said that the control center is located on the first floor. The Asterium department informed that they will stay here temporarily and then visit together. Mustache imagined that he would spend the night in a tent again and shared this with Dan. However, Dan reassured him because they would sleep in comfortable beds, which suited them perfectly. Walking down the corridor, they felt an unknown silhouette silently watching them from behind. The young man apologetically asked whether his interlocutor was Dan. Dan suddenly turned around and was surprised to meet the gaze of a person whose presence in this place was completely unexpected for him. A fox stood in front of him, holding a sword in a scabbard with one paw, as if ready for adventure. The birds, as if embracing the world with their wings, flew over the place, soaking in the rays of the sun that fell when it went behind the clouds. The sunset mesmerized with its beauty, forcing the heart to absorb the charm of the place in an instant. There were not only well-wishers at the event, someone harbored dark intentions. The Zodiac team remained undecided about the culprit of the incident but suspected that Libra and Scorpio could be behind it. Although the relationship between them was not strained, the girl was filled with doubts. She did not feel confident. This mysterious figure in the mask of a bull was amazed that the events unfolded in this way. Meanwhile, in the depths of the demonic realm, all life is engulfed in fire, destroying any traces of life. The trees turned into dry branches, losing their right to life, as if under the spell of winter. As soon as the foot stepped on this ground, the cloak spread out with a huge wing near the boot, striking with its impressive size. It is not known how, but the object moved regardless of external intervention. He was a shooter whose achievements remained a mystery to everyone. Lise wondered how Dan ended up here, thinking that he was sent on a business trip to Rotten. Dan also thought about this question. He approached him curiously, wondering why Fox Vaughn decided to appear in this place. He noted that the country is in danger and decided to stay to help it. The fox reached into his shirt to pull out what was mysteriously hanging on a string around his neck. He took out a pendant with the inscription that he was a volunteer. The restless fox chose the path of a volunteer. His stay here clearly defined his role in the reserve military forces. Dan wondered where the fox had applied, whether to the School of Knights or somewhere else. The fox said that he had registered in the Adventurers Guild and moved here to be accepted. Although he even passed the registration, the situation was more complicated. Lise said that a program dedicated to the Guild of Adventurers is planned for the next semester. He shared with his sister his worries about the exhibition and remarked that he really needed to get home. Dan has always thought of himself as a bad liar, but now the role is played perfectly. He knew if it wasn't for this little lie, he wouldn't be allowed anywhere. Rosalys approached them and asked Dan about his impressions of his business trip. She felt strong nostalgia, which Dan could not understand because the separation lasted only a week. She ran up and hugged him by the neck, trying to suffocate her with her tenderness, and teased whether he was happy to see her. He barely broke free from her strong embrace, but her gaze immediately stopped at Lisa, who was sitting at the table across from her. He first said hello, and she asked if they knew each other. Liz clarified that Dan was his friend, and they shared accommodation together in the same boarding house. Dan was interested in how she recognized him. She said that she had watched him at a martial arts competition. It was she who gave him the best recommendation. She noted that after the battle they needed patriotic comrades with potential. It was a nice compliment for him, and he expressed his gratitude. The fox approached her carefully, saying in her ear that he was going to tell Alice everything and warned her to prepare. Events raged in the demonic realm, hotter than any fire. It seemed that the very air vibrated with the tension that gripped the domain. Countless dead monsters were scattered on the floor. Who caused this sad scene? The leader impressed with his exploits, overcoming a mountain of monsters. His sword crushed orcs, goblins, and creatures that did not even have a name. At the top of the mountain of monsters, he felt invincible because he was the one who defeated everyone. A woman appeared behind him, and even she was stunned when she saw that he had damaged the priceless catalyst. He had a sure premonition of her return, so he waited patiently. They directed their eyes in the direction where, in their opinion, the source of extraordinary magical energy was hidden. They did not look away. The woman always had intuition, but the leader surprised her with his mysteriousness. Regardless of the circumstances, the ending was successful because such animals near the border of the Empire could become a real headache. This would cause numerous problems. Meanwhile, in the place where Dan was, corn soup with rye bread stood out on the table. The constant military rations that were repeated in every camp. Dan ate his lunch so long that the man standing behind him started to feel really worried. With a friendly nudge, he encouraged him to hasten his lunch, considering the difficult day that awaited them ahead. In front of them stretched an endless corridor on both sides of which rose shelves filled with all kinds of things. Dan finished checking the goods and found that there were no problems. Dan wondered what would happen next, and wondered if they would just continue to manage stocks. He was told that it was likely. The man said that in the event of a transfer they would be sent to Voron and later back. Dan hesitated and assumed that they would be sent to the front line. The man remained in the dark, but felt that if the leader personally moved to the demon realm, then this could also apply to them. The probability of their return seems small, because hardly anyone wants to accept the incompetent office worker that they have become. Meanwhile, in the demonic realm, the number of monsters grew every day as if new horrors were growing from the ground. They directed their steps to the majestic city where numerous archers were waiting on its impregnable walls ready for action. They had to protect the fortress by not allowing the demonic beasts to get inside. They pulled the bowstring on the bow and released arrows that hit the monsters precisely. Their chests and faces were pierced, and although some monsters fell immediately, others stubbornly continued to rush forward. Having released numerous arrows, the archers focused on their targets. They carefully chose their target and accurately shot arrows, dreaming of defeating everyone around them. Behind the walls of the fortress there was a powerful roar, and monsters fell like a ruined tower of sand. The boy climbed the wall, fascinated by the sight of many monsters. Uncle Vladdy suddenly came up from behind and wondered why they visited so often. This day is already the third attack, and in a week there were 22 of them. All the camps in the demon realm should have retreated a long time ago. Much depends on the presence of the fortress. Uncle Vladdy inquired about the well-being of Meg and Lancelot, and they assured that everything is fine. They are in the best shape. The uncle noted that it was excellent, stretched out his hand to the sword, and asked everyone if they were ready to put the rest in the heat of action. They were determined, and as a single unit rapidly began to descend from the wall, preparing for a fierce battle. The first swing of the uncle's sword struck no less than lightning flashed in front of the monsters' faces. A young warrior with a sword rushed at the monsters, determined to destroy them. The second young man, a little older, with a mysterious mark on his forehead, also grabbed his sword and prepared to fight until his last breath. From the fortress, you can see how the dust rises and the monsters fly away from the blows of these deadly three swords. The guy tried to restrain everyone in the formation, but no one listened to him and the rest went into battle. The boy realized why people from Voronov do not know how to act. They fearlessly fight monsters, although this is not always effective. At that time, in the Asterium, the water roared against the fence that surrounded this mysterious place. Dan and the young man leisurely walked down the street, deep in conversation, caressing the pavement tiles with their clear steps. Dan hesitated a little if he should go to Vorant, but the boy reminded him that, because of his arrival yesterday, he missed important explanations. The guy shared that the Imperial Army plans to replenish its main reserves in Asterius. In the realm of demons, General Vladi is fighting a fierce battle on the front lines, where only his troops can hold back the onslaught of monsters. Dan instantly realized that his uncle was on the front line. The man assured that the Red Dragon Knights, under the leadership of General Orfina, are in charge of the main forces, and units 13, 21, and 23 will provide heavy support. Although it will take some time, Dan speculated that the second unit was protecting the archipelago and expressed doubt about its relocation. He noted that one unit was controlled by the imperial family. This question is relevant only for their work, so there is no point in thinking about it. They knew that they just needed to focus on fulfilling their duties without being distracted by unnecessary things. The man was happy to meet everyone and introduced himself as a humble servant of the great god of the Platinum Ruins. He sincerely expressed his gratitude to numerous guests, highly appreciating their time and efforts, finding a moment to visit despite his busy schedule. While traveling on the road, Dan came across stories about the adventurer Ruin. He is called the Apostate Priest. He travels the Empire from east to west and even causes trouble in the guild with his constant movements. Another man spoke next and said that during this meeting they would explain the future policy. Dan was sitting next to a girl who was wondering if he knew that Rogelin had organized today's event. By the way, Dan received a new task to take over the duties of the secretary. First, they explained to the boys that they should familiarize themselves with the third page of the materials. Dan quickly started flipping through the notebook. Opening the third page, he came across a map with a river and a mysterious green marking. Demonic beasts scattered in hundreds marched south, forcing the soldiers to retreat to Voront. It was clear from the map. The boy realized that this city is considered the last shield for a reason. The teacher began a story about the strategy that will be followed when General Orfina's troops arrive in Asterium. He explained that they were going to join the main force to go to Voront. The students panicked because the sudden test was a surprise and caused a feeling of unpreparedness. The voice that rang out attracted everyone's attention with its exciting address to the brothers and sisters. This man emphasized the courage of those who defend the country despite the danger, and admitted that even as a priest, he was deeply moved. Tears flowed down his cheeks. He decided to sacrifice himself to protect all those who are overflowing with the ideals of justice. He constantly turned to the Lord with a prayer for protection for all his students, and everyone heard his words. Everyone who witnessed this was amazed, because what was happening was really unusual. One of the students jumped up, and his call to fight for the country ignited the fire of patriotism in everyone. No student felt fear anymore because everyone believed that the divine power would protect them, and was ready to fight to the end. All the students raised their hands and boldly declared their readiness to defend. Only Dan remained calm, without any emotion on his face. After that, he smiled a little, wondering what was really happening there. Meanwhile, the space was filled with polyphonic echoes of the crowd. Their number was as impressive as countless ants occupying both sides of the road. The symphonists masterfully performed their works on various instruments, adding energy and harmony to each note. Everyone held their breath as they stood motionless near the gate full of foreboding. The large ancient gates slowly opened, as if inviting into the mysterious world that hid behind them. The appearance of knights on dinosaurs in shiny armor brought the crowd into ecstasy. People applauded and welcomed this unusual picture. On one of the stunning seats sat a girl whose appearance shone in the most beautiful golden outfit. Her special beauty, accentuated by unique features, only enhanced her charm. They walked the red carpet to the wild applause of the enthusiastic crowd. They tirelessly stepped forward, plunging into the unknown. The girl was infinitely interested in something, forcing her to decisively turn her head to the left. She noticed a man whose image seemed familiar. The knight who was walking behind asked what happened. She convincingly answered that everything was fine with her. She even added that everything was just fine. An irresistible feeling of persecution constantly accompanied her. It seemed to her that she heard something, and, refusing the knight's offer to investigate, decided to leave it as a guess. Dan, captivated by the movement of the crowd, watched her artistic performance without taking his eyes off it. The performance ended, and the city plunged into the darkness of the night. In a cozy courtyard amidst the urban mosaic, Lys and Roslis honed their skills by learning fresh tactics. During the training, it became obvious to her that his strength had increased significantly compared to what he was before. He believed that he was still far from perfection, and trained relentlessly. Similarly, the girl remained extremely modest. The girl easily joked that she could knock out her opponent with one move, and unexpectedly gave him a full blow to the chest. He grabbed his throat, feeling the heaviness of breathing grow in his chest after a powerful blow from her side. Dan quietly came up behind her and reminded her that their journey to Varant would soon begin. He advised her to get some rest before the road. She assured that everything is normal and there is no need to worry. The fight became an easy warm-up for her. The fox nearby coughed, repeating her words. He was worried and asked her not to overexert herself. Suddenly, in her hands was a bag that Dan threw to her. She enthusiastically began to open it, trying to find out what secrets were hidden inside. Dan created a device that restores physical strength, but to activate it must first be placed in water. First, it was necessary to immerse it in water and then boldly taste it. The boys squirmed from the bitterness, grimaced from the taste, barely tolerating it. A familiar laugh came from the side, and it immediately became clear who it was. He noticed that everyone was getting along well. He was fascinated by how his daughter energetically trains and finds a common language with her peers. Dan raised his hand to his temple as a sign of greeting, but the man assured that formalities are unnecessary here, since this place has an informal character. The man handed the box to the boy, hinting that he should start with it. Dan opened the box with interest. The mystery inside intrigued him. There were two beautiful things that looked like letters. The man came up and said that if they were in the main office, he would organize the awards. In the current situation, he hopes for understanding. He chose one of the badges and carefully attached it to Dan's jacket, adding a unique detail to his look. A smile instantly flashed on Dan's face, filling the atmosphere with pleasant warmth. Lise and Rosalis were standing in the yard when a familiar voice came to them, reminding them how long it had been since they had seen Rosalis. They turned and saw a girl who noticed that someone's muscles had become stronger. A conversation started between Rosalis and the aunt. Rosalis still saw the same aunt in her, although she did not feel herself in this role, but she explained that it was necessary. The long-awaited meeting turned into a kind of fight. Both of them could not believe that they had met again. Dan and her father watched in silence. The man urged not to worry, explaining that the two were only expressing their feelings in this way. The fox came up, greeted, shook hands with the man, who immediately recognized him as the one who once fought with Rosalis. The fox carefully put his paw on the interlocutor's shoulder, filling the moment with silence and understanding. The man noted that they will definitely meet again. He left, leaving everyone alone. Dan stared at his trail for a long time. The man moved further and further away, and the fox watched him with bated breath. It was discussed in the house that the current schedule was the worst of all possible. They gathered at the table trying to resolve important issues. But the man's anxiety did not leave him. There was a question of when this turtle would reach the Empire. William calculated that it would happen tomorrow around midnight. The man explained that the Red Dragon Knights and the Battle Magic Corps would go with her. The captain of the 4th unit attacks the demonic beast in the demon realm, leading his subordinates to new victories. They sought to radically change the vector of attack, turning failure into advantage. He realized that reality does not paint such sunny prospects for victory. Everyone present in the room had the same understanding of the situation. However, the man was fascinated by the idea of gaining as much time as possible. This drove him to rage because he was risking his own life. After the conversation ended, both of them understood everything completely. Meanwhile, the Asterium captivated with its majesty, and events unfolded in it non-stop. Many knights stood near the fortress. Their ranks formed an impenetrable wall. They stood in a row, attentively listening to the girl who spoke to their hearts. She reminded them of their role as glorious soldiers of the Empire, informing them that tonight their path leads to the front line of the demon realm. Listening carefully, they imagined this gloomy place filled with screams and suffering where their lives were never safe. However, for the sake of the safety of the Empire and their relatives, they are obliged to stop the monsters. The girl announced with courage in her voice that this day they would pass through the gates of hell to end the war. She raised their fighting spirit by urging them to fight to the death for the defense of the Empire. Everyone was delighted, raised their hands and shouted. Dan, in a tuxedo, stood among the knights in shining armor. He stood attentively catching every nuance in the girl's words. In the very core of the demonic heart, an event unfolded that could surprise even the bravest mind. The green deer is galloping and the young man is holding fast, feeling the magical power of the deer under him. The deer is capable of incredible speed, performs an important mission of transporting people, graceful in every movement. The young man relentlessly moved forward, always one step ahead, opening new horizons and events for himself. Uncle Vladi tried his best to destroy the monsters by deftly scattering them and driving his sword into their bodies with precision. The two of them go head-to-head. Meg spares no effort in scattering opponents while supporting each other to improve the chances of victory. Monsters rage. Their numbers increase. Aggression intensifies. They roar menacingly, blowing foam from anger. The sword was already tired from the fight, and Meg decided to make amends on her right direct punches, knocking down one of the beard monsters. Looking around, he noticed that all the monsters were already lying down and thought that it was extremely easy. However, there was a confession from behind that the task was not easy. Mr. Leader arrived on his green deer, admitting that it was difficult. He sat on an incredibly handsome deer, which aroused the interest of Mega Leader, who pointed out that this is a creation from the Teratian myth. The deer appears when the boy wears a special bracelet that he holds in his hands. The leader offered Meg to take the bracelet, and he happily agreed. As soon as the bracelet was on the wrist, everything around sparkled with green reflections, and magic began its mysterious effect. A green deer appeared in front, even more handsome than the previous one, with luxurious fur and an energy that resembled the aroma of perfume. When the boy asked about the availability of the same bracelet, he heard that a red bracelet was waiting for him. The boy wondered why the bracelet was red. The elder said that it will be more difficult for the younger one, so they created a special bracelet for him. That special moment has come when magic blossomed with its charms. A graceful deer appeared in front of them with red horns that shone like light bulbs, enchanting with their unusual appearance. Uncle Vladdy expressed interest in whether he too could get such a deer. Unfortunately, the deer left these places a long time ago. The elder noted that the younger man had also mastered the skill, so it is worth contacting him, the boy explained. Uncle Vlad understood that the elder might have avoided additional work. First, he needed a current report. As soon as he received it, he realized that it was time to leave this place immediately. At the same time, Dan was in the village of Vornt. It never occurred to anyone that Vornt would find himself in such a situation. People have tried a lot and even found themselves at the limit of possibilities. They looked at the monsters and wondered how long the arguments about which of them are capable of bringing profit and which remain just a burden will continue. The young man approached Dan, impressed by his ability to discuss a topic that was close to him. It turned out that Dan grew up with a hunter brother. Later, they discussed the rumors about Dan's interest in alchemy. He joked that he was doing it, but he was still far from being a real alchemist. Dan admitted that his mentor still considers him a novice. Meanwhile, these two boys met and exchanged glances. They began to wonder what was happening around them. Dan noticed them from afar, and among them, the one with whom he was trying to avoid meeting. The distance between them was rapidly shrinking. Reading Dane Walker's report, it was easy to understand that the speed of movement to the south had increased significantly. This led to the only conclusion that the turtle would arrive earlier than they predicted. The guys entered and heard that she might be in Worth tomorrow evening. They came with an interim report from Uncle Vladdy. He quickly opened the folder with papers, full of hope for good news. His expression instantly changed as he looked over a few lines on the sheet. The girl noticed his distress and warily wondered if something important or disturbing had happened. They gathered around the projector, carefully placing the document to reveal its contents. Everyone held their breath in anticipation, wondering what surprise lay ahead. The girl stopped excitedly holding her breath when her eyes fell on an unexpected inscription. At this time, the master continued his journey step by step, moving forward, opening unseen horizons of his path. He realized that it was time for action, so he made a bold decision to summon a powerful dragon that had not appeared for 10 years. A gigantic dragon with wings bigger than half the city appeared on the horizon. He was called to fight one of the 4 gigantic demonic beasts. None of the lesser orcs or monsters could match his power. There were quite a few of them, and they attacked Vornt. Gathering under the gates and relentlessly advancing, all the military were informed about the need for absolute readiness. The demonic beasts began to attack. They all took their bows in unison and aimed hard with determination and concentration. They aimed accurately, releasing arrows that stopped the monsters in place. No one was left behind. Everyone made efforts to stop these creatures. A huge cloud of smoke was rising behind the wall as a result of the destructive march of these monsters that swept away everything in their path. Mages were worried about the lack of magic stones, so they looked for ways to replenish their supply from reserves. The young magician could not confirm anything, but the boy began to fiercely discuss this issue. He assured that he had personally observed how large stocks of magic stones were brought. They were desperately waiting for the magic stones to be delivered. The girl wondered how many more comrades they would lose before they got them. The young magician deftly entered into an active game, seeking to get those precious stones. The assailant picked up a rock, declaring human suffering, and seemed to be preparing to strike the girl. His intent was stopped when a tuxedoed boy grabbed his arm. The magician turned his head to the right, saw Dan and asked who he was. Dan emphasized that during the war, disobeying orders is mercilessly punished by death, so actions are not possible. The mage just snorted, staring intently into his eyes. He quickly left, leaving the girl alone, and at the same time noted that they were responsible for the delay. The guy worriedly asked the girl if the magician's words affected her much. She sighed, noting that this is how it happened and nothing can be changed. Later, he offered her to go together to the arrow supply area, but decided to do it on his own. He assured that there is no reason to worry, because despite all the circumstances, he remains a strong and confident man. The girl kept a silent pose, but thoughts about what a real man looks like in front of her were raging in her mind. She felt grateful, even though the street was chaotic and everyone was trying to do their best. The explosions broke the silence, fulfilling their task of clearing the way from the terrible influx of monsters. It was explained to the girl that more than 13,000 demonic beasts are moving south, and the situation is becoming tense. The guy noticed that most of them resembled demonic beasts, because weaker monsters probably became their prey. The boy assumed that these could be the ancestors of the witch's hands from the demon kingdom and noted this possibility. The girl decided that even the strongest witch could not reach 4 powerful demonic beasts. He noticed that, strangely, among the 4 beasts, 2 were moving in sync. This used to happen if the Witch of Pride was alive, but now the witches have lost their former power. The boy asked the girl about the consequences of being among the living witches of greed. She hesitated, wondering if this event could be her achievement. The Witch of Greed is known for her love of freedom. No one knows where she is now. She will only act where there is benefit. The Witch of Greed could be a representative of one of the 12 signs of the zodiac. When the girl learned about it, she suggested avoiding such expressions even as a joke. She advised him to be more wary of the Demon King's followers. While they were talking, there was a sudden explosion and something crashed into the wall under their feet with tremendous force. The girl jumped on the dragon, hoping that he would provide her with the necessary cover. She climbed into the sky, avoiding explosions and staying in a safe zone. The knights have already gathered under the gate, ready to go into battle against the monsters. Each of them, looking into the other's eyes, could see both life and death. Rosalis approached the fox, who stood out among the knights, and advised him to remember the strength of the spirit and to continue fighting despite the fatigue. She noted that if you don't do this, you can simply die. He looked at her with a bowed head and green eyes peeking out from under his helmet and agreed with a short, okay. The gates opened, and the roar of the iron armor of the knights filled the space. They raced full of determination with one thought: their opponents would be defeated and disappear without a trace. In the midst of a dangerous battle, knights courageously destroyed demonic monsters with their swords, becoming living legends on the battlefield. Without any pity, the warriors hid with shields from the sharp claws and deftly pierced the monsters with spears, showing great courage. The fox watched as a real deadly battle unfolded before his eyes, which resembled reality and not simple training or competition. His gaze fell on a green jelly-like monster. In its depths, the bones of a mammoth could be seen, which over the millennia had become part of a demon wrapped in green jelly. The monster steadily gained momentum, getting closer to its target with each passing second. The fox squinted, directing all his rage and bravery at the monstrous monster in front of him. He decided to strike first, and his sword only narrowly missed the monster. The sword seemed to slide through the void, powerless to cause damage as the monster approached, hovering over the boy with the inevitability of fate. Suddenly, a bright red light spread near the monster's skull. Rosalis appeared on the scene and began fiercely attacking the monster, knocking its beard to the top of its skull. She turned to the fox with a request to apply magic to the sword, otherwise not a scratch would remain. Meanwhile, the army of monsters was steadily growing, and their onslaught on the warriors with weapons in their hands became more and more aggressive. The girl, who was noted for her bravery, gathered everyone and reminded them that the battle was already underway and it was time to fight. A shining blue bird flew overhead, attracting attention. Everyone looked up. Meanwhile, the monsters were relentlessly advancing, and the air was filled with the sound of their menacing roar. The number of birds increased, and they more and more boldly attacked the monsters, gouging out their eyes and tearing off their skin with their beaks. The girl was surprised by the sight, and could not figure out what kind of birds these were. It was no joke. They skillfully fought the monsters like experienced warriors, and some of the opponents' heads flew to the ground. Even the archers were relieved to allow themselves a short rest from the rapid onslaught of arrows. Dana's sister saw a scene that captured her in unexpected annoyance and thought because she could not understand the essence of what was happening. She looked at the birds and felt a strange feeling as if she had seen them somewhere before. Are they the same winged creatures? An interesting event was taking place on one of the streets. The place where the destinies of fearless warriors and knights who tirelessly fought against sinister monsters were determined remained shrouded in myths and legends. Dan settled on the box, deep in his charms to summon the birds. His concentration was so strong that the world around him stopped. He felt incredible tension, realizing that the fate of all his friends was entirely in his hands. His sister, being on the battlefield, saw these birds and realized that it was possible Dan. Monsters fell one after the other as arrows hit their shoulders, as if an invisible hand and fate guided these deadly projectiles straight to their target. Everyone lost hope because the magical birds summoned by Dan with their wings dismembered the monsters, sending their heads into oblivion. The birds skillfully circled in the sky, did somersaults, and returned tirelessly to finish their hunting work, attacking those who had already been caught. The archers, who thought their mission was over, had to arm themselves with arrows again to help the birds and fight the monsters together. The girl recognized in the birds the familiar magic thanks to which they were created. Dan sat completely immersed in the world of magic, feeling the sounds and images come to life around him. He felt the incredible weight of this energy that captured him completely. To master this power, he immersed himself in it to the end. The fox fought desperately against these monstrosities, because holding a sword near them and fighting forever was a real test. Many knights died here. Suddenly something distracted Dan. He was absorbed in a new struggle with his thoughts, and his attention was captured by a bird flying by. With its help, he observed the battlefield and noticed a powerful energy that was rapidly approaching from the mountains. The flying fireballs were mysterious magic to him. The knights were staring intently at her, and she was constantly closing the distance between them. A huge turtle the size of a mountain suddenly appeared on the horizon, stunning everyone with its devastating passage through everything around. Taking one step, she caused chaos among the knights. They scattered like wildfires along with their equipment of spears and shields and other weapons. They jumped back when they collided with their fellows and fell. Because it was impossible to resist this monster, it was extremely large. A huge turtle the size of the highest mountain moved forward, threatening to destroy everything in its path. Behind this giant creature appeared a figure that levitated thanks to magic, firmly holding a staff in its hands. Uncle Vladi, holding a staff in his hands, was about to use his strongest chakra to save everyone and defeat the monster. The territorial reach attack hit the monster by directing the beam directly at the target. The explosion was so powerful that its echo and fireball could be observed at a distance of tens of kilometers. A man appeared in front of the knights with a weapon identical to that of Uncle Vlad. In his eyes burned the desire to restore justice for the fallen knights who fell under the onslaught of dark forces. The attack did no harm to the turtle. She was still growling and heading confidently forward. Her roar sounded so powerful that it could be considered a weapon. Ordinary knights could not stand it, and their ears suffered a disaster. The sound wave threw the knights back, causing them to lose their balance, making it impossible not only to attack, but also to hold their positions. The man concentrated on holding his staff, creating a barrier against the powerful wave, trying to resist its onslaught. After looking around and assessing the situation, everything seemed extremely disturbing. A large bald knight appeared behind him, to whom he announced the need to retreat. The knight wanted to object due to the failure of the mission, but the man emphasized that it was unfulfillable. He thought it best to retreat to save his life and join the main forces to have a chance to fight again. An explosion rang out in the sky with a roar that illuminated everything around, and the blast wave shook the ground. The knights realized the need to retreat, but the general firmly demanded not to surrender. The general ordered to retreat while maintaining order, and everyone in one voice hurried back, avoiding danger. The turtle opened its mouth again and began its vocal attack with an impressive roar. Stones flew towards the soldiers, forcing them to quickly avoid danger. It was reminiscent of a scene from hell. Even the stones that were here caught fire and fell to the ground. This battle turned out to be fatal for many soldiers who were covered with stones. The man, thanks to magic, moved like lightning, leaving the soldiers far behind. Their speed was ordinary. They could not keep up with him. His body was covered with scratches, and the wound was bleeding. He realized that the task was easier for him than for the knights and offered them to retreat. while he himself decided to detain the enemy. The knight was worried and asked the man not to be left alone, but he comforted him, promising that he would not let himself die so easily. He suddenly jumped back and jerked forward towards the turtle. He flew into the air, holding his staff firmly, and towered over the monster. The man shouted as he summoned a thunderstorm, and his attack pierced the turtle's shell, causing a huge explosion. Feeling the attack, the turtle growled in pain. The stones on the shell crumbled, creating the impression of dynamics, as if life itself had changed its trajectory. This impressive attack is followed by another that powerfully hits the hard shell of the turtle. However, in order to use such powerful attacks, the man had to spend almost all of his accumulated strength. His plan was to get close to the turtle's eye, and in a moment he was already standing nearby, enraptured by his achievement. He decided to use a powerful thunder blade that suddenly appeared right at the tip of his magic staff. With a loud shout and courage in his heart, he swung his weapon in preparation to charge at the monstrous creature. He dropped to one knee as he aimed his spear at the monster with all his might. A streak of blinding energy shot through his determined strike. It was too late to relax. He loudly recalled the thunderstorm to resume the onslaught of attack. Soon the explosion enveloped everything around with an incredible glow. The power of this chakra was beyond any legends. It turned out to be devoid of words to describe. He tirelessly twirled his staff in the monster's body, demonstrating true skill. He lacked strength. He held the staff with the last effort, trying not to fall off his feet. The staff split in two from the impressive magic. He held on, but the staff could not withstand such stress. In a moment, he felt his strength leave him, and his breathing became ragged and thin. His body weakened. He slipped off the turtle's head and falls. A piece of staff flies out of his hands. He skyrocketed from a great height and landed directly on the ground. He lost consciousness and lay unconscious on the ground. Using such magic was a real risk to life, but he was willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of others. Here, a giant paw rushed at him like a living 5-story building ready to crush him. When the monster stepped on the ground, it shuddered as if it felt its heavy presence. He lay motionless as if he had grown to the ground, and it was even difficult to imagine how he survived in such a situation. Suddenly, the turtle moves its paw under it empty. Apparently, it pressed someone into the ground, but no one showed up. Where could he have disappeared to? Where did his heroic body go? Dan is standing next to him, who saved him from an unexpected attack in time. Dan called him an old pest and asked why he was fighting the battle alone. Dan decides that it's time for him to rest a little and returns to his many activities. Dan steps aside, realizing that when this man wakes up, everything will be behind him. Dan flew through the air like a bird rapidly approaching the scene. During the flight, he wondered why this reckless old man decided to face such a terrible monster on his own. He felt that the circumstances did not call for any heroic deeds. In such cases, the chances of survival can be extremely low. Dan finally met a magical turtle, but could not realize that this incredible event really happened to him. The knights now addressed Dan as their commander, pledging their loyalty to him and guaranteeing that they would always stay by their side without thinking of retreating. Dan ran up and saw the wrong man and asked who the guy was. He said that he saved this man by asking who else he could be. They took a quick look at the monster, realizing that the time for discussion was running out. Dan decided that the time for talking was over and ordered to take that man and run away. Baldy was stunned and could not believe the situation. The vile creature sped up its movements, raising a mad cacophony of sounds around it. Her steps were so powerful that the echo flew far away. I wonder how much she weighs. However, unfortunately, it will remain a mystery. Her red eyes were constantly searching for new faces. Which once caught her eye remained an eternal captive. Their eyes crossed. She felt the fire in the eyes of the commander of the knights burning with confidence and devotion. The man watched with horror as the boy desperately restrained the monster by hugging her leg with all his strength. Holds with such force that the body trembles from the load of this monster, looking like a knight on a walk. She froze, watching how the boy deftly holds the turtle's leg. Dan can't stand it, calling to immediately take the man and run away. The knight realized the situation. He picked up Walter on his shoulder and urged everyone to urgently return to the main army. Dan barely restrained the monster's paw, although this was not his real mission at all. When the monster approaches, Dan wastes no time. He mobilizes his strength, concentrates the power in his legs, and begins to lift the monster's leg with all his determination. A giant mountain rises above the treetops, but this is only a disguise for a monster that attacks everyone. Its loud explosion flies through the air. Thanks to his magical skills, Dan rose into the air and remained hovering above the shell of the monster. He uses his magic to battle the monster to end its threat and protect the world from future danger. His first blow is a real heavenly storm that pierces the turtle with a powerful electric discharge. The turtle's eyes opened wide. The pain caused by the impudent was painfully felt by her. A sudden scream broke the silence as lightning shot through her body. An electric charge captured her entire being, leaving her stunned. Vorant is engulfed in flames. A fierce battle continues under its walls. Inside are gathered the wounded knights who suffered losses in the fight against the monsters and the turtle. They sit covered in bandages with fresh stitches on their wounds. Looking around, they meet only smoke and ruins that became the legacy of a heavy battle. Meg notices the chaos around her and remembers Uncle Vladdy mentioning the aftermath of at least 4 or 5 fierce battles. The monster did not stop its movement. The stones were rushing around. One of the fragments unexpectedly hit the boy in the back during their move. You should not worry, because very soon a majestic match will unfold here. In the meantime, discussions were taking place in the headquarters regarding the situation. One of the people present asked if they were able to tame the giant that threatened everything around. He assumed that if the beast had not yet appeared, then it had succeeded. However, suddenly the mood changed. A doctor appeared and stopped their conversation. The knight rushed into the room with news of a wounded man who needed immediate medical attention. The medic went outside and saw an unconscious Walker on the ground. The knights, on Dan's orders, rescued him by taking him to a safe place. Walker was instantly recognized, and his face, with a painful nervous spasm, betrayed his emotions. The sky shone bright red from the fire that engulfed everything around. Only traces of fallen trees remained in the forest, which seemed to scream about their terrible fate. The giant paw of the monster crushed the trees that came in its way, showing a ruthless force capable of destroying anything. The monster moved along the mountain slopes emitting menacing roars. Its mountain-like carapace seemed like a living creature. Whole trees grew on its shell, making this ancient creature, which is already millions of years old, even more impressive. The turtle has already gone deep into the thick forest. Dan was hiding behind one of the trees, keeping a close eye on the mysterious creature. He carefully considered each step, trying to remain unnoticed by her. Taking a closer look from the tree, he discovered a hole in the mountain similar to the footprint of a huge turtle. A sudden loud noise behind him made it clear that she was already right behind him. Energy gathered around her as if she was drawing strength from an invisible source. Dan studied the details intently, but his thoughts were far away from the intricate planning of the future. Running as fast as he could, he tried to avoid her gaze. He had a busy day without foreseeing fatal events. He ran thinking that there would still be an opportunity to meet her. Meanwhile, Walker was recuperating and healing his wounds after a serious wound. He rushed forward, trying to protect everyone with his body while restraining the monster with magic. Now he was lying in bed with joy, realizing that he finally came to his senses and was able to open his eyes. Lying in the ward, he immediately remembered Dan and his focused face when he bravely came to help. Dan quickly entered the ward, wondering how the patient was doing. Walker didn't even have time to understand how Dan ended up here. He said that he couldn't help but come when his friend was injured. Walker leaned back on the bed and spoke passionately. Dan should have treated the patient to something delicious, but there was nothing to buy here. The guy held the pill, noting that he kept it. He suggested the man take the opportunity and try one. He took the object in his hands and began to study it with surprise. Dan explained that it must be chewed thoroughly because it promotes recovery. Walker threw his head back and the pill smoothly entered his mouth. The first sensation was an incredibly bitter taste that caused him to grimace uncontrollably. Dan decided that there was nothing to do, so he left the tent with many things to do. He promised to return as soon as he had time. Rosalissa's father and Dan's sister were heading down the same street where they accidentally crossed paths with Dan. They discussed the current circumstances that surrounded them during the walk. Dan simply followed the girl, and it was almost a miracle that their paths did not cross, and she remained in the dark about his presence. Thanks to his ability to disguise and outstanding intelligence, he achieved incredible results. Dan carefully calculated her route to appear next to her. Leaving the ward, he went on his way, thinking about his next steps. Entering the chamber, they immediately began to discuss his condition. Fortunately, everyone noticed that he looked whole. The man immediately introduced them to Leisha Blade, an experienced alchemist who was ready to help. If she was Blade, the man had no doubts about her professionalism. Walker noted that in the past he was indebted to General Vlada. The girl drew attention to the fact that her uncle always helps people. First, the girl decided to get permission to carefully assess his condition. She carefully studied his hands and noticed that the treatment had already taken place. Although he did not realize it because he did not specifically do anything for the treatment. He noted that thanks to certain reflections, he now feels much better than before. She explained that everything is fine with his condition. He just needs to focus on recovery. She also asked if no one really prescribed him treatment. He just sighed, remembering how a friend recently came and brought medicines, assuring them of their health benefits. The girl was surprised and began to specify exactly what medicine it was about. Another hint for her was that Dan was somewhere nearby. She glanced over her shoulder as she approached the tent. She saw a guy in a student suit of a civil servant. He was standing with his back to her, so she didn't recognize him. She remembered that back and couldn't help but wonder if it really could have been Dan. At this moment, a majestic shape resembling a mountain glides smoothly among the mountains, striking with its natural magic. Her huge foot touches the ground, causing the world to tremble with each step. Her majestic movement impresses with speed. The sun illuminates one side of her, while the other is hidden in a powerful shadow. She saw in front of her Varanto, the enemy she wanted to destroy. Uncle Vladdy and the girl discussed the huge turtle, believing it to have a demonic essence. An argument broke out between them because Uncle Vladdy called her a frog. She was indignant and asked if it was appropriate to start a fight now. The boy thought that a little excitement wouldn't hurt them either. He noted that all the soldiers' attention is focused on them. The number of soldiers under the fortress is so large that it resembles an anthill. There are a lot of them, and each of them risks their lives. The young man assumes the role of commander-in-chief of the vanguard and calls on the soldiers to boldly risk their lives for the sake of the archipelago. He called for an attack, and everyone rushed at the monster. But will anyone survive after that? Each knight rushes forward hoping to change circumstances on his own. Maybe it won't work today, because without powerful magic here, the knights are powerless and scatter in different directions. There are magicians who want to attack using various magic blows. Own skills are ingrained in them. Now it's time to demonstrate. Flying closer to the monster, the heroes face its power. Explosions and fire fill the space, creating chaos and danger. The commander-in-chief watched from the wall as the knights flew away, and the flames and explosions turned the surrounding atmosphere into a chaotic battlefield. He decided to create the magic circle number 7 by indicating with his hand exactly where to place it. The chain is rapidly directed towards the turtle, ending with a sharp hook for a secure grip. The hook digs deep into the turtle's shell and gets stuck there firmly. From all 4 corners, magical chains are chained to the ground, holding the monster, depriving it of the ability to move. In the sky, dragons appear on them, riders who hold fast, directing their flight to the turtle. She requires everyone to keep their spears ready in preparation for a possible attack at any moment. A loud explosion is suddenly heard near the turtle, indicating a targeted attack at that very place. The commander-in-chief decided to organize the 4th magic circle. And here he is in front of us, a perfect circle with a star in the heart, covered with mysterious signs of a magical language. The energy began to move away from him, forming a blue beam that entered the turtle's mouth. The turtle realized that danger is approaching, and that the magical force is unstoppably moving in its direction. She barely has time to turn her head, and the beam hits the edge of her carapace. The commander-in-chief realized his mistake when he noticed that he missed the target. He instructs to feed the 4th circle with magic and create a 5th magical circle. The mages gathered and created a circle under the monster's feet full of blue energy. The magic under her stomach formed ice blades that pierced the turtle's stomach. The attack caused her great pain, and the turtle screamed loudly. A powerful red layer of chakra magic of the turtle itself emerges above it. She turns her roar into a dragon's breath, releasing meteorites at the enemy. The commander-in-chief realizes the importance of the situation and instructs him to create 3 magic circles at maximum speed. The 3 circles are ready, and he intends to use them to save the world and stop the turtle. Magic Circle is instantly activated by a barrier absorbing the power of the turtle's attack and protecting it from the destructive effect. He absorbed the attack, keeping all its power inside him. The turtle then released a red circle of death that conveniently crashed into the side. Thanks to their efforts, the city escaped destruction. If the attack had achieved its goal, it would no longer exist. He realizes this curse when he realizes how close they were to missing the attack. The man who suddenly appeared behind said about the destruction of the 1st and 2nd magic circles, and indicated that the 3rd circle needs to be recharged. He was interested in how long to wait for the 4th circle to be ready. He was informed that only 5 minutes remained for full charging. Then the commander-in-chief decided to use the magic from the third circle for the fourth, although even the third magic circle was considered the last shield. Despite everything, he believed that the shield would withstand the next attack. The battle continued with incredible cruelty. Under the monster, many knights stood like a dense forest. The turtle presses on the chain with such force that it instantly breaks into small pieces. A red layer like fire appeared on her lips, anticipating the next step. The girl announced a new layer and urged everyone to retreat urgently. However, the turtle steadily increases its power and danger. Her burning red eyes gave the impression of the creation of death itself. However, she is forced to close her mouth and hold her chakra when the man delivers a powerful blow to her beard. From a powerful blow, the huge head began to swing in different directions, creating an impression of incredible strength. Those who witnessed the event could not comprehend what they saw with their eyes. Uncle Vladi was so shocked that he was speechless and stood silently watching everything around. The stone knight who once guarded the ruby in the ruins is now filled with magic that strikes with its familiarity. He feels as if he holds the power so well known to him. The turtle felt a familiar energy because it had once faced the blows of this magic. A familiar heavenly thunderbolt split around. The knight placed his hand on the turtle and caused this powerful attack. So he decided to demonstrate his fighting skills when he was in front of the knights. A bright blue light that resembled a flame flashed around his neck. His moan of pain echoed throughout the district, merging into a deafening symphony of sound. The commander-in-chief watched closely and quickly assessed the situation, coming to the conclusion that the efforts were completely useless. However, this knight suddenly appeared behind him. He noted that he plans to use the magic circles in his intentions. The commander-in-chief was so surprised by the situation that he had to clarify what was the matter. The knight did not hesitate to grab the staff. In his strong hand, energy began to appear, sparkling at the end with powerful flashes. He suddenly found himself in a space where all the magic circles obeyed him thanks to the power of the interaction of the staffs of invasion, touch, decomposition, and rapprochement. Dozens of magical circles appeared, filling the world with new secrets. The commander-in-chief wondered if it was the boy who broke the magic circles, or if some other unknown event had happened. However, behind the knight appeared a portal similar to a gap between galaxies. In fact, it is nothing more than incredibly strong magic that the young man possesses. The moment has come when it is necessary to act. The staff became cold as ice, took on an icy blue hue, radiating powerful energy. His limb resembled a dome. The magic was growing and about to appear a majestic 10 that would cause the magic circle to be released. Magic circles suddenly appeared in front of the monster's paw. Blue, then green, fiery, and blue again. Chains directed towards the turtle broke out from each magic circle. Sharp hooks shone at the end of the chains, which the young man planned to use to stop the monster. The hooks penetrated the stone shell of the turtle, causing the melodious ringing of magical chains. The turtle was completely entangled in these chains. She felt a threat hanging over her like heavy chains with a temperature of 5,000 degrees squeezing her. The commander-in-chief could not fathom how this was possible. He pondered this while standing behind the knight. After that, he demanded that the unknown knight show himself and reveal his name. The knight called himself the Warrior of the Sun, although the commander-in-chief did not know anything about him. The warrior emphasized that there are many unknown things in the world. Meanwhile, the monster, not retreating even for a moment, tried to escape from the chains that restrained his freedom. He managed to free his leg and break the chains that had limited his freedom for so long. His rage grew, and every step became an explosion of destruction, mercilessly covering everyone in its path. The commander-in-chief was looking at the picture where the flame completely hid the turtle from the field of view. The commander-in-chief mockingly asked the knight if he could not stop the situation. The warrior noted that the cooling-off time had not yet come, which confused the commander-in-chief. Does it even make sense to explain something to someone who doesn't want to understand? The knight jumped up sharply and began to approach the turtle. The staff in his hands emitted a bright blue light, full of powerful energy. He unleashes an attack that pierces the heavens and directs it at the turtle. All the pain she is experiencing at this moment is reflected in her eyes, revealing her deep feelings. Rage filled her again, forming a red layer near her mouth. She aimed the beam at the Sun Warrior hanging in front of her and fired. He knew he had to dodge, and he succeeded because the beam grew significantly. The beam flashed behind the boy, and he avoided the blow. It was lucky that he did not get hit, because the chances of survival were almost zero. The knights remained observers, carefully following the events without interfering. The Warrior of the Sun realized that the moment had come to act without delay. He raised his staff, gathering violet chakra stronger than any before. The curse of the thorn spear brings death, which opens up dozens of new possibilities. The Sun Warrior focused all of his chakra into the staff, holding it in front of him. He launched a spear of death that rushed madly at the turtle like a ray of sunlight. He had already come close to her head, ready to crash, depriving her of any chance for continued life. Everything was illuminated by a powerful glow. Magic seemed to speak with its sounds. She got a chance to speak, but only screamed for the monster to die. After the attack, as soon as the glow began to fade, the shadow of the young man that remained there stood out in the sky. However, the situation became clearer when it turned out that it was Vladdy's uncle and not the person they initially thought. Using magic, he threw a red spear at her. The resulting beam hit the target and shattered the turtle's defenses. After 2 attacks, she made sounds more like the squeal of a fox than the voice of a turtle the size of a mountain. Dragons with powerful wings appear on the horizon, confidently carrying riders on their backs, approaching her. The horsemen stood in full readiness, waiting for the signal to attack. They take turns striking the carapace with their paws and head while circling around with a lightning attack. They wouldn't have stopped attacking if they hadn't been strictly ordered to stay away from the Sun Warrior. He approached quietly from behind, warning of the approach of another blow. The spear of the God of Thunder sparkles with light purple shades. Each blow changes the magic, creating a spectacular and dangerous shine. The knights watched an incredible sight that exceeded their expectations. The mages were also amazed by the unheard-of power of magic and devastating attacks. Those present were strongly impressed. The commander-in-chief, despite the assumed responsibility, was able to summon only 3 circles and stopped there. And then the magician appears, having mastered incredible power. He puts on a real show with exploding magic, striking the monster with flawless blows. The knights who were closest instantly scattered in different directions from the powerful attacks and the chaotic chaos that arose there. The hands are tired and fall without strength. Everything slips from the fingers. The knights are forced to retreat, but the Warrior of the Sun steadfastly protects them as a fearless guardian. However, his gaze accidentally stumbles upon something that he would rather not notice. He observes the turtle and realizes with surprise how it bravely continues its path despite all the trials. The attacks only increased her anger, and now she creates a Rasengan near her mouth with even more powerful chakra. She directs a fiery beam under her and everything around is destroyed. The knights who fell under this lava flame could not save themselves. At the forefront of this battle stands the Warrior of Light, who faces the important choice of retreating or moving on. A girl suddenly grabs his hand from behind and starts pulling. She pulled him out of danger and pushed him to safety. Without her intervention, he might have been left to die in this hellfire. The turtle's attack power increased significantly, and it rapidly approached the tower of the fortress. A long trail was left on the ground, and a large pit was formed at the point of impact of the fire. Everyone on the battlefield was focused and tense, considering their next steps, staring intently at the horizon and looking for a certain solution. They stand stunned in front of the monster, hesitating in their actions. The Warrior of Light is equally confused, but fate gives him unexpected luck. One day she became his savior, giving him a new chance at life. She asked him if he really thought she wouldn't recognize him in that outfit. She approached him and confirmed that he was Dan. It was useless to believe that magic would hide his true essence from his sister. She turned out to be much more perceptive than he imagined. Dan decided to dare and declared that he was a warrior of the sun. Her response was a laugh, implying that she already knew about this magic. She asked him if he knew that their father was in the demon realm. Her words caused him great surprise. He could not understand how his father got there. However, another significant obstacle awaits them ahead. A huge monster protected from attacks and unwavering in its menace. Dan said that he wants to find a solution for the turtle first. She asked what his plans were, because the creature ignores even the most powerful magic. The girl received an unexpected offer to enjoy the symphony. She hesitated which way he would choose, because it required at least 30 mages. He noted that the choice was limited. The girl realized the correctness of his words. She understood that there are no other options and one should act. The turtle is constantly approaching the village, and the danger for its inhabitants increases with each step. The commander-in-chief watched her helplessly, as even the plan he had devised seemed to slip from his mind. A warrior of the sun suddenly appears next to him, radiating indomitable strength and courage. He swallows the green elixir and appeals to the commander-in-chief to rebind the turtle's legs. She urged him to recall his soldiers if he did not wish to doom them to death. The commander-in-chief instructed his assistant to reduce the 7th, 8th, and 9th magical circles to a retreat. He carried out the order and ordered the 7th, 8th, and 9th magical circles to retreat. The commander-in-chief did not know this guy, but he did not distrust him. He decided to help. The Warrior of Light hinted that after the battle, you need to discover your true self. But the answer was only fun, haha, with a hint of doubt. The warrior jumped into the air with the help of magic and began to fly away, letting the commander-in-chief understand that he can act at his own discretion. The commander-in-chief followed him with his gaze, watching as he moved further and further into the unknown. The chains wrapped around the turtle again, and now they were even stronger than before. A new stage in the insidious plan to exterminate the turtle has begun. The commander-in-chief confidently asserts that the land belongs to the Ice King, and with a high-level staff, is ready to help the Warrior of Light. He casts Snowstorm, which briefly paralyzes the turtle with cold. He turned to the knights who supported him and ordered them to retreat urgently. The knights, obeying the commander, quickly gathered, preparing to retreat. The turtle confidently fought off all attacks, remaining steadfast again and again. She was impressive with greatness and power. Getting to her is almost unreal, and harming her is a real challenge for anyone. The commander-in-chief took a step forward, and the turtle instantly hid under its shell. And then something appeared on the horizon that completely captured his attention. An elongated head on a strong neck poked out from under the reliable armor. Now it was not the head of a turtle, but of a giant snake that looked scary and much more powerful from its armor. Fire erupted from her breath, creating a powerful chakra-free attack around her head. The commander-in-chief could not believe his eyes. A creature with 2 heads was standing in front of him. With one attack, she destroyed everything in her path. Her strength exceeded even the strength of a snake's head. An arrow pierces her eye and freezes in place like a kind of treasurer of purposeful fate. The boy uses magic to circle around this terrifying creature. Pulling the bowstring and securing the arrow, he prepares for a new attack. Having released the bow, he used his magic and one arrow turned into 3 snakes directed at the eye of the snake at once. The arrows only bounced off the snake because its scales were so strong that no ordinary arrow could pierce it. Meg rushes quickly along the serpentine body, obeying the urgent impulse to action. The path stretches in a long ribbon, paving the way to the very heart of the snake's head. He was also there, ready to come to the rescue and fight side by side with others. It seemed to him that the weapon was superfluous. He punched with such force that the snake seemed to pass them through itself. The monster finally realizes that her problems have become much more serious than she thought. This madman punches hard while jumping and cheering over her. Uncle Vladdy comes closer, hugs him with one arm, and confidently leads him forward. The man turns to Vladdy's uncle, and Vladdy in response jokes that this is the last thought. He guides the boy to use the dance of the firefly. His body radiates rainbow magic. His sword looks especially impressive in streams of magic. He's getting closer and closer to the very heart of the monster. The sword draws a dazzling ribbon of light in the air as it sweeps near the snake, reminiscent of a technique called universe slicing. The snake's first cut broke its neck. Meanwhile, dragon riders descend from the sky. They guessed that he killed her by watching the events when they flew on their dragons and looked at what was happening to the snake. Uncle Vladdy's magical attacks crash into his neck with a thud, and next to them the girl and Dan, who are not used to long waiting and are ready to act, seem to have stopped in the air. Brother and sister are finally united. It's time for a gloomy dawn. The girl concentrated, feeling the power of magic in herself while countless stars shone around her. Dan notices that this strange person walking along the river is mesmerizing with her singing about the constellations. He watches her use magic that is familiar to him. The girl, completely captivated by the moment, plunged into the music of the day. The guy explained that the song is about starfall. The story of ancient times fascinated with the legend and courage of the retelling. Dan was impressed that the symphony became the key to their joint victory. As if in a dance, dozens of magic circles come to life to help them. Circles appear alongside as loyal helpers in this magical story. Immediately above the battlefield, amazing lights appear in the sky, capturing everyone's attention. He looked up at the incredible sight and wondered about the nature of this magic. The Warrior of Light asked everyone to retreat, warning that a devastating blow would soon take place. The attack steadily approaches the head of the snake, and it begins to realize the danger. The sky opened up in a majestic sight as the attack came from a portal that opened in the middle of the horizon, impacting the huge carapace of the demonic creature. This beam, like a symphony of light, penetrates and fills the space with magic. Everyone held their breath in anticipation, trying to peer through the thick curtain of smoke and flames to find out what was hiding there. Suddenly the girl and the commander-in-chief froze with their mouths wide open, unable to hide their surprise. It was clear from the commander-in-chief's face that he could not believe his eyes. A mountain-like shell hid a living creature inside. The flesh was wounded by a beam of symphonic magic, and the snake's head rested on the ground. This creature no longer showed any signs of life. No one could understand what this phenomenon was and how they managed to perform such a magical act. The warrior of light emerged from the skin of this monster, holding a stone shining with incredible beauty. He came out holding a diamond-like stone in his hands and proudly announced that he had defeated the monster. After that, he decided to take the magical stone of the turtle, considering it as a suitable payment. The commander-in-chief warns him not to become an enemy by returning the stone to the treasury. The warrior of light believes that he is taking only what he fought for. The commander-in-chief noted that they also took part in the battle. Dan admitted the truth with a smile, offering a new plan of action. He drew his sword and announced that the winner would get the stone. The white-haired boy was surprised, and the girl behind emphasized that it was a really good idea. She always liked this guy when he made a surprisingly exciting proposal. A fierce struggle for supremacy began between them. Dan stood with a sword in one hand, and in the other he held a mysterious bottle that seemed to have found its way to him by itself. This appearance remained a mystery to him. He turned the bottle upside down and took a few sips, feeling the mysterious taste of the potion on the tip of his tongue. The knights rushed towards him with all their might, trying to take possession of this precious stone. The battle was uneven. He had just saved them from a terrible monster virtually single-handedly. And now, everyone is attacking him, forgetting about his recent bravery. It seemed like it was an unfair fight, but the question was whether everyone would be able to stand up to this guy together. In addition to the sword, powerful magic is also hidden in his arsenal. Mech even supports them in the battle against the warrior of the sun. If only he had guessed that Dan was hiding under the mask. Dan seems to have foreseen the situation because his next words indicated it. He remembered how long it had been since their last meeting. Mech, dressed in knightly armor, greeted his brother, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. Dan expressed confidence in the upcoming meeting as a magical layer rose from his hand flying towards the boy. A magical blow of powerful force knocked the young man back. He exerted all his will to defend himself against this unstoppable blow. Later, a powerful explosion rang out in the air, reliably hiding their presence. Uncle Vladi scratched his beard, trying not to draw attention to him. The dragon riders rushed after the boy, ready for an exciting chase that promised to be a real adventure. The fight seemed unfair. All the knights seemed to conspire against one another. However, he could not destroy these weaklings because they were all on the same side of the conflict. They rushed at him with spears, leaving no chance of escape. Having entered into excitement, they pounced on the boy, perceiving it as a struggle not for life, but for death. The boy reacted to their actions by handing out slaps. One by one, they ascended into the sky on dragons, only to then plummet down. Dan carefully ran his hand over the saddle of the dragon on which the rider had just landed. Dan tried to saddle the dragon, but it began to behave uncontrollably. To control this creature, it must first be tamed. He pulled the dragon's reins. Next to the boy, an open portal glowed mysteriously with unknown horizons. As a child, he created an era controller that resembled a small stone for fun. The energy around the stone grew with each passing moment as Dan watched it sitting on his tamed dragon. Blue glints played in the dragon's eyes as he felt a new energy flow into his body, giving him strength. Dan managed to use the new power of the dragon and finally tamed it. The owner of all the dragons was confused by the young man's behavior. But the matter was already resolved. Now the dragon was his. She hurried to him, begging him to leave the dragon. Dan had already come up with a name for him. The boy saddled the dragon and ordered Joy to attack, feeling how the magic of the stone overwhelmed him. The girl rushed forward when the dragon discharged its magic beam at her. She came out of the fight without a single scratch, but her sword cracked in her hand. Dan urged to remain calm and assured that the dragon would be safe. Turning around, he confidently flew into the distance. All soldiers were given an urgent task to capture the fugitive. The boy raised the brim of his helmet and turned around to notice that everyone was rushing after him, as if obeying some invisible signal for action. He accidentally ran into his sister in this place. If he could have foreseen this moment, he would have followed a different plan. What decisions will he make? What paths will he choose? However, he came to one important conclusion. One should be more careful in the future. He continued to fly until his dragon finally disappeared into the endless blue of the sky. Traces of smoke were noticed on the slope of the mountain. and part of the top was torn off as if by an explosion. Explosions thundered incessantly, indicating a fierce battle that did not subside. The dragon flapped its wings as it approached its master, the young man's father. He found himself in the heart of the demonic lands, where he bravely faced the monsters in a fierce battle. Monsters are known for their ruthlessness, but the hero's current opponent was a special challenge that required a lot of concentration and skill to defeat. Rage boiled inside him as he bravely challenged the monsters approaching them with a stubbornness that seemed unbreakable. He used a special technique known as the Great Crash, which was accompanied by an incredible force of blows. The dragon roared loudly, even though it was all he was capable of in this situation. Suddenly, another giant dragon appeared, breathing flames, and its stream of fire was directed directly at him. He deftly maneuvered while competing with the red flames of the demons, trying to avoid their merciless attacks. He jumped springily, almost without touching the ground, expertly dodging the attacks that poured down like rain. He shouted at the dragon, trying to get his attention. The sky turned from red to blue, and the dragon felt out of place, surrounded by a threat from a human. The cold penetrated all the cells of the dragon intolerably, and the man's aggression was deadly for him. After a few blows, the dragon turned its majestic body away from the man. The dragon suddenly lost all its ardor, and everyone around wondered where it had gone. The man watched the strongest demonic beast with interest, reminding the dragon of its power with blows on the cheeks. The blows tossed the dragon like a sausage flipping quickly in a frying pan. Each attack of the dragon ended with him ending up on the ground, letting out a groan. The man approached, trying to make sure if he had struck a fatal blow. In any case, he realized that this monster was no longer a threat. He experienced deep disappointment when facing the defeated monster, because he imagined a fierce and long battle that would raise his spirit. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared behind him, immediately attracting his attention. Before him appeared 3 mysterious figures in cloaks. Their faces were hidden by hoods. He had no idea who they were because he had never met them before. One of them, removing his hood, reminded that they had not seen each other for a long time. Turning to Dumbstone Blade. Under the hood, he hid a mask, while the life of the Imperial Court flowed along. A noise coming from the left attracted the attention of one of the knights, prompting him to listen more closely and prepare for possible danger. A mysterious man in a cloak suddenly appeared behind, blending in with the shadows so masterfully that they did not notice his presence. Then everything developed unpredictably, and no explanation was required. The 3 mysterious silhouettes quickly neutralized the knights, and without stopping, disappeared into the darkness of the corridor. The doors of the palace creaked softly as they opened. Behind this door, under a red curtain, stood a casket illuminated by a fascinating light. There was silence and a sense of loneliness in the empty room. Discussions were going on around the box. Someone remarked that the magic circle was disgusting, but it was thanks to it that it was possible to get in here easily. The woman in the scorpion mask thanked the emperor for the box, which she carefully took in her hands. The next day, heated discussions took place in the emperor's palace regarding the possible theft of his treasures. They decided that due to negligence, the security level was lowered. It turned out that the criminals overcame a powerful magic circle, demonstrating their exclusivity and perseverance. The obvious made the boy ask the man to help guard the imperial court, but he only noted that his presence was unlikely to change anything. He noted that even short-term access is capable of disrupting the hierarchy of the imperial guard. The man said that he was sorry, but he could not help. A report from the ruins was passed from hand to hand. The boy concentrated on the text, as if searching for hidden mysteries between the lines. He was informed that the operation had failed. Did they really manage to steal 12 zodiac signs right from the capital of the empire? The man denied that it was not true. He wondered what could have happened and who was capable of doing this. The man hinted that Lupin's name must have been known because a sly smile appeared on his face. Meanwhile, someone appeared at the house with a statement about his return. Dan appeared, and Alphonse could barely contain his excitement when he learned that he was fighting a demonic beast. Alphonse wondered if it was a terrible sight. Dan is only a servant and does not know what a large demonic beast looks like. Alphonse confidently expressed that his interlocutor had definitely heard something and interestedly asked to share this information. Alice went down the stairs, met Dan, and realized how long they hadn't seen each other. Extending her hand, she puzzled him. Dan thought for a moment what this meant. After that, she asked with interest where her gift was, full of impatience to receive the dream surprise. Dan was puzzled by the question about the gift. She explained that a trip to Veront obliges to bring a souvenir. Isn't that a typical female approach? She reminded again that the city is famous for precious stones, persistently asking about its purchases. Dan said that his trip there had a completely different purpose than just entertainment. She turned around, claiming that she did not expect anything, but her emotions said otherwise. After that, Dan expressed his desire to buy a gift, but she was already angry and added that she didn't need anything. He'd better go to bed. A week has passed since the fight with the giant demonic beast that changed everything around. Flam and his comrade were finally given leave as a well-deserved reward for their bravery in battle, allowing them to experience true rest. On the first day, he started by creating a new lupine mask. Last time he was exposed, and a wrong move threatened to reveal all his plans. Not only did he repair bird helpers for battle, but he also delved into the study of Gorham's core and magic stones. He dreamed of ending his vacation in harmony, but circumstances suddenly changed his plans. The fox approached the boy curiously, wanting to understand what was bothering him. The conversation continued around the fact that Dan hid from Alice his choice to serve at the front. Lise urged to keep this secret from Alice. In fact, in this battle, he was the bravest and most determined. Skills in combat with more powerful creatures develop much faster under conditions of professional guidance. Dan promised to keep the secret with his little stipulation. He challenged Lise to beat him in a fight if he could win 2 out of 3 rounds. Everyone, choosing types of battles in the rounds, faces a choice. The first move was left by Lise, the second was taken by Dan. Who will decide in the finals? In case of loss, the fox is obliged to fulfill any request of Dan. Dan the milkman stood up and inquired about the fox's selection for the first round. Lise pointed at Dan, choosing a sword fight, emphasizing his choice with a gesture. Dan glanced at the fox. In his head, the conclusion was already formed. Just imagine a graduate of the night school decided to fight with swords against an ordinary servant. Imagine a picture of a fox on his knees looking up at Dan with a sword shining in his hands as a symbol of power. The fox could not understand why he was defeated, and thought that Dan was just lucky. But it turned out that Dan had studied the art of fencing since childhood. Dan said that he received his education from his grandfather in his homeland, which greatly impressed Lisa with his outstanding skills. Dan's skills were so impressive that even the fox recognized him as a possible candidate for the night school thanks to these skills. Dan scored a convincing victory in the first round. Meanwhile, someone in the building asked with interest if that young man was his nephew. The man realized that this is what explains the level of magic. Uncle Vladdy confirmed that there is nothing strange about it. Uncle Vlad asked Walker if the boy really used magic to defeat the dragon in the forest. Olympius Walker doubted such a possibility. Walker laughed enthusiastically again, remembering the power of magic that he had shown in the fight with the huge demon. Vladdy's uncle warned him that it was pointless to compete with that boy, because he would be the next head. Walker's response was an ironic assessment of Vladdy's level of insight. There was a discussion in the room about Lupin, and everyone thought it was Denver. Everyone knows about it. They suspect him of ties to the cult. "We must be careful to avoid a conflict between the ravens and the temple," said the man. He was calmed down with a request not to worry. After falling silent for a moment, he concentrated, listening carefully to the next words. Uncle Vladdy believed that the boy was extremely intelligent, and everything would be resolved by itself. Walker sat at the table in his usual hat, keeping a close eye on the conversation unfolding around him. In the hands of Rosalus's father, a photo flickered, which he looked at carefully, immersed in memories. The picture shows Dan's acquaintance under the name Lupin. Meanwhile, the courtyard was actively discussing when the next round would begin. Dan tried to negotiate with Lise, but he assured him that he was busy with the meeting and offered to postpone it. Dan felt that it could only be a refusal. Dan asked about Lisa's plans for the morning. Lise said that he was going to the Angel's House Children's Shelter, where he would provide help. The orphanage caused unexpected impressions in the boy, and Lise offered to keep him company, assuring him of the attractiveness of this place. Dan had nothing to do, so he easily agreed. However, the fox asked if he had something similar to a statue of the Virgin Mary, adding intrigue to the situation. He remembered the statuette that stood in his room and involuntarily thought about its hidden meaning. Lise noted that the Angel's House is managed by a temple where prayers are held. It would be useful to take a statuette with you. Going to the market, they planned to buy something for the children, giving them the opportunity to choose goodies. At this time, in the majestic temple, which was mesmerizing with its scale and beauty, on the bed, the holiday was pondering, and in search of inspiration, she did not know what to fill in activity. She became unbearably bored. She tried to shout and sing, but nothing helped to fill the emptiness that reigned in her soul and hands. She decided to turn to Albatross, who was waiting outside the door as her bodyguard. He entered the room wondering if she needed her. She was asking about news from Lisha. The guard said that Lisha was still in Veranta. She was bored and waiting for him. She wondered if they would allow her to go there on her own. She offered to help the wounded, because even after the defeat of the great demon, the danger from other monsters remained. The girl exclaimed indignantly, asking why the saint was allowed to participate in the subjugation of the demon lord, and she was not. The man pointed out that it was an exclusion due to an attack. He noted that there was a renegade priest in Veranta with a chance to become a cardinal, and therefore there was no point in going there, but she was still very bored. The man offered the girl to head the orphanage that the temple takes care of. She curiously asked if it was about the shelter, and then she thought again about the orphanage. Her face immediately revealed this curiosity. The man told about a shelter called the House of an Angel, and the boredom began to gradually recede. On the market, a variety of sweets are valued at 1 coin for small ones, and 3 coins for large ones. The fox approached the seller and asked for 5 boxes of sweets. Those present wondered why the young man intended to buy so many. A bald story about the children's love for these candies inspired the seller to give away some more treats for free, feeling the good intention of the guests. Dan thought that it would be bad to go empty-handed, so he decided to buy sweets at his own expense. A man appeared behind them, listening attentively to their plans to go out with the children today. He understood that the boys were planning to gather at the angel's house. The boys agreed with everything, and the husband praised them, saying that they are good young people who also buy gifts for children. Dan tried to remember if he had met this old man before because his face seemed strangely familiar. He just laughed, noting that Dan is very similar to his daughter. Despite the fact that Dan is a boy, the girl is often compared to a young man. This man also bought candy, and the seller brought him 5 boxes, saying that it was a nice gift. The man decided to please the children with sweets, thinking about the idea of buying candy. He confessed to the boys about his intention to go to the House of the Angel. People bought candy, and one of them called for a conversation on the road. The boys agreed without hesitation. At last, they reached the House of the Angel. Inside, the children played with toys from good people. Each toy brought joy but reminded them that they were left without parents. From the window, the boys and their grandfather watched enthusiastically as the children happily played games. The old man noted that the mood was much better from watching the children. The fox supported his opinion, and always regretted when he could not be around. Grandfather instructed Lysa to distribute candies, and he himself went to talk with the abbess. The boys thought about why grandfather doesn't give out candies since he bought them. However, the main thing for grandfather was that the children got sweets, not who would give them out. As he was leaving, he hinted to the boys that they might see each other if fate is kind. There was a knock on the door, and the woman realized that she had guests. Opening the door, grandfather remembered how long it had been since they had seen each other. The woman, surprised by his appearance, joyfully turned to Duke Asteria, immediately remembering how his contribution significantly improved the lives of children, giving them prosperity. The Duke wondered what he had done so special, because compared to the achievements of his daughter who died 20 years ago, it seemed insignificant. He asked if there had been any changes. She assured that nothing would be hidden from him. The woman remembered how the holiday came to them secretly. The Duke expressed his regret, noting that he shouldn't have come because they were busy. She assured that it was not a problem and there was no need to worry. She held the object in her hand, noting that the previous visitor had left it with a request to give it to him. The Duke said goodbye, deciding not to cause too much trouble. She promised to be in touch and asked to be careful. 2 guards stood immovably under the door, focused and armed with swords, as if they were the embodiment of an eternal watch. They were watching the boys with boxes of candy, and there was silence between them. Dan kept wondering why the asylum was so heavily overstaffed. She appeared and immediately recognized Dan, asking if it was really him in front of her. The boy confirmed his presence by looking intently into the kind eyes of the interlocutor. Lys asked if they knew each other, to which Dan assured that they were very good friends. They met for the first time in a long time, and she was wondering how he was doing. The guy assured that everything was fine, but it sounded formal, so she wished for a sincere conversation like before. Dan looked nervously at the guards standing behind him, feeling the discomfort of having to talk in such an environment. Noon Lyman came out to them, and, addressing the fox, said that he had arrived calling him Brother Rispon. Anxiety reigned in her heart because of his absence. He admitted that he was busy with business and apologized to her. The nun looked at Dan curiously, asking who he was. The boy explained that they were the same friends from the dormitory that he had told her about earlier. The children ran out of the room, happy with their hands raised, filled with emotions, and rushed to Lys, joyfully announcing that Brother Reborn had arrived. Everyone was delighted with his arrival, especially when they saw the sweets. The fox urged the children to be generous and share with everyone. The nun cautiously noticed that the things were expensive. The fox clarified that it was not his purchase, but the old master who came with them. He noted that he had recently visited the abbess. The girl admitted that this person had greatly supported their shelter. A little girl approached the nun confessing her hunger. Her big, kind eyes reflected a child's sincerity and hope for support. The woman asked the children to play outside while she was busy in the kitchen. The children were having fun playing on the playground when the fox tossed the ball over his head enthusiastically, joining in their fun. He liked it quite a bit. Children got real pleasure when they spent time playing with the wise and cunning friend Fox. After that, they went back to the room to put the toys away and play with everything around Dan, enjoyed every minute spent with them. Soon the dinner was ready and the guests took their seats at the table. Hylas gently held the girl in her arms and carefully fed her. From the window, there was a picture of Lys, inventively playing with children, giving them unforgettable moments. Later, everyone fell asleep under cozy blankets. Silence enveloped the room, and the only thing that cheered this moment was the gentle snoring of children. The fox sat down comfortably next to the two children, hugged them with his warm paws, and decided to rest a little with them. At that time, the holidaymaker was quietly enjoying her vacation in the fresh air. She sat comfortably on a bench enjoying tea. Her beautiful hair playfully swayed in the wind, and the rays of the sun gently touched her face. Dan wondered why there was such a heightened security in this place, and suspected that it had something to do with her presence. He approached her and sat down next to her on a bench, where a lively conversation began between them. She admitted that she feels uncomfortable when people find out her true identity. It prevents her from making real friends and hiding her status. She had no idea that Dan knew her identity, but he was well aware. When the subject came up, he let her know that he knew. She did not understand how he guessed and asked how exactly he came to such a conclusion. A young girl with a high status and holy abilities is always guarded in the temple. The casino is known to not give information about her whereabouts. This led Dan to think about her identity. These facts point to her with such clarity that it becomes clear who she is. She was surprised that he knew who she was and still addressed you. Dan was horrified. Is it necessary to speak formally? He promised that he would formally address her in public, stressing that he did not expect that a simple servant would have to speak like that to a saint. Lisa interrupted their conversation by looking out the window and announcing that the children had woken up, thus encouraging Dan to hurry up. He quickly jumped up and ran, leaving the saint who was sitting on a bench, watching him move away. She watched the boys getting ready to play with the children and couldn't help but notice how kind Dan's heart was. She did not regret that she decided to appear here, because she was filled with joy. That day seemed incredible to her. At that time, an interesting story unfolded in a cozy cafe in the middle of the city. Opposite the old man sat a man, both eyes immersed in a silent conversation. The old man took off his hat, emphasizing that it had been a long time since their last meeting. A man with a scarred face and a long mustache and beard named Zendia Blade also wore long hair. He inquired of Duke Asterius about his affairs and received a positive answer with a cheerful laugh, which indicated the Duke's excellent spirits. He was filled with excitement at the realization that he was to meet the legendary leader of the Crow clan. The Duke remarked that he was also embarrassed. So they agreed to call each other by more convenient names, deciding to use the word matchmaker.